Chapter 201. When Lian Xiao woke up again, she didn't know where she was. To be honest, the first second she opened her eyes, Lian Xiao suspected this was just another illusion. Before her was a cube, covered from floor to wall and ceiling in a pure white, airbag-like material. Nothing else was there. Lian Xiao thoughtfully touched her wrist. She had seen such wards in mental hospitals and movies. If she hadn't worn the bracelet, she would have thought she was in a hospital. Everything had been taken away. She was dressed in white. Lian Xiao walked around a few times and tried to shout a few words, but her voice was absorbed by the airbag. Seeing no response, she sat down again. Now Lian Xiao was certain this was probably a prison. There were no objects or airbag material nearby to prevent her from harming herself. Spending too long in a completely enclosed space not only loses track of time, but also creates a buildup of psychological stress. It was unknown how much time had passed since her arrest, but at least she was still alive. So easy to give up on observation? Said the person behind the surveillance camera. Lian Xiao sat cross-legged for a few minutes, then, not knowing what to do, collapsed to sleep. Don't you even look at the prisoner's rank? A colleague remarked, nodding. There aren't many here with numbers starting with S. You must have been aware of this before you were caught. As he spoke, he pressed a key. Instantly, a blinding bright light filled the cube, lasting for several minutes. Lian Xiao was forced to slumber. She covered her eyes, fearing they would tear from the glare. Two things were certain. First, her every move was being monitored. Second, since they had woken her, these people had no intention of letting her feel comfortable. She had to be prepared for long periods of sleeplessness, the torment of time. Anyone who enters Shimi prison will not have a good end. A hand stopped the monitor from extending the bright light duration. Unbeknownst to her, Frida had appeared behind them. We're following the proper procedures, not resorting to torture, Frida said. The two men sensed a hint of displeasure in her usually gentle demeanor. The other man quickly pressed the end button. Frida nodded. I be in charge of the first interrogation and prepare a video backup. Now? The two men didn't show it, but they were surprised. When dealing with suspects, they always waited until they will collapse before slowly interrogating them, allowing them to confess completely. The military displayed unusual impatience with this young prisoner. Less than 10 minutes after waking, Lian Xiao was already struggling to breathe. Suddenly, someone called her name, Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao turned around, and Frida was standing in the center of the cell. She appeared again, as a holographic projection, naturally taking a seat across from Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao recalled his first meeting with Frida. Aren't you lighting scented candles this time? Scented candles aren't allowed here, Frida said. Even holograms aren't allowed. Lian Xiao smiled. How could someone convey the subtext that prisoners weren't treated so well so tactfully? I do it. You know why. I must remind you that every question from now on is an interrogation and could become sentencing evidence. Frida said slowly, you better confess. Lian Xiao understood. The saying leniency for confession, severity for resistance still holds true centuries later. Frida flipped through the material she had brought with her, the only sound in the room being the rustling of paper. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, as if she was carefully examining the contents. Typically, at this point, ordinary suspects would become nervous and aggressive, uneasy about how much the other party knew. This was a common psychological tactic, and Frida put the materials down, but it didn't work on Lian Xiao. She remained calm, even distracted. Lian Xiao had been interrogated so many times, both large and small, that they knew each other well. Frida decided not to beat around the bush. Lian Xiao, what motivated you to steal and destroy the Alliance's confidential artifacts? Lian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves finally relaxed. Frida had no reason to lie about this. The Alliance hadn't obtained the fourth prototype, and she had temporarily prevented the universe's worst-case scenario from happening. Lian Xiao didn't answer, and Frida's tone became stern and cold the second time. Lian Xiao, oh? Because I happened to be passing by? Lian Xiao. That didn't make sense. Avalon Gardens caught fire. A promising Arc Reserve, freshly crowned champion of the Mecha League, was trapped in the flames when he suddenly found the military's long-sought fourth protozoan. He then went so far as to destroy it before being apprehended. This situation defied all logic. How did Lian Xiao know the protozoan's location? All the military personnel involved in the investigation were baffled, even suspecting an internal leak and conducting a thorough investigation. But Frida felt the greatest suspicion lay with Lieutenant General Lancaster, the group searching for the protozoan. No one dared to investigate their source of information about the protozoan's movements. Do you realize the serious consequences of your actions, the heinous nature of their nature? Frida raised her voice. Tyrant has been temporarily relieved of all duties and prohibited from contact with the outside world. General Gu Mian is already preoccupied. If you don't cooperate, no one can save you. So, when the Alliance was seeking her, besides Gu Changfeng and Zhao Liqing, Tyrant was also doing everything he could to save her, regardless of the consequences. Su Sara tried again and again to catch the student, dragged down by the gravity of fate. Lian Xiao forced himself not to reveal his emotions, staring directly at Frida and abruptly asking, "The Alliance? No, the military, really wants the prototype bug just for research." This sentence was like a drop of liquid nitrogen, instantly cooling the tense atmosphere. Frida was being led by the suspect. The two surveillance officers exchanged glances, then heard Frida's command through their headsets. "You two, leave the monitoring room. Seal the next 10 minutes of surveillance footage. No one is allowed to access it." This meant the interrogation would involve core military secrets. The observers, not daring to look or listen for a moment, immediately pushed the door open and left. Instantly, the positions of interrogator and defendant reversed, the offense and defense shifting. Lian Xiao raised a finger, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "One answer for another, Ms. Gutenberg, please consider this." Frida's arrival, the timing of the interrogation, and the questions they asked, all unintentionally signaled something. Lian Xiao interpreted this as the Alliance's eagerness to know her answer. The military hadn't killed her, not only because it wasn't in accordance with protocol, but also because they must have some other reason they wanted to extract. For example, Lian Xiao's specific method for determining the location of the prototype bug. The deal between the pro-war faction and the Empire couldn't be exposed, so naturally, it wouldn't be disclosed. Therefore, the Alliance would likely try to pry her out. She had no doubt that if they knew the answer, the Alliance would mass-produce new prototypes. So, the Alliance was willing to make some concessions. Frida stared at Lian Xiao. After being captured, the military injected her with excessively high doses of sedatives and anesthetics to keep her unconscious. During the transfer from the Starlink zone to the Shimi prison, they maintained her vital signs. By now, Lian Xiao should have felt dizzy and weak. In fact, she had indeed become visibly thinner and more haggard due to insufficient nutrition. But within her mind, Frida felt an unprecedented, sharp pressure. Frida suddenly realized that Lian Xiao understood the consequences of this action better than anyone else, and that she had long intended to sacrifice her life in exchange. After a long pause, Frida opened her mouth and said, "Okay, on behalf of the military, I accept your terms. First, the Alliance desires the protozoer, and not just for superficial scientific research purposes." Lian Xiao posed the first question. "Yes." Seeing Lian Xiao's slight pause, Frida felt a slight chance of winning the game. "Don't believe it." She paused, then said, "All the Alliance's mechas are derived from the protozoer." The pervasive white of the prison cell filled his view. The mecha's greatest secret was so blandly revealed. Lian Xiao didn't know whether to feel as expected or disappointed. Humanity can't fight the Zerg. After centuries of exile in space, the humans who founded the Alliance, when their starship set sail for Earth, might have hoped to avenge their previous humiliation, but the end result was that human civilization, which they considered a leap forward, was exposed to the Zerg sight. Humanity lags behind the Zerg in every respect: physical fitness, lifespan, and technological advancement. Human warriors sacrificed their lives to fill the defenses that temporarily blocked the Zerg invasion. Frida raised her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the infinite distance. Then, the Mecha plan was proposed. The concept of mechas is not new. When humans possess large, humanoid weapons, they might be able to fight the Zerg. Brain-computer interface technology is easy to envision, but difficult to implement. The most difficult hurdle lies in connecting the mecha soldiers to the mechas. No material known to humanity can activate this critical task. Lian Xiao whispered, "But the prototype Zerg can." "Yes." Frida nodded. Humanity's scientific capabilities are not yet sufficient to fully understand the Zerg's physiological structure. The Zerg's unique mental power and swarm allow them to communicate regardless of distance and matter. A substance extracted from the Zerg could actually connect the mech soldiers' minds and mechs. The meager mental power of humans and Zerg, amplified by the substance flowing through the main nerve bundle, could actually connect with teammates and communicate through consciousness. Mech soldiers were thus selected, and the so-called mental power classification standards were established accordingly. Unbeknownst to all the mech soldiers, the mechs they piloted were of Zerg origin. Nausea churned in his stomach, and Lian Xiao spoke each word with pause. So-called powerful and gifted mech soldiers are simply closer to the Zerg than others, right? Frida's eyes were as clear as a lake. She hesitated for several seconds before softly answering in the affirmative. That's right. Mech soldiers, exposed to the main nerve bundles of the original Zerg as raw materials for a long time, would be subtly corroded by these substances, and some would gradually lose their sanity. This was a side effect later discovered by the Alliance, but compared to the benefits of the mechs, these were insignificant. The protozoa's immortality is destined to make them the key to mass-produced mechas. Ordinary Zerg cannot repeatedly refine this substance, but the protozoa can. As long as the protozoa are divided within limits, they will not die, but will repair themselves completely. For so many years, the three protozoa in the Alliance's hands have been at the delicate threshold between dormancy and non-dormancy, blindly cut apart like pigs by humans, their wounds healed, and then cut apart again. And the substances in their bodies have been used in weapons, killing countless of their own kind. Immortality has become the protozoa's greatest curse. Just imagining that scene made Lian Xiao cover his mouth and want to vomit. Species that have developed civilization are probably naturally adept at torture. The first protozoa was Kettle, the second was Kokma, and the third was Bina, Frida said. The reserve division used Kettle to develop the Red Dragon. Kokma's body material was used to create the main attack and heavy armor models. Bina's counterpart is the Ark. Chapter 202. The Red Dragon's specialness lies in this, Frida whispered, watching Lian Xiao's reaction. Lian Xiao and Gu Chunfeng's close relationship was no secret. Its main neural bundle contains some of the neural pathways of the first prototype, but only retains its violent offensive side. Compared to other mechas, it possesses more self-awareness. In the Tiangita copy, Keitel said to the Red Dragon, "Long time no see." That's why the military can't mass-produce Red Dragons, and the Red Dragons are truly selecting pilots. Lian Xiao muttered. She thought back to the Milky Sea project, researching the forced hibernation of Red Dragons. Could UFA have pieced together the Red Dragon's secret during their research, leading to its disappearance? Lian Xiao tightened her fingers, a nameless fire burning in her chest. The fragments of memories she had touched upon during her deep connection with Gu Chonfeng, scenes of Gu Chonfeng and his family, emerged involuntarily before her eyes. Xu Fa disappeared, Gu Chonfeng was controlled by the Red Dragon, and Fu Mingwang and the original owner's fate was almost inevitable. Mecha. The root of all tragedy is Mecha. But the Alliance at that time truly had no choice. Frida said, hoping her defense of the Alliance wasn't too weak. Don't the Alliance and the military know that mechas are monsters created by stealing Zerg power? Don't they know that the elite warriors carefully selected and placed in the driver's seat face erosion and slow death? Icarus, the name of the first mecha, was named after the human who attempted to approach the sun and drowned in the ocean. The designer of this name hinted at the fate of the mecha soldiers from the beginning. However, during the Second Zerg Invasion War, the Second Earth project failed completely, and the Alliance's elite were completely wiped out. The Empire split from the Alliance, and humanity faced the brink of genocide with no way out. Frida hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Finally, she said, the Alliance's approval of the Mecha project is closely linked to the failure of the Second Earth project. The Alliance must develop more powerful weapons to save humanity. Lian Xiao looked up in surprise. Ever since she arrived in this era, the Second Earth project had been mentioned repeatedly. On the surface, it seemed like the Alliance's most desperate attempt to retake Earth, but the betrayal of the informant, Qin Ke, led to its failure. The Alliance's citizens vented their anger at the failure on the remaining Earthlings. But the details of the betrayal were deliberately buried deep in the secret archives. Frida was not yet born when the Second Earth project began. After graduating from Military Academy and joining the 26th Division, she gradually gained a foothold. As her access to classified information increased, she gradually gathered the details of the Second Earth project. Frida said, it all started with a small spaceship captured on the Alliance border. It wasn't so much a starship as a vessel drifting in space. If the cruiser's mapping system hadn't malfunctioned that day, exceeding its cruising range, that ship wouldn't have reached Alliance territory even if it ran out of energy. Lian Xiao commented briefly, lucky. Yes. But not for the Alliance. Frida half smiled. Soon, the Alliance soldiers opened the ship. Surprisingly, hiding in the cabin, exposed to the soldiers' guns, was a child of 7 or 8. Though nearly fainting from fear, the child mustered the courage to speak, speaking a language everyone in the Alliance could understand. Originating from Earth, a language still used by humans centuries away from their homeland. Humans still live in the universe beyond the Alliance. The cramped interior of the ship was barely enough for the child's survival. The more the Alliance analyzed the ship, the more they felt it came from a technologically backward human civilization. Combined with the child's testimony, They ultimately determined that it and its owner were from Earth. Pandora's box had been opened. A 7- or 8-year-old child evaded the Zerg blockade that ruled Earth, traversed a long and dangerous journey, and arrived at the Alliance. Imagine the sensation this almost impossible miracle must have caused, Frida said quietly. The media swarmed the scene, using sensationalist language to portray the shabby ship as a Noah's Ark of the interstellar age. This child instantly became the Alliance's most sought-after figure, and his reasons and methods shrouded him in mystery. And when the pale, skinny child, officially exposed to the media and public for the first time, spoke with a plea to the Alliance to save his fellow Earthlings, he presented a series of evidence that shocked the Alliance citizens. Within minutes of the live broadcast, the Alliance planet fell into an unprecedented silence, with only a small group of believers clinging to the old faith cheering and weeping. They firmly believed that the child's safe arrival in the Alliance was a divine blessing, and that God was now conveying his oracle through this child. Fellow citizens on Earth, tortured and enslaved, resorted to secret construction of a spaceship, hoping that this child would deliver the message. The Alliance's citizens were immediately stirred to a frenzy, Frida said. It was the golden decade. Having emerged from the shadow of war, people had unprecedented confidence in the military's capabilities. The pressure on the Alliance to retake Earth overwhelmed the rationalists. Ordinary people, experts, and even politicians rose up to call for action against the ever-suffering Earthlings. Thus, with the entire Alliance united in their efforts, the Second Earth Plan was launched. Most of the military's young elite were drafted into the plan, dispatched in batches to Earth to undercover. The ultimate goal was to retake Earth. At this time, Chike appeared. She and the organization she founded volunteered to provide intelligence to the Alliance. Wei Wei, the head of the Second Earth Plan's operations team, trusted her greatly. Thanks to Qingqua's risky intelligence, the initial progress of the plan was smooth. Wei Wei. Lian Xiao was momentarily dazed. The name wasn't uncommon, but it shared the same surname and pronunciation as that of the anti-Earth operative, Wei Wei. He wondered if it was a coincidence. Yes. Frida nodded. During this period, the Longin incident broke out, and the Zerg launched their second invasion war. Under pressure from the war, the military decided to accelerate the plan. Chike just happened to deliver the final piece of intelligence, urging the military to launch a final offensive. Wei Wei believed it, and against all odds, she personally finalized the action plan. As it turned out, Wei Wei paid an unbearable price for her trust. Frida said quietly, Qingqua's information was false. She had long since betrayed humanity, and was a double agent chosen by the Zerg. The military took the bait she threw. In reality, perhaps this was all a complete Zerg hoax. And then, Frida flipped through the materials, turning the shadowy page to Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao glanced at the photo of the corpse, which was a bloody mess, and it was difficult to make out many details. Zerg? Wait a minute, are there Zerg that small? It's the child who brought the news. The same night the Second Earth project failed, he transformed into a Zergoid. Before being killed, he murdered the couple who adopted him, and slaughtered an entire building. This time, Frida actually sighed. A breath seemed to break through the holographic barrier, landing like a hand on Lian Xiao's head. Lian Xiao, the group of Earth survivors that Colonel Wei Wei risked his life to save. Later, the Alliance investigated and discovered that everyone's genes differed from those of a normal human. This child, now a citizen of Earth, your genes have been contaminated by the Zerg. This is why Earth's mechas have the highest level of mental power. For a few seconds, Lian Xiao felt like he couldn't hear anything. The descendants of Earth's survivors are the ones closest to the Zerg. When the boots landed, Lian Xiao's shock didn't last long. Perhaps it was the information she received today that kept her in a state of shock. Frida noticed that Lian Xiao simply touched the back of his hand, accepting the fact of his genetic contamination with great calmness and composure. I thought it would take you longer to process this. Frida's tone was complicated. It's quite shocking, Lian Xiao admitted. But my stance won't change. Even if this body is mixed with Zerg genes, her upbringing and self-identity have shaped her into a human. This remains unchanged, and there's nothing to dwell on. Will I also be alienated? Lian Xiao asked calmly. No. Your genes and Fu Mingwang's are very stable. Frida said, now you can understand why the Alliance is reluctant to develop Earth and deliberately marginalizes its citizens. But Frida thought about the fact that Earth's citizens couldn't reproduce normally with other Alliance citizens due to genetic issues, and decided to keep it to herself. Perhaps because Lian Xiao had no chance of leaving, Frida fulfilled her wish and told him everything she knew. And Lian Xiao, as agreed, gave Frida the answer she wanted. Frida asked how Lian Xiao had known the location of the protozoa, and Lian Xiao happily put the blame on Yin Mingling. She explained that Yin Mingling had mistakenly believed her dead, and she had overheard their communications. No one with even a passing sense would believe such a far-fetched and ridiculous excuse. But Lian Xiao calmly mentioned Vice Admiral Lancaster's deal with the Empire, which again managed to make Frida frown. Then, how to locate the protozoa and conceal the deal with the Empire was left to Lancaster and Yin Mingling to worry about. This was no longer something she could influence. In Frida's eyes, Lian Xiao's fate was undoubtedly to be trapped in this cube, where the ceiling could be reached by stretching out one's hand, with the difference between a swift trial and execution or eternal imprisonment. Lian Xiao stopped her just as she was about to leave. The 10-minute countdown was drawing to a close, and the surveillance officers could arrive at any moment, but she still wanted to seize the fleeting opportunity. Ms. Gutenberg, Lian Xiao blurted out, taking a small step forward. I'd like to exchange one answer for another. Do you know anything about Zhao Liqing and Gu Changfeng? The three of them were together when they were arrested, and Zhao Liqing and Gu Changfeng's situation was likely to be precarious. You don't need to answer the rest of the question, because I can only give you half an answer, Frida said bluntly. Only then did Lian Xiao reveal a hint of weakness and anxiety. Her heart softened inexplicably. Because of helping you, Zhao Liqing was escorted back to the Alliance's main planet, but she didn't take action. Her family still has room to help her turn things around. As for Gu Changfeng, he aided a wanted criminal and allowed Red Dragon to regain consciousness. In the eyes of the military, he's no less dangerous than you. I don't know where he's being held. After Frida left, Lian Xiao slowly sat back down. Will Gu Changfeng be imprisoned in this prison like herself? Lian Xiao pondered. If so, how should she get Gu Changfeng out of here? Chapter 203. Over the next few days, or even dozens of hours, Lian Xiao was subjected to multiple rounds of interrogation. Even without a clock, one could still roughly gauge her condition based on her biological clock and hunger. But Lian Xiao's body had been overdosed with sedatives, and her biological rhythms had long been disrupted, and she didn't want to waste time on this. So, forced to stay awake, Lian Xiao, aside from necessary physical recovery exercises, spent most of her time thinking. She pondered how to escape, and if successful, where she could flee. The biggest challenge at the moment was the lack of information from the prison. So Lian Xiao didn't reject interrogations, attempting to gain some information from each impromptu interrogation. But not all interrogators were like Frida, who, for some reason, showed a touch of humanity towards Lian Xiao. Some interrogators spoke without harshness, but their questions, one after another, gave Lian Xiao no time to think, like a bulldozer moving forward coldly and steadily. Some interrogators frowned at Lian Xiao, as if they had already convicted her, convinced that her actions were in the service of the herd. It took Lian Xiao a moment to realize that the herd referred to was the Zerg. Only then did she truly feel the Zerg contamination of her genes. Surprisingly, you're quite stable. One of the monitors glanced at the fluctuating data and raised an eyebrow in surprise. A colleague, you probably haven't seen enough prisoners. They're always like this at first, before hope is shattered. Believe you be fine, believe you can escape. Once despair sets in, you collapse quickly. Perhaps? The monitor shrugged. But this guy's a reserve mech soldier. If I were to do such a dangerous job and be called a Zerg, I'd probably be furious. The colleague was too lazy to continue the discussion. Pay attention to the data. Report any inmate's psychological defenses breaking down. Lian Xiao also noticed that, besides prying information out of her, each interrogator would proactively share information with her, as if testing her mental defenses. There were also unexpected notifications, like the sudden appearance of a light screen in the cell. When the light screen appeared, Lian Xiao was communicating with the system in her mind. She discovered that despite the lack of a light computer, she could still communicate with the system normally, though she couldn't check status or log into the store. This also seems to be an interrogation. User 1723, the system said after observing for 2 seconds. The light screen showed Gu Changfeng. Lian Xiao suppressed his excitement and carefully observed the details around him. The same prison uniforms, the same cell environment, it really looked like they were being held in the same prison. Gu Changfeng looked thinner and more dejected. His expressionless face was as he was ordered to walk before the interrogator. Lian Xiao then noticed the faint shackles around his wrists and ankles, restricting his movement. The military was more wary of Gu Changfeng's sudden attack than Lian Xiao. Of course, the military wouldn't be so kind as to let Lian Xiao confirm the condition of his two friends. Sure enough, after a few questions, Lian Xiao heard the interrogator ask, "What's your relationship with the suspect, Lian Xiao?" We're schoolmates. A 2-second silence followed, before Gu Chanfeng replied. We're schoolmates. The interrogator repeated, chuckling, does it take much thought to answer about schoolmates? There's no point in returning to save people, when you clearly have the opportunity to leave the scene. Hearing this, Lian Xiao probably guessed the purpose of those monitoring her from behind the cameras, by having her watch the live interrogation. Lian Xiao leaned against the wall, and continued listening. Are you and Lian Xiao a couple? No. Are you having an affair? No. For the sake of someone unrelated, you willingly exposed the Red Dragon's anomaly, and severely injured several Mecha soldiers. Gu Chanfeng, your father is also an Alliance soldier. You know exactly what the consequences of doing that will be. The interrogator said, do you think I believe it? As Gu Chanfeng fell silent, the live camera zoomed in on his face, as if revealing every ounce of his hesitation. Just as Lian Xiao's breathing rhythm involuntarily synchronized with Gu Chanfeng's, he finally spoke. Before becoming teammates with Lian Xiao, no arc could connect with me mentally. Lian Xiao is the only arc that has successfully connected. I want to participate in the league and join the military, and I can't find a teammate more suitable than Lian Xiao anytime soon. So, you're saying that from the very beginning, you did all this with the intention of exploiting her? Yes. Did Lian Xiao know about the Red Dragon's anomaly? She didn't. She's just a useful teammate to me. How could I possibly reveal a secret to her? Really? The interrogator smiled, even with a hint of malice. How can you guarantee that an S-class arc would willingly be used by you? In the camera, Gu Chanfeng seemed to be struck by the current from the electronic shackles on his wrists, and he frowned in pain. But he stared directly at the interrogator, without averting his gaze. His emotionless gray eyes reminded him of smooth inorganic matter. My face? I think many people would like it. The interrogator understood, his tone drawn out. There are indeed quite a few attackers, who endure humiliation and curry favor with a disliked arc in order to become a mech soldier. Lian Xiao didn't want to hear any more. But whether the light curtain disappeared or not wouldn't satisfy her. Lian Xiao crossed her arms, secretly wanting to smash the light curtain. The system didn't dare say anything, and after a moment, it whispered, you're sad. User 1723. I'm not sad, I'm... Lian Xiao thought for a moment, unsure how to explain to his system the difference between sadness and pain, so she simply kept quiet. She understood the military's intentions, and she also understood Gu Chanfeng's intentions. The Red Dragon's self-awareness had been awakened for so long, and as Gu Chanfeng's arc, she couldn't have been unaware of it. Gu Chanfeng was eager to distance himself from him, and remove her from this matter. Perhaps, he was worried that her involvement would make her even more guilty. He didn't consider that the military wouldn't let her off easily after killing the prototype insect. Gu Chanfeng portrayed himself as such a shameless person for this. Quite foolish. Lian Xiao tilted her head, her nose aching. Her chest felt dull and stuffy, as if it were lined with bubble wrap. Alumni connection. No. No. Utility value. Each answer intensified the bitterness. Lian Xiao discovered that reason and emotion could actually work in parallel. Intellectually, she knew Gu Chanfeng had his reasons for answering that way, but she still felt a pang of pain, bitterness, and unhappiness on his behalf. Were the military doing this to drive a wedge between them? Were they trying to tell Lian Xiao that there was no one behind you, that even the teammates who came to rescue you could abandon you? Lian Xiao tried to return her thoughts to a rational analysis of the military, but she felt only irritation, and the intense emotions made her want to blow up the shabby prison. It was like something from the rainy season. Outwardly, it looked the same, yet it clung to her skin damply, leaving her feeling uneasy. Lian Xiao hated this feeling. She thought the military had hit the nail on the head. Even the system could see it, so there was no point in her feigning indifference. The interrogation live stream was interrupted, but the screen didn't disappear. Lian Xiao glanced at it a little slowly, only to see more bad news. Lin Yupon's Chinese food competition had been suspended indefinitely. Someone in the military, through the association, pressured Lin Yupon to hand over Lian Xiao's recipes and sever ties with him. Lian Xiaoxiao was also ordered to cease operations indefinitely unless it underwent a comprehensive overhaul. If the military truly wanted to erase or deny someone's traces, it was easy. Lian Xiao lay down, her eyes bloodshot from lack of restful sleep. You're right about one thing. The system was confused. I'm sad, Lian Xiao said. That night, a small starship docked outside Shimi prison, and a group of people disembarked. After passing security and entering the corridor, only 2 people remained. There were few outsiders visiting the prison at this hour, so the patrolling guards took a few extra glances. However, They had high authority, and only after watching the two of them use their biometrics to unlock the gate did they relinquish their vigilance. Deeper and deeper into Shimi prison, closer and closer to their target, Francois's nervousness intensified, his heartbeat threatening to burst from his chest. Teresa, who had been following him closely, suddenly turned around and touched his arm, effectively calming his trembling. Twins have this kind of tacit understanding. Before the mind fusion surgery, Teresa was the one who best understood Francois's thoughts. Francois steeled his courage. As Teresa had whispered to him in his mind, success or failure depended on this one move. Lianxiao was dozing with his eyes closed when suddenly, his feet shook. The cell was crumbling along the cracks in the wall. Lianxiao scrambled to his feet. This cell indeed had no entrance or exit. To escape, he had to disintegrate the cube. Instantly, Lianxiao had many theories about who might have disintegrated the cube, but he had never imagined it would be the Imperial twins. "We didn't expect you and Gu Chanfeng to be imprisoned here after the competition," Teresa said helplessly. After the finals, the Imperial team only knew that the Alliance had won the championship, but the subsequent developments were bizarre. First, the Tyrant hadn't been seen since that day, then there were no interviews or publicity for the champion team, and even no news of his return to the Alliance's main planet. It was then that Teresa realized something was amiss. The Imperial team was already slow to acquire Alliance information, and Teresa had painstakingly tracked down Lianxiao and Gu Chengfeng's presence, using her Imperial royal status to obtain passes to Shimi prison. "I'm sorry, Teresa, and I can't help you to escape," Francois said, glancing nervously from the corner of his eye. Ultimately, the twins were neglected and powerless, so they couldn't possibly save Lianxiao and were asking for trouble. "But we can arrange a meeting." Lianxiao immediately understood the twins' purpose. She took the disguise Teresa had thrust upon her and quickly put it on. "A mental barrier?" Teresa escorted Lianxiao out, saying briefly, "Yes, we need to establish a mental barrier before returning to the Empire. You can wait until you meet Gu Chanfeng before helping us." Upon hearing the news of Lianxiao's arrest, Teresa felt a sense of urgency. The Empire twins and Lianxiao had agreed to find an opportunity to meet privately after the finals, before returning home. But now that Lianxiao was imprisoned, Teresa knew that once she and Francois returned to the Empire, there would be no chance of her and Francois defecting. So Teresa made a decisive decision. She would enter Shimi prison to meet Lianxiao. She firmly believed that both risk and opportunity existed. She and Francois had dared to betray the Empire, so what was this risk compared to the future retaliation and pursuit from the Imperial family? And what was it compared to the freedom they would soon gain? Although the Imperial twins stated they could not provide material assistance, Teresa clearly informed Lianxiao along the way, with Francois supplementing her information. Not only about Shimi prison, but also about the outside world. Shimi prison is the Alliance's most highly classified prison, holding only prisoners convicted of special crimes. Due to its unique structure, no prisoner has ever escaped from it. Spotlights from the prison's perimeter swept over, piercing Lianxiao and his companions' faces coldly. Occasionally, a small window revealed the impenetrable darkness of the universe. The Sumer prison is located in the center of a torn planet. The planet split in two, and the fragmented material from the planet's interior gathered in the middle formed the original Sumer prison's tower-like shape. Specialized troops are stationed outside both the upper and lower sections of the prison, making a direct escape extremely difficult. The Imperial twins followed suit, opening Gu Chengfeng's cell. Teresa gave Lianxiao a push. "Go ahead. We be watching from outside." Lianxiao walked in. Gu Chengfeng, who had been sitting against the wall, had been on guard. Seeing Lianxiao, he not only loosened his grip, but his eyes lit up. Lianxiao, remembering Gu Chengfeng's words, deliberately tried to poke him. Lianxiao slowly began to greet him. "Hello, alumnus." Chapter 204. Gu Chengfeng was stunned, then realized that Lianxiao had overheard the interrogation. He took a panicked stride, undeterred by Lianxiao's cold expression, but momentarily forgetting the treatment of prisoners. A faint blue electric current flashed through the air, and a bright red mark appeared on Gu Chengfeng's ankle. Gu Chengfeng frowned reflexively. The pain was nothing, but then a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he crouched down. Ouch. The tone, a beat too late, didn't sound like a cry of pain, it was dry. Lianxiao? ? What's he doing? At least pretend to be in pain. Gu Chengfeng took a deep breath, racking his brain to recall Cesari's groaning. "I feel so painful I can't walk." Since he had always endured his injuries silently, never crying out in pain, suddenly having to feign pity was harder for him than piloting a mech. Lianxiao? ? Lian Xiao was a little speechless, standing still with her arms folded. She wanted to see who would break down first. Gu Chanfeng actually squatted there motionless, looking up at Lian Xiao. His hair, which hadn't been trimmed since the finals, fell softly from his forehead, revealing gray eyes that stared at her without blinking. She didn't know if it was coincidence, but from Lian Xiao's angle, she could see visible scars on Gu Chanfeng's exposed wrists and ankles. Never mind. Lian Xiao, with a cold expression, moved first. After all, Gu Chanfeng was there to save her. Lian Xiao plopped down across from Gu Chanfeng and said unhappily, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Chanfeng naturally moved closer to Lian Xiao, his eyes sparkling. "I'm glad you care about me." After all, the cell fell silent for a few seconds. Their gazes, like magnets, met and then separated in unison, searching for any difference from their last encounter, until they confirmed with their own eyes that the other person was merely thinner and haggard. Time was of no use, and Lian Xiao quickly relayed what she knew. Zhao Liqing's escort back to the Alliance's main planet means things aren't too bad, Gu Chanfeng mused. With her family's involvement and the title of League Champion, the military won't take any further action. He was both analyzing and comforting Lian Xiao. But this wasn't too bad only relative to them. Could Zhao Liqing still successfully graduate from the United Nations University? They both wondered. Lian Xiao, what are you going to do? The Imperial twins not only unlocked the cell, but also disabled the surveillance system. This short period allowed them to speak freely. Waiting in Shumi prison any longer would lead to death. I'm going to find a way to escape. Lian Xiao bluntly told Gu Chanfeng his plan. Will you come with me? He asked this because he wasn't sure if Gu Chanfeng had any plans of his own. After all, it was unlikely that Gu Chanfeng would just walk away like she did. Gu Mian was an Alliance admiral. He certainly wouldn't sit idly by and watch his only child suffer. Furthermore, if Gu Chanfeng escaped, Lieutenant General Lancaster's faction would have another ready-made excuse to attack Gu Mian. Gu Chanfeng was silent for a moment, his posture straightening from relaxed. He posed another question instead of an answer. Where are you going? From what I know, there are some remote planets within the Alliance, including the Canaan region, which are good hiding spots for those with money. Or are you still going to look for an Enki? Lian Xiao tried to suppress his bitterness, and feigned a casual air. The less others know, the safer it is. I have an idea. Really? Gu Chanfeng said faintly, a whisper, a soliloquy. The two of them fell silent again, in tacit agreement. Time slipped by minute. There was no clock here, and Lian Xiao had no idea how long it would take for Teresa to set aside for them to meet. But she seemed to see an invisible hourglass, and with every blink, the sand slipped through the narrow opening, becoming a little less. Lian Xiao thought, after this meeting, they would probably not see each other for a long time. Maybe a few years, maybe a dozen years, maybe never again in this lifetime. When would he hear from Gu Chanfeng again? Would it be about his freedom, about his successful graduation as a Mecha soldier? By then, he would probably have new ARC teammates. Lian Xiao's thoughts were in a tangle, but no matter what, it was unlikely they would be part of the same world. An inexplicable lump in his throat blocked the bitterness that kept welling up. Lian Xiao thought the conversation should end here. Her eyes passed Gu Chanfeng and fell on the wall. She was suddenly glad that the kiss that night hadn't happened. She was glad that their feelings weren't deep enough to hold each other back, so even if they were to part now, it wouldn't be too painful. She also regretted that their feelings had fallen so late, so hastily, that they hadn't had the chance to let their feelings develop naturally. So be it. The words of farewell were barely on Lian Xiao's lips when Gu Chanfeng suddenly reached out and grasped her forearm. Without a word of greeting, he slid down and held her hand. An electric current snaked around his wrist, crackling. Lian Xiao then noticed that, unlike any previous handshake, Gu Chanfeng's fingers rested against her palm, his thumb against the back of her hand. It was a very solemn handshake. Perfect for a hand-kissing ceremony, for an oath. Amidst the flickering current, Gu Chanfeng gazed into Lian Xiao's eyes. I go to Earth to find you. Can you wait for me? Why Earth? Why did Gu Chanfeng know she would definitely go to Earth? And Gu Chanfeng's expression clearly indicated he wasn't referring to the Alliance's second Earth. An absurd thought formed in Lian Xiao's mind, and her lips moved. One step forward could be the abyss, but she couldn't help herself. She heard herself trembling, asking, which Earth? Her fingers must have been trembling, her palm sweating, but she was oblivious to it, staring intently at Gu Chanfeng. Gu Chanfeng opened his mouth, a look of obvious regret on his face. I'm talking about. He stealthily grasped Lian Xiao's hand, ensuring he couldn't pull it free, and then said, your hometown. I'm sorry. Gu Chanfeng understood. Lian Xiao gritted her teeth, but something inside her relaxed and collapsed. The string that had been taut for so long suddenly loosened. She couldn't quite put her finger on the feeling, but it was like a thin membrane that had been covering her skin had been removed, and she breathed freely. She felt that Yin Mingling was wearing an incomprehensible mask, and so was she. When did you find out? On your birthday. I saw the high school photo you submitted. Gu Chanfeng replied hoarsely, I'm sorry. He shouldn't have said it without thinking. Lian Xiao's greatest secret had been exposed before him, and he wasn't sure if it would alienate or reject him. Fear made him instinctively hold on tighter, pulling Lian Xiao closer. Lian Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. Photo? Yes. Gu Chanfeng's tone was muffled. When he was feeling down, his mind went blank, and he could only talk to make up for it. They're all different. The curve of his smile, the little gestures, Gu Chanfeng said, finally daring to look up. Eyes. He paused at the word. Something sparkling formed a mist in Lian Xiao's eyes, swaying with each blink. Gu Chanfeng subconsciously pressed his finger against Lian Xiao's cheek, catching the drop of liquid with his fingertips. Lian Xiao had deliberately chosen the original owner's photo to hand in. That way, when she became a Mecha soldier, her files and ID would all show the original owner, and the public would think of her as the original owner. If all went well, it would be a disguised fulfillment of the original owner's unfulfilled dream. But she never imagined that one day someone would say, they're all different. After so long in this era, her memories of Earth were beginning to wear away with time. Late at night, Lian Xiao would drift off into a trance. If it weren't for the system, she would have doubted whether her memories were merely imaginary. She had to constantly impersonate Lian Xiao, never revealing her true self to anyone else. Now, in front of Gu Chanfeng, she felt a sense of relief she had never felt before. Lian Xiao rushed over and hugged Gu Chanfeng. Gu Chanfeng's breath paused for a moment, afraid to move, as he felt scalding tears streaming down his collar. I'm definitely not Lian Xiao, Lian Xiao said softly. I'm from Earth hundreds of years ago. Gu Chanfeng, stunned, pressed his palm against Lian Xiao's back, the warmth as hot as his tears. The embrace brought no joy, but pain. The electronic shackles crackled again, but the pain was taking effect in his heart. Instantly, he understood why Lian Xiao disliked his insistence, yet forced himself to do so. He thought of his beloved from centuries ago, how hopelessly he longed for his homeland. Gu Chanfeng wordlessly hugged her tightly. If the pain couldn't be relieved, he wanted to bear it alone. This embrace was different from the ones he had in the dark corridor, born of physical attraction. It was as if there was a black hole inside her, only the touch of skin could alleviate it. Lian Xiao suddenly wanted to tell Gu Chanfeng what Earth was like centuries ago, how ordinary and peaceful her life had been, about her parents, her friends, and how much she missed them. Someone in this universe knew who she truly was. She was whole. The embrace probably lasted a long time, long enough for her tears to stop. After regaining her composure, Lian Xiao felt a little embarrassed that she had used Gu Chanfeng's prison uniform as a handkerchief. Guilty, she smoothed Gu Chanfeng's shoulders, hoping they would return to their original state after this. I have to go. She didn't know how much time was left, but the Imperial twins were still waiting for her to establish a mental barrier. So soon? Gu Chanfeng's voice was steady, but at such close distance, Lian Xiao could see him quickly purse his lips. She hadn't completely withdrawn from Gu Chanfeng's embrace, so they were close together, and her voice was low. Lian Xiao nodded vaguely, and Gu Chanfeng put his arms behind her. Because of the electronic shackles, he had to keep his wrists close together, so Lian Xiao had to struggle to get out. Lian Xiao supported Gu Chanfeng's shoulders, crossed his legs, and was about to stand when he was pushed down by the opposing force. I don't want you to leave so soon, Gu Chanfeng whispered. They were so close. Lian Xiao saw Gu Chanfeng's thin eyelids twitch, his gaze drifting down, then away again. His breath fanned across her neck, and Lian Xiao shivered with it, the air suddenly growing hot. It wasn't until her lips touched Gu Chanfeng's that she realized he was shaking too. Their brief, simple encounter was like two wires connected and then short-circuited. Lian Xiao felt the chaotic syllables emanating from Gu Chanfeng's lips and teeth, and eagerly tilted her head back to press against him. Everything felt hot to her skin, her lips, and even his breath. She and Gu Chanfeng melted together. Her head rumbled, blood vessels pounding against her eardrums. Lian Xiao panted, like someone starving for air, or someone drowning on their own. She frowned, wanting to push Gu Chanfeng away for a deep breath, but she kept pressing against him, addicted. In her hazy state, she seemed to hear Teresa's urging. But she couldn't help but indulge herself in the moment. Gu Chonfeng wasn't much better. In the end, he grabbed the back of Lian Xiao's head and kissed him deeply, dizzyingly. A burning pain like a branding iron ripped through his wrist, and Gu Chonfeng slumped against the wall, desperately pressing Lian Xiao down. It didn't matter. He trembled with happiness, pleasure, and pain with every kiss. This way, every pain would remind him of the endless kisses. In between kisses, Gu Chonfeng pressed his lips against Lian Xiao's, mumbling and insistently asking, "What is our relationship now?" Lian Xiao tried to push him away, but Gu Chonfeng followed and pressed him again. Finally, helpless, she replied, "We're a couple." Chapter 205. Completion Score. Teresa anxiously glanced at her watch. She urged Lian Xiao 2 or 3 times, but there was no sign of him coming out. Given Lian Xiao's personality, he wouldn't be so unreliable. Francois reached for the control button, but Teresa gave her a warning tug. She knew better than to be a third wheel. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the wall from the inside. Lian Xiao, appearing behind the wall, licked his lips, seeming a little guilty, acknowledging the wait. "It's okay." Teresa politely chose not to ask or look at Lian Xiao and Gu Chonfeng's private affairs. The mental barrier. "Let's start right here," Lian Xiao said. Teresa nodded, her fingertips trembling as she took off the device and handed it to Franois, then followed Lian Xiao inside. Excited, nervous, Francois understood his sister's feelings without needing words. The cell was restored to its original state. Francois focused on his surroundings, silently praying for help from the royal deity. This was their first step toward freedom. It would succeed. Every passing moment seemed to Francois like an eternity. His earliest memory was of Therese. From childhood to adulthood, Therese had always been the one with more sense than he. Back then, they lived in a large house, with a dedicated caretaker to take care of their daily needs. The house had a large garden, and when the weather was nice, the caretaker would take them out for some exercise. The lawn in the garden was filled with children like them. The first time he went, he instinctively feared the crowds and held Therese's hand. Only by walking to the center of the lawn could he get some sun and enjoy the sweets that were usually strictly restricted. But they couldn't squeeze past the older, taller children. All the children, dressed in spotless white lace, swarmed inside, scrambling for space. Those watching over them from the periphery watched the scene with vague smiles. Perhaps Francois had bumped into someone in the chaos, or perhaps not. The older children pushed Francois and said something they couldn't understand. Intuition wasn't a good thing. Francois was still sitting there, stunned, when Teresa pounced on him, biting and scratching the child, a head taller than her, pinning him to the ground and beating him like a fanged little beast. The adults were stunned. When they separated them, Teresa's face was covered in blood from Teresa's scratches. They had no right to punish Teresa. They could certainly use tricks to get the children to fight for fun, but the bottom line was that they couldn't let them get hurt. Teresa had broken the rules, and was pulled away from Francois, who had lunged at her and embraced her, and locked in a small room. It was as if Teresa was naturally more perceptive and courageous than he was. He could only sneak out to talk to Teresa in solitary confinement, secretly hoping to be discovered so he could be imprisoned alongside her. As they grew older, they realized these children shared the same blood. They were all half-siblings. The emperor had no shortage of illegitimate children. They were brought here at birth and cared for uniformly, like purebred cats. Later, it was Teresa who, when the emperor suddenly decided to visit, was the first among the children to take his hand and kneel down to kiss the carpet at their biological father's feet. The emperor was pleased. Their biological mother was a beautiful, sorrowful woman. The emperor took them away and left them with her. Teresa initially grew close to her. Her most common occupation was pruning flower branches, spending an afternoon arranging them in vases, and then throwing them away the next day, repeating the cycle. Francois still remembers Teresa snuggling up to her mother at dusk, chatting and laughing as she handed over delicate branches. It was the image closest to home in his mind. But gradually Teresa could no longer. She realized that those who, like her mother, habitually yielded would unconsciously offer their interests and curry favor with the powerful. While Francois was still gentle and naive, Teresa had long since realized that she was a commodity destined to be sold. So, without hesitation, she entered the Augustus Academy, becoming the top student in Mecha training and undergoing mind fusion surgery. Because of her gender, others believed he was the decision-maker between the twins, but the true decision-maker lay hidden behind him, always habitually following Teresa's lead. Seeking freedom, they fled from one prison to another, never able to determine their own fate. He was unlucky and slow-witted, Francois thought, but he would never let go of Teresa's hand or part ways with her. In this world, they were the only ones who would never betray or abandon each other. Now, only a wall separated them, and Francois waited for Therese's release, just as he had done in front of the solitary confinement cell as a child. Francois felt certain areas of his mind gradually separating, closing off from him. Until a knock sounded, and he leaned against it. Only 5 minutes had passed, and those minutes seemed to him to stretch unceasingly. Lian Xiao was much more adept at handling Francois than the first time. Having fought alongside Gu Chanfeng daily, she had thoroughly studied his mental barrier. All she had to do was carefully separate the Imperial twins' consciousnesses, and then establish a less than complete mental barrier. Lian Xiao had left a backdoor in the twins' mental barrier, leaving it up to them to decide when to completely sever their consciousnesses. With the mental barrier complete, Lian Xiao had no excuse to delay any further. Lian Xiao glanced at Gu Chanfeng, who, knowing she was leaving, reached out and held her hand tightly. If Francois hadn't been there, he would have preferred a closer approach. Francois noticed the swollen scar on Gu Chanfeng's wrist, and, thinking he was showing goodwill, asked if he wanted ointment. Gu Chanfeng unexpectedly refused. In Francois's view, he even pressed the wound, seemingly self-deprecatingly. Francois was puzzled. If not treated properly, it could leave a scar. Although the Mecha soldiers didn't seem to care much for this. Gu Chanfeng, unknowingly reflecting on something, said lightly, "That's perfect." He was looking at Lian Xiao. Francois didn't understand, but Lian Xiao did. He wanted to keep the scar as a commemoration. The Alliance's main planet. The Liandong Mecha Academy, the center of another storm, was eerily calm, like a still pond. Even the people of the Empire could sense something was afoot, so it made sense that the Liandong students wouldn't know. Chu Xiaobo apologized to who knows how many loyal customers today in her newsletter, informing them that Lianjia Xiaoqiao would reopen at an unknown time. Meanwhile, she scolded the unscrupulous media outlets that were hounding her like flies. The store manager had disappeared, and with the store unavailable, they were left with nothing but empty pockets. This was the first time a member of the championship team had disappeared immediately after the finals, and it included 2 of the most impressive S-rank players, sparking endless curiosity online. Whenever this incident was mentioned online, the post wouldn't last more than a night. Now, the players' names were all referred to by pseudonyms, like a code requiring a skilled cracker. Chu Xiao was scrolled through his laptop for a while, only to find negative speculation. Some claimed Lian Xiao was dead, while others explained that the Earth Mecha soldier curse had once again unleashed its full force. Chu Xiao was distraught. He asked Lian Xiao's teammates for information, but couldn't reach him. The 2 dormitories were sealed off, and students witnessed military investigators coming in and out. The only hope was Zhang Lu, who had arrived. Since sensing something was amiss sooner than the more belated Lianda University students, Zhang Lu had put away his accessories, returning to a simpler look from his chocolate Christmas tree, clearly not bothering to care for his appearance. One good news, one bad news. Which one do I want to hear first? Zhang Lu asked. Chu Xiao rolled her eyes. She was annoyed, and had no desire to cooperate with Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu wasn't in the mood to liven things up either. They let me know. It's possible to keep the shop open after the renovations, but there are 2 conditions. The person handling the procedures for Lianjia Xiaoqiao has some connection to the Niwa family, and they're only saying this out of respect for Niwa Ling. One is to change the shop's name, and the other is to move away from Lianda. Outrageous. What kind of conditions are these? Chu Xiaobo slammed the table. Lianda students are the backbone of Lianjia Xiaoqiao's business. Moving away from Lianda would be tantamount to cutting off their own livelihood. And why would a name change be necessary? Wouldn't that justify Lianjia Xiaoqiao's bankruptcy? Zhang Lu abruptly asked, "Isn't this an opportunity for you?" Chu Xiaobo was stunned. Zhang Lu was right. By changing the restaurant's name and taking the customers with her, she was effectively the owner. Even if Lian Xiao returned, she couldn't say anything. After all, she had a perfectly legitimate excuse. Zhang Lu drummed his fingers rhythmically on the counter, saying, "You work for Lian Xiao just for the recipes, don't you?" That's right. She had endured the pain of working for Lian Xiao to please Master Chen. Now that Lian Xiao had obtained some of the recipes, what reason did she have to stay on board and go down with him? Chu Xiaobo was lost in thought. Chen's restaurant. She suddenly looked up, glaring at the calm Zhang Lu. "Aren't you Lian Xiao's friend? Why are you trying to get me to agree?" "Because it's Lian Xiao's idea." Zhang Lu dialed a number. He had been present before Lian Xiao left the Alliance's main planet for the finals, and had accidentally written down the number on the business card Lian Xiao had given Chu Xiaobo. The person who answered the call identified himself as a lawyer, having previously accepted Lian Xiao's commission. If Chu Xiaobo agreed, Lian Jia Xiao could be transferred to her name that same day. This was a gift without consideration. John Lu stared at Chu Xiaobo's expression, but she hung up the phone, as if determined. So Lian Xiao's question about changing her name to Chu Jia Xiao wasn't a test at all. She was serious. Chu Xiaobo's mouth opened and closed, the usually articulate woman at a loss for words. She didn't understand or care about what was going on with the Mecha. She wondered how serious the difficulties Lian Xiao had faced to start planning for today so early. Did she foresee what would happen today before leaving the Alliance's main planet? But why would he give it to her? Her relationship with Lian Xiao had never been particularly close, and she had even framed him. She assumed that Lian Xiao, like her, simply viewed their relationship as an exchange of interests. He gave her the recipes, the restaurant he had poured his heart and soul into. Lian Xiao was truly clueless. I won't change the name of the restaurant, and I won't move, Chu Xiaobo suddenly said. She straightened her back. Yes. I want to open a restaurant, but I want to do it on my own. What kind of skill was it in stealing Lian Xiao's business? Who was she looking down on? She was realistic and selfish, but she didn't think her cooking would always be inferior to Lian Xiao's. One day, she would open her own restaurant, bigger and more popular than Lian's. Chen's restaurant, no Chu's restaurant, sounded superior to Lian's. John Lu stared at Chu Xiaobo for a long moment. He was always good at socializing, and he had good relationships with everyone, but at this moment, his underlying coldness was revealed. He pulled out a card and casually tossed it onto the table, then turned and left. Whatever. It was Lian Jia Xiao's employee ID. John Lu had come for Lian Xiao in the first place. Now that his boss's fate was uncertain, he had no reason to stay. They parted ways. Ding. The legacy of Chen's restaurant, mission completed. Mission reward. One storefront on the most prosperous commercial street on the Alliance's main planet. Lian Xiao was caught off guard by the system notification, and his mouth twitched. Although she didn't know how Chu Xiaobo had suddenly met the system's criteria, the situation she faced made it impossible to distract herself. The cell opened, and Lian Xiao's status instantly reached full alert. This was the first time the military was going to interrogate her offline. No, Lian Xiao quickly brushed against a patch of skin on her left arm. There was a miniature weapon buried beneath it. Perhaps the military was about to take action. Hours after separating from the Imperial twins, Teresa had implanted this weapon under Lian Xiao's skin, using a high-efficiency growth factor to heal the wound. Aside from the schematics of the interior of Shumi prison, this was the last bit of support the Imperial twins provided Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao retreated to the wall, calmly clasping his arms behind his back. She had originally planned to use it during her prison break, but she hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. A group of scientific researchers carrying equipment entered, tinkering with it oblivious to the surroundings. There were also two soldiers. Both were Mecha soldiers, and Lian Xiao could tell from their uniforms that they were ARC soldiers. The military was trying to forcibly access her memories? Chapter 206. ARC connects his mech to other mech soldiers through a mental connection, leaving their brains defenseless. Lian Xiao himself is ARC, and he knows this process all too well. The military wants to verify what happened that night in Avalon Gardens. A superficial mental connection alone isn't enough, so the military ordered ARC to forcibly establish a deep connection with her. No wonder each faction sent 2 ARCs. Lian Xiao leaned against the wall, the chill of the wall creeping down his spine. Forcing a deep connection without the opponent's cooperation is essentially the same as forcibly invading the depths of their consciousness. At this point, the consciousness of the person being connected is essentially destroyed. Becoming an idiot without self-awareness, in an irreversible state, is more painful to Lian Xiao than death. Lian Xiao pondered the ultimate secret a little deeper, her fingers touching the weapon. She must not allow her deep memories to be read. 2 peripherals, resembling mech pilot helmets, were completed, their main nerve bundles twitching like tentacles. The 2 A-class ARCs dispatched by the military wouldn't have been able to breach the other's mental defenses without the aid of brain-computer interface technology. A researcher approached with a syringe, but Fong ARC stopped him. I do it. The syringe contained a special sedative to relax the prisoner's muscles, preventing Lian Xiao from struggling. Fong ARC had reviewed Lian Xiao's competition profile, and couldn't afford to take a cadet with considerable combat experience lightly. Lian Xiao held his breath. In his peripheral vision, his main nerve bundle glowed, the device activated. The moment Fong ARC entered Lian Xiao's attack range, Lian Xiao suddenly drew his gun. A thin, card-like substance beneath his skin pierced through the skin and grew out, deforming, the compressed metal reorganizing into a firearm. Before anyone could react, Lian Xiao fired 2 shots. One hit the opponent's arm, the other pierced the femoral artery, sending blood spurting out. Fang Zhou stumbled, and Lian Xiao snatched the syringe from his hand and thrust it into the neck of another Fang Zhou who had lunged at him. With a soft sound like staples, the tranquilizer took effect, and Fang Zhou stumbled and fell. No one had expected Lian Xiao to be armed. It was then that the researchers screamed, trembling like quails. Someone quickly tried to press the emergency call button, only to twitch as they clutched their bullet-pierced chest. "You don't need to press the alarm. They can see it," Lian Xiao said softly. The surveillance personnel's scalps nearly exploded. Lian Xiao clearly didn't know where the surveillance cameras were, yet he happened to meet their cold gaze. Emergency in S-Class cell, S-966 attempting an escape. The surveillance officer screamed at the top of his lungs, "Prisoners have taken 7 hostages." However, on the screen, Lian Xiao didn't threaten the researchers with weapons to open the door. Instead, he pressed his helmet against his head. Connection complete. The more experienced surveillance officer was disheartened. Before he could update the situation, his mind was already in a state of confusion. The same situation was happening to his colleagues, the prison guards and corrections officers who had arrived halfway, and even the prisoners in Lian Xiao's cell. The main neural bundle was a device for amplifying psychic power. Lian Xiao was using the device originally intended to read her memories to invade, crush, and control all living things within her psychic radiation range. Now, everyone in the area was her hostage, her accomplice in her escape. This was the terrifying aspect of a high-level psychic Arkansas. If the Ark abandoned its boundaries and went unchecked, it would have devastating consequences for ordinary people. Lian Xiao struggled to implant different thoughts into the minds of so many people simultaneously. After finishing all this quickly, Lian Xiao opened her helmet, her hands covered in blood. It was a pity she couldn't take the equipment with her, otherwise she would have had another weapon to rely on. While her mental range was filled with those she had brainwashed and controlled, she had to leave. The prison cell collapsed. Lian Xiao took a deep breath and stepped out. After what she had done today, the military would never release her again. The Ark, who had attacked her, had stopped breathing from excessive blood loss. Controlling so many people could have resulted in their deaths, but her heart was as still as cold metal, unmoved. When had she become someone who felt no guilt or remorse for killing? Lian Xiao ran through the complex corridors of Shumi prison. Killing might not guarantee survival, but not killing would definitely lead to death. Did some in the military feel guilty about killing people when they used her and the Earth survivors as guinea pigs? Lian Xiao caught the faint sound of gunfire in the distance. It was the patrolman she had planted with the command exchanging fire with the soldiers who came to capture her, preventing others from entering. Cells crumbled wherever she passed, doors swung open, and prisoners emerged, startled as if awakened from a dream. Capturing her was easy, but what about the escape of the prisoners so feared by so many alliances? The gunfire and screams behind her grew louder. Sure enough, Shumi prison was more afraid of the prisoners escaping, and ordered the patrolman to open fire. Using the map and intelligence provided by the Imperial twins, Lian Xiao quickly approached the base of Shumi prison, leaving behind the smell of blood and gunpowder. Along the way, she successfully obtained weapons and ammunition supplies, as well as the authorization card of a prison corrections officer. All surveillance was cut off, and the prison had lost all trace of her. At the bottom of Shumi prison lay a small starship used by the correctional officers, the only means of escape. How to capture the starship, no one knew. Even if they captured it, how could they escape capture? No one knew. How could they survive by escaping deeper into the universe? No one knew. Lian Xiao's body tensed, her exhausted mind racing. She would do everything in her power to escape fate's pursuit. Even if she could survive for just a second, a minute, there was hope. As she was about to cross the edge of the controlled zone, Lian Xiao suddenly ran into a 4-man team approaching from her blind spot. She was so tense that she instantly jumped. The correctional officer in the lead collapsed before she could even reach the trigger, several bloody holes in his chest quickly staining his uniform. Lian Xiao stepped into the pool of blood, then pressed a syringe to the man's jaw. With her free hand, she punched the tactical helmet of the third man who had gathered around her. The timely activation of the tactical helmet saved the correctional officer's life, but only for a few seconds. Lian Xiao kneed the officer in the abdomen, and as he doubled over in pain, Lian Xiao pressed the muzzle of his gun against his tactical helmet and fired. Her muscles had weakened after being forced into unconsciousness for so long, and she exerted almost all her strength to hold the officer down. The bullet ricocheted off the tactical helmet, causing her muscles to ache. Adrenaline surged, and all she could hear was the pounding of her heart and the crack of bullets. The tactical helmet finally shattered after being repeatedly blasted at close range. The subsequent bullet, bearing down on the preceding one, pierced the skull like an iron rod, blasting the officer's head apart. Tissue and blood splattered all over the wall. In the blink of an eye, only one person remained. The officer, his hair and face dripping with blood, froze in shock. He looked at Lian Xiao, who had released the corpse, and was approaching, and raised his hands. "Don't kill me. I can." Before he could finish his words, he clutched his neck and fell to his knees, his slit trachea making a gurgling sound. A permission card fell to Lian Xiao's feet, and she glanced at it reflexively. Today was his start date. Today was his first day on the job. Lian Xiao calmly dealt with the situation briefly, and continued walking. She was indeed a criminal who should be imprisoned. Reaching the final door leading to the bottom of Shumi prison, she was only a few meters away from the small starship. User 1723. The system suddenly spoke in an urgent tone. The system had never helped to warn her about anything other than lunch, but at this moment, it seemed to have broken free from its original constraints. "Don't go over there. Something's approaching." Lian Xiao had seen it too. A bright light suddenly erupted from the window at the end of the corridor, revealing a strange figure resembling a giant, a monster, something inhuman in the eternally silent darkness. Shumi prison was determined to capture this rioting rat, and they had every mecha soldier they could muster. Lian Xiao remained silent for a moment, then pulled the trigger. Her blood was boiling like molten iron, her will to escape unbreakable, and she remained remarkably calm. "Lian Xiao, don't shoot." It took Lian Xiao 2 or 3 seconds to recognize the anxious voice as Frida's. Using her authority, exceeding that of the warden, she broke into the central control room and made a public announcement in all areas except the cells. "The military. The Alliance needs you. Once you accomplish this, I guarantee that all charges against you will be dropped, and you will be free." Lian Xiao was taken to the top floor of Shumi prison. Frida personally met him, and even after entering the upper floor, she didn't disarm Lian Xiao, demonstrating her sincerity. The top floor was softly lit, a spacious, comfortable space with soft carpeting. In front was a vast expanse of transparent glass, the vast universe the only ornament. Frida handed Lian Xiao a hot towel to wipe the blood off her face. The feeling of warm, moist air against her face made Lian Xiao relax a little. Frida sighed quietly, as she observed Lian Xiao's hastily cleaned face and his posture, poised for attack. The robot came over and, under Frida's instructions, silently cleaned Lian Xiao. Frida was unaware of the attempt to forcibly access Lian Xiao's memories today. "If we had known in advance, we would have stopped it," Frida said. Lieutenant General Lancaster's faction was anxious and felt threatened. They were afraid Lian Xiao would reveal more, yet they wanted to be the first to know his memories, so they took the initiative. Even if Lian Xiao became demented or died after the deep connection, the military couldn't do anything to them. Lian Xiao was destined to die anyway. Lian Xiao shrugged. "I killed him." She wasn't being threatening. It didn't matter that she spoke those words in front of Frida like a terrifying declaration. Having faced life and death so many times, she truly wanted these people dead. Frida ignored her. "Let's get back to the mission. We think it's probably best for you and the Alliance to have you complete this mission." She presented Lian Xiao with a pardon order, stamped with seals from the military to the Alliance government, its validity unquestionable. But Lian Xiao glanced at it and brushed it aside, seemingly uninterested. "A mission with a 99% mortality rate, huh?" Lian Xiao quipped, arms folded. "Frida, yes. But if this mission isn't completed, more people will surely die." Lian Xiao was in a bad mood, his patience limited. Some of Frida's and General Tkachev's ideas made her feel sick and nauseous. "Just say it directly. I decide whether to accept or reject it," Lian Xiao said in annoyance. "The results of both options are basically the same, aren't they? The only difference was whether she would be used and discarded by the Alliance." Frida stopped beating around the bush. "You can read this paper. The author is Professor Li of your Union University. Through analysis of the Nika ruins, he concluded that the Zerg's crimson fluid had already shown signs of depletion during the Second Zerg Invasion War. The Alliance's victory in the Second Zerg Invasion War, and the signing of the Atria Peace Agreement weren't solely due to the revolutionary combat power of the mechas. The Zerg foresaw that if they continued to lack supporting energy supplies during the stalemate, the internal conflict within Zerg society would precede the war's defeat. Humans believed the Zerg had succumbed to the mechas' intimidation, but little did they know that under the no-touch principle of the Atria Peace Agreement, the Zerg had concealed the fact of their energy depletion for nearly 30 years. Yu Zhao Liqing, and Gu Chanfeng were the only 3 people who witnessed the Zerg altar firsthand during the Mirror Palace incident. You shouldn't be surprised by this conclusion. Frida tapped the stack of papers. Professor Li's paper was suppressed by the military and not published. No wonder there's been no public discussion of this matter. Lian Xiao had previously assumed that Professor Li's paper was unfinished. Besides certain aspects of Zerg civilization that cannot be publicly known, Professor Li's paper is also likely to cause panic. Frida whispered, the military recently received reliable information that not only is the red fluid depleted, but the mithril as well. If the Zerg can't find an alternative energy source, they inevitably fall into internal chaos. Lian Xiao listened quietly. That's why the Zerg have been experiencing internal strife in recent years. A faction of male Zerg seems to have gained the upper hand, holding the Zerg rulers under house arrest. Rumors circulate that they're planning a war. Just recently, the heir to the Zerg king, orchestrated by the royalists, secretly escaped the Zerg royal court, but unexpectedly disappeared along the way. Frida, the princess is the only legitimate heir. Now, the Alliance, both Zerg factions, and the Empire are all searching for her whereabouts. If the Zerg king dies during this time, the outcome will be completely different depending on which side controls the princess. Lian Xiao, what outcome does the Alliance want? Prevent war. Frida looked Lian Xiao straight in the eye and said firmly, support the princess and the old king, and at least the Zerg will not start a war for the next few decades. But if the princess falls into the hands of male Zergs, they will immediately start a war at all costs, turning the Alliance into a colony and exploiting humanity for survival. The Alliance issued this mission, presumably after they already determined the approximate location of the princess' disappearance, Lian Xiao said. Yes, Frida sighed, worried. But the Alliance knew, and the other parties knew even faster than we did. From the nearby planet where the princess disappeared, the most likely destination is Earth. Lian Xiao, are you willing to go to Earth? Chapter 207. Before Frida could even form her words about the situation on Earth, she heard a yes. It was like a train whizzing past Lian Xiao's ears. She barely heard what she had said before quickly raising her voice to I do. The situation on Earth, Frida frowned, is very complicated and dangerous. You must infiltrate this mission alone. The military can't provide support. Lian Xiao, as if he hadn't heard her, decisively placed his thumb on the computer. His fingerprint was entered, the mission accepted, and her name appeared in the mission box a few seconds later. Earth. That's Earth. Entering the top floor, Lian Xiao relaxed for the first time. For a few seconds, her mind was blank. She closed her eyes, and for a moment, she felt as if nothing had happened. She was still frantically working on her thesis in her tiny, ridiculously expensive apartment. As long as she didn't worry about failing the course, she could board a plane back home tomorrow. Lian Xiao would tell her parents, who came to pick her up, I had such a long nightmare. When she opened her eyes again, only Frida was there. Frida noticed a small flash of light in Lian Xiao's eyes, which quickly faded. When does the mission begin? How do I get to Earth? Earth has been occupied by the Zerg for centuries, and the no-contact principle of the Atria Peace Agreement naturally includes Earth. With contact between the Alliance and the Zerg severed, how could the military get her to Earth without anyone noticing? The mission will begin in 15 hours. Frida glanced at the countdown. You need rest and accelerated intelligence and equipment training. Any other requests will be met by the military. Lian Xiao's request was to release Zhao Liqing and Gu Chanfeng, freeing the tyrant as well. Also, he urged them to stop obstructing the Chinese cuisine competition and the normal operation of Lian stir-fry. The first request was easy, but the second two were more difficult for Frida to answer immediately. Restricting the tyrant involved factional struggles within the military, while Gu Chanfeng was considered beyond the military's control. One more request, Lian Xiao said. I want to meet Gu Chanfeng before the mission. Frida thought for a moment and agreed. As for how to infiltrate Earth, Frida told Lian Xiao that the Empire continued to conduct small-scale trade with the Zerg. The second Earth plan will only take away a small number of Earth survivors. A significant number of humans still survive on Earth. So, sending a military infiltrator could be feasible. Frida said a transitional word, however. The Alliance's intelligence on Earth's situation is still stuck at the wartime stage. We can only hope that after all these years, the situation hasn't changed much from what we know. The Alliance's understanding of Earth comes from the exile, the informant Chi K, and the organization she leads. The surviving humans live in a specific area, divided into 3 zones. Zone 1, Earthly Divine Kingdom. Zone 2, Free Zone. Zone 3, Experimental Field. Lian Xiao was trying to infiltrate Zone 1, Earthly Divine Kingdom. Several metal boxes were escorted by an armed squad to the top floor of Shumi prison. From the moment Lian Xiao signed the mission letter, her information was automatically sealed in the Shumi prison archive system. She was the only person in the entire space with access to these paper documents. The metal boxes were sturdy and heat-resistant. Unless a biological agent could open them, the documents inside would remain intact for centuries. Lian Xiao carefully reviewed the information for Zone 1 and then the other two. He intuitively sensed that the Bluebird organization was more familiar with Zone 2, with only fragments of information available on Zone 3. Because Zones 1, 2, and 3, as defined by the Zerg, are separated by vast barriers, humans in each zone are essentially unable to enter the others for their entire lives. The so-called Earthly Kingdom described in the documents is actually a scenic area. Yes, after the Zerg occupied Earth, this planet, located on the edge of their territory, gradually became a tourist destination. What's rare isn't Earth's landscape, but the authentic humanity of the people. The Earthly Kingdom is encased in a vast glass dome, housing a human city. Lian Xiao quickly read Qingqua's description of the Earthly Kingdom. It's the human city we always dreamed of, one free from Zerg enslavement. The humans who live in the Earthly Kingdom are well-fed and well-clothed. They all work for human employers, and the city officials and government are partly human. The residents of the Earthly Kingdom speak a natural human language, without having to learn Zerg. How enviable. Even the animals raised by the Earthly Kingdom residents and the stray dogs in the city live better than we do. But they are constantly watched by the Zerg. The vast, one-way glass dome was crawling with Zerg tourists and researchers. This is a precious, pristine specimen of human society, offering immense entertainment and research value. The Earthly Kingdom is a valuable asset of the Earth Zerg, and successive rulers have meticulously preserved its pristine nature. The residents of the Kingdom of God are decent and happy. They are completely unaware of the existence of the Zerg, and feel at ease to regard themselves as the overlords of this land. The Zerg also mercifully maintain an ascension path for the residents of the Earthly Kingdom. This means that if a high-ranking Zerg develops an interest in a resident of the Earthly Kingdom, they have the opportunity to leave the kingdom, receive specialized training, and become a Zerg servant. Or, even more fortunate, become a Zerg pet, allowing them to see the wider universe. With the princess stranded on Earth, humanity has limited access to Zerg beyond Area 3. The thought of serving the Zerg made Lian Xiao feel a little nauseous. Area 2 also has access to Zerg, Lian Xiao asked Frida. Why not lurk in Area 2? Area 2, with its mocking reputation of freedom, is dominated by miners. Lian Xiao thought of the red liquor mine beneath the Mirror Palace, where the Zerg enslave humans to mine, a practice that continues to this day on Earth. These miners take shifts aboard or collecting ships, working overtime to cultivate deposits on nearby planets for the Zerg. Their average lifespan is no more than 35 years. Lian Xiao was referring to the very few individuals in Area 2 who could attend a specialized academy and learn how to become the best Zerg servants. The difference between them and the chosen inhabitants of the Kingdom of God was perhaps the difference between the most economical and practical robot vacuum cleaner and a robot with a nice paying job. Frida, you'd be easily exposed. Lian Xiao's ability to speak Zerg and his mysterious connection to the Zerg were reasons why he was well suited for this mission. Lian Xiao possessed some combat experience, but compared to active mecha soldiers, he was a complete blank slate. This was also what the military valued. Such newcomers were surprisingly effective in infiltration missions. But Lian Xiao, born and raised in normal human society, felt completely out of place once he entered Areas 2 and 3, surrounded by humans who accepted him as a slave and an inferior species. Lian Xiao nodded in acceptance. I understand. After memorizing every word of the information, Lian Xiao understood and mastered the equipment she would be carrying, including 3 mechas and several weapons, before finally settling into her sleeping pod. As the light in the pod gradually dimmed, Lian Xiao closed her eyes. When she woke up, she would see Gu Changfeng. In 9 hours, she would board an Imperial commercial starship and infiltrate Earth. The sleep program ended, and Lian Xiao was awakened on time. Still on the top floor of the prison, when Gu Changfeng entered, Lian Xiao instinctively stood up from the sofa. Gu Changfeng signaled with his eyes that she should stay where she was, and he strode towards her with long strides. Lian Xiao noticed that his hair had been cut short, and he had changed out of his prison uniform. The material looked crisp, and the hem of his shirt swung violently from his hurried pace. The officer who had followed Gu Changfeng and stood silently beside Frida. The two of them were only focused on each other, completely oblivious to the presence of others. They had said goodbye just over 10 hours ago, but Gu Changfeng felt like that was ages ago. The meeting was only a few minutes long, and it had to be supervised by personnel from Section 26. Lian Xiao focused on the key points, saying, I accepted a mission from the military. I can't reveal the specifics. They dropped the charges against me after I complete it. When are you leaving? Immediately. Lian Xiao couldn't detect any worry or resistance on Gu Chengfeng's face. He guessed that similar conversations had happened so many times between Gu Mian and his son that Gu Chengfeng had become accustomed to them. Although they were face to face, they were separated by an arm's length, creating an atmosphere more like a business meeting without any personal feelings. After the last sentence, the conversation between the two paused. Gu Chengfeng's gaze drooped, his thin eyelids half closed, his thoughtful expression dulling the sharpness of his brows and eyes. Lian Xiao felt he only stared for a second before he noticed. His gaze focused solely on Lian Xiao again. Lian Xiao had said Gu Chengfeng's eyes were beautiful, and he hadn't lied. They appeared different shades of gray in different light, like cold, hard iron, like the sea on a cloudy day, like soft, shimmering velvet, like the night sky that wasn't completely dark. Now his eyes were closer to black, and Lian Xiao suddenly thought that if she could survive, she would have many opportunities to stroll around the Lianda campus with Gu Chengfeng like ordinary people, talking about anything or nothing on the lawn, leaning against each other, until the sky turned this deep gray. Gu Chengfeng was thinking about something else. The prison medication had left only purple bruises on his wounds, but the pain and memory seemed to be branded with the bruises, burning hot the moment she saw Lian Xiao. He still remembered Lian Xiao's warmth, his touch, his breath. Gu Chengfeng restrained himself from reaching for Lian Xiao's hand, knowing that if he touched Lian Xiao, he would be unable to resist kissing him. Gu Chengfeng didn't care about the people around him, but he hesitated over Lian Xiao's feelings. The officer checked his watch. Gu Chengfeng had accepted the mission on the condition of meeting Lian Xiao, yet he simply stood there, and the meeting time was almost over. What about you? Lian Xiao grabbed Gu Chengfeng's hand. Returning to the main planet, or? Lian Xiao's response was a sudden shadow and the burning touch of his lips. Gu Chengfeng, while kissing him, did not forget to block Lian Xiao's way. The warmth on his lips was intense, but Gu Chengfeng restrained himself, gently licking Lian Xiao's lower lip. His fingers, which he couldn't help but hold under Lian Xiao's jaw, betrayed his emotions. Until Lian Xiao couldn't help but grab him, taking control, Gu Chengfeng released his hand, but his lips remained pressed against Lian Xiao's. The vibration of his words, the breeze of his breath on her lips. I also accepted the mission, going to the Empire, leaving soon. We all must return to the Alliance alive. Chapter 208. The fastest merchant ship would take at least 4 or 5 days to get from Shumi prison to Earth. Lian Xiao was shoved onto the merchant ship before she even had a good look at the exterior of Shumi prison. Aside from someone delivering her nutritional supplements and essentials, Lian Xiao hadn't seen a living person in the past few days. When she first boarded the starship, Lian Xiao met the captain. The ordinary old man said something extraordinary. The Zerg customers have ordered a batch of City Day merchandise. We know the route to Area 1. You hide in the cargo hold when you get in. We already chosen the victims. Remember to be quick when you strike. Lian Xiao was surprised. Someone unlucky enough to die at her hands? Of course, the captain said matter-of-factly. If you can't bring yourself to do it, we do it for you for a fee. You don't know the situation in Area 1. The Zerg keep a register of who's in it, and who's who. Getting in wouldn't be easy. Lian Xiao realized the severity of the situation. The Area 1 the captain described sounded like it was under the Zerg's pervasive control. Even if she managed to infiltrate, her behavior would be different from the person she was replacing, and who knows how long it would take for the Zerg to become suspicious. Once they suspected her, it would be easy to confirm she was an imposter. A single word, a single movement, and if she became ill or injured and needed a physical examination, it would be difficult for her to get away with it. Lian Xiao thought, the pressure making her break out in a cold sweat. With the captain present, she resisted the urge to touch the back of her right ear. The military had implanted a one-way communicator under her skin, which could only be activated when the military initiated contact. In the vast universe, her connection to human civilization depended on this fragile thread. During the days on the road, Lian Xiao maintained a strict schedule, filling her days with training and sleep to minimize the chances of wandering thoughts. On the 5th day, Lian Xiao, having just woken up, heard the all-ship announcement, entering the vicinity of Earth. The starship is expected to dock at Earth's port in 3 hours. Praise our great Emperor. Lian Xiao jumped up from his bed with a start, ran barefoot to open the window. A small blue dot appeared in the center of his vision. Lian Xiao stared at it motionlessly, feeling a sense of unreality. She recalled the WeChat she used in her previous life. The loaded images looked more like the real Earth than the planet before her. Aside from her, the system was probably the happiest person to know they were going to Earth. It repeated Earth, Earth, Earth like a parrot and asked Lian Xiao, User 1723, aren't you happy? The azure planet in the distance grew clearer, quietly awaiting the starship's arrival, just as it had for eons past, welcoming countless lives and distant visitors. And she, a wanderer who had drifted for centuries. Lian Xiao shook her head, and leaned her head against the cold glass. She felt the rope around her throat break, and her feet touched the ground firmly. She was going home. The Imperial merchant ship entered Earth's orbit as planned, but calls to the Zerg for clearance were unanswered. Lian Xiao, unaware of the Imperial merchant ship's entry procedures, was inventorying all his equipment and preparing in his room. As agreed, someone would take her to the cargo hold while they completed the remaining preparations for entering Area 1. Damn those Zerg. Why are you taking so long to let us through this time? In the captain's cabin, the captain cursed, wiping his sweat from his face. The reason Earth's appearance didn't resemble the typical images Lian Xiao remembered was because the Zerg had erected a barrier enveloping the Earth between orbit and the surface. Any foreign object that passed through the barrier would be instantly reduced to smithereens. For some reason, the Zerg in the channel were unusually silent today. After crossing the barrier, the captain felt relieved, knowing the most dangerous step was complete and the starship, in automatic mode, would take them to their destination. Just as he instructed the crew to hide Lian Xiao in the cargo hold, the starship suddenly exploded and shook violently. The experienced captain rushed to the control panel. One of the starship's most important thrusters had been struck by an unidentified object. Another explosion, and another thruster shattered. The accelerating starship, rubbing against the high-speed friction, erupted in flames, plummeting to the ground in a fireball. The captain's eyes raged. The only people on Earth who could have used weapons to hit the merchant ship could be the Zerg. He knew the starship was beyond saving, so without even notifying the crew, he rushed to the escape pod without a backward glance. No one cared about Lian Xiao. They were locked in a fierce fight over the escape pod. A new tracking missile slammed into the starship, shattering those who had managed to grab their escape pods, and those who hadn't. The starship exploded, shattering into pieces. The Alliance and the Empire were still ill-informed, and this scene had recurred repeatedly in the past few days. Earth prohibited the entry of any aircraft, not even those of the Zerg. Any starship entering Earth would be destroyed, with all crew members annihilated. Earth was under full martial law. In a daze, Lian Xiao heard someone talking. Perhaps because she wasn't fully awake, the mumbling was inaudible. The word Area 1 suddenly jolted Lian Xiao's consciousness from beneath the surface of the sea. She wasn't dead. She had landed safely on the ground. Lian Xiao was only a few dozen meters above the ground when she was flung out by the blast. Apparently she was lucky. She didn't suffer any severe pain. At this moment, her hands and feet were tied behind her back, lying face down on the ground. The voices were coming from above. It was Zerg. Based on the Zerg speech he had heard, Lian Xiao quickly deduced that Area 1 only spoke human language, and that she must be in Area 2 or 3. Someone had picked her up and given her simple care for her wounds, but they had also tied her up. And it seemed they were discussing how to make her submit. Lian Xiao thought it was bad. The equipment she had brought from the Alliance was divided into two parts. The SAP contained 3 mechas and their weapons, hidden behind her waist, but Lian Xiao could no longer feel the weight of the SAP. The plan to infiltrate Area 1 had failed, and most of her equipment was lost. For the time being, she had no means of self-preservation. Just then, she became aware of the voices above her and stopped talking. She was then roughly dragged up. The person who was dragging her up was not prepared for her weight, and threw her against the wall. Someone said something, the Zerg word for hit her. And then, Lian Xiao received several hard slaps in the face. He couldn't pretend to be unconscious any longer. Lian Xiao licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly regarded the 3 people before him. There were 2 women and 1 man. The middle woman was the oldest and presumably the one who had given the order. They wore baggy, ill-fitting clothes, their expressions betraying a maturity that belied their appearance. The woman, about 20 years old, squatted before Lian Xiao. "Who are you?" Although her voice was jarring and out of tune, she spoke in the common language of humanity. When Lian Xiao didn't respond, the girl slapped her again, with much greater force than the boy had just used. Half of Lian Xiao's face quickly became red and swollen. When the girl raised her hand, she spoke, as if frightened by a blow, "The kingdom of God on earth." After waking up for a few seconds, Lian Xiao had a clear mind. She had to lie and claim she was from the kingdom of God on earth. Otherwise, there was no way to explain her clothes, which were more than twice as good as those of the others before her, and her stronger and more muscular body. Lian Xiao said disdainfully, "What a rotten place this is." He was right. The hut was shrouded in poverty. There wasn't even a table or chair. In the corner sat a large mattress, separated by a sheet. The air smelled of earth and a faint stench of decay. The girl's face darkened. Hairless pet. This curse was again in Zerg language, and Lian Xiao pretended not to understand. The girl then asked the other two younger children to leave, and they obeyed obediently. As they left, Lian Xiao noticed that the little girl was panting after only a few steps, and that they all appeared to have tattoos on the back of their necks. "Hello." The girl thought for a moment, then said, "My number is T613. I saved you." Lian Xiao groaned and tried to move his wrists. The long restraints gave way to a tingling pain in his hands. "Is this what you call saving?" The other woman seemed to digest Lian Xiao's words, and after a few seconds, she said, "Leave it to the gardener. You're dead." "What was a gardener?" Lian Xiao remained silent. "Don't give me that. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. Leaving the kingdom of God means death." T613 said, "The experimental field. I can protect you. You have to work for me." This was actually Area 3. There was very little information about the experimental field in Area 3, but one thing was certain. The humans here were experimental material for the Zerg. That's why the woman before him said her name was T613. The experimental mice had numbers. For a moment, Lian Xiao wanted to sigh. Her luck hadn't been good. She had jumped into the most dangerous and chaotic Area 3. There was so little information, and many details were beyond Lian Xiao's comprehension. Under Zerg control, the people of Areas 2 and 3 speak only Zerg. From whom did T613 learn human language? T613 claims that leaving Area 1 will lead to death for the inhabitants of the Kingdom of God. Does this mean that those who serve the Zerg have died, or is there something else going on? T613's human language was truly terrible. He'd be able to extract more from her slowly. Before this, Lian Xiao decided to play the role of a stranded resident of Area 1 and then find a way to get inside. And there was equipment. Without it, she couldn't make a single move. The mission's obstacle was actually the language barrier, Lian Xiao muttered. She couldn't communicate with T613 in Zerg language, or her character would be ruined. T613 waited patiently for Lian Xiao to raise her head. "What's the benefit of working for you?" "Staying alive." T613 was brief and to the point, pulling out something and shaking it. This. T613 had indeed taken the SAP. Only Lian Xiao's biometrics could activate the SAP. Clearly unaware of its purpose, T613 cunningly realized its importance to Lian Xiao. Without the mech within the SAP, Lian Xiao would have a hard time killing a single Zerg with her remaining weapons. Lian Xiao reluctantly agreed and asked her what she wanted to do. T613 tucked SAP back into her arms, carrying it close to her. "I want you to go to Area 2 and find someone." "Who?" T613 was silent for a few seconds, then uttered the most articulate words of the entire conversation. "Wings of Freedom." T613 walked outside. As soon as she emerged, T1270 followed her. T1956 ran slowly, looking at her expectantly. T613 bent down and hugged T1956. The little girl was as thin as a sheet of paper. "You won't be chosen," she murmured, a promise to her sister. "But I'm your mother." The doctor in their area said T1956 had a congenital condition, and Area 3 couldn't possibly have the medication for it. She could have taken her time to figure it out, but the harvest season had come early. Reliable sources say that next harvest season, gardeners will need girls around T1956 age, preferably with genetic defects. 7 days. The harvest season is only 7 days away. T613 found Lian Xiao in a tree. From the moment she saw her, she knew there was no way she was from District 3. Thankfully, Lian Xiao confirmed her suspicions. While a little foolish and annoying, she was still a resident of the Kingdom of God. Since she had a way to leave District 1, perhaps there was a way to enter District 2. If she could find the Wings of Freedom, T1956 would be saved. But if Lian Xiao couldn't find the Wings of Freedom within a week, T1956 would die, and so would she. T613 knew she was taking a gamble. If anyone discovered they were harboring residents of the Kingdom of God on Earth, they would be doomed. They had no idea that Lian Xiao, too lazy to remember their numbers, had simply referred to them as Sister T, and Brother T. She reviewed the situation. Her primary goal was to find a way to infiltrate Area 1 and find the princess. She also had to enter Area 2 within a week, obtain the medicine Sister T requested from Liberty Wing, and exchange it for SAP. Lian Xiao sighed. Neither goal was feasible. In the meantime, she had to be extremely careful not to let anyone, not even the Zerg, discover her identity and maintain her persona as a resident of the Kingdom of God in front of the three of them. Also, the name of the organization Liberty Wing. Lian Xiao thought of Blue Bird. Could Liberty Wing be an organization founded by Blue Bird? Chapter 209. On her first night back on Earth, Lian Xiao lay awake all night. As a captive, T613 had hastily spread a thick blanket on the floor, but the rough ground kept her awake. There were 4 people in the room. At first, the 2 younger ones were able to stay awake, but later, only Lian Xiao and T613 remained vigilant. At dawn, T613 shook Lian Xiao awake and finally, mercifully, untied the ropes from her feet. She didn't give her any food, but tossed her a tattered piece of clothing and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Lian Xiao moved her feet, the blood rushing back, and her feet felt like they were being pricked with needles. Experimental fields. Lian Xiao staggered out of the house, only to see that the surrounding area was filled with low-rise buildings, seemingly cobbled together from discarded materials. In her entire 2 lifetimes, Lian Xiao had only seen such shabby houses on the news. At this time, there weren't many people around, and the only people I saw were women. Seeing Lian Xiao following behind T613, I looked at him with envy, but that envy instantly vanished when T613 said Lian Xiao was deaf and dumb. T613 believed that feigning deafness and dumbness was the best way to conceal Lian Xiao's identity as a District 1 resident, since Lian Xiao couldn't even speak Zerg. Lian Xiao was a bit taller than T613, but T613 was even stronger, so her old clothes barely fit. The women T613 greeted were all about her size, dark and strong, and presumably had as much strength as T613. When they reached a quieter place, Lian Xiao asked, "Why do they have that expression? I thought you were a new member of the family." T613 quickly understood Lian Xiao's question and made a gesture, impervious to hearing and speaking. "Incomplete. Does this mean she's flawed?" Lian Xiao pondered. District 3's personnel management must be quite lax, and the flow of personnel between districts seems to be commonplace. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have so easily accepted Lian Xiao, an outsider, as their inclusion. Also, T613's family clearly revolves around her. Could someone leaving home so early, like T613, be the head of a nearby family? Are the power centers of families all women? The experimental fields T613 mentioned were indeed fields. At the edge of the cluster of houses, endless fields stretched into the distance, a blanket of crops beneath a pink-purple sky. Following T613 through the fields, Lian Xiao spotted potatoes, tomatoes, and cucumbers, large, plump vegetables, emitting a natural, pollution-free fragrance. Lian Xiao's chef DNA was aroused, and his desire to cook was stirring. He couldn't help but take a second look. "Want to eat?" T613 cursed with a perfectly authentic accent. It seems that no matter what language a beginner learns, they always learn swear words quickly and accurately. "Earthly Kingdom, haven't you eaten enough? Are these planted for District 1? Lian Xiao asked. T613 glared at her, and replied bluntly with attitude. "The Earthly Kingdom is a utopia created by the Zerg. Its own productivity alone is insufficient to support a city with few farmers and many other types of workers. Therefore, the residents of District 3 are responsible for supplying the Earthly Kingdom with livestock and agricultural products." T613 was furious that Lian Xiao, a resident of the Earthly Kingdom who lived a carefree life while sucking the blood of District 3, could still look surprised. Why are we all human beings? Born to live in hell? Yet they couldn't enjoy the vegetables they painstakingly grown. To them, these vegetables weren't food, they were points to be exchanged for. Trading and medical treatment in the experimental fields all depended on points, and most importantly, they could be used to avoid harvest time. T613 quickened her pace, unconcerned with whether the injured Lian Xiao could keep up. If Lian Xiao couldn't keep up, she'd have an excuse to roughly drag her and shout insults at her. Unfortunately, Lian Xiao didn't give T613 a chance to vent her anger. Halfway through the walk, 2 buildings gradually came into view. They were completely different from the dilapidated shed. The one in the distance looked like a modern factory, while the closer one had an ornate exterior. Black, red, and green rocks were used to create a geometric rose pattern on the surface, each with an oval center. Although it didn't match any other religious structures of any Earth religion Lian Xiao knew, he instinctively felt it was a temple. A rose garden. T613 knocked on a side door and led Lian Xiao inside. There were people inside. Lian Xiao, mindful of T613's deaf and mute persona, didn't have a chance to ask what they were doing until they reached a figure in a white coat. Then he said, "Hello, T613. Are you still here about T1956? Doctor, is there really no way to get the medicine?" T613 humbly said, "I saved up a lot of points. I can give them all to you, seriously." The doctor said sympathetically, "I can't help you. I only read about this medicine in books. Perhaps humans can no longer produce it. Besides, T613, the doctor said. Points mean nothing to me. I'm sorry for giving you false hope. Before next week's harvest, try to make T1956 happy." Under T613's insistence, the doctor finally relented and pulled out a book, showing T613 the name of the medicine. "Do you remember the name?" After leaving the rose garden, T613 asked Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao nodded. The moment the doctor brought out the book, she understood why T613 had brought her here. "But you can't read Zerg?" The book was probably a translation from human, preserving both languages. "Shut up." Every word Lian Xiao said was a riposte to T613, and T613 angrily pushed her away and walked on. The damn Divine Kingdom residents were unyielding. Then why can the doctor read? Could it be that she didn't want to? T613's chest heaved, a suddenly malicious expression on her face. Because they castrated pigs. Lian Xiao, Should she praise T613 for mastering this rare word? But seems to only be used to describe castrating pigs. Never mind, humans are animals too, so it's pretty much the same. Lian Xiao thought tolerantly. T613 assumed she didn't know Zerg language and didn't avoid her when talking to the doctor. This revealed quite a bit of information. First, people like T613 were probably the lowest class in District 3, needing to work to earn points and constantly worrying about the harvest season. Lian Xiao guessed that the term harvest season meant the Zerg were selecting mature guinea pigs. Second, the living conditions of the residents in the rose garden and the experimental fields were very different. The former was one of the few knowledgeable individuals in Area 3, having received some education, while the latter currently appeared completely illiterate. The doctor appeared healthier than T613, requiring no labor and not subject to the points system, at the cost of fertility. By doing this, the technical workers in the rose garden were prevented from inheriting knowledge privileges through bloodline, thus posing no threat to Zerg rule. As they neared the edge of the field, a pleasant melody suddenly erupted from nowhere. Lian Xiao saw residents approaching the field, as if on a signal. T613's expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed Lian Xiao and ran away. Gardener. A few tiny dots nearby grew louder with the sound of their wings flapping, and Lian Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The Zerg are coming. The Zerg have descended upon the field. Their wings folded, the soft morning light reflecting off their shells in a vibrant hue. They gazed down calmly and gracefully at the humans crawling on the ground. The residents at the edge of the field must have all arrived, surrounding them tightly, but no one dared to approach within 2 meters of the Zerg. In just a dozen seconds, T613 shoved Lian Xiao into a nearby pile of dead crops. She lay there, breathless, her heart pounding. She was no more than 20 meters away from the Zerg. Lian Xiao had only ever encountered Zerg face-to-face in her Mecha state within the Tiangita system, but facing the real thing, the overwhelming pressure of a powerful alien race several stories tall still made her blood curdle. "Long time no see." The leading Zerg spoke softly. "I noticed that quite a few of you were absent. Are you reluctant to see us?" The crowd froze. Everyone felt the need to respond, but no one dared to take the initiative. "All right. But everyone please be present for next week's harvest, or we be angry." The Zerg spoke, his words clearly tolerant, but the ending tone strangely rose, as if he had been looking forward to this moment. "I brought you gifts," said another Zerg. The anxious people breathed a sigh of relief. Some brave children, at their parents' behest, took the initiative to ask the Zerg for gifts, and received twice as much candy as the other children, along with a few seconds of Zerg hugs. The Zerg knew the residents of this field well, and while distributing supplies, like candy and drinks, they didn't forget to offer a few words of concern. The residents seemed to relax, even touching the Zerg shells, a scene of joy and happiness. It was so strange. Lian Xiao thought, but it was like humans raising a flock of chickens. If the humans suddenly decided to switch to a more delicious chicken feed, the chickens would gather around the humans and be happy, but that wouldn't stop them from being killed in the end. To the Zerg, humans were the chickens they raised. "Where's S467? Why isn't S467 here?" The resident, whose face paled after being questioned by the Zerg, stammering for several seconds, S467's feeling a little unwell. Instantly, he knew his excuse was wrong. Fear made him bite his tongue, and the earlier harmony was instantly shattered. Didn't you take good care of S467? The Zerg referred to this household. Even as the others retreated in fear, a few of them instinctively tried to reach their families. Then, before he could even utter a scream, the boy who had spoken the wrong word was instantly lifted into the air. The insect legs pierced through his body, lifting him up, and then slowly descending under gravity. Lian Xiao's mind went blank. The boy's blood cascaded down like a waterfall, draining out in a moment. The Zerg killing people was no different than a human crushing a bug. By the time someone stumbled in from the periphery, the field had already drained away so much blood. Amidst the utter silence, her wails were piercing. From Lian Xiao's head-down perspective, the Zerg gave a particularly anthropomorphic shrug, as if to say, S467, why didn't you come sooner? But the slaughter wasn't over yet. With a single swipe of its sharp legs, the boy's chest was ripped open. Lian Xiao was thankful she was far enough away to not get a clear view of the falling organs. The air suddenly filled with a stench of blood, even she could smell it. Push the weeds in, the Zerg said. I think this field needs a scarecrow. The people targeted were the family members of the deceased residents. It had done this on purpose. Lian Xiao exerted great effort to restrain himself from clenching his fists. Lian Xiao's ears rang with intense rage. She wasn't one for impulse, and at that moment, she had only one thought. She wanted to rush out and kill the Zerg, and this kind of thing had been happening on Earth every day, every year, for hundreds of years. Lian Xiao closed her eyes. The family's cries, and the rustling of fodder a moment later, were pure torture. Why don't you come with us, S467? We can take better care of you. The Zerg, its bloodlust satisfied, spoke softly. It hung its newly made scarecrow on the vegetable rack, so it could be seen from the fields. S467 knelt on the ground, her tears seemingly dried. Lian Xiao noticed the distinct bulge in her abdomen. The Zerg tossed a small, glittering object at S467's feet. A gift for you. It was a three-sided die that Lian Xiao felt familiar with. It was the same toy the newly born Zerg played with on the snowy mountain. Lian Xiao could no longer suppress his trembling. Is that a human or a bug in S467's stomach? Back inside, no one was in the mood to talk. T613 suddenly stood up and pulled Lian Xiao aside. Let's go. Originally, T613 wanted to wait until tonight, but after what happened to S467 today, she couldn't wait any longer. Let's go to Area 2 right now, she said to Lian Xiao. Chapter 210. Lian Xiao, damn it, she doesn't even know how to get to Area 2. Thankfully, T613 led her out of the housing area without further ado. Away from the fields, weeds grew thickly, their dry, yellow-green hues reaching up to their waists. Lian Xiao, I'm hungry. She hadn't eaten since the starship was destroyed yesterday, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Although the supplies included several months' worth of nutritional supplements, they were all in the SAP system. After saying that, Lian Xiao stopped moving, remaining quietly where he was, observing T613's reaction. From T613's current behavior, she hated her from Area 1, but she wasn't a ruthless villain. T613 still needed her to find the potion to save her sister. That was her biggest weakness. As expected, T613 glared at her for a few seconds, then nimbly climbed up a wild fruit tree, plucked a few apples, and threw them at Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite. The sourness of the wild apples made her frown. While chewing on an apple, Lian Xiao pondered his next move. He had to go to Area 2. Even without T613, Lian Xiao would have found a way to sneak into Area 2. Compared to Area 3, which was a mermaid's prey, Area 2 at least offered a possible path to infiltrate the Zerg. The question was whether she should get involved with T613. Lian Xiao was confident in her skills. T613 was no match for her, and forcibly retrieving the SAP should be no problem. Smuggling to Area 2, and then back would undoubtedly slow down the search for the Zerg princess. With several parties simultaneously searching for the princess, she couldn't take such a risk. Furthermore, could she trust T613? Even if she found the potion, would he return the SAP as agreed? Does what happened this morning happen often? Lian Xiao asked abruptly. She wasn't just referring to the Zerg's killing for fun, but also as 467. T613 sat on the tree, pinching the reddest fruit, shaking it left and right to show off at Lian Xiao, but refusing to eat it. Killing often. S467. What happened, do you know? Lian Xiao had gotten used to automatically adjusting T613's sentence order. I don't know. But I know she's pregnant. Bugs? A gloom crossed T613's face. S467 didn't want to. Before Lian Xiao could say anything, T613 angrily hammered the branch. Before, when Ophelia was around, Bugs wouldn't dare do this. T613's mind was filled with S467's desperate, weeping face, and the scarecrow with its eyes wide open. She and everyone else knew that S467 was trying every possible way to kill the monster in her belly. In the past, their bodies and childbirth were their absolute and exclusive rights. They understood S467, no woman would want to bear unwanted offspring. But after the transfer of Ophelia, the former Earth Archon, everything changed under the rule of the new male Zerg. News from other areas of Sector 3 indicated that more and more women were being harvested and sent to factories. Unlike previous test subjects, most of whom returned intact and were used by the Zerg, this group of residents rarely returned. After listening to T613's account, Lian Xiao fell silent. Now, Lian Xiao was almost certain that the family structure in Sector 3 had been subtly influenced by the Zerg, with women at the center. The internal strife within the Zerg had also spread to the remote planet of Earth. With the old king out of power, the new male Zerg, with its unclear purpose, doubled down on exploiting humanity, leaving Earth's remaining residents in even worse conditions. Lian Xiao rarely thought about the future now. She didn't believe she was powerful enough to save so many people. If she could find and take the princess off Earth, the Alliance would be spared, but the dire situation of Earth survivors would remain unchanged. Maybe no one in the Alliance cared about the lives of Earth survivors, but she did. Lian Xiao finished chewing her apple, and made up her mind. Let's go. I help you. The two hiked for over 2 hours before Lian Xiao saw the end of Area 3. A towering wall, barely visible from head to toe, stretched endlessly to the left and right. Small bones were scattered in the corners. A sparrow flew onto the wall right in front of them, instantly triggering a spiderweb-like electrical current. The charged sparrow fell silently onto the bones. The high-voltage wall, energized by electricity, divided the two sides into two worlds. T613 folded his arms and glanced at Lian Xiao, as if to say, "It's your turn now." But Lian Xiao stood still. Since her character was a resident of the Kingdom of God, who had escaped from Area 1, and Area 1 was separated by a glass barrier, she didn't know how to get through the high wall. Furthermore, T613 not only knew that the Wings of Freedom were in Area 2, but also knew some of Area 1's affairs, indicating a certain flow of information between the areas. The most direct means of information transmission was through stowaways. T613 narrowed her eyes. Don't know? After a few seconds, looking at Lian Xiao, who remained silent, T613 turned her head away. She no longer mentioned crossing the high-voltage wall, and once again walked ahead of Lian Xiao, leading the way. Sure enough, Lian Xiao thought, she was testing him. T613 had a cunning and cautious nature, acquired automatically in such a harsh environment. Unknown how, T613 parted the weeds, and tapped a rhythmic pattern on the exposed metal plate. The wind rustled through the weeds. Lian Xiao listened intently, faintly hearing footsteps in the passage. While waiting for the men in the underground passage to open the metal door, T613 subconsciously adjusted the blunt knife at her waist twice, revealing her inner nervousness. This was her first formal encounter with the unknown individuals roaming beneath the high walls. Suddenly, T613 caught sight of Lian Xiao's afterimage from the corner of her eye. Startled, T613 grasped the hilt of her knife. She knew these inhabitants of the mystic realm couldn't be trusted. Frightened and furious, T613 slashed with all her might. She was the strongest person in their field, having once killed a wild wolf that had darted into her fields. But her arm, halfway down, was easily caught. T613 had no time to react. Her ankle ached, and the green grass enveloped her. She was expertly pinned beneath Lian Xiao's weight. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free, and even the blunt knife was no match for her. T613's face flushed red as she raised her head in vain, attempting to bite Lian Xiao's arm. A little lower, Lian Xiao would reach SAP. Intense anger and self-blame made T613 roar like an animal. She hated her own incompetence and her fate. Why were they born as lowly as dust? But Lian Xiao simply watched her tears flow silently into the dirt. It's easy for me to defeat you. Lian Xiao slowed down her speech. But I said I help you, so I find the medicine and return in 2 days. Please keep the stuff for me. T613, perhaps not expecting this, gasped with a twisted face. Take care of a beginner in the human language, Lian Xiao repeated, before releasing T613. However, T613, having regained her freedom, immediately charged at Lian Xiao, strangling him and breaking his nose. She demanded double the revenge for what Lian Xiao had done to her. She refused to believe that a pampered citizen of the Kingdom of God would be willing to help someone like them. A second later, T613 was pinned to the ground again. This time, Lian Xiao slapped her several times, leaving her cheeks swollen. Lian Xiao thought to himself that she still held a grudge against T613, so returning the slaps was perfectly reasonable. Lian Xiao prepared to hit T613 several more times, but T613, her face swollen like a pig's head, seemed to understand, and finally behaved. This was the survival logic of Districts 2 and 3. Kindness and morality didn't work here, only violence could awaken civilization. Okay. Lian Xiao lost control of his grip, causing T613's mouth to crack. She said with difficulty, 2 days. I wait for you. Just as Lian Xiao had said, it would have been easy for her to take the item back, but she was willing to leave the evidence with her. T613 had never experienced this feeling before. Being trusted was a word the residents of District 3 didn't use, and she hadn't learned in her human common language classes. Humans are born with violence, jealousy, and hatred, but love, trust, and help require civilization and order. T613 didn't understand why Lian Xiao acted this way, but she vaguely realized that when it came to safeguarding the SAP and rescuing T1956, Lian Xiao was one of them. Someone emerged from the hole in the metal plate. T613 stood in front of Lian Xiao, who sheathed his knife. After the beating, T613 suddenly became more talkative. Close to Lian Xiao's ear, he whispered in his broken human common language about the passage and the origins of these people. The high wall couldn't deter humans attempting to sneak across, but the Zerg, besides the high voltage, had set up another barrier to prevent them from crossing. An identification wall deep underground. The tattoo on the back of T613's neck served as both a number and an identification code, identifying any resident attempting to pass through the tunnel beneath the wall. And these nameless individuals active in the tunnels were the very ones whose numbers had been erased by the Zerg for various reasons. News and supplies were the means by which these nameless individuals survived. In front of the identification wall, T613 handed the point card and Lian Xiao to the nameless individuals. These individuals certainly weren't about charity. T613 nervously watched Lian Xiao cross the identification wall. Her confidence in him stemmed from her belief that he had escaped Area 1. Lian Xiao calmly crossed the identification wall. Will she come back? T613 wondered, clutching her SAP. T613 had told the nameless individuals that Lian Xiao was deaf and mute, and Lian Xiao, true to his character, walked silently along the way. The Zergcast wall was divided into several sections. As they neared the exit, the nameless person suddenly rubbed their thumb and index finger together. Lian Xiao realized she had encountered an unscrupulous tour guide who had overcharged her. Through the centuries, universal body language still worked just as well. Several nameless figures emerged from the shadows, sizing her up like knives, ready to slice open her and determine her worth. It doesn't matter if you're broke, every vital organ has value. Alright, having just finished warming up with the T613, Lian Xiao flipped his wrist and charged straight into Area 2. The moment Lian Xiao's hand touched the knife handle, the tunnel suddenly shook violently, and rubble rained down from above. Worse still, there was the sound of soil and rock squeezing overhead. The Zerg had activated the wall, and it was collapsing. Chapter 211. The nameless people who had just swarmed around like hyenas sniffing a corpse were far more perceptive to danger than Lian Xiao, and immediately turned and ran for the exit. At the end of the passage farthest from Lian Xiao, a dull, massive thud echoed, as if something had crashed down onto the ground. The sinking walls continued to add pressure, squeezing the passage. Even if there were any living things, they were instantly trapped within the rock, becoming a thin specimen. Lian Xiao's blood froze as section after section of the wall sank towards her. In just a few seconds, half the passage had vanished. The passage's crude lighting circuits were destroyed, plunging the surroundings into endless darkness. Lian Xiao was sprinting towards the exit when someone suddenly rushed from the side, nearly knocking her down. If she hadn't caught the sound as they approached, she would have been pinned to the ground. Lian Xiao, relying on her feel, stabbed the man twice, causing him to scream and fall motionless. The roar of the tunnel closing drew closer, as if the roof would crash down on Lian Xiao's head in an instant. Lian Xiao's scalp tingled. Death loomed behind her like a shadow. She could only hurry faster. The light of the exit was within reach. Just as Lian Xiao was about to escape and climb upward, her ankle was suddenly grabbed, and she fell forward. It was the nameless person who hadn't escaped, holding Lian Xiao back with his entire weight. Looking at Lian Xiao, who had climbed up but couldn't break free, he gave her a malicious smile. As the two struggled, Lian Xiao drew her sword and pierced the nameless person's palm, but the closing rock layer, like a wave, had already crashed behind her. The force pulling her back suddenly vanished, and Lian Xiao's back slammed into the wall. The hand still gripped Lian Xiao's ankle, but its owner had been crushed into a pulp by the rock. Lian Xiao didn't dare to pause, crawling limply out of the passage, her bloodied hand trailing a trail of blood behind her. The dust kicked up by the falling wall showered Lian Xiao, her chest heaving violently, her heart pounding so hard it hurt her ribs. Another second later, and she would have been trapped beneath the wall forever. But now wasn't the time to relax. The Zerg wouldn't activate the wall for no reason. Something must have happened. Staying near the wall could mean encountering the Zerg at any moment. Lian Xiao didn't have time to check her injuries before she plunged into the woods beneath Area 2's wall. Unlike the desolate landscape of Area 3, the woods surrounding Area 2's wall showed some signs of maintenance. The path, though narrow, was well paved. But Lian Xiao, out of caution, avoided the side path, instead groping her way through the trees, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, away from the wall. Lian Xiao was in a terrible mood. Returning to Area 3 via the passage beneath the wall had completely fallen through the cracks. Lian Xiao felt the pressure of finding the wings of freedom, or another method of traveling between areas within 2 days weighed heavily on her. She even hesitated for a moment, questioning whether she had made the wrong choice. If she hadn't acted heroically and decided to help T613, she would have already obtained the SAP and entered Area 2, preventing the mission from being delayed. But Lian Xiao quickly suppressed her feelings, knowing that no amount of regret could change the established facts, and would only add to her worries. She was determined to save T613's sister, and find the princess to prevent the war. Lian Xiao thought she had already made her choice between the interests of the minority, and the majority through her actions. No matter what, she would do her utmost to prove that her choice was the right one. Lian Xiao took a few deep breaths, clearing some of her negative emotions, and focusing more on finding a safe escape from the walled area and finding her wings of freedom. Just then, Lian Xiao heard a very soft crunching of leaves, like water drops falling on fallen leaves. But even in the eerie, quiet forest, Lian Xiao tensed instantly. Suddenly, something passed by Lian Xiao like a gust of wind. An arm locked tightly around her neck from behind, attempting to strangle her throat and deprive her of oxygen. Lian Xiao swiftly elbowed the attacker, her feet shifting and exerting force, ready to throw him over her shoulder to the ground. But cold metal pressed against Lian Xiao's lower back. The attacker, knowing she had a blunt knife, intended to use a heated weapon, leaving her no room for retaliation. With a quick thought, Lian Xiao slashed her arm with her backhand. She grabbed the black, liquid metal. The next moment, the attacker felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as the sharp metal pierced his flesh and pressed against his collarbone. As the metal lengthened, the pain of the broken bone caused him to lose his strength uncontrollably. Lian Xiao took the opportunity to dodge to the side, but her weapon missed, corroding the tree where it had been struck, creating a large hole and sending wisps of white smoke billowing out. Then Lian Xiao turned and kicked the attacker away, revealing her attacker. The man's skin was pale, his eyes narrowed as if he had seen a bright light. Another nameless person. The compressed and reassembled gun appeared in Lian Xiao's hand, and she pulled the trigger with a cold look. Weapons that produced similar shooting effects, Lian Xiao had only seen with Zerg. This explained why the nameless person, despite risking being crushed into a meat patty, would prevent her from escaping the passage under the wall and pursue her to the surface. Because among the nameless man were Zerg lackeys. The silenced gun fired, but the bullets spun around the attacker's body, dissipating their kinetic energy until they came to a stop. A closer look revealed a hardened shell emerging from the nameless man's pale skin. The weapons the Zerg had provided him seemed to have limited ammunition. He discarded the barrel, clasped his fingers together, and fused them to his arms. His flesh and bones stretched like rice cakes, growing past his knees and morphing into twin spikes. Then he braced himself on all fours, crawling like an animal. Despite his human form, he was incredibly agile and swift. He leaped, and the blades of the twin spikes snapped silently as they grazed the air. The nameless man aimed at Lian Xiao's head, intending to pierce her from head to toe. Ordinary cold weapons and bullets were invulnerable to him. His skin was now cold and hard as marble. The nameless man noticed that Lian Xiao's eyes were devoid of fear and panic, only disgust. Then he vanished. Lian Xiao grasped the reconfigurable, retractable sword again. The blade pierced his eye, shattering the nameless man's brain like tofu. Even for Zerg, compound eyes are one of their most vulnerable parts. Half a minute passed between the nameless man's death and the end of his abnormal state. Lian Xiao watched as his skin, once as hard as a shell, softened and his fingers returned to their normal shape. Lian Xiao manipulated the sword into a compact dagger, strapping it to her arm. This was one of the few weapons she carried close to her body, a masterpiece of the equipment department. Through molecular recombination, the sword could be transformed into various weapon forms, making one weapon more powerful than 6. Lian Xiao watched the nameless man gradually dissolve into a pool of bloody foam after his death. This greatly reduced her time in cleaning up the traces, but she didn't feel relieved at having killed the enemy. No wonder the passage beneath the high wall remained stable. It was the Zerg's tacit approval. Not only had the Zerg known from the outset about the smuggling between areas 2 and 3, they had likely manipulated the flow of information through the nameless man to reclaim the hard-earned points of Area 3 residents. As for the nameless man's evolution into a monster, the Zerg's human transformation technology had reached such a level that if she could withstand one, what about 2 or 3? To make matters worse, the Zerg had so abruptly cut off the passage beneath the high wall and sent the nameless man in pursuit, confirming Lian Xiao's even greater fears. The Zerg must have realized that humans had infiltrated Earth, and they were locking down all sectors, using every possible means to track the intruders' whereabouts. Then a full-scale manhunt within Districts 2 and 3 would surely begin soon. Lian Xiao's heart sank. A stranger like her, who had suddenly appeared, was the most likely suspect. If the connection was to T613, not only would T613 and the other 2 be killed, but she would never be able to recover the SAP. As soon as one crisis subsided, another arose. Just as Lian Xiao finished cleaning up the scene and was leaving, a red dot flickered on her chest. A sniper rifle was trained on her. "Don't move. If you move, I shoot," someone said. The high walls gave way, the ground shook, and even 1 or 2 houses in the residential area near the fields collapsed. The residents of the fields, unsure of what was happening, retreated anxiously into their dilapidated houses. Even though everyone knew that the worn metal would be almost impervious to any damage. T613's siblings pressed themselves against the door, nervously listening for any sound that might have been footsteps. Without T613, they were like fledglings without a nest. Finally, T613 pushed open the door. T613 mechanically reached out and hugged the 2 who had clung to her, but her expression was blank, as if her soul had been drained from her. All the points she had painstakingly accumulated, all her hopes, vanished along with the crumbling walls. T1956 touched her swollen face worriedly. Neither of them had ever seen their sister so miserable, and then T613 held her even tighter. T613 didn't know how to heal her before the harvest. She didn't even know who to hate. The one inhabitant of the kingdom of God, who had promised to help her, who had given her a glimmer of hope. But that person had died before T1956. T613 pressed against her sister's head, not shedding a tear. For the first time in her life, she wished all the bugs had died, so they wouldn't have to endure the bullying. "Is there a place where we can live without having to live like this?" T613 murmured. The forgotten boy helplessly reached out his hand, then lowered it. Compared to T613, he was younger and weaker. Besides being obedient, he was more fortunate than the other boys who died in that he had a sister like T613. Others often said that without T613, he would have starved to death before he grew up, or been sold to the factory for credits. The latest harvest season only has female insects. The boy thought, if only he were a girl, then T1965 wouldn't have to die, and T613 wouldn't have to worry anymore. Looking at the 2 hugging each other, the boy quietly opened the door and walked out, heading towards the factory. Chapter 212. Somewhere in Area 2. "Are you back?" The door opened, and the other person greeted him. "Hey. Is this the nameless person? He doesn't look like one." "No. A random stowaway." "You didn't tie him up properly? What if he ran away?" "No problem. I'm tied up with magnetic cords. Even if I run, I can't run fast. If I run too fast, the cords will blow my hands and feet off." The man patted Lian Xiao meaningfully. "Got it?" Lian Xiao turned his head blankly in response. After she was captured in the woods by an unknown sniper, he took her weapons, bound her hands and feet, and blindfolded her as usual, but didn't cover her ears. Because he seemed to have nothing else to do along the way, he'd been doing nothing but scaring her. Lian Xiao thought of his teammate Yin. A calm and ruthless character is such a valuable quality for a sniper. Interestingly, the 2 had just spoken in the universal language. Language is one of the tools the Zerg use to rule humanity. They forbid human speech and belief, and domestication is a process that takes generations. When humanity forgets all of its own culture, it becomes essentially the same as the Zerg, save for its form. In both Areas 2 and 3, Lian Xiao encountered residents who privately spoke the human language. T613 remained at a beginner's level, while the two individuals before him spoke with remarkable fluency. Lian Xiao wondered if the ability to speak the human language in both areas was a hidden sign, a way to identify their companions. Rejecting complete enslavement and domestication by the Zerg, all those unwilling to be ruled by them subconsciously seek their own language. Language is the seed of resistance. A few minutes later, the sniper led Lian Xiao into a room and removed the cloth covering her eyes. "Stop pretending you understand," the other person said. "You know both Common and Zerg." Before her was a small room, its walls dented with rough, pitted rock. Lian Xiao's gaze lingered for a few seconds on a single point, a firearm of a model beyond her comprehension. Non-Alliance firearms could only have been made by the remnants of Earth. Sector 3 wasn't technologically advanced, practically a wilderness. Lian Xiao had always been curious about the situation in Sector 2. The free zone should be slightly better than the experimental field, after all, since residents there had access to high-tech equipment like mining vessels. But the Zerg would never allow humans to develop weapons under their watchful eyes. Lian Xiao's heart raced. Unless, of course, these people were the legendary resistance. Wings of Freedom. The man studied Lian Xiao, a small wooden stick between his teeth, mumbling, "You even reacted to Common Zerg, albeit very slightly. Next time, remember to control your body movements when you pretend not to understand. Don't be nervous." He lit the stick, the burning wood emitting a strange aroma. "If I hadn't seen you kill the nameless man, you would have been killed by my gun long ago. Of course, bringing you back here makes it easier to kill you." He clicked the safety and deliberately nudged Lian Xiao's jaw with his gun, his gaze condescending with a smug look. The more he spoke, the more Lian Xiao felt his threats were bluffing. If he really wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have risked exposing his base by bringing her back. Someone opened the door and, startled at first, then angrily shouted, "Didn't I tell you to stay out of trouble? Things are not peaceful lately." She grabbed the gun and nearly pulled the trigger on Lian Xiao's head. Sister, the man who had captured Lian Xiao was even more nervous than he was. He clutched the gun, smiled, and whispered, "Let me show you something." The two men left and returned a few minutes later. The woman's demeanor changed noticeably upon entering. She sat down on the chair her companion had so kindly pulled out. "What's this?" The weapon she held in her hand was Lian Xiao's dagger. The equipment department had also configured Lian Xiao's biometric information as the unique code to activate the weapon. Now, it looked like a weapon with exceptional sharpness. The woman questioned the veracity of the automatic weapon transformation she had just heard from her companion. Lian Xiao had a vague idea of why she had been brought back. Her killing of the nameless man at least proved she wasn't a Zerg lackey. The weapon she wielded was clearly beyond the technological capabilities of Earth humans, so it was only natural to question her identity. Add to that the fact that she spoke two languages, and it was difficult to determine her origins. Lian Xiao, dagger. "Hold it," the woman commanded. Lian Xiao obediently grasped the hilt, and after a few seconds, the dagger remained a dagger. The man, anxious, dropped the stick in his mouth. "I'm not exaggerating. It's really just as I said." He clearly saw Lian Xiao giving him a provocative glare. The woman asked, "Where are you from? Why did you come to District 2? This question left room for maneuver. Lian Xiao crossed his arms and said, "Who are you? Why should I answer your questions?" After thinking for a few seconds, the woman said, "I don't mind sharing some information to build trust between us. I'm Chickadee." The woman nodded gently. "He's Albatross. We belong to the same organization. Others call us the Wings of Liberty." Lian Xiao's heart, which had been calming, began to beat faster again. It really was the Wings of Liberty. According to the Alliance's intelligence, there was no other human organization on Earth with such military might. After falling into Area 3, having her SAP stolen, nearly being crushed to death by a high wall, and being killed by an unknown person, Lian Xiao couldn't believe she finally gotten lucky. "What are you doing hiding near the high wall?" Lian Xiao blurted out. "Albatross, are we torturing you, or are you torturing us? Answer the questions honestly." Chicken Sparrow calmly stopped him. "The Zerg have been making sudden moves these past few days, and Albatross is going to investigate." Lian Xiao said, "One last question. What is the purpose of Wings of Liberty?" "To eliminate the Zerg and liberate Earth's humanity. To return Earth to humanity." Chicken Sparrow said, casually, as if speaking a mundane matter. Now, can you clearly answer the previous question? I've been asked to find medicine. Lian Xiao said, I'm an Earthling. Lian Xiao's words were cryptic. In the eyes of Earthlings, the Second Earth Project might be a sign that the Alliance had given up on them, and it was hard not to resent Alliance citizens. You're a descendant of Earthlings? You're from the Alliance? Chicken Sparrow's expression changed slightly. She quickly picked up her dagger and winked at Albatross, signaling him to look at Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao felt something was amiss. The Second Earth Project took place half a century ago, and for Chicken Sparrow to identify Lian Xiao so quickly, she must be very familiar with the events of that time. But given Shank's age, she must have been born after the Second Earth Project. Could it be that someone within Liberty Wings is familiar with the Alliance? Just as Lian Xiao had begun to speculate, Shan Ke opened the door. This time, she was accompanied by two unfamiliar faces. The four surrounded Lian Xiao, both to protect her and to prevent her from escaping, and escorted her through the cleared corridor. Shan Ke turned and said, "The professor wants to see you." That night, a heavy rain fell in District 3. In the past, T613 would have braved the rain to check on the crops in the fields, or volunteered to help the doctors in the Rose Garden, earning points. But today, T613 sat blankly by the stove as her sister thrust a cracked wooden bowl into her hand. It contained potato soup. Usually, they were content with only thin soups, but today, T1956 poured twice as much. T613 took a sip and put it down. Although she was mother, T1956's cooking was the best, and she was the only one who meticulously peeled the potatoes. The thought that after the next harvest, she would never again have such a thick soup made T613 want to cry. T1956, having guessed her hopes of survival were dashed, was surprisingly calmer than her mother. "Where's T1270? T613 said. "He went to class." T1956 whispered, "Will I be able to attend next time?" T613 had sent both children to a secret class teaching the universal language of humanity. This practice was a legacy of the family's previous mother. T613 wasn't quick to learn, and she didn't understand why her mother did it. T613 wondered vaguely if her mother had foreseen that she would meet this resident of the Kingdom of God, with whom she had only spent less than a day. T613 rubbed T1956's head and said, "Of course. The doctor was right. Harvest season is less than a week away. Let her be happy." T1270 returned, soaking wet and wrapped tightly in his clothes. Having barely eaten anything, he laid down to rest, his face pale. Through the curtain, T613 saw his brother's sleeping form, and figured he was simply exhausted. The rain intensified, cold water dripping through the cracks in the house, soaking the mattress. T613 woke with a start. Amidst the pounding, sizzling sound of the downpour, she suddenly caught a strong whiff of fishy smell. It was a familiar smell. During harvest season, the strong, rose-scented scent of human blood wafted from the factory. The source of the smell was T1270. Thunder rumbled, and brilliant white lightning flashed through the window, illuminating the house with daylight. In the pale light, T613 saw a black sphere on the other side of the curtain. To be more precise, the shadow had a human head and limbs, but it was crushed beneath a massive, disproportionate sphere. The eerie scene made T613's scalp tingle. T1270 was in danger. She instantly suppressed her fear, pulled out the blunt knife from under her pillow, and opened the curtain. She could never have imagined that the inhuman shadow came from T1270. T1270, like a tortoise burdened by a heavy shell, couldn't move his limbs. He could only barely move his head, offering a smile uglier than tears. Red blood flowed continuously from beneath him, soaking the mattress. "T1956 will be fine," he said. "I asked the bugs at the factory to take her place." His abdomen bulged. The skin and blood vessels stretched so thin that they were practically transparent. With the help of flashes of lightning, T613 could clearly see the contents of his stomach. It squirmed, protruding a hard shape beneath the thin skin, as if it would break through T1270's skin at any moment. T613 stared stiffly at the eyes of the implant in T1270, which should have been in T1956. It was observing the outside world through its skin. It was a pair of compound eyes. Chapter 213. T613's hand trembled as she held the knife. The residents of Area 3 had very little knowledge of physiology, and the Zerg wouldn't restrict the reproduction of the experimental field residents. To save their points, they rarely went to the Rose Garden to see a doctor during childbirth. T613's mind was blank as she stared at T1270's heaving belly. The larvae within were rapidly maturing, moving more frequently within the confined flesh and blood space. Can men get pregnant? Could T-1270 give birth to the worms, like a human? Or should she take him to the rose garden and ask the doctors for help? T-1270 released his lip from his bite, and fell into a semi-coma. T-613 pushed her sister, go find S-467. The scene before her was too horrifying, and she didn't want T-1956 to stay here any longer. S-467, pregnant with a monster, was the only person she knew who might have a solution. T-613 gathered her composure, raised her knife, pointed it at the larva, and stabbed it. The residents of District 3 had only seen mature Zerg, but T-613, assuming the human's growth pattern, suspected that the juvenile stage was the Zerg's weakest. Her plan was to kill the larva, and then send T-1270 to the Rose Garden for treatment. However, T-613 heard a mixture of screams and shrieks. The knife's tip struck the hard shell before it touched the human's soft skin. Sensing the danger from outside, the immature larva burst through T-1270's abdomen, colliding with T-613's face and leaping onto her head. T-613 felt a fishy-smelling liquid dripping from her hair onto her clothes. T-1956 opened the door and saw this scene. My brother lay nearly torn apart on the mattress, his body a mass of organs, the remains of the larvae that had been carried out when they broke free from their mother's body. The larvae squealed in fear as they crawled about the room. T-1956 shuddered, unable to imagine that humans could give birth to such a monster. S-467, Paunchy, stepped forward to shield the girl, watching grimly as the larvae, whose shells had hardened rapidly after birth, crawled towards them. T-613, half covered in blood, reacted, spun around, and stabbed the larva with her knife. Swish! The tip of the knife sank into the cracks in the shell, and the larvae wailed in pain, its legs flailing helplessly in the air. T-613 stamped on the larva's tail, her blood-soaked face illuminated by the white lightning, a blaze of rage. Just as she pinned the larva down and roared, raising her blunt knife and swinging it down, the roof of the house ripped away, and the Zerg descended, along with a torrential downpour. T-613, your actions are worthy of being thrown directly into the lowest-grade factory, where all the experiments will be repeated on you, the Zerg said. But since T-1270 gave birth to larvae, we can make an exception and forgive you. The frightened larva chirped and hid behind the Zerg. Its innate bestial nature automatically made it understand who was its own kind. The rain washed the blood from T-613's face, but also extinguished her hope. The metal house was surrounded by 3 or 4 massive Zerg. S-467 clung to the frightened T-1956, while T-613 let down the hilt of her knife weakly. All that stood between them and the Zerg was a thin layer of fragile, rotting metal. What about T-1270? T-613 murmured. She wanted to ask, please save him. It's because of you that he's become like this. The Zerg placed the larva between its wings and said gently, we didn't force him. T-1270 begged us to help him. We simply offered him a helping hand. I believe T-1270 will die with no regrets. The boy lay quietly on the mattress, a deathly white. The moment the larva was born, it crushed his heart. T-613 couldn't save him no matter what. The heavy rain washed over his skin, his insides. T-1270's blood had drained out, the bright red blood faded to pink by the rain. But I can keep our promise, the Zerg said regretfully, glancing at T-1956, who was curled up in S-467's arms, trying to minimize her presence. Since T-1270 has already given birth to a larva for us in place of T-956, you can use your points to prevent T-1956 from being selected during the next harvest. The knife clanked to the ground, and large raindrops pummeled T-613, causing slight pain. The Zerg took T-1270's killer away. The larva would be placed in a warm, cozy blanket by the Zerg and carefully cared for, while T-1270 would lie in the cold, pouring rain and die. What a fool! What a fool! T-613 couldn't hear her own cries, her voice drowned out by the even louder rain, unheeded. She tore at her hair in agony. She had thought that at least T-1270's gender wouldn't make her chosen this time, and T-1270's death wouldn't change anything. S-467, having witnessed everything, whispered comfortingly, T-1956 won't be chosen during next week's harvest. That, at least, is a good thing. No! T-613 could no longer tell whether it was rain or tears on her body. She was about to fall from one abyss into another, a painful abyss. We run out of points. S-467 and T-1956 hugged each other. She could feel the little girl trembling and crying. Having witnessed what would happen to her in a few days, T-1956 couldn't help but feel fear. But she couldn't even choose the more dignified option of suicide in advance. Once she died, the same fate would fall to T-613. Looking at the two sisters in despair, S-467 suddenly said, "You want to kill it? Kill the Zerg, and avenge T-1270. S-467 felt the uneasy stirring in her stomach, and frowned in disgust. Killing the Zerg would also avenge her family. T-613 murmured tiredly, "What's the point of wanting to?" Residents of Area 3 were forbidden from engaging lone Zerg, and even if they did, they were nearly impossible for humans to kill. "There's a way," S-467 said firmly. She took a deep breath and continued, "In less than 2 days, the monster in my belly might be born. The Zerg attach great importance to this monster, and have been urging me to go to the Rose Garden. They will definitely come and watch me then." She could use this as a bargaining chip to force the Zerg to send only one of them. That would be the perfect time for revenge. S-467 was not afraid of the Zerg nor of death. She had only one goal. "I must kill this monster in my belly." She never gave up on killing it. She had no so-called maternal love for it. Its existence only brought her humiliation. S-467 walked over and lifted T-613, their three hands clasped tightly together. Lian Xiao was led to the room at the end. Sand Sparrow said, "Go in, the professor is waiting for you." The other three people's eyes were scrutinizing, but more curious. Albatross muttered something about the professor not meeting non-members. Because of the professor's attitude towards her, the members of Freedom Wings remained friendly towards her. It seemed that the professor was the leader of Freedom Wings. Lian Xiao walked in, and saw only a huge screen. The next second, a figure popped up on the screen. Is the professor commanding Freedom Wings through video? Or is he hiding where he can't see anyone? Lian Xiao muttered to herself, and the moment she saw the professor clearly, her eyes widened. She recognized that face, or more accurately, she remembered those gray eyes. The professor immediately noticed something strange about Lian Xiao and asked, "Do you know me?" More than that, Lian Xiao was stunned. She had read Zhu Fei's thesis, and was even involved with her son. But she hadn't imagined Zhu Fei would be on Earth, or even connected to the Wings of Liberty. No wonder, with Gu Mian's status and influence, he couldn't find any trace of Zhu Fei after years of searching the Alliance. "I know you," Lian Xiao said. "Gu Chafeng and I are teammates." In these tense days, when personal emotions were so intense that they were impossible to let go, Lian Xiao missed Gu Chafeng for the first time. "Xiafeng?" Although Zhu Fei's tone lacked excitement, her involuntary forward lean betrayed her anxiety. After a few seconds, she smiled, her expression softening. "Then I know who you are. Lian Xiao, right? Just a teammate?" Lian Xiao, eh? Zhu Fei was clearly just teasing, but quickly got back to the point. "I know something went wrong after the league finals, but I didn't expect the Alliance to send you this time." It wasn't that she looked down on Lian Xiao. A serving mech soldier infiltrating Earth alone in such a complex situation could very well never return, let alone a cadet, who had only been enrolled for a year. Although he had never met Zhu Fei, Lian Xiao spoke directly. "You know all the news about the Alliance, and you're quite well informed. You're not on Earth?" "Yes, I'm not," Zhu Fei said. "Or rather, I can't stay on Earth for long." She spent years wandering the unknown lands between the Zerg of the Alliance Empire, sometimes returning to Earth with mining ships or entering the Starlink region. "Why?" Lian Xiao asked. She didn't believe Zhu Fei didn't know that Gu Mian and Gu Changfeng had never given up their search. If he wasn't dead, why hadn't they been told anything in all these years? Zhu Fei sat down, as if she were about to have a longer conversation. "It's a long story. Let's talk slowly. I don't know how much you know about the Alliance's secrets, but since the Alliance assigned you to Earth, I assume you know at least part of the Second Earth Plan and the secrets of the Mechas." Lian Xiao nodded, and she continued, "So, how much do you know about the current situation on Earth and within the Zerg? The two factions are fighting, the princess is missing, and the Alliance's pro-war faction and the Empire are ready to make a move." "Let's start with the most important matter right now," Zhu Fei said. "The male Zerg have risen to power because of the shortage of red fluid and mithril. The Zerg King has been unable to find a suitable alternative energy source, but unfortunately, the male Zerg faction has found one. They're looking for alternative energy sources. I heard that the male Zerg have at least achieved a breakthrough in their laboratory. Simply put, they're using the Zerg themselves as an energy source. The male Zerg have embarked on a different path of development, draining the ordinary Zerg of all their usefulness." Lian Xiao was stunned, and she immediately thought of the tsunami-like consequences. This method is equivalent to the higher-ranking Zerg trepanning on the corpses of the lower-ranking Zerg to reproduce, which would inevitably require a large population. The right to reproduce rests in the hands of the Zerg king and the females. If the male Zerg gain power, the females will be completely reduced to reproductive machines. Lian Xiao thought of the factory in the experimental field. That's right. Xu Fa said, after the replacement of the Earth Archon, the new Archon has begun experimenting on humans, using them as surrogate carriers for the Zerg. Chapter 214. Lian Xiao pondered. The two factions within the Zerg are deadlocked. The faction of the old king sent the princess out of the royal court. This not only shows that the Zerg still has support for the old king, but also indicates that the struggle between the two sides has reached a fever pitch. Even if the Zerg adopts the path of using their own kind as fuel in the future, the power of the female Zerg faction will not collapse immediately, and the transformation of the Zerg social structure will not occur immediately. So how can the male Zerg obtain a large number of new larvae during this period? Lian Xiao shuddered, realizing that the situation was more urgent than she had imagined. After the male Zerg take power, the Zerg will inevitably expand outward, exploiting other races to create larval fuel. The alliance must side with the old king. How far have the human surrogacy experiments progressed? Lian Xiao asked, suppressing his nausea. Zhu Fa's face was serious. It's only in the small-scale experimental stage, but none of the female subjects who participated in surrogacy have survived. However, this is not what the male Zerg want. They would rather the human test subjects be used as surrogates repeatedly to increase their utilization rate. So we noticed a recent increase in the number of human-insect hybrid monsters, Zhu Fa said. A thread finally connected everything Lian Xiao had seen and heard over the past 2 days. T613's sister, as well as the girls with genetic defects who would be selected for harvest season, were all test subjects for the male insect's rapid reproduction program. If healthy women weren't enough, then those with genetic defects would be used instead. S467 was a victim of the human-insect hybrid monster. Through experimentation, the male insects hoped to determine whether the fuel efficiency of human-insect hybrid offspring was higher than that of pure-blooded larvae, and whether the mother body could be reused multiple times. Women with genetic defects can't escape, healthy women can't escape, no one can escape. If war breaks out and the alliance loses, all the women in the alliance will suffer the same fate. Lian Xiao clenched her fists. She saw the same look in Zhu Fa's eyes. With just a glance, the two women understood each other's intentions. So, Zhu Fa asked seriously, what is the alliance's position? After a pause of several seconds, Lian Xiao finally responded, I can't speak for the entire alliance, but there is at least one group that wants to prevent the war, and I will do everything in my power to stop the male insects. Lian Xiao pondered for a moment, then shared the information about the princess' disappearance near Earth. Currently, she and Freedom Wings were on the same page. Lian Xiao believed that with Earth isolated, and the alliance, and the military unable to provide any outside help, convincing Freedom Wings to support her mission was the best option. I understand. Zhu Fa made her decision without hesitation. Freedom Wings was born in Area 1 and is active in Area 2. Freedom Wings has connections in Areas 2 and 3, and will do its best to find the princess. But Area 1. Her gray eyes locked with Lian Xiao. I'm afraid you need to infiltrate. Zhu Fa's thoughts coincided with Frida's. There was no one on Earth more suited to infiltrate the Divine Kingdom on Earth than Lian Xiao. Okay. Lian Xiao agreed immediately, adding, before that, I need to go back to Area 3. Is there any way for Freedom Wings to enter Area 3? She had asked, and Shantio had confirmed that Freedom Wings happened to have the medicine T613 needed. Zhu Fa's brow, which had just relaxed slightly, furrowed again. Genetics are truly a fascinating thing. Zhu Fa's frown reminded Lian Xiao of Gu Changfeng. As smart people go, it's easy to tell. Zhu Fa figured Lian Xiao had deduced from the Zerg's lowering of the wall that they had already sensed the intruder's infiltration. It was the safest option for Lian Xiao to stay with Liberty Wings and be escorted by them throughout their journey to Area 1. For both public and private reasons, she didn't want anything to happen to Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao didn't explain why, nor did he mention that the SAP was in T613's possession. She simply said, I'll be back within 24 hours. Zhu Fa's beautiful gray eyes occasionally glanced at Lian Xiao, reflecting. Gu Changfeng hadn't mentioned his mother's personality. When they met, Zhu Fa had struck Lian Xiao as impulsive and decisive. Perhaps from her long tenure in command of Liberty Wings, she had a certain air of authority. Zhu Fa finally relented. If that's your decision, fine. We help you enter Area 3. But the Wings of Freedom people will follow you. If you're in danger, We prioritize bringing you back, regardless of whether you completed your mission. At this point, the important matters were almost settled. Zhu Fa had other matters to attend to. She said goodbye to Lian Xiao and was about to disconnect the video. She was also trying to find a way to break through the barrier and return to Earth. During this critical period, she had to stand with the wings of freedom. Lian Xiao, take care of yourself, Zhu Fa said softly. If anything happens to you, I'd be very sad. Lian Xiao smiled. She liked the way Zhu Fa spoke. He cared about her personally, not just as Gu Chengfeng's lover. Lian Xiao thought to herself, she was beginning to like Zhu Fa the elder. I will. Lian Xiao said, I still have some questions, some things I want to tell you. I look forward to seeing you next time. See you next time. Zhu Fa cut off the projection. 30 hours after leaving Area 3, Lian Xiao boarded a small plane bound for Area 3. As he boarded the helicopter, Albatross grumbled softly, wondering why the professor had taken such a risk by agreeing to take Lian Xiao to Area 3. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the egg-white morning light shone through the helicopter's front windows, filtering into the cabin. Including Lian Xiao and the pilot, there were 5 people in the cabin. Small Tit, Albatross, and another member Lian Xiao had never met, codenamed Pelican, escorted her back to Area 3. Everyone in the cabin was clad head to toe in protective gear, making it impossible to see their faces. They were disguised as porters for Area 2. According to Small Tit, both Areas 2 and 3 were conducting human experiments, but in different directions. The factory in Area 3 conducted the most human experiments. Sometimes, the Zerg from Area 2 would send humans to the factory to bring back corpses or specimens worth studying. The Zerg were unwilling to condescend to such dirty work, so they left it all to the porters. Of course, entering the factory was just a cover. Won't we be discovered this way? Lian Xiao, brazenly sneaking through the Zerg's compound eyes for the first time, couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Albatross, of course, it's easy to be discovered. They had previously controlled the porters working today and pretended to be them boarding the plane. If they didn't return before the Zerg noticed something was amiss, they would all die in Area 3. The thought of this infuriated Albatross. Every member of the Wings of Liberty was a veteran who had survived countless battles. He strongly disapproved of risking Lian Xiao's comrades' lives. He said sarcastically, 5 people went out, and the number of people back is the limit. No matter how stupid a bug is, they count, so don't even think about getting anyone back from Area 3. Shoo! Chicken Sparrow sternly stopped Albatross from saying anything else. For some reason, in front of the chick, the once arrogant Albatross became as docile as a plucked chicken. Chicken Sparrow said, we're about to pass the inspection area. Keep your voices down. Everyone fell silent. It was still early, and the Zerg in the inspection area hadn't woken up yet. The beam swept over the helicopter, but the system didn't issue any warnings and let them pass. Only then did Lian Xiao, drenched in cold sweat, breathe a sigh of relief. Every step was filled with fear, and every step carried the risk of being discovered. Lian Xiao turned his head and looked down from the helicopter. They had just passed through a high wall area several hundred meters wide, and Lian Xiao could clearly see that the electric fence had been widened and strengthened. Furthermore, overnight, the Zerg installed laser cannons in the cracks between the walls, firing erratically into the air. Lian Xiao watched helplessly as Fei Niao perished under the laser cannons. Entering Area 3, Albatross suddenly whispered in Lian Xiao's ear, you better behave yourself. If you get into any trouble, I don't mind leaving you in Area 3. Lian Xiao elbowed Albatross in the heart, and the Albatross clutched his chest with a distorted expression. Lian Xiao said calmly, don't get so close. We're not familiar with each other. The helicopter feigned a malfunction and landed in the field next to the factory. For a moment, the Zerg were oblivious to their abnormality. As soon as the helicopter came to a stop, Lian Xiao and Shantio immediately removed their protective suits. They used this opportunity to find T613 and deliver the medicine to her. Wait a minute. The Tit suddenly grabbed Lian Xiao, who was about to leave the helicopter. From the helicopter's perspective, a huge shadow passed over the ground at breakneck speed. A Zerg landed in the nearby rose garden. At this time? How could it happen? The 5 men were on edge. The Zerg's arrival completely disrupted their plans. The Tit gritted its teeth. They couldn't wait for the Zerg to slowly depart. A few minutes passed, but the Zerg didn't emerge from the rose garden. And unlike what Lian Xiao had witnessed last time, they hadn't gathered all the residents of the experimental field. Zerg in Area 3 don't usually leave alone. The Pelican, who had been silent until then, spoke, then closed his mouth tightly. The tit whispered in Lian Xiao's ear from a distance. The pelican escaped from Area 3 to Area 2, and is quite familiar with the situation there. The rose mosaic on the outer wall of the rose garden bloomed brilliantly in the morning mist. Could something unusual be happening in the rose garden? Lian Xiao pondered for a moment, discarding his protective suit. Let's go! She called to Titmouse. There was no time to worry. Neither T613 nor she could wait. The longer they delayed, the more likely something would happen. Under the cover of the fog, the two of them ran towards the cluster of houses. In the rose garden, T613's heart pounded. S467's labor had begun in the early morning. Last night, she and T1956 had stayed in the rose garden with S467. She had never slept on such soft bedding in her life, even though she was only allowed to sleep on the floor next to S467's bed. T613's biological clock still woke her at the prescribed time. She opened her eyes to see S467, covered in cold sweat. Good morning, S467 said with a smile. But her smile was forced, her fingers clenched in the sheets until they turned pale. She had woken early in the morning, conscious of the pain, but she couldn't bring herself to wake up T613. She gently returned her handshake, and T613 leaped over to grab her hand. Go get the doctor. And get ready. The doctors arrived quickly, chattering around S467. No one noticed T613 and T1956 outside the crowd. T613 could only see S467's pale face. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the scent of roses, and she thought of death once again. T1956 squeezed into the crowd, helping the doctors with their work. T613 froze for 2 seconds, then recovered and ran out. S467 and the monster were top priorities. The rest of the rose garden was now deserted. She ran unimpeded into the depths of the rose garden, where the doctors kept their equipment. Access required a dial combination. T613 had never been to school, but every time she visited the rose garden, she memorized everything she saw. Relying on her memory, she opened the door to the equipment room. T613 grasped the strange object left behind by the inhabitants of the Kingdom of God, like a talisman. She also wondered why she hadn't thrown it away. A sharp knife. Alcohol that could be ignited. Here was everything they need to kill monsters and insects. Chapter 215. The ward was filled with S467's cries of pain. S467's condition was beyond the knowledge of the doctors at Rose Garden. After all, no one had ever delivered a human-insect hybrid. If S467 and the monster in her belly died, all the doctors present would perish. Just as S467's voice faded, a massive Zerg suddenly descended onto the ward's roof. Rose Garden was built by the Zerg, so the ward structure was strong enough to support its weight. It clung to the roof with its limbs, watching through the transparent glass as S467 writhed on the bed. A metal 3-sided die was flipped, spinning on the glass roof, above S467's struggling belly. The Zerg gazed at the die face up, etched with a skull. This side represented the god of death, one of the 3 main deities worshipped by the Zerg. The Zerg twitched its tentacles with satisfaction. According to the omen, the newly born human-insect hybrid would bring death in the future, reaping the lives of countless enemies. S467 gradually lost the strength to utter a sound. The doctors, anxiously scrambling, injected S467 with a stimulant. With the help of this injection, S467 reached out and tightly grasped T1956's hand. Suddenly, a huge egg-like object slid out. The doctors, trembling with fear, used scalpels to cut open the translucent shell. The strange creature within let out a cry. One doctor hesitated for a moment, then bravely stepped forward, lifted the creature from the liquid, quickly dried it, and placed it on the prepared bed, unwilling to touch it for even a second. No one had ever seen such an extraordinary creature, possessing both infant and insect characteristics. It lacked complete limbs, its hands and feet replaced by sharp insect legs. The insect's hard shell embedded itself in soft, red flesh. Within seconds, the shell darkened, rapidly expanding as it squeezed the flesh. Even as it opened its mouth and cried, its seemingly normal lips split open, revealing an abnormally large mouth and fangs. It rolled over twice, before finally freeing itself from the bed on its 8 incomplete legs. It crawled like a bug, instinctively reaching for S467. It was hungry, thirsty, and it could smell its mother nearby. Why are you staying away from it, S467? That's not what a mother should do, the male insect said. The monster approached, making a sound half baby cry, half chirp, and burrowing lovingly against S467, sending goosebumps all over S467's skin. I don't like having so many people here, S467 insisted. Let T1956 stay with me. Don't you want to get a closer look at it? Although not its offspring, the male Zerg obeyed S467's wishes and entered the ward, filling the space to the brim. The birth of the human insect monster is good news for the male Zerg faction and the Zerg. The vital signs of the human insect monster and S467 will be the focus of the Zerg in charge of Area 3 for the coming period. The male Zerg tossed the three-sided die to the human insect monster and watched it play with it with its 8 legs. The male Zerg said, "You should be happy, S467. Sometimes I envy humans. You give birth entirely on instinct, without the approval of the female Zerg overlord or any pre-birth assessments. Just think of how many of us excellent female Zerg are eager to have offspring with males, yet are denied permission. I always believe that the human reproductive model is more in line with the true teachings of the mother goddess of fertility." Huh. Though extremely weak, S467 laughed heartily, as if she had heard a joke. If it were you, one of you male insects, enduring the pain and giving birth now, lying in a hospital bed, would you still say such things? She recalled T1270's tragic death on that rainy night. Her eyes blazed with rage, unable to contain her anger. "I recognize you. You were there when T1270 died. Looking at T1270, do you feel a bit frightened? Your question is strange." After a moment's thought, the male insect said, "I'm sorry, it's the way nature works. I don't think I need to worry about that. Also, why don't you hold your child and feed it? You're not a good mother." S467 struggled to her feet, reaching out a hand, as if to touch the monster's cheek, but instead clamped down on its neck. "Because I want to kill it," S467 said coldly. "And you too." Just then, the male felt a sharp sting. While they were talking, T1956, having been treated as air, slithered around behind it and stabbed the needle into the crack in its shell. T613, who had been waiting for a long time, kicked open the door. By then, the doctors had all retreated, leaving only the 3 of them. But one powerful anesthetic wasn't enough. The amount that was more than enough to anesthetize the beast was no match for the male. T1956 frantically pulled out a second anesthetic, and the enraged male kicked through the wall next to her. S467 and the human worm monster still had value. The male couldn't kill them, and therefore couldn't act recklessly. The male Zerg was temporarily trapped in the ward. This was the trap S467 and her team had carefully selected for him. But the Zerg's strength was enough to pierce the wall, and pierce any human who dared to pounce. As expected, T1956 was too frightened to approach. But if they didn't quickly render the Zerg unconscious, doctors and Zerg from the factory might arrive. S467 gritted her teeth and dragged her upper body to reach the doctor's scalpel. Sensing danger, the monster twisted in her arms, its whiteless eyes opening. Wow! 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 The mother's embrace, desperate for it, had become a cage. S467 pierced the monster's heart. The cut was fatal to the human-insect hybrid. Dark green blood gushed out, corroding the scalpel blade. The corrosive blood dripped onto S467's hand, quickly burning away the skin. S467, feeling no pain, continued to slash the monster's chest and abdomen. The male insect roared in anger, forgetting for a moment the 2 humans watching covetously. How dare these lowly humans destroy their precious experiment? And why? The male insect was in disbelief. How could a mother be so willing to kill her own young? I have the right to bear children, and I also have the right not to bear children. S467 said, her current appearance a far cry from the frail self the male insect remembered. I know that in your eyes, insects, we're just walking experiments, with organs capable of bearing children. But before all that, I was a human. Why did she love this monster? Who stipulated that she was born to be a mother? T613 seized the opportunity to pounce, but a warm leg came towards her. If she dodged, she might not have had a better chance of tranquilizing the male insect. T613 dodged as best she could, but the next second, the insect's leg grazed half her body. Something detached from her body, but she didn't slow down as she injected a second dose of powerful anesthetic into the male insect. T613 reached out to grab the remaining anesthetic, but her hand was empty. Her left hand had been chopped off by the insect's leg, leaving her arm bare below the elbow. The intense pain only then hit her. But although the male insect's movements were slow, he still hadn't lost consciousness. You all must die, the male insect said grimly. The male insect's leg, freed from its restraints, pierced the wall and sliced through it with force. So destroying the ward was such a simple task for the male insect. Just now, It was simply concern for the human-insect hybrid's safety. Now the human-insect hybrid was on the verge of death, and none of the three criminals could escape. Why? The wall crumbled, building materials raining down like rain, leaving the three with nowhere to hide. The male Zerg was furious. Damn it! How dare these lowly humans? Weren't they treating S-467 well enough? Despair washed over the three. Perhaps their plan had been a futile attempt from the start. But T-613 stood up again. Adrenaline raced through T-613's veins, making her forget the pain. She was so tiny compared to the Zerg, but T-613 felt no fear. They were destined to die anyway. As long as they could inflict damage on the male before they died, what was there to fear? She threw all the alcohol bottles she had at the male, then lunged at him with her bare hands. Just as the male was about to turn and bite off T-613's head, the ward roof suddenly shattered. Three figures leaped down from the turbulence created by the helicopter. T-613. In a trance, T-613 heard the voices of the inhabitants of the Kingdom of God. Lian Xiao was surprisingly alive. She landed precisely on the male's back and reached out to T-613. I brought the medicine. Throw it to me. Not far from the rose garden, Lian Xiao and Shantia vaguely overheard the male's words and immediately returned with the helicopter. T-613 was stunned for a moment. Lian Xiao was shouting in Zerg language. Without giving her time to think, she grabbed SAP with her remaining right hand and tossed it forcefully into Lian Xiao's arms. The moment Lian Xiao's fingers touched SAP, his biometric information unlocked, and metal flooded Lian Xiao's body from his fingertips like a tide. Main attacker Candle Dragon, oh my god! Albatross muttered, helping T-1956 to his feet. They had never seen a machine the size of a Zerg, and they had to crane their necks to see Zhulung's head. Lian Xiao had no time to worry about exposing herself. T-613 and the others had been battling the male Zerg for several minutes. If they didn't quickly destroy the male's brain, once it joined the swarm, other nearby Zerg would soon arrive. The male's legs were lodged in the wall, trapping it in the ward. Zhulong rode on the male's back, the barrel of her cannon pressed against its spine, and fired. The shell exploded at close range against the male's hull, and even Lian Xiao could feel the vibration and heat. With unwavering stability, she pinned the male as it tried to escape, and, almost without pause, bombarded the male's back. The shell and flesh were blasted through and cooked. Lian Xiao didn't have time to try to find the suspected location of the male's brain one by one, so she simply followed the line of fire. In the end, Lian Xiao violently sliced the Zerg in half. Is this the kind of power humans can possess? It turns out these godlike Zerg can be crushed like tiny insects. T-613, witnessing this, wept. She felt the joy of revenge, but those who died were dead. No matter which Zerg she killed, or how many, they couldn't come back. Hurry! Lian Xiao's urgent voice echoed from the mech. Connected to the mech, she could sense the emotions of the Zerg in the nearby factory. It wouldn't be long before the Zerg arrived to investigate. Tibet leaped into action, carrying the injured T-1956 and climbing up the ladder lowered by the helicopter. Albatross roughly kicked the human insect monster away, mentally cursing what a thing it was, and prepared to pick up S-467 and run. Unexpectedly, S-467 refused to go with them. I want to stay. I'm going to die anyway, and I can't let the bugs harm the rest of my family. Oh, go! Albatross ignored her. S-467 was bleeding heavily, staining her hospital gown red. Albatross, with some care, didn't carry her directly on his shoulders, but held her in his arms. We can't get away if we drag anyone else. Lian Xiao brought up the rear, dropping a time bomb before deactivating his mech and carrying the missing T-613 up the mountain. Hold on! The pilot shouted, jerking the steering wheel. The helicopter swerved sharply in the air, quickly leaving the rose garden and heading towards the wall with 8 people aboard. They had to race against time to get over the wall before the Zerg spotted them. Chapter 216. The helicopter flew straight toward the high wall, and everyone in the cabin clung to objects for balance, fearing they would be thrown out. With the wall in sight, Pelican shouted, "We can't fly straight over it. We won't pass the wall inspection." She glanced at the newly boarded people. She had been smuggled from Area 3, so she was naturally more familiar with the area than anyone else. Even if they narrowly escaped the high wall ahead, the inspection beams at the edge of Area 2 would instantly identify any residents of Area 3. What then? Albatross shouted back. Lian Xiao glanced at him. At this moment, Albatross seemed to have forgotten his stern threat to Lian Xiao not to rescue anyone. Lian Xiao first confirmed with the Sparrow that the inspection beams were only in place before entering Area 2, then asked the pilot, Is it possible to escape by helicopter from the edge of Area 2? The pilot gave a reassuring gesture. As long as the helicopter can still fly, I'm confident I can get you back. Okay. Lian Xiao nodded and pulled out his SAP. In that case, let's just kill the Zerg guards. The helicopter soared over the high wall and entered the segmented walled area. In the pilot's hands, the outdated helicopter was as nimble as a top-of-the-line Formula One car. As Lian Xiao moved to the hatch, everyone on board felt their hearts leap into their throats. No one could tell when the Zerg would discover them. They could only pray silently. Or perhaps in the next second, everyone on board would be hit by a laser and killed instantly. T-1956 huddled in a corner, holding her semi-conscious sister, silent. She vaguely realized that it was because of the three of them that the others were in danger. The will to survive made her bite her lip hard, minimizing her presence. She feared being thrown from the plane by the others. She finally saw a glimmer of hope, but if she didn't take this gamble, her sister and S-467 would surely perish. In the end, she could only look at Lian Xiao with regret. Estimated arrival at the inspection beam in 10 seconds. The pilot shouted, pulling the helicopter as close to the Zerg as possible. A light sweat oozed from Lian Xiao's palms, and suddenly her pupils constricted. Speed up. The Zerg have discovered you. The Zerg's fury was so clear that even Lian Xiao, not in her mech form, could feel it shake her spirit. The helicopter plunged into the beam. A sharp warning sounded, and the beam instantly turned red. At the same time, Lian Xiao opened the hatch and jumped from 100 meters. In a fraction of a second of the descent, she completed the connection with the mech. At the same time, the reverse thrust was activated, and Zhulong landed on the inspection booth. Lian Xiao was taking a gamble. He gambled that the news of the male Zerg's death wouldn't reach the Zerg quickly enough, that the Zerg reinforcements wouldn't arrive quickly enough, and that he could kill it and escape before the Zerg could pass on the news. Lian Xiao fired a series of shots, shattering the inspection booth and catching the Zerg off guard. This was a low-level, wingless Zerg, its size small, hence its assignment to such a dull task. The wall's attack system, having identified the stowaway, activated blazing laser arrays. The helicopters maneuvered at incredible angles and flight patterns to avoid the lasers. Lian Xiao and the Zerg fought on the wall, only a few meters wide, flanked by a curtain of lasers firing erratically like a white waterfall. The Zerg charged forward first, leveraging its hard shell and immense size to push the mech off the wall like a bullfight. Unexpectedly, Zhulong also charged. When the two collided, liquid metal flowed, forming the shape of a kitchen knife within Zhulong's mechanical hand. Lian Xiao then swung it fiercely at the Zerg's head. The Zerg's shell shattered, and Lian Xiao immediately grabbed the Zerg with both arms and, with great difficulty, dragged it, swinging it round and round to the right. Zhulong spun faster and faster. The Zerg, trapped in the twirl, was unable to break free due to inertia, and was hurled forward by Lian Xiao like a discus. The Zerg, halfway through its flight, was engulfed by a waterfall of white lasers, instantly melting in the white light. With Lian Xiao's current strength, disposing of such a low-level Zerg was a piece of cake. Lian Xiao looked up, searching for the direction of the helicopter. She was still betting that the Wings of Freedom wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity and abandon her. Sure enough, diagonally ahead, she saw the circling helicopter. The hatch opened again, and Albatross waved at her from afar. A cascade of lasers descended. Lian Xiao seized the opportunity to take a running start, jacking up her booster to maximum power the moment she left the ground. In the core module, Lian Xiao could hear nothing but her own pounding heartbeat, her gaze fixed solely on the helicopter's direction. She had to deactivate her mecha just before impact, and grasp Albatross's hand with unerring precision as she fell. At that moment, a cascade of lasers shot skyward from the left side of the high wall. Lian Xiao glanced down at her feet, and saw a flash of white. Were the lasers firing faster, or was Albatross catching her faster? The lasers slashed across Zhulong's mechanical legs, melting some of their components. Lian Xiao deactivated her mecha and began a free fall, the laser beams following closely behind her. Albatross, half hanging in the air, reached forward. But just as he thought he had caught Lian Xiao, the helicopter pitched slightly to the left, and his hand brushed past him. He failed to grasp Lian Xiao, and the laser beam swept over him, leaving the helicopter no time to lower and adjust its position. Albatross watched Lian Xiao plummet, about to fall into a blinding white light. But the helicopter suddenly dipped. It was Lian Xiao, who had grabbed the landing gear with one hand at the last moment. Severe pain shot through his shoulder, perhaps a fracture or dislocation. Lian Xiao's expression contorted as he reached out with his other hand to firmly grasp the landing gear. The pilot pulled the joystick, and the helicopter tilted upward at an obtuse angle, rapidly escaping the laser beam. Even so, the laser burned off half of the helicopter's tail, and the helicopter lost control, plummeting into a cloud of black smoke. A dozen minutes later, the wreckage of the crashed helicopter was recovered, but the Zerg hadn't found a single body. The human-insect hybrid monster died, the male was slain, and the rose garden was destroyed. This information was relayed to the Zerg commander of Sector 3 through the swarm. All the Zerg on the same mental network simultaneously felt the wrath of this S-rank Zerg. Sector 3 Commander Areola pondered for a moment, and the next second, all the Zerg in Sector 3 heard its voice. I will report this to the Archon. Let's conduct a mass cleanup and capture the intruder. The pilot promised to take them away safely, and he kept his word. Before the Zerg arrived, they evacuated the helicopter, which was in danger of exploding, and retreated to the Liberty Wings base. Once inside the base, members immediately provided medical care for them. The Liberty Wings personnel suffered few injuries. The most seriously injured was T-613, whose left palm and forearm were severed by the Zerg. With Liberty Wings' existing medical facilities, they were lucky to be able to stop the bleeding and prevent infection. Then, there was S-467. She was too embarrassed to talk about her injuries, and was reluctant to cooperate with treatment. Albatross was speechless. We finally got you back here. Don't die. He then said, does killing monsters feel good? Albatross was no fool. On the contrary, he could guess what the human insect monsters were like. S-467 was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It feels good. Then get treated quickly. We don't support freeloaders. Albatross waved his hand. When you're better, we teach you how to kill insects. The nearby tit didn't expose him. So far, Albatross's insect killing record is 0. Lian Xiao had a dislocated arm and a minor fracture. Her fingers were still trembling slightly from the prolonged strain. These injuries weren't serious, but they significantly affected her combat performance. The Free Wings healers rehabilitated her arm and told her to rest for a few days. Lian Xiao shook her head and said to the tit, I want to leave right away. Where to? To Area 1, Lian Xiao said. While killing the 2 Zerg, she repeatedly used her mecha. Although there were no other witnesses at the scene, and she had used a time bomb to obliterate as much evidence as possible from the male Zerg's corpse, there was no guarantee the Zerg wouldn't discover traces of the mecha from the slightest clue. Furthermore, the Zerg would undoubtedly launch a massive purge of Areas 2 and 3, imposing a high level of security. By then, it would be extremely difficult for her to enter the earthly kingdom. Too risky. Shantia's gaze fell on Lian Xiao's arm. Besides, your wounds haven't healed yet, and the professor, even if he's here, wouldn't approve. Lian Xiao remained adamant. The search for the princess couldn't be revealed, so Shantiao didn't understand why she was so eager to enter the earthly kingdom. Then let's go together, Albatross interrupted confidently. In any case, one more person is more help, especially with a sharpshooter like me. You regret not taking me with you. Mountain Sparrow glanced at him and, for once, didn't deny his suggestion. Albatross is right. If you want to leave now, let Albatross and I follow you. With you FA here, and after what just happened, the Wings of Freedom have proven their credibility. Lian Xiao thought about it and agreed. However, I won't reveal the purpose of the operation, and you must follow my instructions in everything. Lian Xiao said, if you can't accept that, then forget it. Albatross stood up and gave an awkward salute. Yes, sir. What are your orders? Lian Xiao said ruthlessly. First order, shut up. Albatross, Mountain Sparrow went to confirm the plan to infiltrate Area 1, while Albatross went to the armory to make final preparations before departure. Just then, a murmur echoed in Lian Xiao's ears. Lian Xiao pressed the small bump behind her ear. It was the military contacting her unilaterally. The noise faded, and Frida said on the other end, Lian Xiao, I got it, please reply. Lian Xiao slipped into an empty room next door and whispered, got it. The communication signal is working, I can hear it. Great. Frida breathed a sigh of relief on the other end. Lian Xiao sounded well. The military knew something was wrong when the Imperial merchant ship didn't return as scheduled. Listening to Lian Xiao's brief report, Frida and her colleagues exchanged glances. The situation on Earth was more dangerous and complicated than they had imagined. Lian Xiao was lucky to be alive enough to answer the call. I'm about to enter Area 1. Lian Xiao finished his report. How did you find a way to enter Area 1? Frida keenly noticed what Lian Xiao had omitted. Without help, re-establishing a way to enter Area 1 would be nearly impossible. But Lian Xiao had only been on Earth for 3 days. His efficiency was incredibly high. If you don't want to talk, we won't ask. Earth is out of reach, and Lian Xiao can complete the mission. No matter what method he uses, the military will turn a blind eye. But there's one organization you must be wary of, Frida said cryptically. The latest intelligence we received from the Empire regarding the organization founded by Chi Ke shows they're still active on Earth. Chi Ke betrayed humanity and the Alliance, and her organization is also a traitor, Frida said, her syllables hammering at Lian Xiao's eardrums. They're called the Wings of Liberty. Chapter 217. To be honest, Lian Xiao wasn't surprised to hear the confirmed connection between Chi Ke and Liberty Wing. After all, the connection between Chi Ke and the codenames of Liberty Wing members was too obvious. Lian Xiao sorted out the known information. Chi Ke led Liberty Wing, collaborated with the Alliance, and then betrayed the Alliance, leading to the failure of the Second Earth Project. More than a decade ago, Chi Ke appeared, and then Fu Mingwang, who was hunting Chi Ke, disappeared. A slightly absurd thought occurred to Lian Xiao. Since they were both leaders of Liberty Wing, could Chi Ke and Zhu Fa be the same person? In less than a second, Lian Xiao rejected this hypothesis. No, the ages clearly didn't match. Around the 76th year of the Shanghai calendar, Chi Ke was already leading Liberty Wing. Calculating backwards, Zhu Fa wouldn't have been born at that time. That is, after the failure of the Second Earth Project, Chi Ke left Liberty Wing for some unknown reason and was eventually spotted at a fortress near Earth. Lian Xiao speculated that Zhu Fa was the second or even third leader of Liberty Wing. Of course, why Zhu Fa became the leader of Liberty Wings remains a mystery. Also, given Liberty Wings' hatred of the Zerg, Lian Xiao has a hunch that they wouldn't betray humanity. So, could there be a hidden reason behind the failure of the Bluebird and Second Earth projects? Or perhaps, was it after Zhu Fa took over Liberty Wings that they became what they are today? But facing Frida, Lian Xiao said calmly, "Okay, I be vigilant." Albatross appeared out of nowhere, and banged on the door behind Lian Xiao. "Hey, who's that?" "Hurry up, we need to leave." Frida asked uncertainly, "I think I heard someone else's voice?" Lian Xiao thought the person speaking was the traitor you were talking about, and said calmly, "You heard wrong." After a few more words, they agreed on a time for their next call, then hung up. How terrifying. Lian Xiao sighed after hanging up. She had become so comfortable acting that she could tell lies with ease. "Who are you talking to?" Albatross asked suspiciously as Lian Xiao emerged. Lian Xiao didn't bother trying to find an excuse with Albatross, so he simply bypassed him and went to Shantiao. Shantiao glanced at Lian Xiao. She knew Lian Xiao had a secret, and she trusted the professor's judgment, so she didn't bother asking any more questions. "It's all arranged," Shantiao said, pointing to the map. "We take the supply truck from this area." "Supply truck?" Lian Xiao realized, agricultural products from District 3? Shantiao nodded. The supplies in the earthly kingdom of God needed to be replenished regularly. As a megacity, the rate of consumption was astonishing. Even in these critical times, the Zerg will not block the flow of supplies to maintain the functioning of the Earth's kingdom. This was Lian Xiao's first time seeing a current Earth map. Humanity's 3 regions were concentrated on the Asian plate. All nations on Earth had vanished. She could only discern the shape of Yan country by its mountains and rivers. Region 3 was to the south of Yan country. West of the northwest lay Region 2, extending into part of Siberia. The Earth's kingdom was to the north of Yan country. The remainder of Earth had been completely reduced to Zerg settlements. Looking at this map, Lian Xiao felt as if he were in another world. Albatross tiptoed over. He didn't understand what was so interesting about the map. Lian Xiao memorized the map and turned, saying, "Let's go." There was still quite a distance to go from here to the border of the kingdom of God. Lian Xiao marveled at how the Wings of Freedom had managed to establish such an extensive underground transportation network right under the Zerg's noses. Transferring to surface transportation, they would inevitably have to share a vehicle with other residents of District 2. When no one else was around, Shantiao whispered, "Don't worry, we're all on this bus. We won't leak anything." These people were certainly not core members, like Shantiao and Albatross, but the fact that they had managed to transport her so far in such a short time without anyone noticing, and that they also had a significant number of peripheral members, made Lian Xiao realize that the Wings of Freedom were even more powerful than she had imagined. It was as if the ideals promoted by the Wings of Freedom were deeply ingrained in the hearts of the residents of District 2. After a long and bumpy ride, Lian Xiao and the other 2 finally boarded the final supply vehicle. Arriving here, there were almost no people nearby. Only dilapidated foundations and overgrown vegetation could be seen along the roadside. Albatross stretched in the carriage. "Finally, I can move around a bit." His back ached from the last few days of riding. But his excess energy wasn't met with any response from his teammates, and he sat back down again, feeling frustrated. The carriage doors were closed, and all around him were fresh fruits and vegetables being transported to Area 1. Nothing could be more painful than being able to look but not eat. Albatross muttered to himself, tired, and fell asleep among the vegetables. Lian Xiao was judging the time by the light through the crack in the door, when the tit suddenly said, "Albatross isn't a bad person, just young and a bit quick-tempered." Lian Xiao looked at Albatross's withered face in disbelief. He had to be at least 30, right? How young? Albatross is only 16, said Titmouse. On the surface, the residents of District 2 did seem to have a better life than those in District 3, and to some extent, they could support themselves. But in reality, District 2 residents began working for the Zerg at a very young age. From the moment they boarded the mining ship, no one cared about their gender or age, only their hours worked and the points they earned. Children had to complete a similar workload to survive as adults. Children who survived these living conditions were often short, like Albatross, yet appeared mature beyond their years. Titmouse looked to be in his 30s, but was only a few years older than Lian Xiao. The anger in the District 2 residents' lives, compressed by the torment of hard labor, seemed to be compressed as well, making it particularly intense. Lian Xiao was silent for a few seconds, then agreed. Sometimes, listening to Albatross's nonsense, she would think of Cesare. She wondered how Shuso was doing, how Ms. Zhao was doing, and how the other teammates were doing. And Gu Chafeng, where was Gu Chafeng now, and what was he doing? Lian Xiao stared at the swaying roof, sighed wistfully, and controlled himself, not wanting to think further. By the way, Lian Xiao asked after a moment's silence in the car, has the professor been leading you since you joined Liberty Wings? Yes. There was nothing to hide. Every Liberty Wings member knew it. Sean K said bluntly, if it weren't for the professor, Liberty Wings would have collapsed long ago. What about before that? I mean, before the professor joined Liberty Wings. Sean K glanced at Lian Xiao in surprise. The residents of District 2 rarely paid attention to the past, they only looked forward. But since Lian Xiao asked, she answered truthfully, if you're asking about the founding of Wings of Liberty, I do know. Zhu Fa had said that Wings of Liberty originated in District 1. We don't know the name of the founder of Wings of Liberty. She only left behind the codename Turtledove. Where would the idea of rebellion originate? Not in the tortured District 3, nor in the drained District 2, but in the earthly kingdom, which others viewed as magnificent and splendid. The inhabitants of the kingdom, raised in normal human society, had not yet been naturally tamed by the Zerg. By coincidence, some residents of the earthly kingdom knew the truth about District 1. Some chose to hide their true intentions, becoming mere monkeys in a zoo. And a group of young people wondered, why can't we control our own destiny? But they failed. Because Zhu Fa's next words were, Wings of Liberty arose in Districts 2 and 3. The tit said, these things happened years before I was born, so I don't know them very clearly. But after the Zerg discovered Turtledove and his resistance group, they did only one thing. What? The Zerg drove out all the inhabitants of the earthly kingdom. The tit said quietly. The inhabitants of the earthly kingdom had undergone a complete rotation. Don't want to be monkeys for fun? Fine, then let these humans, who claim to be civilized, see the cruel world outside. It's obvious that no inhabitant of the earthly kingdom could survive in areas 2 and 3. Lian Xiao suddenly understood why T613, after treating her as an Area 1 resident, believed she could find the Wings of Freedom. It turned out that the residents of Area 1 and the Wings of Freedom had such a connection. The inhabitants of the earthly kingdom who left the earthly kingdom could never return, just like Adam and Eve expelled from the Garden of Eden. Lian Xiao couldn't help but ask, what about Turtledove? It sounds like she officially founded the Wings of Freedom only after leaving Area 1? Turtledove didn't die, said Sean K. That's the most cruel part of the Zerg. The Zerg wouldn't allow her to die, and she was forced to watch the deaths of her family, friends, and comrades. They could have lived peaceful lives in the kingdom of God, unaware of anything. And their deaths were all her fault. Of course, Turtledove died in the end, searching for her missing daughter. Sean K adjusted her sitting position. She had been nervous about infiltrating the kingdom of God above, but chatting with Lian Xiao eased her nerves. Then, there's Bluebird. It's said that she stepped forward when the organization was leaderless, and no one recognized her credentials. Turtledove's influence on the Wings of Freedom was so great that everyone was looking for a successor related to Turtledove, such as a student Turtledove had secretly taught. Lian Xiao thought to himself, I know this plot. It seems Bluebird is related to Turtledove. Could she be Turtledove's missing daughter? Daughters inherit their mother's legacy. That's how it's written in novels. Chike isn't Turtledove's daughter, nor is she his student. Her only connection to Turtledove is that she secretly listened to his classes through the wall. This is what she used to convince the members of the organization. Chike looked Lian Xiao in the eye and said she inherited Turtledove's ideology, and ideology is immortal. This is what we believe. No matter which member dies, no matter how many die, the free ideology of the Wings of Freedom is immortal. We will defeat the Zerg, and as the masters of our home, we will continue to live on Earth for generations to come. We are one with the Earth. Even after Chike disappeared and the professor took over Freedom Wings, we still persisted like this, said Shantiao. Words could certainly lie, but would Chike, who displayed such conviction, truly abandon the opportunity to free Earth from slavery and betray humanity? For a moment, Lian Xiao was unsure. Perhaps only by finding Chike could he truly understand what had happened. Lian Xiao and Shantiao chatted idly for the rest of the journey until, as they were approaching the boundary of Area 1, Shantiao woke Albatross. She gave Lian Xiao and Albatross each a piece of camouflage material, which felt like gel. Shantiao put on hers as a demonstration for the two. As it adhered to her face, Shantiao slowly transformed into a different person. Unless the organization develops a drug, it can't be removed. Lian Xiao applied hers, and seconds later, a strange, cold face appeared in the mirror. Freedom Wings chose the person they would replace, prioritizing those who most closely matched their own build. The person Lian Xiao was replacing looked tall, like her, judging by the photo, but a bit thinner than Lian Xiao. However, wrapped in work clothes, it was easier to pass for him. Lian Xiao read the information about the Divine Nation resident she was replacing, Xie Yining, a newly graduated researcher. A loner. With almost no interpersonal connections. As he read, Lian Xiao's mouth twitched. Goodness. This person's also an avid alien enthusiast. If she knew about the Zerg, she'd definitely become a traitor. At that moment, the supply truck, which had been steadily driving into Area 1, suddenly screeched to a halt. Chapter 218. Outside the supply truck, people were checking each vehicle one by one. In the past, supply trucks only had to go through the inspection process, but now manual inspections were being implemented, and the atmosphere was tense. Although Shantiao was uneasy, he pointed to the mezzanine floor of the supply truck, implying that the truck had been specially modified, and that scanning alone wouldn't reveal them. The cabin was well soundproofed. No one outside could hear what was happening inside, and no one inside could hear what was happening outside. The three of them waited with bated breath. Lian Xiao's hand quietly touched the cold weapon beneath his long sleeves. Suddenly, the driver accidentally dropped a cup. Do you have long arms? Don't you want me to chop them off for you? The man outside raised his voice in anger. Hot water must have accidentally spilled on him. Both the inspector's voice and the driver's stammering apology were very close to the cabin. Lian Xiao winked at the two of them, and the three of them quietly hid in the nearby vegetable pile. Lian Xiao had just settled himself into the cabbage pile when he heard the sound of the cabin opening. Footsteps approached from afar, circling the fruit and vegetable piles. Her nose was filled with the smell of cabbage, and Lian Xiao dared not move, trying to relax as much as possible. They had no equipment that could block their sensors. The closer the footsteps came, the faster her heartbeat grew. She was already calculating how likely they were to escape if a fight erupted. The man stopped in front of the cabbage pile and poked at it with a small metal stick which reached the ceiling. A few times, he nearly stabbed Lian Xiao. He kept saying, "You're lucky to have run into us. Any other group would have killed you long ago." Yes, yes. The driver bowed and handed over the scorecard with great discernment. The man walked out with a satisfied look on his points card, saying to his colleague, who had just changed clothes, "No need to scan it. I checked everything inside." Okay. Less trouble than more, especially since the staff member who had been doused with hot water wasn't in a good mood. Even after the carriage closed and the supply truck lurched to life, moving forward for a while, Lian Xiao didn't dare to crawl out of the pile of cabbages. She held her chest and exhaled, her hands and feet weakened by the extreme nervousness. If the inspector hadn't just changed his mind, they would have been discovered. Lian Xiao experienced the tension of walking a tightrope. Good luck wouldn't always favor them. They couldn't make a wrong move. If they fell, there would be a bottomless abyss below. The supply truck arrived at the Divine Kingdom on Earth at night, both to facilitate the exchange of goods after the market closed, and to avoid attracting the attention of residents late at night. Lian Xiao and the other two disembarked from the truck, now dressed as porters in the cold storage. As the market neared closing time, the remaining vegetables were sold at a discount. The person they were replacing was a regular at this market, a regular who'd been accustomed to finding bargains. Are there any specials on vegetables here? Number 1 peeked in. Lian Xiao, wearing a mask, approached him. Sean K silently turned her back. Yes, we're selling some damaged vegetables for a special price. It might not look good, but it tastes the same. Number 1's eyes were fixed on the vegetables, completely oblivious to the fact that she had followed Lian Xiao around to the back of the car. As Number 1 lowered her head to select vegetables, Lian Xiao silently reached out from behind and grabbed her neck, patiently counting down the seconds. A few seconds later, Number 1 collapsed on top of her, unconscious. Lian Xiao and Sean K worked together to drag Number 1 into the car. Once the door opened, Sean K transformed into Number 1. The remaining 2 followed suit. After unloading the vegetables, the driver drove the 3 unconscious people out of the market. Lian Xiao took a deep breath and was the last one to leave the warehouse. She didn't rush home. Instead, she flipped through Xia Yining's phone and walked around the market twice, completing her shopping list before heading back. Xia Yining's apartment wasn't far from the market. On the way back, Lian Xiao felt a constant sense of being watched, perhaps psychologically, and her back felt tingling. It wasn't until she returned to her small apartment that the feeling of being watched eased. Xia Yining's apartment was so clean and organized that it made Lian Xiao embarrassed. During a break from shopping, Lian Xiao took the opportunity to review her schedule and found it incredibly organized, with plans down to the minute. There are pros and cons. Based solely on the few minutes of observation before knocking someone unconscious, and the data gathered by Wings of Freedom, impersonating Xia Yining was actually quite challenging. But with Xia Yining meticulously recording her daily schedule, it was undoubtedly much easier. At least Lian Xiao could roughly grasp her tasks for the next few days, after just a few minutes of looking at the computer. The downside, Lian Xiao said gloomily to the system, I must be selected by the Zerg as soon as possible. Xia Yining had already been working on her detailed daily plan for a month. Opening your eyes to be haunted by a mountain of detailed unfinished tasks was a rote existence that made Lian Xiao suffocate. User 1723, the system said, is it my imagination? It seems you haven't been very happy since arriving in Zone 1. From its perspective, Lian Xiao had finally made it to Zone 1, and with a brief break from the fighting, shouldn't he be feeling a little happier? Lian Xiao thought that the system had been with her for so long, its understanding of emotions becoming increasingly intelligent. Don't you think, Lian Xiao said, standing by the window, that the kingdom of God on Earth is remarkably like Earth hundreds of years ago? Daily communication tools were still phones and computers, and ordinary cars drove the roads. While waiting at traffic lights, Lian Xiao saw delivery drivers rushing to deliver orders, and Xia Yining's apartment was just downstairs from a 24-hour convenience store. For a few moments, she felt as if she had returned to Earth hundreds of years ago. I'm a little afraid I'm not steadfast enough. Being an ordinary person worrying about life, this peaceful and ordinary life is too good. After too long, I might waver and think staying here wouldn't be so bad, Lian Xiao said honestly. Some residents of the kingdom of God on Earth might not be unaware of the truth behind this megacity. Not everyone has the courage to choose between facing the real world with clarity and pain, or indulging in the false illusion of happiness. The system was speechless. After a moment, it said, what you strive so hard for is just this ordinary, peaceful life? Yes. Lian Xiao suddenly moved. So I must quickly find a way to be chosen by the Zerg before my willpower wavers. She faced 2 problems. One was that she had to play the role of Xia Yining well and avoid arousing suspicion. The second was, what kind of person would attract the Zerg's interest? Lian Xiao pondered the second question for a long time. She tried to put herself in the shoes of a customer choosing a pet in a pet store. With the mindset of choosing a pet, the first thing to be noticed would be the most beautiful or unique one. Special. Lian Xiao wondered if Xia Yining's fanaticism for aliens, the one he replaced, was considered special in the eyes of the Zerg. Then Lian Xiao suddenly realized she'd fallen into a misunderstanding. What she had to do was serve in the Zerg settlement, as a human chosen by the Zerg. So, more important than the novelty of the experience, was the Zerg's long-term needs. Being domesticated. What could be more challenging and interesting than domesticating a human with dignity, who naturally believed humans were at the top of the food chain? The thought made Lian Xiao feel nauseous, but he had to force himself to push back. So, the Zerg should be interested in humans who were, in a secular sense, happy and fulfilled, or those who disdained aliens. What a coincidence, Xia Yining didn't fit either of those criteria. This was a bit of a dilemma. Afterward, Lian Xiao quickly went through Xia Yining's laptop and chat logs, then went to bed before his usual bedtime. The next day, Lian Xiao arrived at his research institute, yawning profusely. Although she turned off the lights last night, pretending to rest, she was secretly communicating with Tit Albatross using the Wings of Freedom's communicator. Pretending to be a resident of the Kingdom of God was incredibly difficult for Tit Albatross, who grew up in District 2. She barely knew how to take public transportation home. Just as she finished giving instructions to Albatross, Tit's message arrived. Number 1 was a housewife, in the process of separating and divorcing. For Tit, the challenge was restraining herself from attacking the man who pounded on her door in the middle of the night and threatened her. Furthermore, Tit discovered that Number 1's injury assessment report had been inflicted by her future ex-husband, and she was forced to do it herself. Tit was still texting her for help. Sean K. I'm going to court in a few days. What's a court? What's a divorce? Luckily, Xia Yining is usually a bit of a loner. She retreats to her desk at the institute, and few colleagues greet her. Lian Xiao was multitasking. She noticed that Districts 2 and 3 didn't seem to have the concept of marriage, and she couldn't explain it to Sean K. Sean K was confused. If marriage could get you beaten, why get married? Why do something that wouldn't benefit you? Lian Xiao was overwhelmed, thinking, what a great question. Lian Xiao spent the morning working on documents and trying to keep his conversations to a minimum, getting by. However, when it was time for lunch, as he was about to go to the cafeteria, Lian Xiao was stopped in the tea room. How's your thinking about that last matter? The man asked, entering the tea room and locking the door furtively. Lian Xiao lowered his gaze and saw the other person's ID card, Chung Chung. This name had appeared on Xia Yining's schedule, and he was the one she chatted with most frequently. What they had in common was a passionate interest in extraterrestrial civilizations. Lian Xiao quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. The last topic their conversation had lingered on was Chung Cheng's comment about a golden opportunity to explore alien civilizations, and asked Xia Yining if she wanted to go. That must be what he was bringing up now. Lian Xiao thought for a moment and said, think about it. No time for that. Chung Chung scratched her head a little irritably. They only have one chance to take us out tonight. If we miss it, it's gone. Besides, the Institute's leadership has been crazy. They moved the annual inspection to the day after tomorrow. They're busy. Lian Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to be calm. The inspection was moved up. That's right. New hires like us who only been here a short time are most likely to be drafted in for help. But after all, we're a research institute, and it's necessary for someone from the higher-ups to ask about our work and personal situations, and give us a physical checkup. Lian Xiao instantly tensed. From what Chung Chung had said, the annual inspection had been suddenly moved up. Why was it suddenly moved up? Could it be considered a covert screening of all personnel at the institute? After all, with questions about work and personal situations, plus a physical exam, it would be hard to avoid revealing any replacement. The Zerg were covertly conducting a comprehensive screening of Area 1. Lian Xiao gritted her teeth, the pressure making it almost impossible to focus on her conversation with Chung Chung. The annual inspections were tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, possibly one batch per day. With luck, she could be in the second batch, but any physical exam would expose her immediately. It was too fast. They barely had time to react. Just then, Chung Chung leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes in confusion. Xia Yining, you look a little off today. Normally, Xia Yining was excited by the chance of discovering aliens, even though the idea of leaving the city was a bit risky. Lian Xiao calmed himself and said coldly, I can't sleep. Chung Chung automatically understood that she was losing sleep over this matter, her suspicions dispelled, and she patted her shoulder. That's right. Consider going out to examine the alien evidence as soon as possible. Lian Xiao nodded. Could this external evidence refer to the Zerg? Did Xia Yining, his colleague, have a way to vaguely discover the Zerg's presence? Lian Xiao pondered for a moment, thinking that risking her life outside the city with these people might be a way to infiltrate the Zerg's inhabited area. Furthermore, Lian Xiao sighed, her finally relaxed mood returning to worry. She had no other choice. If she hadn't been selected by the Zerg before the annual inspection, her mission would be a failure. In the afternoon, Lian Xiao received 2 pieces of unwanted news. The community where Shantiu lived had also begun conducting inspections under the guise of a visit. Albatross was in a better position. He was replacing a celebrity's bodyguard, and no agency had yet linked him to the investigation. Lian Xiao sent a message to Chung Chung, a single word, I go. Chapter 219. Lian Xiao finished his day and headed off. He quickly grabbed a bite at the convenience store downstairs when Chung Chung arrived. Let's go, get in the car, Chung Chung said, rolling down the window. Judging from Xie Yining's written notes, Chung Chung seemed to come from a well-off family. Besides work, he devoted himself to his hobbies. In the car, he pulled out some sort of electronic device and handed it to Lian Xiao, nodding, "Tickets are so precious." Chung Chung had been expecting Xie Yining to express his sincere gratitude and show off. To his surprise, the other person seemed to have misunderstood his words. He snapped his bracelet shut, turned his head, and ignored him, looking out the window. "Okay." Chung Chung held his breath and continued driving. Xie Yining's expression of gloom hadn't changed for a day or two. Before setting off, Lian Xiao had been debating whether he should bring the titmouse and albatross along. They couldn't be brought along. That was Lian Xiao's conclusion. Chung Cheng's supposed plan to leave the city to search for aliens wasn't entirely reliable. More importantly, traveling so late at night, with people they had no prior contact with, and the behavior of the chickadee and albatross went against their original owner's habits, inevitably raising suspicion. So Lian Xiao agreed with them to communicate regularly via communicator. The car passed a large screen in the square, showing a beautiful female celebrity being interviewed, with security personnel vaguely visible around her. Lian Xiao blinked. What a coincidence! It was the albatross's employer. This megacity surprisingly had a thriving entertainment industry. Glancing briefly, she saw news reports about friendly exchanges between other cities and her own. Somehow, the Zerg had managed to create the illusion of other cities beyond the city limits. Chung Chung drove Lian Xiao to a suburban bar. Compared to the quiet and desolate surroundings, the bar's customer base was noticeably unusual. After presenting their wristbands, the waiter led them to a private room. Chung Chung felt a mixture of fear and excitement. The room was already occupied, and judging by the available seats, they were the only two missing. This so-called enthusiast club had a limited capacity. Lian Xiao sat down, thinking, and silently observed the others. Chung Chung and the leader knew each other, but the others were unfamiliar with Xie Yining and looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Among Chung Chung and the leader's whispers, Lian Xiao only heard one sentence. "Are you sure she's really into xenomorphs? We need a true enthusiast." Suddenly, Lian Xiao felt the ground shake slightly, and the wine in front of him swayed for a moment, then calmed down. The people around him were immersed in their alcohol, chatting relaxedly with acquaintances, and didn't even notice the abnormality. But Lian Xiao's feeling of something amiss grew stronger. She stood up and turned the doorknob, hoping to leave, but the door wouldn't open. Not only that, the blasting disco music through the door had faded. Lian Xiao looked at the pristine interior of the room, and suddenly realized something. The entire room was moving downward. Like an elevator, it was taking them into the depths of the unknown. "Xie Yining, Xie Yining." Chung Chung called her name twice in quick succession. "What's wrong with you?" "Don't worry, Brother Qi will lead the team in their pursuit of alien creatures, and it's absolutely safe." "Yes, we can guarantee it." With a jolt, a hidden door at the other end of the box opened. "Thank you to all the true enthusiasts who have the courage to pursue the truth for coming. I believe this evening will be worthwhile." The man twirled his beard and shook hands with each person present. The man's gaze made Lian Xiao uncomfortable, as if he wasn't looking at real people, but rather at a series of transactions. Lian Xiao trusted her instincts. Luckily, her cold weapons and SAP were always with her, giving her the confidence to handle whatever came next. "Everyone, please follow me," the man said, revealing the deep passage behind him. The entire group was in high spirits along the way. They were convinced this passage led to an unknown city beyond, making it seem like some elementary school spring outing. One of the older men lamented, "If I hadn't joined this group, I don't know how many years it would have taken to get my application approved for travel outside the city." "Transportation outside isn't very convenient yet," Chung Chung said. "Our unit is better off. We have a fixed quota for exchange and study trips to other cities every year. But I'm out of luck." From their conversations, Lian Xiao pieced together that the inhabitants of the Kingdom of God knew of the existence of other human cities, but because of the disaster, transportation was difficult, and for their benefit, only a few applications to leave the city were approved. Lian Xiao suddenly thought, if someone changes cities or jobs, isn't that actually being chosen by the Zerg? The passage was long, and he felt a bit tired when he reached the office workers. The man stopped only when Lian Xiao realized he had escaped the protective shield. "Everyone, sit up front. Don't crowd," the man said kindly, looking at the eager crowd below. "We already reached the outskirts of the city." Not giving them time to react, he pointed overhead and continued, "Above us lies the free land outside the city. Everyone here is free from the constraints of the city, and I can speak freely and share the truth about the world." Lian Xiao, sitting at the back, felt something was wrong. What exactly was this person, or group of people, leading them out of the city trying to do? Lian Xiao's mind raced. Suppose the man wanted them to know the truth about the inhabitants of the earthly kingdom being watched and kept captive by the Zerg? Then what? Then send these people back to the kingdom? Was all this risky and tedious work just to satisfy these fanatics' thirst for knowledge? It didn't make sense. What kind of ultimate saintly virgin? Oh right. Aliens, fanatics of xenomorphs. Lian Xiao remembered the prerequisites for participating in this event. The number of participants was fixed each time, and the hidden elevator room and underground passage were clearly not for single use. This meant that there was a fixed number of alien enthusiasts here on a regular basis. The culprits were taken out of the city. Lian Xiao's heart skipped a beat. How could this pattern resemble the trafficking of Divine Kingdom residents? But the Zerg could have purchased any humans they liked, unless the trafficking being conducted here was illegal. Lian Xiao rubbed her chin, a sudden realization dawning on her. She recalled the various counterfeit goods purchased through agents in her past life. While not entirely appropriate, it was clear that these clueless enthusiasts had simply been sold off cheaply. The moment she understood, Lian Xiao wanted to run. She realized this wasn't an opportunity to enter the Zerg settlement. On the contrary, she was in deep trouble. If her deduction was correct, then these Divine Kingdom residents hadn't entered the Zerg settlement through legitimate transactions, and thus, without attracting attention, they would likely be taken away directly by the sellers. Shit. Lian Xiao drew his dagger in the darkness. Is it too late to kill this man now? Aliens exist in this world. The man, satisfied with the commotion below, raised his voice dramatically. Now, I show you what they really are. The ceiling above opened, revealing a glass pane half the size of the room. A gigantic, multi-legged creature nimbly climbed onto it, gazing down at them with its compound eyes. Ah! A scream shattered the atmosphere in the room. The transition from ecstasy to terror was so abrupt that Brother Qi, who had been the most active, and at the forefront, shrank back under his chair, trembling with fear. The Zerg's impact on the others was no less severe than on Brother Qi, but they were too frightened to react. Chung Chung was completely stunned, muttering, living on the outskirts of the city. Is this the kind of thing? It was completely different from the handsome, cool, and intelligent aliens he had imagined. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to communicate with them. The man handed Chung Chung a pair of translation headphones. The thin, transparent glass provided a last vestige of security, and everyone involuntarily leaned back, fearing the Zerg would break through and leap down at any moment. Out of sight, the man winked at his accomplice outside the door. Lian Xiao's guess was correct. This was a complete, clandestine supply chain for trafficking residents of the Divine Kingdom. Not every Zerg who came to Earth possessed the status and savings to purchase humans. Over time, a shady business of abducting residents of the Divine Kingdom emerged. Those with stable jobs and constantly absorbed in fantasies of aliens were the most easily swayed into consent. Chung Chung and a few others nearby listened to the Zergs bluffing in their headphones, promising to show them the greater universe if they agreed to sign a contract. They couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Just then, the glass suddenly began to vibrate. Another, larger and stronger Zerg appeared, pushing the previous one aside. The two Zergs clearly exceeded the glass's capacity. The man wanted to dissuade them, but he didn't dare. This had never happened before. A customer behind him suddenly cut in line, and the man could hear them arguing over a human in his headphones. The man's calves trembled as he looked into the crowd. Two Zergs had their eyes on the same human. Lian Xiao didn't join in the fun, but judging by the unanimous glances and pale faces of the others, the Zerg wanted to buy her. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. As if his nerves were stretched to the limit, Brother Qi suddenly stood up and yelled, ready to run out the door. At the same moment, the glass cracked and shattered, and two Zergs fell, trapped in the gap. The crowd ran out, but was blocked by their accomplices outside. The Zergs clashed with each other, their long, sharp legs overturning chairs and leaving deep scars on the ground. Screams echoed, and the fanatics finally realized that if they stayed any longer, they might die. Amid the chaos, someone smashed the lights. A perfect opportunity. The absolute darkness provided Lian Xiao with perfect cover. Using the image lingering on her retina, she stepped forward, the dagger slipping from her sleeve, and with a single, sharp movement, she slashed the throat of her fellow trafficker. Before the blood could splash on anyone else's face, Lian Xiao took a half step back, reached diagonally behind her, grasped the man's head, and twisted it, the thin blade instantly severing the carotid artery. She followed the crowd out. The one-way return route was closed, but the opening ahead remained open. If she returned through this straight passage, she would easily be caught up. Lian Xiao didn't have time to think, and ran into the opening. There had to be another passage. When he actually reached the entrance, the space inside was larger than Lian Xiao had expected. Countless corridors and rooms, interconnected in all directions, like a maze. She was in a dire situation. Lian Xiao clenched the hilt of her knife, trying to suppress her irritation. She had completely lost her gamble on leaving the city to find the Zerg, putting herself in an even more pressing crisis. Who knew if those two Zerg would catch up? But returning to the city wasn't an option either. With so many people around, anyone might leak what happened tonight. Even if not, she still had the annual inspection waiting for her. Whether she went back to the city or not, it was a dead end. You, wait for me. Not far behind her, Zheng Cheng's panting voice could be heard. He had actually followed Lian Xiao all the way. I saw it. Cheng held her knees, panting. Xia Yining, you're amazing. You actually killed the bad guy. Don't leave me alone. If you don't send me back, I tell everyone you killed someone. Really? Lian Xiao, annoyed, grabbed Zheng Cheng's neck and remained motionless despite his fierce struggles. Was he going to kill this witness who might expose her? Chapter 220. Cheng made a gurgling sound deep in his throat, his feet kicking helplessly against the ground. Suddenly, the force in his neck loosened. He coughed reflexively, but his mouth and nose were covered tightly. Lian Xiao changed his mind and released Zheng Cheng's hand at the last second before he fainted. Killing Cheng wouldn't solve the problem. Countless surveillance cameras along the way had captured her, and Cheng traveling together. With Cheng missing, she would be the first person to suspect her. You better keep your voice down, Lian Xiao whispered in his ear, threatening him, feeling like a psychopathic murderer. That thing hasn't left yet. If you attract it, I kill you first. Cheng nodded randomly. He was completely terrified of Lian Xiao, and whatever he said was now his. Lian Xiao gestured for Cheng to go ahead. The entire space was vast, and the air smelled of disinfectant. For some reason, the power hadn't come back on, and they could only tread lightly under the dim emergency light. After walking for a while, Cheng finally recovered a bit, certain Lian Xiao wouldn't attack him at this moment. She tentatively asked, those creatures? Do you know what they are? Then she muttered to herself, why didn't we know there were things like this out there? Lian Xiao had no time to answer the questions of someone whose worldview had been shattered. Her nerves were on edge. Darkness heightened her hearing. She listened attentively for the subtle sounds along the way, the clatter of dripping water, the whirring of machinery, but heard nothing suspicious of the Zerg's movements. But Lian Xiao's combat instincts, forged through actual combat and countless life-or-death situations, continued to flash red. Lian Xiao had a feeling. Something was staring at her from the deepest darkness. As they turned the corner, a light suddenly appeared ahead. Cheng froze for a moment, then reported what he had seen to Lian Xiao. It looks like a laboratory up ahead. The corridor was flanked by glass panels that stretched nearly half the length. The previously opaque frosted glass automatically turned transparent upon touch, revealing the source of the light behind it. It turned out to be rows of fluorescent cocoons. The faint fluorescence converged, revealing tiny dust particles floating in the air. Cheng's face paled again. He turned and saw Lian Xiao push the door open. After a fierce internal struggle, he followed Lian Xiao, timidly hiding behind him. Underneath the cocoons was a metal base. Not every cocoon was intact. Some were open, while the closed ones revealed a faint human figure. There's someone inside, Cheng said, trembling. When Lian Xiao unsheathed his dagger and slashed open the cocoon, he couldn't help but let out a scream and immediately covered his mouth, fearing he would be the one to be slashed open the next second. The moment Lian Xiao saw clearly what was inside the cocoon, he thought, as expected. The person inside was still breathing, and judging by his attire, he looked like he was on a business trip. White silk threads densely woven into his hair, gently swaying like anemone tentacles, connecting him to the cocoon. The entire room was likely filled with those who had been granted exit. She didn't know the specific methods used by the Zerg, but Lian Xiao suspected that these cocoons might function like brain-computer interfaces, implanting false memories into the human brain. Lian Xiao glanced back at Cheng. That one glance unleashed the barely suppressed fear in Cheng's heart. Cheng's scalp tingled. Xia Yining was going to kill him. Already paranoid, he practically ran for his life on both hands and feet. After only a few steps, Lian Xiao pinned him down. Tears streamed down his face, and he babbled incoherently, Xia Yining, you can't kill me. I brought you here. I didn't even ask you for the bracelet. Sure, Lian Xiao said. Don't talk. That thing's coming. Lian Xiao had originally intended to stuff Cheng into the cocoon and erase his memories of this. But then, by chance, she heard a sound. It was a sound like a blade sliding across metal, like a Zerg crawling across it. Lian Xiao lay in the cocoon, repeatedly cutting the white threads that were trying to attach to her head, nervously trying to locate the source of the sound. Duh. 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 The sound moved from the corridor into the room, crescendoing and fading. Lian Xiao conjured up a scene, as if something outside paused before each cocoon, observing intently. Duh. 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 The sound stopped in her hiding place. His heartbeat suddenly grew heavy and rapid. Under the immense pressure, Lian Xiao forgot how to breathe, and subconsciously gripped the knife tighter with his sweaty hands. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, duh. 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 The sound continued, gradually fading. Only then did Lian Xiao feel her clothes clinging to her with cold sweat. In reality, her fear was no less than Cheng Cheng's. Cheng Cheng's fear was the fear of facing the unknown. Lian Xiao understood how difficult it would be to deal with the consequences of dealing with two Zergs. Dying here was the worst outcome, but returning to the city and being exposed wouldn't be much better. At that moment, Lian Xiao suddenly realized the sound had stopped. The Zerg had landed near her. The Zerg knew her location. It was like a joke. The hunter quietly observing the prey wondering if it was lucky enough to remain undetected, or if it should fight tooth and nail. Time passed, neither side moving. Finally, the Zerg lost its patience. Aren't you planning on coming out yet? The Zerg language, translated through the translator, echoed as a robotic female voice echoed. After a few seconds of silent waiting with no response, the Zerg crawled back to the cocoon. Just then, a long blade pierced through the cocoon and slashed directly at the Zerg. Lian Xiao wasn't playing dead, she was waiting for this moment for the Zerg to approach. The retracted blade's tip pierced the Zerg's face squarely, and a figure flew out of the shattered cocoon. The blade shortened, slashing horizontally at the Zerg's compound eye without stopping. But the Zerg's dynamic power is always beyond human reach. Its speed is too great. In the next second, a Zerg leg blocked the long blade, the tip of the blade barely slicing through the air in front of it. Lian Xiao's arms tensed, his knuckles aching. The sensation of striking the Zerg leg was like striking a metal door several dozen centimeters thick. Instantly, the blade shrank to the size of a dagger. Lian Xiao kicked the metal platform, ducking down and sliding beneath the Zerg's belly. Lian Xiao grasped the blade with both hands and fiercely drove it into the Zerg's abdomen, but the Zerg was airborne. It said, "Hold." Lian Xiao collided with the cocoon opposite, her legs gathering strength, ready to strike. "You've proven the value of my sparing your life. I won't kill you now," the Zerg said. Lian Xiao's expression became strange. The Zerg before him was clearly the one they had fought over later, and it was even larger than the one they had fought over initially. The larger members of the Zerg are females. Female, do you want to live? If so, help me. You heard what that person just said, didn't you? Outside the city, the real world is our residential area. I want you to go to Edu and kill a male. Lian Xiao felt like he was hallucinating. The power disparity between humans and Zerg was so great. Why would the Zerg rely on humans to kill their own kind? Don't they value their own lives the most? Why? Lian Xiao asked. Oh, because you're cheap, and you're the best fighter among them. The female said nonchalantly, you can refuse. I kill you. They can get more than one batch of humans anyway. Lian Xiao struggled to describe her feelings. A sudden turn of events? A narrow escape? It seemed neither. She had a legitimate way to enter the Zerg residential area. Am I the first human you forced? Of course not. The female insect seemed to be laughing, saying briskly, I can't remember how many you lost before. Killing your target will kill you, but if you slack off, I kill you first. I forgot to mention it. I want you to kill the current Earth governor. The next morning, Lian Xiao showed up at the research institute on time. She hadn't slept the previous night, and her face was quite grim. Cheng Cheng was late for work. As soon as he entered the office, he rushed to Lian Xiao's workstation and asked, Xia Yining, did you? After returning from the alien enthusiast event last night, he had been having a fragmented nightmare all night. Cheng Cheng vaguely felt that he and Xia Yining had seen aliens together. In his dream, Xia Yining was still a cold-blooded killer, and he cried and begged her not to kill him. Lian Xiao looked at him expressionlessly. Just now, she saw the list of names for the first day of the annual inspection in the system notification, and Xia Yining was prominently on it. Last night, a female insect named Erica promised to bring Lian Xiao to Edu today, and the annual inspection officially began in less than half an hour. After careful consideration, Lian Xiao agreed to the female insect's threat. She requested to bring 2 people with her, the tit, and the albatross. While it might not be a good time to go with her to the Zerg settlement with Erica watching closely, it was better than leaving the tit and albatross alone in an area where they might be discovered. So, as if nothing had happened, the female insect let Lian Xiao and Chung Chung, whose memories had been overwritten, return to the city together. Lian Xiao's reaction was so calm, even a hint of annoyance, that Chung Chung felt a little uncertain again. Just then, a colleague called Lian Xiao over. Those who were due for the annual inspection were already lined up outside the office, waiting for their turn to have their blood drawn. Xiao Xia, is there something wrong? Are you not going to have your blood drawn? The colleague asked, attracting the attention of several colleagues. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, choosing between choking it back or practicing Tai Chi. She wasn't particularly important to the female insect, but holding off until she took her away was her only chance. I have low blood sugar. I need to rest a bit. Honestly, Lian Xiao hated the feeling of being controlled. But this didn't allay her colleagues' concerns. Instead, more of them gathered around, either covertly or overtly, to watch. Somehow, Lian Xiao looked a little off. It seemed a colleague had told the medical staff about the situation, and they approached Lian Xiao. Draw blood, it be quick. The medical staff even began disinfecting Lian Xiao's arm. If they didn't draw blood, they'd be reported. If they did, they'd be exposed. Just as the medical staff was about to insert the needle, the boss appeared. She held up the document, beaming. Xiao Xia, congratulations. Why didn't you mention you applied for the out-of-city exchange program? It was approved today, making us the first one in our institute this year. Hurry up and pack up, we're leaving now. In an instant, everyone's suspicion turned to envy. Being able to leave the city was undoubtedly the most enviable thing for every city dweller, and it also proved that Lian Xiao was absolutely capable. Among the crowd, only Chung Chung subconsciously felt something was wrong. His subconscious told him that something terrifying existed outside the city. But he held Lian Xiao, unsure what to say. Chung Chung felt as if Lian Xiao sighed, unlike a colleague he knew, and patted him on the shoulder as a farewell. He watched in amazement as Lian Xiao got into the waiting car outside. Watching the prosperity of the kingdom of God leave behind, Lian Xiao couldn't help but think that sometimes ignorance could be bliss. She was finally about to enter the Zerg settlement. Chapter 221. In less than half an hour, they arrived in Edu. Erica wasn't the only passenger on the Zerg transport. Lian Xiao followed Erica down the slowly descending slide, getting a glimpse of the entire Zerg transport. Lian Xiao had always been somewhat unaware of the Zerg's technological capabilities. This inherently powerful species seemed to need no further technological enhancement. The Zerg transport resembled an earthworm. Its metal surface clung to mud, allowing it to tumble and slither nimbly beneath the surface. One such vehicle held at least dozens of enormous Zerg. Their sharp, blade-like legs surrounded Lian Xiao and the other two, making it difficult to discern their features even when looking up. A single Zerg stalk could pierce them. Several Zerg also carried humans. Under the immense pressure of the Zerg's massive bodies, even the albatrosses fell silent, and the humans present trembled with fear. Specialized flatbeds floated in the air, carrying the humans forward to keep pace with the Zerg. Lian Xiao noticed that this female Zerg named Erica seemed to hold a high position within the Zerg. When it came to their turn, they weren't questioned as meticulously as they were with the other humans, and were simply released. Follow me closely, or you be trampled to death by the other Zerg. I can't guarantee it, Erica said. Edu was right before their eyes. So beautiful. So magnificent. Although he had seen Zerg cities in the Tiangita system, Lian Xiao's first thought was still this. Endless green stretched before them. The air was warm and humid, and the brightness between the huge, tall trees had dimmed noticeably. The sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves shone like gold. The Zerg seemed quite fond of human architectural relics. Along the way, Lian Xiao saw 3 types of ancient Greek columns, ancient Indian pagodas and elephant-headed columns, ancient Roman vaults, and even a perfectly intact Gothic church. The concentrated products of various ancient human civilizations became decorative ornaments in the Zerg city. As they passed the entrance to the Gothic church, several Zerg leaped from its towering spire, crashing onto a transparent panel in midair. The huge panel was composed of blocks, which acted like a seesaw, tilting the Zerg upwards. Some of the blocks revealed a deep purple liquid, while others revealed objects resembling coins. What is this? The albatross asked quietly. Erica overheard her, and she casually explained, our favorite jumping board game. Humans are so boring, you haven't played it, have you? In simple terms, it's a game similar to a lottery wheel. Under the grids of the jumping board game are hidden various items, ranging from drinks to gold coins to lethal objects. Just like a minesweeper, the Zerg have no way of knowing what's randomly hidden beneath the springboard. Every jump from a height is a gamble. Accept the outcome. Whatever you uncover is your loot. Erica chuckled. Even if it's poison, you have to accept it. If you flee, you be looked down upon by all the Zerg. Lian Xiao silently added to the Zerg portrait. Zergs may live too long, and their gambling nature is strong. The closer they got to the bustling city, the more humans they saw. They wore fitted clothing, had docile demeanors, and were always accompanied by at least one human or Zerg. Lian Xiao had a strange feeling. The scene before her resembled residents walking their cats and dogs at night, except now, the people being walked were humans. Lian Xiao even heard a Zerg from a tour group stop to ask a local resident where they found the walking human and whether they were selling it. She actually noticed quite a few other Zerg staring at them, but Erica's size immediately scared off the Zerg who rashly approached. We're here. Erica stopped in front of the only building in Edu that could truly be called a building. It mimics the human architectural style, perfect for travelers seeking novelty. Humans cleaned and provided silent service, but only the Zerg staff were allowed to speak to Erica. Even to their hotel rooms, Lian Xiao and the other two couldn't ride the same elevator with Erica. The Zerg had their own dedicated passage, while the humans had to use the cramped, shabby elevator. Citizens and slaves, this deliberate distinction existed everywhere. The elevator attendants were also human. The elevator doors closed, and the smiling waiter's expression suddenly changed, turning a deaf ear to Albatross's friendly greeting. Albatross wasn't one to tolerate such a temper, and immediately raised his voice. Hello? Are you deaf? To his surprise, the waiter gave him a disdainful look and said in Zerg, This is Edu. I don't understand the common human language. Besides, the waiter said nastily, I've seen pets like you many times. Why don't you beg me now? I be more careful when I collect your bodies in 2 or 3 days. Lian Xiao and the tit stopped Albatross from pouncing. Lian Xiao scratched his ears. I think I heard some animal barking. It can't be a dog. Dogs are much cuter than him. Lian Xiao calmly spouted a series of words that would be blocked if posted online, watching the waiter's face grow increasingly exasperated. He said he didn't understand the human language, but cursing someone in his native tongue was just the right thing to do. Mark my words. When the elevator arrived, the waiter said sinisterly, You're staying on this floor. Looks like I'd be seeing your corpses tomorrow morning. After exiting the elevator, Albatross spat fiercely in its direction. A lackey of the Zerg. Under normal circumstances, such a scoundrel would have been beaten to a pulp by him. Arrows appeared on the ground, guiding their direction. Lian Xiao, you don't seem surprised to see this kind of person? I've seen it all, Shantia said calmly. The humans in Edu were either brought back by the Zerg from the earthly kingdom, or transported from District 2 specifically to serve the Zerg. In addition to the laborers on the mining ships, District 2 also had a small number of humans specifically trained to serve the Zerg. For the people of District 2, entering this school meant a comfortable life, one free from the threat of death. Thus, places in this servitude school were always reserved for a select group in District 2. Even though life in District 2 was so difficult and oppressive, a class distinction still existed between the oppressed and the oppressed. Lian Xiao felt the Zerg's intentions were truly sinister. Districts 2 and 3 weren't completely closed off. The Zerg had reserved a so-called upward path for District 3. District 3 residents, who accumulated enough exorbitant points could potentially enter District 2 as laborers, while laborers' painstakingly accumulated points could lead to admission to the servitude school. The end of this so-called upward path was nothing more than legitimate slavery to the Zerg. Still, the waiter's words made Lian Xiao somewhat concerned. The people living on this floor were likely humans brought back by different Zerg races. Could living there be dangerous? They were assigned a room less than 10 square meters, shared by 3 people. The 3 of them searched the room, but found no monitoring or surveillance equipment. There was a secret door in the corner of the room. Lian Xiao opened it, and saw a pipe connecting the upper and lower floors, leading to Erica's room. Only then did Lian Xiao have time to review her current situation. She had infiltrated Edu, but her most crucial task was to find the princess. Lian Xiao scratched her hair. With so many Zerg in Edu, where would she start? How would she be able to move freely in Edu? Lian Xiao pondered and thought that perhaps she could achieve her goal by using Erica's mission. Kill the Earth Archon. She wasn't sure if Erica was serious about killing the Earth Archon, or if she was just looking for the thrill. But regardless, killing the Earth Archon required a chance to get close to it, and Lian Xiao planned to use this as an excuse to talk to Erica. Thinking of this, Lian Xiao tried to find Erica, but found the door locked. Unless your master summons you, you may not leave this room, the inside broadcast said. Are you kidding? So we're stuck in this room all the time? Albatross looked around. The room was far too small. 3 adults would surely be unbearably cooped up here for long periods of time. Shit, is there any other way to get out? The person on the other end of the broadcast also spoke coldly yes. The slaves wanted to leave their rooms. One thing, their master summoned them. Or, exchange them for points earned from nightly beast fights. Just then, the doorknob suddenly twisted, and someone opened it from the outside. Albatross was surprised. How can these people just come in? They accumulated enough points from the Colosseum to move freely on this floor, the announcement said. Lian Xiao, who was closest to the door, couldn't help but take a step back. The people who entered looked completely inhuman. Their eye sockets were 2 to 3 times larger than those of an average person, their dark pupils filling their entire sockets, nearly bulging out. They had no hair or eyebrows, as if their entire bodies had been depilated. The most striking thing about them was their fingers, each one a disproportionately long, with sharp fingertips. Hey, newbies! Who is your master? As he spoke, Lian Xiao noticed that their tongues were unusually long, like snakes spitting out their tongues. Lian Xiao understood why they felt eerily familiar. These human slaves had transformed themselves into Zerg-like forms to please them. The large, whiteless eyes mimicked compound eyes, their long fingers formed insected legs, and their tongues were likely intended to transform into mouth parts. Not only their room, but other rooms along the corridor also had their doors open. Humans with similar appearances poured in. Lian Xiao recalled the waiter's strange look and suddenly realized why he had said those words. They didn't have the right to enter and exit their rooms freely, but these Zerg people did. The Zerg people could enter their rooms at any time, day or night. Even if they assaulted them or even tried to kill them in their rooms, according to the rules, they couldn't leave. The hotel turned a blind eye to such violence. No, perhaps the hotel just wanted more of it, forcing every slave to give their all in the so-called beast fights. Beast fight points weren't hard for them to earn, but the problem was they hadn't even had time to participate on the first day. The Zerg knew this, and so many of them gathered around Lian Xiao and his room, their faces aghast. The hallway was filled with curse words, screams, and cries. Lian Xiao and the other 2 huddled together in a small circle, and Lian Xiao spoke Erica's name. The leading Zerg grinned. Their slaves' masters were all male Zerg residents, who lived in the hotel for a long time, and had a feud with Erica. They had just killed a group of Erica's slaves a few days ago, but they didn't expect new ones to arrive so soon. The Zerg generally ignored conflicts between human slaves, like humans watching a fight between kittens and puppies. They were just tools for their own amusement, and if they broke, they broke. All 3 were experienced warriors, and they discerned the other side's undisguised hostility. Lian Xiao stared at the Zerg, his back slightly hunched, a battle imminent. There were too many of them, surrounded by them from every direction. Without revealing their weapons, it would be difficult for them to win. Just as the Zerg led the others forward, the announcement blared. Take the elevator and meet me, Erica commanded. Rule number 1. You could enter and exit the room at the master's call. The Zerg weren't bold enough to interrupt the noble Zerg's call for slaves. Wait for me, the Zerg hissed as they left the room. The walk from their room to the elevator was short, but by the time Lian Xiao reached the entrance, the soles of his shoes were stained with blood. The albatross cursed softly, beasts. The others lacked their skill and luck, and were left to the Zerg's bullying. Though the titmouse remained silent, Lian Xiao could sense her mood was just as dire as his own. They were all fellow citizens, vulnerable and oppressed by the Zerg, yet at such a moment, they still vented their malice and violence against the weaker. Seeing Erica, the situation wasn't much better. It sized up the 3 of them and chuckled. Looks like you run into those little bugs. I hope you live longer than the last one, it said nonchalantly. Just then, another group entered. This group of 2 men and 2 women outnumbered Lian Xiao's group, and their gazes were filled with clear hostility. Group 1. Erica pointed at the 4. Group 2. Erica pointed at Lian Xiao and his group. Report to me every 3 days on your progress in assassinating the Earth Archon. Erica waved with her insect legs. Chickadee blocked them behind her and stepped forward. After a group of people commotion, a woman was pushed out. Which group is behind? Before anyone could react, Erica's raised insect legs suddenly dropped, piercing their right arms. I remove one person's organs, starting with the hand, then the foot, until you complete your goal, Erica declared, wailing in agony. Bang! Lian Xiao punched the elevator door. The flames of anger burned fiercely within her, oppressing her and making it almost impossible to breathe. After just half a day, Lian Xiao couldn't imagine a place in the universe more disgusting than he do. Her chest heaved violently, and she turned to look at Shantiao, whose face was devoid of any blood. The bleeding from the wound on Shantiao's right arm had stopped, but the severity of the injury still affected her condition. Lian Xiao wasn't someone with a strong desire for revenge, but right now, all she could think about was killing Erica and setting this hellish place on fire. She spent a few minutes calming herself down. She had to do things one by one, killing both humans and insects one by one. Lian Xiao put the task of killing Erica before Lieutenant General Lancaster. Then there were two tasks. Erica had brought in other groups to compete with them, so Lian Xiao couldn't negotiate with them by assassinating the Earth Archon. To resolve the issue of free movement, she had to first participate in the bees fight and second, be wary of both the insects and the group. Lian Xiao barely suppressed her inner anxiety. Time was precious, but she was spending her energy and fighting power trying to survive in Edu, unable to immediately free herself to find the princess. It didn't matter. She consoled herself mentally, thinking she'd only been on Earth for less than a week, she still had time. In her current state, Chickadee couldn't participate in today's bees fight. Hey, if you guys aren't taking the elevator, please move aside. Someone behind her said. Lian Xiao and the other two boarded the elevator with the woman who had spoken, and they happened to be heading to the same floor. The man looked at them. Didn't you just happen to use the bugs to escape those guys? There are some clever ones out there. Without waiting for their reply, the man poured out his words. Bugs are easy to fool. As long as you know when those guys will arrive, you can use them to escape. But you three are short of one. Do you want to team up for a bees fight? Team? Yes, a bees fight can only have 4 people on each side. One of you is injured. So we need more. The man extended his hand toward Lian Xiao with precision and introduced himself. My name is Han Mimi. What name? Lian Xiao almost reflexively said, well, my name is Li Hua. Is there something wrong? Han Mimi tilted her head to look at her. Lian Xiao's expression was a little strange. The moment she touched Han Mimi's hand, a long-lost system notification sounded in her mind. Triggered mission. I come, I meet, I conquer. If you want to conquer someone, conquer their stomach first. Please show off your skills, and use your Longhorn Chinese cooking skills to conquer the strangers before you, conquer the difficulties, and conquer the planet. Mission reward. Startup capital for a restaurant chain. What the hell? Lian Xiao wanted to hold his head in his hands. As if she wasn't busy enough, the system suddenly popped up to issue a task. Is there something so special about Han Mimi that she actually triggered a system task? Chapter 222. Perhaps the biggest peculiarity is the discrepancy between her name and appearance. Her name is Han Mimi, but she has typical Caucasian features. Her eyes are a bright azure blue, and her hair and skin are extremely light. Lian Xiao had only seen this on Teresa, who has albinism. Lian Xiao thought it was like a blonde, blue-eyed young man telling you his name is Wang Chunhua with a northeastern accent. She would have to reconsider whether to do the system quests, but she was open to forming a team for the beast battle. Lian Xiao accepted Han Mimi's invitation. Back on their floor, the hallway was crowded. The soft carpet was soaked with blood, so stained that the pattern was barely discernible. The hotel staff were rolling up the dirty carpet and laying down a new one. Han Mimi said hello to Lian Xiao and the others with a relaxed expression and left. She lived on the other side of the elevator. The waiter who had been choked by Lian Xiao was there, dragging a corpse with one hand and mouthing maliciously to them. Tomorrow will be your turn. Lian Xiao and his companions chose to ignore it. Shan Ke was injured, and they needed to conserve their energy for the fight. Now was not the time for unnecessary complications. Lian Xiao and the other two rested in their room for the entire afternoon. In the evening, a waiter led them to the hotel's top floor. There they were greeted by a dazzling display of costumes and weapons, the orange, red, and yellow sunset shimmering overhead. The preparation area was separated from the official fighting arena by a single transparent partition. Every slave waiting to take the stage could look up and watch the fray, blood pouring down on their heads like rain. You're here. Han Mimi had already arrived. She appeared to be in a hurry, dropping a lace dress adorned with bows and reaching for another, gorgeous and lovely, from the waiter's hand. Lian Xiao was confused. What are they doing? Picking out clothes. Han Mimi pouted. There's a dress code for beast fighting. Clothes were piled high on the racks nearby, reaching the ceiling. Attendants were shuffling through the ornate and unique garments, selecting outfits for the slaves participating in the beast fighting. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, incredulous. How are they supposed to fight in these clothes? Tight, overly contouring clothing, cool tube tops and short skirts, cascading hemlines, even whalebone bras, long since outgrown by humans, and exaggerated rough collars. The beast-fighting veterans were expertly shoving themselves into their ornate, torture-like outfits, decked out in their finery. The waiter held her head high. Pleasuring the gentleman is our top priority. Dress nicely, and maybe one of them will show some mercy. Besides, as a human, aren't we supposed to look beautiful? He finished, but then a strange fear came over him. Lian Xiao's gaze on him made him feel as if his neck would be broken in an instant. Lian Xiao felt a surge of anger and humiliation rising again. Like a bullfight, being treated like a beast by the Zerg for fun made her furious, and the absurd dress code made her realize fully that humans were merely objects of frivolous spectatorship by another species. In this situation, defeating the enemy wouldn't be considered a sign of strength. The Zerg spectators would relish the slave's appearance, the supposed beauty of wearing unsuitable combat clothing. Thankfully, Lian Xiao only stared at him for a few seconds before turning and walking away. Bear with it. Shantia gave Lian Xiao a brief, soothing hug, like an older sister. Bear with it. I can't stand it any longer. Lian Xiao's voice trembled with rage. Is this how humans are domesticated, step by step? She had grown accustomed to the Mecha Academy's pursuit of strength as the goal and standard, but here the standard was pet worthiness, not human dignity. Shan Ke thought she had never been sure which district Lian Xiao was from, but now she was at least certain that he grew up somewhere like District 1. She and Albatross grew up in District 2 and had experienced countless disgusting things like this. Most people were used to it, seeing nothing wrong with it. That was precisely why she joined the Wings of Freedom. She didn't want to be like the people she knew, who were so angry that they became numb and accepting. Shan Ke suddenly thought, if she had children, she wanted them to grow up in a world where they could be sensitive to injustice, without having to endure anger. Lian Xiao picked out an outfit that was as comfortable as possible. After selecting his weapons, he saw that Han Mimi wasn't ready. She naturally opened her arms, and let the waiter put on her puff-sleeve tutu skirt. Han Mimi, there aren't many opportunities to wear this kind of clothing, so it's quite fresh. Many slaves fought fiercely over the gorgeous outfit, and surprisingly, the fiercest fight was among the male slaves. They each wore black stockings, shod in shoddy high heels, and wore heavy makeup. Lian Xiao had calmed down. She stared coldly at the gradually filling viewing seats, while slowly sharpening her knife. Suddenly, the waiter began clapping, herding the contestants together like a flock of sheep. Has it started yet? Lian Xiao noticed that there were still 2 empty seats in the prime viewing area. The last 2 Zergs to arrive entered. They were definitely not ordinary. The smaller one was a male, followed by a larger female, whose wings were adorned with glittering gems. The albatross, wiggling in his high heels, suddenly straightened up and blurted out, "Why is this happening?" Lian Xiao was confused, but both Chickadee and Han Mimi frowned. Generally speaking, the most important positions are reserved for females, and females don't travel with specific males, Chickadee murmured. And why do females wear these decorations on their wings? Won't it make flying difficult? Han Mimi asked. Judging from the Zerg's reactions, the females were puzzled and displeased, while the males happily accepted it. Lian Xiao, maybe they got married? Oh no, the albatross said. Zerg don't have marriage. With Han Mimi around, he wisely stopped talking and didn't ask what marriage actually meant. In other words, the male's power was gradually expanding. Lian Xiao realized that the male Zerg were gradually seizing the natural center of power. While waiting for the beast fight to begin, Han Mimi quickly explained the rules. They were relatively lucky. The fights weren't held every day, but rather were a special event held 3 times a week at the hotel. In the fights, only cold weapons could be used, and killing was permitted. Slaves fought in rounds to vie for the token thrown by the Zerg, usually a statue of the Mother Goddess representing the Trinity. The fights were unrestrained, except that weapons were forbidden from entering the spectator area, or the slaves would be killed immediately. With the male Zerg throwing the statue, the fight began. The transparent ceiling trembled silently, and the first 2 groups engaged in a fierce battle. One of the slaves had been stabbed in the thigh, blood splattered all over the floor. By the time he was carried down, he was unconscious. Slaves were free to withdraw from the competition, but doing so often earned them the scorn of their masters. Cheer up, the waiter said. If you perform well in the recent beast fights, you might be chosen by the great ones to be sacrificed. Is that the ritual the masters have been preparing for so long? Han Mimi pressed. The waiter glanced at Han Mimi. She was the most cooperative of all the slaves, so he said a few words, feeling more cheerful. That's right. Maybe we can even meet the Archon. Lian Xiao finally understood why Erica was so indifferent to their participation in the bees fights. Participating in the bees fights risked attracting the attention of the Earth Archon and allowing them to come into close contact with him. Erica, knowing this information, withheld it from the two groups, hoping to satisfy her own wicked desire to see them slaughter each other. So, was Han Mimi just joining their team just to round up the numbers? Lian Xiao couldn't help but overthink it. The slaves came up in groups. The hotel had to pause mid-sentence to have the waiters mop up the blood on the floor, otherwise the slaves would slip as they ran. Lian Xiao's team was at the back of the queue. When their names were called, Lian Xiao quickly sheathed his knife, which had been sharpened to the point of being unbearable. Their opponents had won 3 matches in a row, and seeing Sean K's arms unable to move, the 4 men relaxed a little. The man in the miniskirt attacked first. The heels of his high heels clicked crisply on the ground. He was heading for Sean Quebec. However, before he could reach Sean K, Lian Xiao appeared from the side like a ghost. The man in the miniskirt raised his knee and launched a sideways kick. The 4 of them, all of whom had exercised or practiced in Zone 1, were conditioned to treat their female opponents with indifference. Lian Xiao kicked off his high heel and then delivered a sweeping kick, catching the man in the miniskirt in the ankle. With a slight snap, the foot dislocated, sending him plummeting. Lian Xiao struck the man in the miniskirt's head with the heel of his high heel, knocking him unconscious before he could even utter a sound. In less than 10 seconds, his opponent, seemingly several times his size, collapsed. Lian Xiao, holding a broken high heel, coldly looked down at his opponent, then raised his head and gazed coldly around the stands. The crowd fell into complete silence. A few seconds later, the group erupted in excitement. This overwhelming duel ignited the Zerg's emotions. Their compound eyes locked onto Lian Xiao, who was running barefoot across the arena, eager to see what would happen next. Realizing that Lian Xiao was a formidable opponent, the 3 opposing players charged forward. The black stockings of their carefully chosen dresses restricted their movements, making them far less mobile than Lian Xiao, who had ripped the hem of his skirt. Lian Xiao grabbed the arm of the first opponent, who charged at him, and threw him over his shoulder to the ground, knocking the second one back in the process. The last one was a beat too slow and raised his hand to force Lian Xiao back with his knife, but Lian Xiao, without flinching, grabbed his hand and plunged the knife straight down, piercing his lower abdomen. Amid screams, Lian Xiao wielded his knife to dispatch the remaining 2. Next group, and then the next. The waiters urging for the next group to take the stage had never been so frequent. By the time the next group had even risen, Lian Xiao had already single-handedly dispatched their opponents. Place your bets. Bet on her to lose the next round. The Zergs were throwing money into the hotel's gambling game. The novelty had worn off, and Lian Xiao's victory was no longer enough to thrill them. They wanted to see her lose, so, in the next match, the hotel released 2 groups of slaves at once. That's not fair. Just as Albatross was about to draw his knife, the crowd overwhelmed Lian Xiao. The rules were set by the Zerg, and pleasing them was the most fundamental rule. But Lian Xiao didn't fall as they wished. She leaped, punched, and stabbed tirelessly. Even though her opponent, outnumbered, had nicked her thigh, Lian Xiao seemed insensitive to the pain, kicking down the foe who tried to use his weight to control her. Lian Xiao limped out, stepping over her opponent. The newly entered slaves actually took a step back, frightened. "What are you afraid of? We have guns," someone said, realizing something. To satisfy the crowd, the hotel broke the rules once again, equipping the final group of slaves with guns. In an instant, the Zerg went wild, countless legs involuntarily reaching towards the Colosseum. They thirsted for blood, longed to see Lian Xiao fall. How could a slave go against their superiors and win all the way? The gunman thought the same thing. How could a cold weapon possibly outperform a bullet? He aimed at Lian Xiao and pulled the trigger. Bang! Lian Xiao dodged, the bullet grazed her calf, and blood immediately gushed out. Lian Xiao swayed in pain, her feet slipping in her own blood, but her speed didn't slow at all. Bang! A second shot was fired from the other side. At such close range, Lian Xiao could only judge the bullet's direction based on the angle of the gun and her intuition. After so many duels, even if she had defeated each opponent effortlessly, her energy had been greatly depleted. She had to finish her opponent quickly. Bang! The third bullet. Lian Xiao was so focused that she had no time to worry about the other opponents. If she wasn't careful, her head would be shattered by the bullet. The opponent was clearly panicking, her finger on the trigger again. At that moment, Lian Xiao grabbed the other man's gun. The Zerg in charge, watching all this, panicked. Lian Xiao had grabbed the gun. Even though the magazine was only half full, instantly, countless laser beams converged on Lian Xiao, sternly warning her to let go, or they would pierce her body in an instant. Bang! The fourth gunshot rang out, striking the chandelier hanging over the Colosseum. The massive chandelier fell, narrowly missing the Zerg, who had almost lost themselves in the action. A commotion of panic ensued among them. Lian Xiao obediently dropped the gun and raised his hands, his expression mocking. The bullet didn't hit the spectator seats. So I shouldn't be breaking the rules, right? Chapter 223. The slave clearly made a gesture of surrender, but the Zerg perceived it as a gesture of contempt and defiance. The slave, wounded, barefoot, and tattered, was hardly a spectacle to behold, yet the onlookers instinctively felt she was a formidable warrior. Many of the female Zerg were also warriors. Lian Xiao's fights had rekindled their old passion for battle. Now, seeing Lian Xiao's attire, the females suddenly found his attire ridiculous. In the past, they had simply entertained him, thinking it was no big deal for slaves to dress like this for performances. But if they got used to it, would they one day be willing to bind their own bodies in wings? Kill her! The Zerg on the losing side were particularly indignant. Kill her! The Zerg who had nearly been hit by the chandelier joined the ranks. The Zerg pounded the ground with their limbs, slowly gathering into a powerful rhythm within the arena. Kill her! Kill her! The fanatics waved their limbs. This slave's blood would bring a perfect end to this wonderful evening. The Chickadee and the Albatross sensed something was amiss and rushed forward to shield Lian Xiao. The responsible Zerg trembled and questioned the higher-ranking male through the swarm. Without his orders, it dared not execute the slave. You're clamoring to destroy my property. Don't you think too highly of me? It was Erica who spoke. The pounding paused for a moment. Sure enough, Erica held a high position within the Zerg. The situation was at a stalemate. The Zerg valued strength, and Erica and her companions couldn't afford to offend. Lian Xiao quietly looked up at the male insect in the upper position. Her fate hung on the male insect's whim, but she felt no regrets. The male insect said nothing, merely shifting its posture. A pure gold statue was thrown into the pool of blood in the center of the arena, stained with gore. All the Zerg present knew what that meant. Lian Xiao had been chosen, and they were allowed to participate in the Mother Goddess's celebration. As Lian Xiao limped down from the arena, everyone around him took a complete turn. The waiter who led the way bowed and scraped, a fawning smile plastered on his face. The hotel doctor was already waiting on the preparatory floor. The fight was over, and they had won not only a huge amount of points, but also regular treatment. After bandaging Lian Xiao's wound, the doctor also treated the wounds of Albatross and Chickadee. Albatross had scraped his arm at the end of the fight. He marveled at the visibly rapid healing of his now medicated arm. He had no idea such an effective medicine existed. The medical expertise of Wings of Freedom and Edu was simply out of sync. Han Mimi lay flat the entire time, showing no signs of gratitude or a sense of relief. She played with a bow on her skirt, occasionally glancing at the two statues in Lian Xiao's hands, seemingly lost in thought. Are you still unaware of the Zerg celebration? Han Mimi asked. But seeing Lian Xiao's state, Han Mimi quickly changed her tune. Forget it. Get some rest first. I see you tomorrow. It was indeed getting late. Lian Xiao nodded and watched Han Mimi leave. The wound on her leg wouldn't heal quickly, she needed rest. Lian Xiao and the other two stopped as they neared their room. The waiter, who had provoked them today, was pinned to his knees in the hallway in front of the room. In the dim light of the hotel corridor, the scene was eerie and terrifying. Sensing their approach, the waiter forced a fawning smile, muttering an apology as he slammed his head against the ground. The humans in the hotel were like pliant reeds, the first to sense the slightest shift in the wind. News of Lian Xiao's performance in the Colosseum spread throughout the hotel, and they couldn't afford to offend the slaves allowed to participate in the Mother Goddess's celebration. Albatross spat on him with a sense of relief, mocking, "Now you understand the common language of humans?" Lian Xiao took 2 steps, and the waiter flinched, his body arching into a humble curve. Lian Xiao, expressionless, tilted his head. Get lost? The waiter bared his teeth and fled as if he had been pardoned. He first struggled through the excruciating pain to free himself from the nail piercing his palm, then trembled as he pulled out the nail from his foot. He bled profusely, the carpet beneath him practically black. Why let him get away with it so easily? Back in the room, Albatross muttered, "Let him smack himself." He turned to see Lian Xiao lying on the bed, his face a blank, vacant expression. Albatross, puzzled by Lian Xiao's somber mood, glanced at Chickadee in confusion. Chickadee gestured to him, silencing him. To be honest, Lian Xiao didn't feel any sense of revenge. Everything here was too twisted. Of course, she could vent her anger on the waiter, but weren't there many people like him and he do? She felt nauseous, sick to her stomach, and unwell. Provoking the Zerg at a bees fight wouldn't solve the problem, nor would taking out her anger on a waiter. The real problem was the colonized Earth. Killing a waiter who looked down on her own kind wasn't enough, killing a tyrannical Zerg wasn't enough, and burning down Edu wasn't enough. As long as Earth's humanity didn't regain its freedom and dignity, the distorted status quo would remain unchanged. Lian Xiao felt she had long since passed her most childish phase and had no interest in saving others, but now a clear idea emerged. This time, besides finding the princess, she had to do something. Do something to restore Earth to human control. Shan Ke saw Lian Xiao suddenly sit up in bed, ready to leave. Where are you going? To find Han Mimi, Lian Xiao said. To ask her about the Mother Goddess Festival. The points earned from the beast fight were enough for them to proceed through the hotel. At Shan Ke and Albatross's insistence, Lian Xiao took them along. The few minutes on the way were enough for Lian Xiao to gather his thoughts. Han Mimi was acting strangely. She was remarkably calm from beginning to end. She even treated choosing her clothes before the fight as a pleasure, making her stand out amid the anxious crowd. And then, there was her understanding of the Zerg. Chit and Albatross were core members of the Wings of Liberty, which is why they were so familiar with the Zerg's internal structure. Han Mimi, a resident of the Kingdom of God, not only didn't show any fear or awe towards the Zerg, but her understanding of them was comparable to Chit's. Thinking about it, Lian Xiao realized that Han Mimi, like her name, was full of incongruity. But she was undoubtedly human. Lian Xiao regretfully stopped his exaggerated speculations. Han Mimi's room was at the end of the corridor. Who is it? Shantu barked. A subtle shift in the airflow triggered her combat alert. Her battle-hardened experience gave her a hunch that someone was behind her. She attacked without hesitation, turning to face her blind spot. But the next moment, Shantio felt a sharp pain in her injured arm. It twisted 90 degrees, dislocating the joint instantly. Then, her other hand was similarly weakened. The thick carpet muffled the incoming footsteps. The three of them didn't even notice the other person until they were close. Albatross caught Shantio as she swung backwards, using her body as a shield to block the incoming person from reaching Lian Xiao. Not bad, that level of vigilance. The compliment, meant literally, was smeared with sarcasm. You finally noticed before I stabbed you. Only then did they see clearly that the person in question had only one intact leg, the other a prosthetic below the knee. I cut the crap short. I know who you are. The woman pushed open a door in the hallway, motioning Lian Xiao to follow her in. She said briefly, I'm Anan Ku. Lian Xiao thought he misheard. First, only a few people knew of her connection to Anan Ku, so it was unlikely someone was deliberately impersonating her. Second, who would risk such a huge risk sneaking into Earth and using this as a pretext to deceive her? Come on, do you want me, a man without a leg, to carry you? Oh, that irritable tone was fitting. Lian Xiao gathered himself and, supporting Shan Ke, entered the room. Turning on the light, Anan Ku's true face came into view. The more Lian Xiao looked at her, the more familiar she felt, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Do you think I look familiar? Ananke said, you should have seen my photo, the one with the Mecha League champions from 1993. Lian Xiao's eyes widened uncontrollably. She knew why Ananke looked familiar. In the photo in Susara's office, one of the two people standing next to the tyrant was Ananke, but she found it hard to connect the girl with a gentle smile with the irritable older woman before her. Ananke lit a cigarette and said calmly, by Josie, Earth native, entered the Alliance University Mecha Academy in 1990, transferred out in 1994, and graduated in 1996. My resume? Lian Xiao was speechless for a long time. The Earth student from the same class as Fuming Wang, the one General Tachov had mentioned who had escaped disaster by withdrawing, was actually Ananke, and when she spoke of her own experience, her tone was as cold as if she were talking about anyone else. You disappeared after graduation. So you've been taking jobs in the Dark River all these years? Living in the Starlink district all this time? Why? Lian Xiao couldn't help but ask. She was now certain that the Lancaster she and Gu Chafeng had overheard long ago, saying that Tyrant frequently frequented the Starlink region, was actually Susara's search, not for Fuming Wang, but for Ananke. Lian Xiao, teacher has been looking for you. Ananke had a speechless expression and took a deep, irritable drag on his cigarette. You didn't ask how or why I ended up on Earth, but this. Well, ask if you want. We have plenty of time tonight. I answer them one by one. Yes. Yes. No reason. Ananke, Or rather, Bai Zhouzi said, if I hadn't hidden in the Starlink region, I have been quietly murdered by the military someday without knowing it. It wasn't General Tkachev's group. They were a little crazy, but they wouldn't have done anything so ruthless. As for your old man? Teacher. Ananke smiled unmoved. It's simple. I don't trust her. Lian Xiao felt a pang of injustice for Su Sera. Teacher has been investigating Fu Mingwang's case and has always stood by me. If there's anyone in the military I can trust, it's her. Ananke, people change. Lian Xiao. We only been teammates for a few months. The time we haven't seen each other is already much longer than the time we known each other. Ananke puffed silently. With only one life to live, she didn't dare gamble on the sincerity of Susara's friendship. The time for reminiscing about the past is over. Ananke said, I came to Earth, to Yidu, to tell you that the situation is dire. The Empire is likely to join forces with the Zerg to declare war on the Alliance. Chapter 224. Lian Xiao was stunned for 2 seconds. Isn't that possible? Lian Xiao said this, but in reality, he was half skeptical and half convinced. The Empire was going to side with the Zerg and declare war on the Alliance. What else could that be? Helping the Zerg to destroy the Alliance would ultimately lead to the Empire's own downfall. Would the Empire really do that? Of course. A voice in Lian Xiao's heart suggested that the Empire had already stood by and watched during the second Zerg invasion, so why wouldn't it do it again? The Imperial family didn't care what happened to ordinary people, they only cared about the stability of their own rule. Lian Xiao, has the Alliance noticed? It's hard to say. Ananke said nonchalantly, puffing on a cigarette, as if they were just discussing the weather. Maybe they noticed, maybe they ignored it. From the recent actions and trade flows of the Starlink Empire, even the slightest observation reveals that the Empire is preparing for an arms race. I'm not 100% sure the Empire will break with the Alliance, and even if the news reaches the military, those bastards won't necessarily take action. When do you expect them to start the war? Lian Xiao asked softly, clenching his hands. Unexpectedly, Ananke gave a specific time. At the earliest, it will be after the Mother Goddess Festival. Another Mother Goddess Festival. Lian Xiao pondered quickly. The name sounded like a large-scale sacrificial ceremony, and it was known that Earth's Archons would be in attendance, indicating that this ceremony held special significance for the male Zerg faction. And the war wouldn't begin until after the Mother Goddess Festival. Could the purpose of the ceremony be for the male Zerg faction to request the Mother Goddess's permission, thus strengthening their legitimacy for going to war? From the intelligence I gathered these past few days, the Mother Goddess's responses to the Zerg have become increasingly rare over the past few decades. Let's assume their deity exists. It was only a few months ago that the entire Zerg race seemed to sense the Mother Goddess' presence. That incident must have sparked concerns among the male Zerg. If the Mother Goddess truly responds to the male Zerg during the Mother Goddess Festival, then the Zerg King will essentially be a mere decoration. Ananke paused. What's with that expression? Lian Xiao, I'm so sorry. She was the one who caused the Zerg to sense the Mother Goddess a few months ago. She didn't expect her actions to indirectly lead to today's situation. Does that count as her flapping butterfly wings? Thinking about it another way. Lian Xiao had a flash of inspiration. Surely the princess wouldn't just wait for the Mother Goddess Festival to succeed. Then it would definitely appear at the Mother Goddess Festival. This speculation brought both relief and tension to Lian Xiao. She said to the 3 people present, we need to go to the Mother Goddess Festival. Yes, I see. Albatross nodded seriously. But I have a question. Who is she? He sat with the newly dislocated titmouse, completely bewildered by the entire conversation. Words like empire, alliance, and military, they were completely unfamiliar to Albatross. But these confirmed his suspicions. Lian Xiao truly wasn't from any particular district. Ananke lazily flashed the item in his hand at them. One of us. Though it was only a fleeting moment, Titmouse could clearly see the familiar insignia. There was no way it was fake. Ananke was also a member of Liberty Wings. Lian Xiao looked a little surprised. If I weren't a member of Liberty Wings, I wouldn't have said so much in front of them. These two would have been dead long ago. Ananke was speechless at the 3 people's reactions. One more question, Lian Xiao asked, a question he had long harbored. Have you noticed me for a long time? Not long ago, but from the very beginning, Ananke corrected. Ever since the UN's Mecha Academy resumed admitting Earth students, Ananke had been keeping an eye on Lian Xiao. With her skills, tracking Lian Xiao's movements was easy. The only problem was that while he was at the Mecha Academy, it was difficult for her to bypass Eco and contact him directly. But unexpectedly, Lian Xiao had contacted her through the Dark River. As one of the few people who knew the secrets of the Earth survivors, Ananke knew even better than Lian Xiao, and was closely monitoring her situation. So when Lian Xiao, presumably secretly, tried to investigate Fu Mingwang, Ananke knew his predicament was dangerous enough to make her uneasy, and the time was ripe. Ananke was right. She had already sided with Lian Xiao, even when he was still completely unaware of the original owner's secrets. Lian Xiao remembered something and said, feeling resentful, "Then why are you still charging me? Can't you just give me a friendly price or something?" When Bai Xing commissioned Ananke, she emptied her entire coffers. The thought of this made Lian Xiao feel a pang of pain. Ananke laughed in anger, cigarette butt in hand, arguing with Lian Xiao. "Back at Avalon Gardens, if I hadn't pointed the way, do you think your friends would have made it in time? Without me clearing the area, you guys would have been dead. I scare you to death if I calculate the cost. Oh, and that friend of yours who didn't find the right way too. If I hadn't given him a ride, he wouldn't have found the exit at all." Who? Besides Gu Changfeng and Zhao Liqing, Lian Xiao was completely unaware that other friends were trying to defy the military to save her. Ananke gestured impatiently. "How should I know? You talk so much, the chatter is making me dizzy." It was Cesare. He risked countless dangers, risking his own life, to save her, though Cesare had gotten lost along the way. Lian Xiao was touched, and felt that this might not be a bad thing for Cesare. At least Cesare wouldn't end up like Gu Changfeng and Zhao Liqing, one imprisoned while the other served a mission in the Empire. It would be fine if he didn't think about it, but when he did, Lian Xiao's thoughts became uncontrollable. Next to him, Shan Ke and Ananke were discussing Jufa and the transportation of supplies. Ananke had contributed greatly to the Wings of Freedom's acquisition of weapons, equipment, and medicine over the years. Lian Xiao pretended to listen, but his thoughts had drifted away. What about Gu Changfeng? Was he still alive? What was he doing in the Empire right now? "Fill it up." The drunken man, unable to wait for the waiter to refill his glass, stumbled and grabbed the bottle on the table. The ring and jeweled ring on his fat hand clashed with the bottle, making a sharp sound. Finding that the bottle contained only enough wine to barely cover the glass, the drunkard, enraged, smashed the bottle into the nose of the hastily approaching waiter, causing the remaining wine and blood to flow down. The guests murmured among themselves. This was certainly unaristocratic behavior, but no one wanted to offend the Duke in person. The Duke, still unsatisfied, was about to pick up the bottle and throw it at the waiter again and again, when suddenly a full glass of wine was placed before him. "Sir, the wine you requested," the waiter said, bowing, cleverly shielding the bleeding waiter from view. The Duke snorted, smashed the bottle at the waiter's feet, and staggered away with the wine. Seeing no excitement to watch, the other guests withdrew their gazes with disinterest. After quickly cleaning up the broken glass, the waiter quietly withdrew. "You're injured." The bloodied waiter covered his nose. As he accepted the bandage offered by another, he noticed the small cuts and scars on his arm. "It's okay," Gu Changfeng said, covering the faint marks on his wrist. After exchanging a few words of gratitude from the waiter, Gu Changfeng re-entered the banquet hall and mingled among the imperial nobles. The most he'd done these days was pouring wine. The military assigned him, this time as a waiter at the Trisha Palace, where the imperial nobles often held banquets. He could easily eavesdrop on the nobles' conversations by pouring wine. Although it was mostly useless gossip. Gu Changfeng listened for a few seconds, then silently walked away from a pair of nobles, who were raving about a certain earl being cuckolded. The military hoped to contact CFAS of the Empire through this mission. The reason for this confidentiality was that the investigation focused on the connection between Lieutenant General Lancaster's faction and CFAS. Once their connection was confirmed, changes would inevitably occur within the military. After a round of fruitless exploration, Gu Changfeng took advantage of the rotation to exit the banquet hall. Given CFAS's personality, it was highly unlikely he would be here, and the identity Gu Changfeng was impersonating wouldn't even allow him free access to the Trisha Palace. As he was pondering how to obtain more intelligence, footsteps suddenly sounded around the corner. Caught off guard, Gu Changfeng's gaze met that of the person walking in front. Both sides were startled. Despite Gu Changfeng's attempts at concealment, the other party undoubtedly recognized him, having met him closely in Shimi prison. "Francois?" He stared blankly at Gu Changfeng for a few seconds before reacting and dragging Gu Changfeng into the adjacent room. Through the door, Gu Changfeng heard footsteps fading away. "I told him I was going to the restroom," Francois explained, referring to the teammates who had undergone the mind fusion surgery with the twins. Gu Changfeng nodded silently, his fingers already reaching for the weapons hidden on his body. He couldn't reveal his whereabouts, but he couldn't kill Francois outright either. In this sudden situation, Gu Chanfeng couldn't think of a good way to silence Francois. You don't have to tell me, and I won't ask, Francois said quickly. A second later, and Gu Chanfeng would have probably attacked. Except Teresa, no one knows you're here. Gu Chanfeng said briefly, is there any way I can contact you? Gu Chanfeng was not a man of his time, content to wait. He preferred to take the initiative. Francois had promised to keep his secret, and with the twins plotting to defect from the Empire, they had maintained a subtle, mutually beneficial relationship with them. After receiving the twins' contact information, Francois hesitated and said, if you're in a hurry, it's better to contact Teresa. Facing Gu Chanfeng's gaze, he said awkwardly, my luck has never been great, and I'm afraid you be exposed. Gu Chanfeng, what nonsense. He didn't take it seriously, but he still politely nodded goodbye to Francois. As he was about to push the door open and leave, he realized that the surroundings were unusually quiet. The distant music and voices faded, as if someone had drawn an invisible chasm around them. Even Francois realized something was wrong. He closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, his expression darkened. His mind connected with Teresa. This small area of the Trisha Palace had just been cleared. Usually, this meant an important person was visiting. It was too late to leave now. Francois surveyed the room, then rushed over and moved a mechanism on the bookshelf, revealing a secret compartment behind. Less than a minute after they hid themselves, Gu Chanfeng and Francois heard the sound of the ceiling sliding open, something large descending from the sky. Then they heard voices. It was Zerg language. Chapter 225. In the confined, cramped space, Gu Chanfeng and Francois' heart rates both soared. Both had undergone specialized training, and they gathered their thoughts, forcing themselves to relax and slow their heartbeats. Zerg are far more sensitive to thought and hearing than humans, and could very well detect them not far away. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, someone who sounded like someone from the Empire got straight to the point. Our noble and wise Emperor has resolved to stand on the side of justice and fully cooperate with the noble's actions. Very good, the Zerg said. As for the king's opinion, Odysseus is the king's right-hand man, and the king will certainly agree with him. From just these few words, Gu Chanfeng sensed something was amiss. The attitude of this Zerg, the external voice of the entire tribe, regarding the Zerg king was far different from what he had been taught in Zergology. It clearly showed more respect for Odysseus than for the king. What was going on? Gu Chanfeng frowned. The decision-making power on such a major matter as cooperating with the Empire wasn't in the hands of the Zerg king. It was as if he had been completely sidelined. He glanced at Francois, still a bit dazed, as if he were unaware of the actions being discussed between the Empire and the Zerg. Francois mouthed to Gu Chanfeng silently, no big deal, we be out soon. The Zerg and the Imperial family have always had close ties. He had observed trade negotiations before, so he had the experience. He smiled and passed it off in a daze. We plan to simultaneously attack the Starlink region and the main planet of Region XX on the 17th, capturing several major cities. From this point of view, we attack the Alliance. The Empire is declaring war on the Alliance. No, it wasn't just the Empire, the Zerg had also joined forces with the Empire. So, was the third Zerg invasion war imminent? Gu Chanfeng felt his blood boiling as he realized just how important a secret conversation they had stumbled upon. On the 17th, 3 days later, Gu Chanfeng listened carefully to the muffled conversation outside, his mind racing. As long as the Alliance knew the Empire and Zerg's plans in advance, they would have been able to respond in time. But could the Alliance subsequently withstand the combined forces of the Zerg and Empire? The Imperial representatives and the Zerg discussed the details of the surprise attack, and Gu Chanfeng memorized them word for word. After an unknown amount of time, the Empire and Zerg concluded their talks and left. Gu Chanfeng and Francois were a little stiff from not moving for so long. They waited a while longer, making sure they wouldn't be discovered, before emerging from the compartment. Francois, we had no prior knowledge of this. Even the royal family hadn't heard a word of it. He just called it bad luck. To have overheard such a secret in the room he'd been hiding in. He rubbed his chest in fear. He shouldn't have listened. If he were discovered, even if he was of royal blood, he'd be dead, but the next second, a powerful force gripped Francois' neck from behind, leaving him defenseless. He felt his head rapidly filling with blood and oxygen, and as he struggled, he met Gu Chanfeng's emotionless gray eyes. Currently, the only people who knew about the Empire's secret operation were Gu Chanfeng and Francois. As a Seraph pilot, Francois was naturally on the opposite side of the Alliance. Until he could ensure the information was delivered to the military, Gu Chanfeng had to silence Francois. Sorry. Gu Chanfeng lowered his handsome face and said calmly, "If you have faith, I will recite a prayer for you." He was a man of decisiveness and determination. From the moment he decided to kill Francois, he had already devised a series of plans, from hiding the body to escaping capture. Francois had experienced Gu Chanfeng's close combat prowess and left him no chance of escape. Francois' fingers tried futilely to pry Gu Chanfeng's arm open. Feeling his consciousness gradually fade, he managed to shout a few words. "Teresa!" He wasn't calling for help. In a split second, he had reconnected with Teresa, sharing this very moment with her. What a hassle. But Gu Chanfeng didn't let go, clearly having anticipated this possibility. "We will assist you." The tone of this sentence changed. "It's our sincere commitment to the alliance." Just as Francois was about to lose consciousness, a breath of air suddenly filled his lungs. Francois couldn't see Gu Chanfeng's expression, but he seemed to be weighing Teresa's words. Teresa's thoughts relayed through Francois' mouth in a fragmented manner. "The Empire has few Mecha soldiers it can deploy on the battlefield. Even if they don't tell us now, the Empire's actions will definitely require us. We are willing to share the next intelligence with you. If you defect from the Empire, we can only rely on the Alliance. A defeat for the Alliance would be of no benefit to us." It had to be admitted that Teresa had an innate cunningness in negotiation and persuasion. With Lian Xiao, she would sensitively and appropriately express her true feelings to persuade her, while with Gu Chanfeng, she would weigh the pros and cons. Francois fell to his knees, pausing for a few seconds before rubbing his neck. It was terrifying. He was clearly the Empire's top Mecha soldier, but when Gu Chanfeng's murderous intent reached him, the invisible pressure held him immobile. He knelt in Gu Chanfeng's shadow, his back tense from the subconscious realization that he was not yet completely out of danger. At that moment, Francois noticed a wallet beside him, which he had taken from Gu Chanfeng during his struggle. The wallet was facing upwards, and inside the compartment was a photo. Gu Chanfeng didn't look old-fashioned, yet he used such old-fashioned methods. Francois muttered inwardly, as he picked up the wallet, and handed it to Gu Chanfeng. Gu Chanfeng politely thanked him, completely losing the coldness that had just threatened to kill him. Gu Chanfeng lowered his head, and quickly touched the photo. Francois suddenly felt that Gu Chanfeng had become a different person. His emotions shone through his cold exterior, transforming him into an ordinary person, far from a cold warrior. Glancing at the photo, Francois said, "You two are a perfect match." Gu Chanfeng thanked him again, his lips curled up this time, his expression barely concealed. Francois felt compelled to say something for his own safety. He racked his brains, finally managing to utter, "I wish you and Lian Xiao happiness." Gu Chanfeng smiled, offered his hand, and pulled Francois to his feet. Francois breathed a sigh of relief, then developed an absurd illusion. Perhaps his 2 words would be even more effective than Teresa's lengthy speech. A few hours later, top-secret intelligence from the Empire reached the desks of the military brass. Someone opened it, glanced at it, and casually tossed it aside. Another time. Then he asked, "No one knew about this interception of intelligence, right?" "We did it cleanly, as ordered by you," the adjutant replied, clasping his fingers together and gently gesturing at the document. "This one's a little special." It was reported by Gu Chanfeng. Major General Lester raised an eyebrow, glancing a few times at the soon-to-be-destroyed intelligence. "Interesting. If war breaks out, if Gu Mian's son dies in the Empire, it would be a huge blow to him. But with so much intelligence..." The adjutant hesitated. "Can we really suppress it? In recent weeks, intelligence has been accumulating regarding a possible joint declaration of war between the Empire and the Zerg. According to Lieutenant General Lancaster, this crucial intelligence, which should have been freely submitted to the higher authorities, has been suppressed. We must keep this secret until the last minute before the Empire attacks. This is the final step, and our hard work must not go to waste." Major General Lester said in an encouraging tone, "Think about it. Since all 3 parties have reached a consensus that only war can resolve the issue, why don't we prevent it? The Empire and the Zerg want war, and so do the pro-war factions in the military. Only by provoking a war can the Alliance be drawn into it. The more catastrophic the situation in the attacked cities, the more public opinion will support war. As for the attacked cities, consider them their own efforts to help the pro-war faction gain power. Then the public will praise the pro-war faction for its foresight. The pro-peace faction, especially Gu Mian, who advocated vetoing the military's decision to reclaim the Empire, will be condemned as guilty of allowing the Empire to provoke war." Just thinking about it makes Major General Lester excited. The adjutant withdrew, and Major General Lester, unable to calm down, paced back and forth in his office. The outbreak of war will coincide with a change of leadership in the military, forcing the military to consider the surging public opinion. By then, he would surely follow Lieutenant General Lancaster through his rise. A sense of intoxication washed over Major General Lester, who had long been dissatisfied with his position. Major General Lester felt that Gu Mian's position was quite good. Meanwhile, in Edu, after a quick 5-hour nap, Lian Xiao left the room. Last night, her conversation with Ananke lasted late into the night. After returning to the room, Albatross stayed vigil all night to care for the wounded. It was also last night that Lian Xiao decided to complete the mission assigned to her by the system. Ananke couldn't accompany them to the Mother Goddess Festival. Of the four, only Han Mimi was untrustworthy. Lian Xiao wanted to use this mission as a chance to test Han Mimi's abilities. After all, she herself couldn't stand the food provided to the slaves in Edu. Lian Xiao mentally drew up a timetable. The Mother Goddess Festival was in 4 days. During those 4 days, she decided to learn as much as she could about the Zerg, search for the princess, and complete Han Mimi's missions. Their treatment at the hotel had skyrocketed. As soon as Lian Xiao asked to use the human kitchen, the waiter nodded and humbly cleared out a large kitchen. If she hadn't asked, Lian Xiao suspected the waiter would have been eager to stay and help her. Sean K., who was traveling with her, asked, "What are you planning?" She hadn't the slightest idea that Lian Xiao was cooking. Lian Xiao inspected the ingredients and kitchen equipment and was quite satisfied. Although this group of humans had been living on Earth, the preservation of Yan Nation cuisine was not optimistic. Districts 2 and 3 had limited supplies, and residents were more concerned with filling their bellies than eating well. The only better option was the Divine Kingdom on Earth. But judging by the variety of restaurants and the dishes she had tasted, not only was the variety limited, but the taste was merely mediocre. The meats, vegetables, and seasonings supplied to the hotel were plentiful and of excellent quality. "I want to make a very complex and laborious dish," Lian Xiao said. Chapter 226. To be precise, there were 2 desserts, snow mian red bean paste and 3 no drink. Lian Xiao explained, "If we really want to make complex dishes, the ingredients here are far from enough. For example, Buddha jumps over the wall, just the ingredients, sea cucumber, fish skin, shark fin, abalone, and the various dry goods soaked and processed in different ways. The preparatory work is enough to overwhelm the chef. Slightly precious, artificially processed ingredients are not available in hotels, not even on the planet, so Lian Xiao targeted eggs, something that might be in short supply everywhere, but essential for ordinary families. To create unusual flavors from common ingredients must require exceptional cooking techniques." Sean K. acted as the assistant, accustomed to using weapons, and she felt a bit overwhelmed by everything in the kitchen. Lian Xiao instructed Sean K. to use a machine to grind red beans with water. When Sean K. returned with the crushed red beans, she saw 2 bowls of separated egg whites and yolks in front of Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao bravely beat the eggs with one hand, and then deftly scooped them up with the eggshells, separating the whole yolk. Sean K. couldn't understand, but that didn't stop her from finding Lian Xiao's work incredibly efficient and pleasing to the eye. After separating the eggs, she scooped out the sugar, starch, and mung bean flour, and all the ingredients were ready. Egg whites made into snowy red bean paste, and egg yolks made into 3 no-stick desserts. Lian Xiao considered these 2 desserts a perfect match, perfectly solving the problem of wasted leftover eggs. She still remembered a time when she spent 2 days preparing egg yolk pastry, forcing herself to burn through salted egg whites. Next, it was all hard work. First, the red bean paste filling, minced red beans, poured into a pan, and then added sugar, oil, and stir-fried over low heat. Truly, Lian Xiao had been lazy today. She preferred a slightly grainy red bean paste to a smooth, soft filling. But thinking about the workload of the snowy red bean paste and 3 no-stick desserts later, Lian Xiao cleverly shirked her duties. Sean K. watched Lian Xiao stir-fry the red beans for several minutes, stirring them back and forth until the thin, runny red beans were dry and smooth, ready to be served. He wasn't done yet. Setting the red bean paste aside to cool, Lian Xiao turned and whipped the egg whites with 2 chopsticks. Without an egg beater in the kitchen, Lian Xiao had to resort to this traditional method. Sean K. watched the clear egg whites, bubbling and gradually turning pale under Lian Xiao's rapid beating. After a few minutes of relentless, rapid beating, they expanded into a shiny, semi-solid state, enough to hold a chopstick upright in the egg whites. Sean K. was stunned, her eyes swirling around the whipped egg whites. Was it still her usual eggs? Although she felt a little embarrassed, Sean K. was already looking forward to the taste of the 2 dishes Lian Xiao had described. The egg whites, stirred with starch, took on a creamy texture. The red bean paste was then wrapped in the egg white paste and slowly fried in 30% hot oil. The egg whites puffed and fluffed in the oil, yet remained perfectly white due to the low temperature. Shan Kei swallowed, inexplicably feeling that this dessert would taste as soft and fluffy as it looked. Lian Xiao, while keeping an eye on the heat, wasn't idle either. She beat the egg yolks, sugar, water, and mung bean starch, stirring until smooth, then immediately lit another pot. Making the three-no-stick dish requires low heat. From the moment the filtered liquid is poured into the pot, the chef must stir constantly with a large spoon. The challenge is to ensure that the egg yolks, stirred and slowly cooked over low heat, are evenly distributed. The spoon remains on the heat, and the heat remains on the spoon, not even for a moment's pause. When the egg mixture in the pot became a paste, Lian Xiao added a spoonful of oil and continued stirring. She had already stirred it back and forth 300 or 400 times, from liquid to paste. To truly set the three-no-stick dish, she needed to continue stirring rapidly for another 7 or 8 minutes, adding oil 2 or 3 more times. As the sanbuzen, three-nojan, cake gradually took shape, it became increasingly golden. Each time nudged by the bottom of the spoon, it took on a jelly-like, springy texture. The people watching the entire process were delighted, but only the chef himself could appreciate the tanginess of the constant stirring and tossing of the pan for over 10 minutes. In the end, the golden sanbuzen cake slid directly from the pan onto the plate, spreading out in a smooth, even layer. Lian Xiao timed the heat perfectly, and the snow-white bean paste and sanbuzen cake came out of the pan simultaneously. Even Lian Xiao couldn't help but shake his sore arms after the desserts came out of the oven. These two light-tasting dishes were actually quite demanding. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Lian Xiao grabbed the plate and ran. Greasy desserts are best eaten hot. When Han Mimi came to open the door, she looked half asleep. Her eyes were still half open, and she murmured, "It smells so good." No one can resist a dessert rich in oil and sugar, a plate of pure white, lovely cotton. The surface of the dish was smooth and flat, like a full moon. Shan Kei was still holding back, but Han Mimi took the initiative and scooped a spoonful of the three-no-stick dish. Soft, tender, smooth, and sweet. It seemed to slide down her tongue and throat the moment it entered her mouth. The amazing thing is that despite the sheer amount of oil in the dish, it wasn't greasy at all. This was because Lian Xiao repeatedly blended the oil with the sugar and eggs. It doesn't stick to the plate, doesn't stick to the chopsticks, and doesn't stick to your teeth. This is the true three-no-stick dish. Lian Xiao immediately scooped up a portion of the snow mian red bean paste and offered it to Shan Quebec. If Han Mimi didn't eat it quickly, there wouldn't be much left for them. Delicious. Shan Kei couldn't think of any other adjectives, so she could only offer the simplest praise. The texture of the snow mian red bean paste was light. The fine pores formed within the deep-fried beaten egg whites provided the source of this lightness. Some people think the snow soft bean paste tastes like soufflé, but Lian Xiao finds it softer and fluffier than soufflé. After tasting them, Lian Xiao gave both dishes a perfect score. The two desserts weren't large, but they were quickly devoured, each taking a small bite. Lian Xiao thought back to the time in his previous life when the girls in the dormitory shared snacks. As soon as a new snack arrived, everyone in the dorm would share it. Han Mimi licked her lips, savoring the taste. What is this? It's delicious. She had never tasted anything so delicious before. Shan Kei was truly impressed. If she hadn't watched Lian Xiao prepare the entire thing, Shan Kei would have found it hard to believe that something so delicious could be made with such simple ingredients. Simple ingredients, laborious preparation. Lian Xiao's arms were still sore, but listening to the system buzzing in his ears, he felt the effort was worth it. Han Mimi was truly consistent. The two desserts had already pushed the task progress bar 1/3 of the way through. Lian Xiao always liked Han Mimi, a foodie who expressed his affection openly. Even if it was just to complete quests, Lian Xiao had been feeding Han Mimi these days. Great! Han Mimi cheered softly, leaning closer to Lian Xiao and exclaiming, "I envy you guys. Do you always eat such delicious food?" To make up for Anenki and Albatross's sleep, Lian Xiao made them a special dessert. Even Anenki, with his merciless mouth, couldn't find a single fault, and Albatross was completely impressed by Lian Xiao's cooking. For dinner, Han Mimi helped him, and Lian Xiao felt it was a good opportunity to get to know her. Since arriving in Edu, everyone Lian Xiao met behaved in a reasonable way, with the exception of Han Mimi. But before she could ask, Han Mimi had been telling Lian Xiao everything since they met. Lian Xiao even knew what school she attended since childhood. The problem was, if a real resident of the Kingdom of God were here, They could tell from the smallest details whether Han Mimi's story was true or not. But Lian Xiao's District 1 identity was fake, so she had no way of verifying it. As they talked, Lian Xiao and Han Mimi arrived at the upper floor kitchen. The kitchen door wasn't closed securely, leaving a small gap. Just as Lian Xiao's hand touched the doorknob, Han Mimi suddenly grabbed her. Looking back, Han Mimi looked extremely nervous, her eyes constantly glancing behind the door. There was someone behind the door. The person behind the door was incredibly perceptive. Lian Xiao hesitated for a moment, and they immediately realized they were exposed. Instantly, the door flew outward, slamming straight towards the two of them. Their goal wasn't to escape, they were determined to eliminate their target. The kitchen door was a sliding metal door, and if it fell completely, it would be enough to immobilize an adult. Lian Xiao dodged to the side, while pulling Han Mimi closer, nearly getting hit. "Don't be distracted," Lian Xiao shouted, instantly entering combat mode. Han Mimi's face grimaced. "I wasn't distracted." Han Mimi then confirmed that she wasn't distracted, she simply lacked any fighting ability. Lian Xiao? Watching Han Mimi frantically rolling around to avoid attacks, Lian Xiao wondered how she had the nerve to challenge them to a beast fight. Lian Xiao didn't have time to spare to help Han Mimi. Among the attackers lurking behind the kitchen door, she spotted not only a group but also a bugman. Clearly, their original plan was to ambush her in the kitchen. Once the door was closed, her attempts to escape or call for help would be impossible in the confined space. But Han Mimi foiled their plan. The group knew she'd come to the kitchen, meaning they might have been secretly monitoring her since morning. Lian Xiao grabbed a member of Group 1 by the arm and flung her against the wall. The other person screamed, seemingly the one whose arm Erica had pierced. The group's motives were clear. One group attacked her to survive. Erica had stipulated that the lagging group would be punished. Compared to Group 2, which had secured admission to the Mother Goddess Festival, Group 1 was a complete loser, and they didn't dare or want to face the consequences of punishment. So, the idea of killing Group 2 and replacing them became a natural choice. Since Groups 1 and 2 were both slaves purchased by Erica, it didn't matter which of Erica's slaves went to the Mother Goddess Festival. One group knew this was just wishful thinking. The insects were acting out a discord between the male insects and Erica. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A group of people and the Zerg had gathered to eliminate their common enemy. Lian Xiao sneered inwardly. She forced a member of the group's arm behind her back and kicked him in the back before sending him flying. She heard a crack, a dislocated joint or a broken bone, she couldn't tell. The member flew a distance before slowly coming to rest at his comrade's feet. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Lian Xiao nodded slightly and counted the enemy. Perhaps Lian Xiao's combat prowess exceeded expectations, but his gaze frightened them. As if frozen in place by her gaze, they forgot to continue their attacks. If they wanted to kill her, this number wouldn't be enough. The few members of the group who could still move exchanged glances, switching their attack target from Lian Xiao to Han Mimi. Han Mimi uttered a cry of relief, dodging in a way that could be described as a scurrying retreat. So weak that both the group and the Zerg were stunned, unsure whether Han Mimi was deliberately showing off or genuinely weak. But Group 1 quickly restrained Han Mimi and dragged her into the kitchen. Lian Xiao's eyes grew cold. She had barely completed half of the mission, and she wouldn't allow anything to happen to Han Mimi. And Group 1 and the insect's actions were telling her, "You want to save people? Do you dare step into this blatant trap?" Chapter 227. In the hotel, Lian Xiao and his companions insisted on not being left alone. Shantiu was currently with Albatross. However, the kitchen wasn't on the same floor as their quarters, and it would take Shantiu and Albatross time to get up. Lian Xiao secretly contacted Shantiu and Albatross using the Wings of Freedom communicator, then entered the kitchen alone. Han Mimi was pinned against the kitchen wall by one of them, the blade of a knife pressing against her carotid artery, causing a few trickles of blood to seep out of the wound. Seeing Lian Xiao enter, she didn't dare shake her head, but could only roll her eyes frantically, urging Lian Xiao to run. Lian Xiao's gaze fell on the countertop. Sure enough, they had stripped the kitchen of all its knives, leaving her without even a rolling pin. Not only that, the kitchen had been refurbished, with several unfamiliar small devices flickering on the wall, their purpose unknown. "Even if you kill me and go to the Mother Goddess Festival in my place, can you survive?" Lian Xiao asked, staring at the leader of the group. "That's right," Han Mimi exclaimed. "The Mother Goddess Festival is a Zerg sacrifice. Do you understand what sacrifice means? Besides the guests, there are also sacrifices." Han Mimi's words had an effect. Lian Xiao saw a flash of panic on one of the group members' faces. Whatever you say is true. Who knows if you're lying? After a moment's hesitation, one of the group members pressed their knives harder against Han Mimi. The Zerg, don't waste time with him. She's stalling for time. This reassured the group, and they, along with the Zerg, surrounded Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao's mind raced. To save Han Mimi, she had to break through the encirclement and traverse the entire kitchen. The other group was armed, but she wasn't. Furthermore, the kitchen was crowded with equipment, and the space was small, making it difficult to maneuver. Objectively speaking, she was at a disadvantage. Lian Xiao glanced thoughtfully at one of the men. Thinking Lian Xiao was about to attack, the other man instinctively charged forward with his kitchen knife raised. Those who caught Erica's eye were all capable humans. The man's attacking stance wasn't like Xiao Bai's. He expertly targeted Lian Xiao's vital points. But his downward chopping motion suddenly stopped, making it difficult to continue. He felt Lian Xiao's grip on his hand, his strength too great to escape. The next second, the man was struck by a powerful punch in the abdomen, his entire body twisting in pain. Lian Xiao dodged past him. The feeling of having escaped a disaster didn't last for a few seconds. With a clang, the man's vision went dark, and he staggered and fell. Lian Xiao, holding the large iron pot in one hand, bent down and snatched the man's kitchen knife. He was looking at him because his knife looked the most comfortable. The rest of the group was shocked again and again. The massive iron pot was so heavy they struggled to hold it with both hands, yet Lian Xiao was surprisingly able to wield it like a weapon. Lian Xiao swung the pot, sending it whirring through the air. Those who tried to strike were slammed down on top by the pot, bigger than their heads, leaving them dizzy or bleeding. Soon, Lian Xiao had several kitchen knives strapped to his waist. The Zerg exchanged glances. One group had almost collapsed. They tried to play the game of catch the turtle in the jar, but Lian Xiao hadn't expected them to be slaughtered. No! They had to kill Lian Xiao here. Otherwise, the Zerg might die without even knowing how they died. One Zerg leaped onto the wall, its hands and feet clinging to the wall like a frog. They had also transformed themselves, not only in appearance, but also in function, to resemble the Zerg. Lian Xiao caught a glimpse of the insectid's movements from the corner of her eye. Two of them attacked her from behind, one in front of the other. Her tilt of her head gave her opponent an opportunity, leaving several bloody holes on the back of her hand from their sharp teeth. Shit! Lian Xiao, irritated with disgust, smashed the insectid's teeth with the bottom of a pot. Who knows if these half-human, half-insect creatures carry any viruses? She need a vaccination after being bitten, right? The insectids on the wall detached a circular device and hurled it at Lian Xiao. The device flew past Lian Xiao's hand with pinpoint accuracy, then snapped onto the opposite wall like a magnet. The device activated, and Lian Xiao's feet suddenly lifted into the air. Invisible threads between the two halves of the device wrapped around her wrists. The strings tightened, suspending her in the air. At the same time, the device began to tick. The insectids grinned sinisterly. Of course, they couldn't get their hands on such a high-tech device. It wasn't just a trap that could restrict Lian Xiao's movements, it was also explosive. When the countdown ended, the bound Lian Xiao would be blown to pieces. Lian Xiao reacted with remarkable speed. Without a foothold, he unleashed a powerful kick from his waist and abdomen, sending the approaching insectid flying like a ball, while fumbling with his knife to cut the filaments. It was useless. The filaments wouldn't break easily, and after a few strikes, the blade cracked. To kill her, they even dared to use explosives in the hotel. The countdown continued, each one sharper than the last. The oppressive feeling of an explosion threatened to overtake him at any moment. Lian Xiao took a deep breath, flipped his lightest kitchen knife, and in his still-moving hands, it flew out, plunging into the necks of the group of members who had just relaxed. Blood gushed out, splattering Han Mimi's head and body. The group holding her captive clutched their necks, eyes wide open, and slowly fell to their knees. Go! With that, Lian Xiao, without even glancing at Han Mimi's reaction, tensed his muscles and, with the help of his body, slid forcefully toward the device. The rapid friction rubbed the skin on Lian Xiao's wrists, leaving them bloody and bruised, but she seemed unbearable, staring intently at the insect man on the wall. Before the insect man could escape, it collided with Lian Xiao, who then single-handedly dislocated the insect man's jaw. Unable to close its mouth, the insect man watched in horror as Lian Xiao forcefully removed the thin filaments, freed his left hand, and stuffed the device into his mouth. The hard handle shattered his teeth, and the insect man whimpered as he felt the device, mixed with his teeth, slide into his stomach. Lian Xiao, without even glancing at the insect man, dropped to the ground and bolted out the door. The blast of air, even faster than the roar, said Lian Xiao, flying several meters. The corridor was filled with heat, and the smell of burning, and the fire alarm blared frantically. Lian Xiao closed her eyes, and let out a breath. If Han Mimi hadn't returned in the final seconds and pulled her back, she might not have escaped the blast. "I never thought you could make such a commotion," a voice said. Lian Xiao was startled. The insect's leg pressed against her back, pinning her to the ground. Erica appeared before them. It was unknown how long the mischievous insect had been watching. Scared? Terrified? The insect's leg felt Lian Xiao's suddenly accelerated heartbeat. Erica sounded intrigued. "But you're the bravest human I ever met. You even dared to come to Yidu under someone else's name." Erica knew. Lian Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. If Erica wanted to, the insect's leg could pierce her heart just a few centimeters lower and explode. Calm down. Calm down. Unless she abandoned the mission and activated SAP immediately, she had no chance of winning against Erica. Lian Xiao pondered nervously. A brief investigation of Xie Yining revealed that a researcher was unlikely to have received combat training. But Erica didn't kill her immediately, and was still in the mood to chat. Lian Xiao suddenly felt that Erica didn't actually have any murderous intentions. "It's boring." "Aren't you afraid?" Erica said, still not removing her insect leg. "If you want me to not kill you, you can. But I can't guarantee I won't accidentally let the other Zerg know. Let's make a deal. Whatever you want to do, you must go to the Mother Goddess Festival," Erica said sweetly. "If you can't kill the Earth Archon, I will kill the three of you right here. 1 life for 3 lives, how fair." Erica finally mercifully retracted her insect leg. Looking up, Lian Xiao saw the pale-faced albatross and titmouse. "You're the inspiration," Erica said cheerfully. "They're all loaded with explosives. If you don't do your job and piss me off, they might explode right before your eyes." Countdown to the Mother Goddess Festival. 2 days. Starlink District. Gong Sun Hong emerged from the military headquarters, humming a tune, his steps brisk. "Did you get your leave approved?" Seeing him like this, his teammates enviously asked. The Starlink District is already short of staff. Whether active officers or interns, the leave period here is 1/3 less than that of all other regions in the Alliance. And who knows what's going on with the military lately, rejecting all recent leave requests. "That's right," Gong Sun Hong said, tears welling up in his heart. This leave was entirely earned by working even on his statutory rest days. "We were originally planning to leave today, but old Lu's wedding leave was delayed for a day, so he asked if I could cover for him." Gong Sun Hong checked the ferry booking information on his laptop, clicked confirm, and purchased the starship ticket for the 17th. Another teammate joined the conversation. TSK, remember to bring me some supplies when you come back. In this bitter cold place, even nutritional supplements only have 2 or 3 flavors. Bring me some kimchi dumpling flavor." Gong Sun Hong gave his teammate a sympathetic look, patted him, and grumbled, "Let's eat something good." Then, as if remembering something, he appeared to be laughing, but his mood darkened. He was going back on leave primarily for Zhao Liqing. Most of the Mecha soldiers who captured Lian Xiao on the night of the finals were transferred from the Starlink region. Plus, every one of his colleagues had heard him brag about how brilliant and adorable his sister was. Gong Sun Hong was the first to learn of Zhao Liqing's defiance of the military. Gong Sun Hong tightened his tactical belt. Regardless of outside speculation, he remained convinced that Zhao Liqing and Lian Xiao had their reasons for doing so. "Don't worry." The last member of the prepared team patted Gong Sun Hong on the shoulder and soothed him. "I heard the military has lifted the ban on your sister's movements. She'll be fine soon." Gong Sun Hong nodded and followed his teammates, who had already been equipped. His sister was free, but he wondered what had become of her best friend. After handing over to the other teams, Gong Sun Hong's team was to carry out the final patrol of the 16th. It was a peaceful night, the Starlink sector temporarily free of the dangers of the day. Gong Sun Hong and his teammates went through the routine they had done countless times. "Well, it's midnight. Looks like nothing's wrong," said his teammate. "We can just walk around the border and head back." Gong Sun Hong glanced at the computer built into his tactical helmet, which reminded him that he had 7 hours until he'd boarded the ship. In just over 20 hours, Gong Sun Hong would reach the Alliance's main planet. Just then, an unfamiliar alarm, one they had never heard before, echoed through the team's tactical helmets. All eyes were fixed on the computer screens. The horn system triggered. The Zerg are attacking. After 2 or 3 seconds of stunned silence, the team members came to their senses. At that moment, a flash of red light appeared across the dark river, and the distinct fluttering of Zerg wings could be clearly heard. "Damn it! The teammate broke out in a cold sweat. They were just an ordinary patrol squad, considered elite compared to ordinary soldiers, but other types of troops were no match for the Zerg. The Starlink military headquarters must have also received the Horn system alert, but until reinforcements arrived, they were the closest combat formation to the Zerg. The only mech soldier in the team was Gong Sun Hong, still a military academy student. The teammate closest to Gong Sun Hong grabbed him without a second thought. He was the youngest on the team, lacking even a formal rank, so he shouldn't have been sent on. I brought the SAP, Gong Sun Hong said. I go. Everyone was acutely aware of what a Zerg invasion meant. This was war, and they couldn't retreat. Gong Sun Hong repeated, I go. I'm a heavily armored soldier, suited to defensive charges. Gong Sun Hong broke free from his teammates and sped towards the other side. The SAP activated, and Gong Sun Hong connected with the mech. Gunshots rang out, the teammates behind him shielding him, clearing the way, even though ordinary pistol bullets had almost no lethality against Zerg. Gong Sun Hong suddenly stopped, looking up and muttering, oh my god. He saw the black sky. The black sky, obscured by Zerg wings and Imperial mechas, pressed down on the lone heavily armored soldier. On July 17, 114 Starcy calendar, the Zerg tore up the Atria peace agreement and, together with the Lowenberg Autonomous Region, launched an attack on the Starlink sector. The 25th Patrol Squad in the Starlink sector immediately resisted and all perished. See the appendix for a list of martyrs. This marked the beginning of the Third Zerg Invasion War. Chapter 228. Alliance, Curtis District, Haiyan Star. The air defense port was brightly lit, and the broadcasts announcing the movements of various starships were continuous. Two important routes through Haiyan Star were affected by strong stellar winds, resulting in many flight delays and cancellations. This influx of passengers transiting through Haiyan Star resulted in a surge of passengers. Even nearing midnight, the crowds were still numerous. Li Xian straightened his back and strode briskly through the crowd, his hands tucked into his pockets as he typed blindly on his laptop, lashing out at Lu Chengwang. Hack this shoddy scheduling. The air defense port must be exploiting their interns, assigning me this late-night duty. There was no reply from the other end, and Li Xian felt sad that Lu Chengwang had probably already fallen asleep. She continued typing, alas. Old Lu, if I were an S-rank, would my treatment be better than ever? Before she could finish typing, Li Xian deleted the sentence. So what if he was S-rank? Li Xian scratched his head. He actually had a good relationship with S-rank Lian Xiao, but wouldn't Lian Xiao just vanish after winning the league championship? The risks faced by S-rankers were too great. The Haiyan Star air defense port was unique. The designers had designed this, one of the most important facilities on every planet, to resemble a cut diamond, allowing passengers inside to have an unobstructed view of the vast universe above. Li Xian walked from one dim star to another, brighter one, when he suddenly heard a tapping sound beside him. He turned and saw Christina sitting in the VIP lounge, casually tapping the wall with her index finger. Why are you here? Li Xian was puzzled. The Brown family's eldest daughter's appearance in their remote village was as unbelievable as Christina's sudden emotional intelligence increase by 100 points and becoming able to speak. I should be asking you that, Christina said, a suitcase at her feet. I'm stopping here on my way back to the Alliance's main planet, but you managed to get an internship at the air defense port? Not bad. Li Xian curled his lips, his already bad mood getting worse. It's good to come in early for an internship. Competition for jobs at the air defense port is fierce right now, and internship experience will give you a leg up when you graduate and find a job. A year later, Li Xian had matured considerably, now able to explain things calmly and openly. The difference between people is so great. He finally got an internship at the air defense port, but the person sitting across from him wouldn't be exaggerating to say that the Alliance's main air defense port is controlled by her family. Christina said, oh, and the Alliance's main air defense port has been hiring for the past few years. Why don't you give it a try? There are more promotion opportunities in the main zone than in the Curtis zone. Did he think he didn't want to? Li Xian almost rolled her eyes and smirked. No need. My home is on Haiyan Star, and I think it's a good place. He really felt that way now. Compared to other students at the Mecha Academy, his family's financial situation was quite ordinary. His parents were divorced, and he lived with his mother. If it weren't for his father's sense of conscience, his mother alone wouldn't have been able to support him through the Mecha Academy. Li Xian still remembered his parents' triumphant expression when they received the acceptance letter from the United Nations University. Having a son working at the Haiyan Star Air Defense Port was probably something to brag about. Besides, He had already given up his childhood fantasy of becoming a mecha hero, accepting the reality that he was just an ordinary person. Christina blinked and fell silent. She and Li Xian, the last place student, had teamed up for physical training, and their relationship was neither good nor bad. Later, when Lian Xiao joined the Mecha League, they maintained a relationship that was more familiar than that of ordinary classmates, but not quite friends. They occasionally teamed up, reminiscing about the days when Lian Xiao and Zhao Liqing took them flying. Li Xian's attention was drawn to two people passing by. Am I seeing things? Is that Senior Jing and Senior Su? It's really them, Christina said. The sudden appearance of someone they could gossip about together quickly turned the atmosphere between them from awkwardness to curiosity. What are they doing here? Li Xian's hand was itching to send a message to Lu Chengwang. Our Haiyan star isn't that bad, is it? We have many famous natural hot springs. But are they together? Christina gave Li Xian a pitying look. No wonder Li Xian had invited her secret crush to the New Year's Eve dance, and nothing happened after that. This stray guy is destined to be alone. Looking at Jing Ruochuan, carrying bags of all sizes, and the two of them chatting and laughing close together, they looked like a couple. They both met Su Xing through the Mecha League. Jing Ruochuan and Su Xing didn't know them, so Li Xian and Christina didn't think to go up and say hello. After a few gossips, Li Xian went back to work. Duty at the air defense port was actually quite boring. All he had to do was keep on guard and move from one designated location to the other. Li Xian's sleepiness was tinged with pain. After repeating the same work for 2 months, he had become accustomed to it, and was tired of it. This duty route gave him a glimpse into his future, a life of routine, with a clear end in sight. Lu Chengwang hadn't replied yet. Not only that, Li Xian's 2 most recent messages hadn't been sent. Li Xian looked at the message failure sign, and sensed something was amiss. The air defense port had a special status. Information transmission within the port should remain unimpeded at all times. A situation like a message failure was practically impossible. At the same time, a slight commotion arose among the passengers, as they gradually realized their computer had lost contact with the outside world. Mom, look! What a massive starship! A child said, pointing upwards towards the air defense port. Amidst the glittering stars, a starship grew ever larger. Unsure of what this meant, the passengers all looked up at the ship, which stretched almost the entire length of the air defense port, like a giant black whale. It was as if humanity's ancestors had witnessed a deep-sea behemoth thousands of years ago. Suddenly, everyone felt their own insignificance. The engraved patterns on the ship's hull. Li Xian squinted to decipher them, and then her heart trembled. No! Not the Alliance emblem. This is an enemy ship. The enemy ship was within the safe distance of the air defense port, yet it showed no sign of slowing down, as if attempting to crush the port with its weight. Where's the identification system? Where's the defense system? Li Xian trembled with fear as he ran, bumping into several people. Why hadn't the air defense port responded? It was like the entire planet was exposed to the enemy attack. The ground shook violently, and a blinding flash of fire erupted. Screams and wails filled the airspace behind the smoke. A single enemy bomb had destroyed part of the air defense port. The damaged section, now only a few layers of partition material, maintained a precarious pressure balance inside and outside. Drenched in sweat, Li Xian called out to his colleagues and the air defense port's mecha squadron, but a steady stream of noise filled the channel. No reply, no reply. There were fewer guards on duty in the early morning hours. Thinking carefully, Li Xian realized he hadn't seen his colleagues around for a while. The enemy ship swung its guns, and dense, dazzling sparks erupted over the air defense port. If the defense and automatic strike systems weren't activated, the air defense port and Haiyan star directly below it wouldn't hold out for long. Li Xian's heart was beating rapidly, and he felt his body alternately hot and cold. He wasn't quick to react, but he realized something might be wrong with the air defense force. Something was wrong internally. He shuddered, raised his hand, and peeled off his uniform. While there were other ways to target him, and in turn, this would at least be less conspicuous. The passengers around him were fleeing in all directions. No one was maintaining order. No one was listening to the broadcasts. Everyone was scrambling to escape the air defense port and return to the surface. Li Xian took 2 steps with the people in front of him, then stopped. While walking now might allow him to escape temporarily, what about all the Haiyan Star residents on the ground? He might be the only surviving garrison member still inside the air defense port. Li Xian touched his SAP, his mind blank for 2 seconds, then he ran back against the flow of people. The air defense port was important because, In addition to its daily berthing and launch and landing of starships, it served as a near-surface outpost for each planet. Once an enemy attack triggers the identification system, the air defense port will automatically activate its defenses. The Alliance's Sky Shield system can intercept and destroy nearly 90% of attacks. Currently, Sky Shield requires Li Xian to manually activate it. The air defense port's core was filled with a stench of blood and an eerie silence. Li Xian turned over a corpse and saw a familiar mech soldier. He had been caught off guard and killed without even activating his SAP, leaving a long gash running from his chest to his abdomen. Should he go in? So many mech soldiers, stronger and more experienced than him, were dead. As if afraid of regretting it, Li Xian impulsively activated his SAP. Let's go! Li Xian told himself that it was only 100 meters from here to the Sky Shield activation room. He took a hesitant step, but after only a few meters, he ran head-on into a medium-sized Zerg. Li Xian's feet felt rooted to the bone. He fought Zergs countless times in the Tiangita system, but encountering one in real life still terrified him to death. Even his mech began to tremble. What a waste. Suddenly, a bullet grazed Li Xian's mech, striking the Zerg. Another mech appeared behind him. It was Christina. Both the mech and the weapons and ammunition it carried were more than double the standard mechs in the air defense port. Li Xian was practically overjoyed. It was against regulations for cadets to privately possess SAPs and mechs, but he no longer complained about Miss Christina's illness. He only regretted that the Brown family hadn't gotten her a few more mechs. After Christina had dealt with the Zerg, she whispered to Li Xian, "Where is the Sky Shield system activation room? Do you want to come?" Christina's family had controlled the Alliance's main planet's air defense port for years, and she understood its importance better than anyone else. The fall of the air defense port is the fall of the planet. Li Xian regained a bit of courage. Go. But just then, the two mechs froze. Li Xian's expression was uglier than tears. He didn't need a high level of mental power to sense it. Ahead lay a dense swarm of Zerg. If the Zerg were endogenous, then the thermal image would show them charging into a fiery red. Forward, there was no turning back. Go! Christina. Li Xian, go! Li Xian didn't know what he was thinking. Christina charged ahead of him. Thanks to the power of the Brown family, the main attack mechs could actually crush the enemy with their heavy firepower. Li Xian, the sniper, repeated the motions of shooting, aiming, and firing again, his rifle barrel burning hot behind Christina. The Zerg swarm left Li Xian and Christina no time to think. Li Xian felt like she was firing at her best ever, annihilating the Zerg as soon as they appeared. The adrenaline rush dulled their perception of pain. A Zerg leaped close to Li Xian, and the next second, a finger on his mech fell off. Li Xian belatedly felt the pain, like a severed finger. Even worse, Christina's ammunition was running low, and his mech's right hand had been broken. It was difficult for him to fire again. He and Christina had only advanced a quarter of the way. They would die. They would die here today. Li Xian's throat tightened, and he wiped his eyes, a realization dawning on him. If only he had escaped, if only he hadn't come on duty. Li Xian felt a surge of regret, and a deep sense of fear. He couldn't imagine his parents' reaction if he died here. If only he had listened to them, and chosen a more ordinary major. He never complained about his parents' lack of connections, but that was a lie. Back then, he felt like they were holding him back. There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. Christina, Li Xian's tears streamed down her face. Blast this wall. It's faster to go straight. Don't follow me. Help me hold off the Zerg, he said slowly. I go with you, Christina yelled. No. Li Xian wiped away her tears. The sniper was faster than the main attacker, bursting into the control room in one breath. He had a better chance than Christina. Li Xian stared at the gaping hole in the wall, took a deep breath, and dropped his gun. He didn't intend to fight the Zerg. He simply rushed forward at top speed, straight ahead. Perhaps he could reach the control room before the mech was destroyed by the Zerg. Christina fired her last energy blast, and at the same moment, Li Xian rushed out. The Zerg were briefly scattered in the scorching air, but quickly regrouped, leaping over to tear and bite Li Xian's mech. Amidst the piercing, all-pervasive pain, Li Xian practically rushed forward with several Zergs in tow. Behind him, Christina continued to blast the Zerg away as best she could. Amidst the bright, flickering light, Li Xian miraculously regained his composure. The mech broke apart piece by piece. As Li Xian piloted it to the control room door, it was severed by the Zerg. Li Xian slammed heavily to the ground, leaving only the upper half of the mech. Li Xian struggled to drag the mech's remains with his robotic arms. The sound of metal shattering could be heard outside the core module. The Zerg would soon shatter it. He was only a few meters from the control panel. Suddenly, Li Xian felt terrified. In reality, he'd been terrified all the time. Why would he force himself to be a hero? He was going to die here. What would a genius do in this situation? Lian Xiao came. Surely Lian Xiao would survive? How could an ordinary man like him do as well as a genius? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Li Xian thought. He wanted to go home. He didn't want to be a hero. Through his blurred vision, Li Xian reached out and smashed the start button. At the same time, the insect's legs descended, slicing open the core module. The sky shield system activated. He had become a hero. Chapter 229. Su Xing and Jing Ruchuan realized something was amiss, even before Li Xian and Christina. The continuous bombardment had the beautiful building, which should have shimmered high in the sky, teetering on the brink of collapse. All the passengers rushed towards the several passages leading back to the surface. These passages, floating like ribbons down to the ground, were now their only hope of survival. The ground shook and tilted, and the people running and jostling inevitably slipped and fell like tumbling beans. A middle-aged passenger had lost her glasses and, groaning, lay on the ground, groaning and groaning, was stepped on several times. Suddenly, she was helped to her feet, her vision partially clearing. She listened, stunned, as the young man who had helped her said, "Don't worry, just follow the crowd." Combined with the badge of the UN Mechatronics Academy displayed by the man, these words had a magical power, calming the passengers slightly. With a flick of her skirt, she disappeared into the crowd, continuing to maintain order. Su Xing and Jing Ruchuan were almost on the gangway, when the enemy ships launched their attack and turned back. They didn't know what had happened to the air defense system, but a disorderly evacuation would only lead to more people dying without a chance to escape. If only they had SAP. Su Xing glanced repeatedly toward the air defense corps, sweat beads on her forehead. Military cadets weren't allowed to carry SAP, so she and Jing Ruchuan struggled to protect themselves, let alone reach the core and activate the defense system. With only the broadcast and no on-site security personnel to maintain order, the Mecha Academy badges Su Xing and Jing Ruchuan carried were the only thing they could use to reassure the panicked passengers. With a bang, a powerful gust of wind blinded everyone. The enemy ship's lowest point touched the edge of the air defense port, instantly dissolving the area into a sea of flames. Su Xing gritted her teeth, knowing the raging flames would soon die out. Once the outer shell of the air defense port was completely shattered, the interior would be a vacuum. The previous group of passengers has already boarded the tunnel. This is the only one left. Jing Ruchuan, also busy evacuating passengers, ran toward Su Xing, his face glistening with sweat. Su Xing nodded, and together with Jing Ruchuan, they pressed forward at the end of the crowd, evacuating toward the tunnel. But the sky shield system isn't activated yet, Su Xing said, feeling the sweat wipe off his forehead. Jing Ruchuan used the last tissue to wipe Su Xing's sweat, and fumbled with his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his eyes. Although he was in a state of panic, he remained calm and analyzed. The air defense port's communication signal has been completely blocked. It must be the enemy's doing. But the passengers arrived earlier, and the ground should have noticed. Don't worry, the military will probably know by now. No, Su Xing said softly, turning his head. The passage has been cut off. There was a long corridor from the air defense port to the entrance of the passage. The corridor, which flowed like a silk ribbon to the ground, was ablaze with dazzling flames, eclipsing the stars surrounding the corridor. The enemy certainly wouldn't give them a chance to escape and report the news. The passage carrying the passengers was blown apart into pieces. Su Xing and Jing Ruchuan watched helplessly as the adjacent passage to them broke in half, the passenger cabin rushing towards the broken section without turning back. In a flash, the only intact passageway remained, the side they were on. Despair washed over the two of them. At that moment, a pale blue light, centered on the air defense port, extended outward from the planet. The sky shield system activated, protecting the air defense port and the remaining passageways within its defense range. There was another tremor, and another flash of fire, but this time, the damage was done to the enemy ships that had touched the surface of the air defense port. In a surprising twist of fate, if they could just take the passageway, they would survive. Su Xing grabbed Jing Ruchuan's hand and ran towards the passageway without looking back. Su Xing felt she had never been faster. Jing Ruchuan was the most valued ARC in the Mecha team, and her combat skills were inferior to hers. However, Jing Ruchuan could rest assured that his teammates would protect him. For a light armored type like Su Xing, practicing combat skills was unnecessary in the eyes of others. Light armor types weren't suited to combat. Light armor types were good at running. Su Xing noticed that Jing Richuan was in combat class. Su Xing was the only light armor pilot in their class to apply for the Class A combat class, typically reserved for attackers and heavily armored soldiers. Throughout the entire class, Su Xing was repeatedly pinned to the ground like a punching bag by her opponent. Frustrated, she felt someone watching her. They were watching her the entire class. Knowing Su Xing's level, the other students paid little attention to her. And when Su Xing looked over, this person gave a nervous, shy smile. Jing Ruochuan, like her, looked out of place in this combat class, brimming with elite alphas. In the arc, where women predominated, men were few and far between. Jing Ruochuan was the subject of many rumors. The most widespread rumor was that some boys complained that Jing Ruochuan was an A-class arc because his personality resembled a woman's. As if a man's gentle and shy personality was something to be ashamed of. By the end of freshman combat class, Su Xing had barely managed to keep up with the main group's fighting skills. She and Jing Richuan began walking back to the dorm together after class, eating together, and attending classes together. The two shy people seemed to have never discussed love, but they understood each other tacitly. Whether it was a certain mecha team extending an olive branch to Jing Richuan, Su Xing winning the league championship, or because of Lian Xiao and Gu Chanfeng, Su Xing was under military surveillance for a period of time, causing some classmates to shun her. None of these changes would change their common understanding. They stood in each other's future, and nothing could separate them. Suddenly, Jing Richuan's face paled and he paused. As an A-class arc, he sensed the mental fluctuations. To be able to sense mental fluctuations even without a mecha docking, there was only one answer. The target of the mental fluctuations was either powerful or numerous. At this moment, both were true. Su Xing and Jing Ruochuan, a junior and senior student whom they had never met and whose names they didn't even know, activated the Sky Shield system. The Zerg and the core of the air defense port were now the only enemy forces able to operate within the defense system. Jing Ruochuan's heart sank, and he frantically calculated in his head. The Zerg moved very quickly. They would definitely break through to the passageway before the passengers reached the surface. Even if the enemy ships couldn't destroy the passageway with their artillery now, the Zerg could still destroy it along the passageway. Jing Ruochuan was an expert in command and strategy, and his thinking was so fast that he trembled slightly. What's wrong? Su Xing anxiously reached for Jing Ruochuan, who was frozen in place. The air defense port had a channel locking system for emergencies, but it was located some distance away from the passageway. Someone needed to lock the passageway from the outside to prevent the Zerg from entering. Jing Ruochuan was the only one who knew how to operate it. The safer method was to push Su Xing into the passageway, close the door, and then walk away. But Jing Ruochuan didn't want to hide anything, so he simply explained the situation. Su Xing's expression suddenly went blank. Jing Ruochuan wouldn't lie, nor would he deceive her. He had made such a decision because he had no better choice. Are you leaving or not? If not, I close the door. The passengers in the passageway, whom they had helped, were extremely anxious. It was only at Su Xing and Jing Ruochuan's request that they reluctantly waited for the passengers behind them to enter the passageway. Every second they waited would bring them closer to death. Let's go. Jing Ruochuan practically half-dragged Su Xing into the passageway. Hot liquid fell on the back of his hand, and Jing Ruochuan didn't dare look up at Su Xing. He analyzed the situation with the accustomed mindset of an arc, trying to convince Su Xing, as if giving a strategic briefing at the academy. Currently, first, the light armor is more effective than the Arkansas. Second, you always been better and faster than me. Jing Ruochuan leaned close to Su Xing's ear and said gently, I believe you can outrun him this time, too. The hatch closed, separating the two. Su Xing threw himself against the door, but the downlink command was irreversible. Jing Ruochuan stood quietly outside the access hatch, his hand pressed against Su Xing's through the hatch, his shy smile once again on his face. He began to say something, and in the blink of an eye, he was thrown out of sight by the access hatch. Su Xing trembled all over. She remained in the same position from before, her palm still lingering with the warmth of Jing Ruochuan. Her heart shrank into a small ball, her mind a tangle. For a few seconds, she thought aimlessly. She thought this was their first solo trip, and they spent a long time talking on the phone before departure, planning their itinerary together. She recalled seeing a very cute child on the starship she come with Jing Richuan, and pointing her out to him. She was wearing her favorite dress. A girl like her seemed like an anomaly at the Mecha Academy. She loved beauty, dresses, and children, and her greatest wish was to protect the weak and keep them from harm. She imagined a future with Jing Richuan. They would have a child, and she hoped it would be a daughter, so she could dress her in all sorts of pretty dresses. Ah, such an idea seemed too traditional, out of touch with the times. But none of that would happen. Sister, are you okay? The child next to her pulled her worriedly. Tears streamed down Su Xing's face, but she gritted her teeth, unable to cry out. At that moment, she felt the laptop in her arms vibrate. This was the measure she and Jing Richuan had taken to avoid losing contact with the outside world. They had set up text messages so that once they left the signal blocking range, the messages would be sent. Her message was for Jing Richuan. The thought brought Su Xing's tears to a deeper well. But she had more important things to do. Su Xing connected to the Mecha Academy on her optical computer and issued an urgent report to Echo, each word clear and precise. The Curtis District's Haiyan planet is under attack by the Empire and the Zerg. The enemy's main force is currently Class 1 warships. The air defense port is partially damaged, and the sky shield system has been activated. Su Xing's voice was hoarse, almost to the point of losing his voice, but he gave a detailed and concise report on the battle situation. 15 minutes after the attack on Haiyan, the first alarm was finally sent to the Alliance's main planet and military headquarters. I request to pilot a mecha and participate in the battle, Su Xing said. The tunnel cabin rapidly approached the ground, allowing the passengers to clearly see the city. Ground forces were mobilized almost simultaneously, with starships taking off and mecha soldiers deployed. Just when the tunnel cabin was about a third of the way there, everyone inside saw a bright star. The star flashed overhead, caught up with them, and submerged the tunnel cabin. Enemy ships penetrated part of the defense system, severing the last access to the air defense port. Amid the shadow of apocalyptic war, two signals drifted across the universe and the stars. One could never be sent, while the other had already been sent, but would never reach its destination. Happy travels. I love you. On July 17th, year 114 of the Starsea calendar, following the Starlink district, the Curtis district came under attack. At around 7 p.m., Haiyan star fell. 2 hours later, a neighboring district of Curtis district came under attack. The military convened an urgent combat meeting. Chapter 230. As news of the attacks on the Starlink and Curtis sectors reached military headquarters, a high-level military operations meeting was convened. By the time everyone in the small conference room had gathered, the briefing on the fall of Haiyan Star had already been placed on the table. The generals flipping through the briefing wore grim expressions, the rustling of pages audible in the room. What on earth are they trying to do? Lieutenant General Clive asked. A star map encompassing the Alliance's territory unfolded. The moment the war broke out, 1G was activated, massive amounts of data flowing through the calculations, shaping this ever-changing star map. The Empire and the Zerg chose 3 different areas for attack: the Starlink sector, the Curtis sector, and the Yuan sector, which faces the Empire. The Starlink sector, as expected, housed the largest number of elite military forces, bearing the brunt of the combined Imperial and Zerg offensive. So far, the battle line has only retreated 1 to 2 kilometers from the border, and it seems it can still resist for a while. Yet, the Curtis district, located not far from the Yuan district and barely a presence before the outbreak of the war, was also the enemy's first target. This was truly puzzling. Even more puzzling was the fact that the enemy forces that had occupied Haiyan Star were in no hurry to expand into the rest of the Curtis district, remaining unusually quiet, leaving one unsure of their intentions. No one in the room responded to his question. Gumian glanced up at the star map. Haiyan Star, marked in the map with a blue color similar to the surface of a planet, was now encircled by the myriad breaths, emitting an ominous red glow. A little further to the right, in the air beyond the star map, Gumian knew there was a planet. Earth. Earth had long since fallen outside the Alliance's territory, so it was naturally unmarked. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the topic of this meeting is to discuss how to defend against the enemy. Before the top military official could speak, Lieutenant General Lancaster spoke first. Major General Bai, sitting next to Gumian, snorted, just loud enough for everyone in the conference room to hear. The Alliance and the military had always been prepared for the third Zerg invasion, but they hadn't expected it to come so soon. When the war broke out, the pro-war factions rallied, and Major General Bai couldn't hide his disdain. These people were pretending to be wise after the event. Okay, said Admiral Lei, the man in charge of this war meeting. Let's get back to the point. The fight must be fought, and the military is prepared. The key lies in how to fight, and who will go. The enemy's strategic objectives and military strength are unknown. The fleet that first engages the Imperial Zerg is like a stone in a test the waters exercise, likely to be shattered. Major General Lester proposed deploying reinforcements from the Starlink and UUN sectors, making them the primary focus of combat and defense. As for the Curtis sector, there was no need to commit too many troops. The only thing needed was to prevent further Zerg and Imperial incursions. This was an unassailable approach. No, said General Tkachov, who had remained silent. Have you considered that the enemy's offensive focus is the Curtis sector? No one dared ignore the opinion of this most senior general among them. He gestured with his head, and Wanchi, following Frida's instructions behind him, marked an auxiliary line on the star map. With the Curtis sector as the starting point and the Starlink sector as the center point, the thin line divided the alliance in two. A chill ran down the spines of the generals present. They intuitively understood General Tkachev's intention. None of the areas along this route were strategically located. If the enemy advanced rapidly and opened the passage between the Curtis and Starlink sectors, they could march freely through Starlink and enter Alliance territory unimpeded. The separated UUN and other sectors would be surrounded like dumplings. The Alliance's external shipping routes would be completely blocked. The enemy's true main force should be targeting the Curtis sector, General Tkachev said slowly. The enemy employed a rather counterintuitive tactic. Are the Starlink and UUN sectors important? Of course. But capturing the Curtis sector was the tip of the sword that plunged into the heart of the Alliance. General, I beg your pardon. Lieutenant General Lancaster said, assuming the enemy's main force is hiding near the Curtis sector, why not launch a sudden attack before the Alliance reacts, using the Curtis sector as a starting point to sever the Alliance's straits? He placed his hands on the table and said forcefully, the military's focus should still be on the Starlink and UUN sector. The most terrifying thing about war is that you never know whether your judgment is right or wrong until you actually go to the battlefield, and verifying the answer requires the cost of your life. The pro-war view sounded logical, and Lieutenant General Lancaster's opinion persuaded some generals. At this point, Gumion said, Earth. The Zerg haven't rushed a full-scale attack on the Curtis sector because they're still searching for the princess, waiting for a certain opportunity. Hearing this, Lieutenant General Lancaster paused, his smile strained. Is that so? Admiral, can you give us a prediction for when that will be? Gumion shook his head inwardly. Currently, there was very little information available about Earth. His ability to compile this information to this point was based on his intuition, drawn from his years of military service. Our personnel have already infiltrated the Zerg settlement on Earth. I believe they can provide us with answers. Frida saluted and interrupted. Your personnel? I remember one of them was a cadet who destroyed important Alliance secrets, single-handedly destroyed the new Mecha, and killed several prison guards during a prison break. Is the military completely out of people? Why would they send such a tainted rookie on this mission? Major General Lester scoffed. Furthermore, the war has already broken out, indicating the complete defeat of the old king faction within the Zerg. Finding the princess is meaningless. The generals present, who didn't know Lian Xiao well, couldn't help but frown at this string of adjectives. It sounded untamed. The Alliance's ability to quickly mobilize troops was ultimately limited. It was impossible to deploy its primary forces across multiple battlefields. Simply put, if the Starlink sector were the focus of the counterattack, the Curtis sector would have fewer troops. Admiral Ray ultimately decided to make defending the Starlink sector the current strategic priority, with a pro-war general in charge. Admiral Ray then handed the hot potato of the Curtis sector to an unexpected person. Oh, by the way, is Rear Admiral Sue still in solitary confinement? Admiral Ray casually asked. The confinement has been lifted, and she and the 7th Fleet will be in charge of the Curtis sector front. Also, Admiral Ray said, looking at General Tkachev, General, Rear Admiral Lester is right. The infiltration mission to Earth can be suspended. Frida was caught off guard by this order, stunned. Sure enough, she heard Admiral Ray's next words. Please ask our personnel on the mission to remain hidden. We will consider retrieving them once the situation stabilizes. The military is abandoning the mission to find the princess and the mission's executor. Lian Xiao pressed the communicator, frowning unconsciously. She had spent the entire afternoon waiting for Frida to initiate a one-way call. But as time moved on, Lian Xiao's ears remained silent. Frida hadn't contacted her at the agreed time. Something must have happened in the military. Something big. Lian Xiao abruptly stood up. Her sources of information were limited. Besides Frida and Enki, the only ones left were the Zerg of Yidu. Given her noble status as a sacrifice at the Mother Goddess Festival, she appeared in the corner of the hotel lobby, and no one dared to stop her. In less than a minute, Lian Xiao was first approached by the fawning waiter. The new elevator attendant, taking a break from work, flatteringly offered a dessert that looked like it had been sliced from a giant cake. The waiter's appearance, bowing as he backed toward the elevator, was comical, kindly allowing Lian Xiao to share in the Zerg's leftovers. The hotel would only make such a giant cake if something worth celebrating happened. Lian Xiao moved his lips, a sense of foreboding growing. What's worth celebrating? War, of course. The waiter said cheerfully, long live the masters. With a ding, the elevator ascended. Lian Xiao froze, belatedly realizing a sense of absurdity. She glanced at the time again, thinking that today was only the 18th, not even the Mother Goddess festival. In the entire universe, the only race that could possibly be considered to be at war with the Zerg is humanity. Ananke's prediction was wrong. Why didn't the Zerg males wait until after the Mother Goddess festival, as expected? Could it be that they had enough support and didn't need to rely on faith to solidify their dominance? Questions popped up one after another, pinning Lian Xiao to her spot. She suddenly understood the meaning behind Frida's broken promise. Her direct purpose in seeking out the princess was to prevent war. Now that war had broken out, her mission had failed. She and this mission were no longer valuable. She had been abandoned by the military. Isolated and helpless on Earth, it was almost impossible for her to return to the Alliance. Lian Xiao leaned back against the wall, the sweet, creamy aroma of the dessert in her hand, filling her nostrils. War. The word hit her head lightly, slamming into her head. Lian Xiao suddenly remembered the protozoan saying that no one could escape fate. She had tried every possible means to prevent the protozoan from falling into the hands of the military, believing the universe was taking a different path. But in the end, war had broken out even earlier than in the original world line. The result was the same. It seemed even worse. Am I playing the right role in this? Lian Xiao asked herself, feeling exhausted. Did I prevent more people from dying, or did I hasten their death? After staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment, Lian Xiao threw the cake away. Back at his residence, Lian Xiao retrieved a device he brought with him and forced himself to read the difficult instructions. When emotions are overwhelming, only by getting moving can one suppress them and regain sanity more quickly. With a near-detached rationality, Lian Xiao coldly and indifferently examined the situation. Thinking things through, she decided on her next plan. Is the mission to find the princess truly useless? Not necessarily. Lian Xiao muttered to herself, Earth's news isn't synchronized with the Alliance's. She sees things more clearly than the military brass far away on the Alliance's main planet. If the male insect faction truly didn't need a message from the so-called Mother Goddess to launch a war, then the war had already begun, their goal achieved, and they could simply cancel the celebration. Unlike now, even the lowliest slaves participating in the Mother Goddess festival were required to undergo training at the Mother Goddess Church today. The legitimacy of the male insect faction's rule still had flaws. The usefulness of finding the princess was greater than those in the military imagined. Unfortunately, the communicator was one way, so Lian Xiao couldn't inform Frida of the situation. However, whether she did or not didn't affect her mission. Lian Xiao shook the instrument and entered a long password according to the manual. The activated instrument vibrated in her palm. As she inserted a piece of blood-stained fabric into the instrument, the vibrations intensified. This small instrument primarily functioned as a bioanalyzer, a portable model. It took longer than usual to generate a report, and the test content was only a simplified version. Lian Xiao waited patiently. She inserted Han Mimi's blood-stained clothing from yesterday. She wanted to verify whether Han Mimi was human. Chapter 231. The biological detection analyzer was running even slower than Lian Xiao had expected. It seemed as if the instrument had been relegated to a different instrument. It frequently shook in Lian Xiao's hands, requiring him to rest for a moment, as if breathing. It was completely unlike the high-end instrument Lian Xiao had seen when he set out, where researchers pressed a button and instantly spewed out results. Lian Xiao, Could she have given her a fake? Lian Xiao felt a stifling chuckle, the inappropriate amusement diluting the high-pressure tension of the war. She put the instrument away, feeling it tremble with difficulty from time to time. It seemed they wouldn't get the results before they set out for the Mother Goddess Church. In Ananke's absence, Tit and Albatross learned from Lian Xiao about the Zerg's war and the abandonment of the mission. Until now, Lian Xiao hadn't revealed the details of the mission. Tit and Albatross were filled with mixed feelings. It would be a lie to say the humans surviving on Earth didn't complain about the Alliance. From their perspective, they were abandoned, exiled remnants, living in hell for so many years, ignored by the Alliance. Schadenfreude? Not really. Tit Albatross knew full well that the inhabitants of occupied planets might suffer the same fate as Earthlings. Tit Albatross sighed deeply from his chest. It was truly true that the lips and teeth are intertwined. And the saddest person present was probably Lian Xiao. Albatross reacted indignantly to the mission being abandoned. He had a single-minded mindset, having followed Lian Xiao all the way from District 2 to Yidu, and he had long since given in to Lian Xiao. The Alliance and the military were truly blind to Lian Xiao, one of their own. What was the point of abandoning her? Wasn't that just abandoning her to danger and leaving her to fend for herself? Albatross grabbed Lian Xiao and began to comfort him. The mission's cancelled. Ha, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. What's the military's business? You have the wings of freedom protecting you, and the professor wouldn't do that to you. Don't worry. No, the mission must proceed, Lian Xiao said, seeing Albatross's face filled with a questioning look of "Are you mentally ill?" I can't explain it in detail, Lian Xiao said quietly, highlighting her deduction that the Mother Goddess Festival had special significance for the male insect faction and telling them, the Mother Goddess Festival is the day after tomorrow. Whether my guess is correct or not, it will be verified soon. Of course, if the princess didn't show up at the Mother Goddess Festival, she would still continue her search. Lian Xiao added in his heart. Albatross was disappointed. The Alliance treated you so badly, why are you still fighting for them? Thinking carefully, neither the original owner nor she, nor the Alliance or the military, had brought her any warm memories. The original owner was so outstanding and ambitious. In fact, if they had provided her with subsidies or scholarships, she wouldn't have lived in such poverty. But the truth is, there are very few scholarships specifically for Earth students. Not to mention herself. She's been under surveillance, threatened, wanted, even spent a few days in prison, and now, left alone on Earth. The Alliance and the military's attitude towards her has always been one of scrutiny and exploitation. Lian Xiao paused, then said, the Alliance should exist. The Alliance has many flaws, and personally, she feels neither a sense of belonging nor a favorable impression of it. The moment she yearns most for the military is probably after a military exercise, when she knows nothing about it. But Lian Xiao believes the Alliance should exist. Because human civilization must exist. The Alliance is like a container preserving the flame of human civilization. The container can be called the Alliance or the Republic, but without the container, the flame is fragile. I can't give up this mission. What will happen to ordinary people if a war breaks out? Lian Xiao's instantly overcoming resentment towards the military was actually a simple reason. My classmates and friends might go to the front lines and die there. I don't want that to happen. Albatross was speechless. Perhaps it wasn't Lian Xiao's reason that convinced him, but his resolute attitude. I understand. We listened to you, said the chickadee. It was almost time for the Zerg to notify them that they would be heading to the Mother Goddess Church for training. Lian Xiao and his companions quickly packed up. It was said that several of the male Zerg ruling the earth would be present today, so Lian Xiao stuffed more weapons into his pockets. Erica would be there for any inspections of the Mother Goddess Church. She felt a lingering sense of crisis. When Han Nini knocked on their door, Lian Xiao was stuffing the weapons Erica had given them last night into his pockets. He realized with dismay that there wasn't enough space, so he could only keep one for the biomonitoring analyzer and one for the weapon. Are you all ready? Hurry up, Han Nini's voice urged. Shantia glanced at Lian Xiao with a hint of concern. She had been frozen in place since she pulled out a certain instrument. Albatross instinctively held the door open as Han Nini, impatient after not receiving a response, threatened to burst in. Lian Xiao, as if waking from a dream, quickly put the instrument away, but a dazed expression remained. How could this be possible? Lian Xiao frowned as he considered the results on the report card. Han Nini was undoubtedly a genuine human. Even though it was just a rehearsal for the Mother Goddess Festival, the Zerg were incredibly formal. Wrapped in rich, ornate clothing and wading through a mist of incense, Lian Xiao and his companions looked like spiced rice dumplings when they arrived at the entrance of the Mother Goddess Church. Albatross was amazed. I didn't realize they were so ceremonial. Of course, Lian Xiao and the four of them weren't the only humans allowed to attend the Mother Goddess Festival. As everyone slowly descended from the various entrances, the entire scene resembled a sea of colorful rice dumplings slowly moving. The interior of the Mother Goddess Church was very different from the Zerg altars Lian Xiao had seen. The latter had a natural, rugged quality, while the bone flutes pressing down from the air easily evoked a sense of mystery and primitiveness. The Mother Goddess Church, on the other hand, lacked both of those terms. It exuded a sense of meticulous craftsmanship. The others were immediately amazed upon entering. The ceiling of the church mimicked the effect of falling water, the shimmering metallic streams gleaming even in the dim light. The dewdrops dripping onto the surrounding plants resembled diamonds. At first glance, they appeared to have entered a deep, verdant forest, but in reality, these convincingly realistic plants, rocks, soil, and moss were crafted from the most precious and rare gemstones and minerals. Lian Xiao could see that the male insect sect had too much money to spend. This artificially crafted, costly imitation of nature felt artificial and discordant despite its splendor. Lian Xiao wasn't sure if her personal preferences influenced her judgment, but her feeling piqued when she saw the statue enshrined in the church's center. The mother goddess, now a very clear image. Lian Xiao was stunned, his gaze wandering over the three statues. They were all Zerg, but their identities were clearly different. The other two, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounded the central statue, representing war, though the central statue was noticeably smaller than the surrounding figures. Lian Xiao did have some knowledge of religious painting. Whether in the East or the West, artists would sometimes exaggerate the size of a particular figure within a painting, disproportionately depicting it. The underlying message of this painting was that this figure was of higher status than the others, perhaps an emperor or a god. Logically, the statue occupying the most prominent position should be no larger than the other two, or even the same size. Suddenly, Lian Xiao had an idea. What if this wasn't a representation of the mother goddess? Or perhaps a male mother goddess? Male Zergs are smaller than females. The deity worshipped by the Zerg defaulted to female. When the mother goddess transformed from an abstract symbol of three persons into a clear image, the god of war became male, with the other two aspects of the mother goddess carrying a sedan chair. With this thought, Lian Xiao fell several steps behind the others, their two dumplings colliding. "What are you staring at?" Han Mimi asked. She had been carrying an inexplicable rage all day. "Didn't you see the Colosseum and the statue the male insect threw at you?" Lian Xiao uttered in awe. She had indeed not paid much attention. Han Mimi, the statue of the mother goddess they had the slaves fighting over was. And the image of the mother goddess statue would subtly spread among tourists through entertainment like animal fighting. The grand celebration of the mother goddess also had this intention. The mother goddess had an image. The most important aspect of the mother goddess is actually her masculinity. "Are you wondering why the male Zerg faction is so cunning?" Han Mimi asked, and Lian Xiao heard a hint of gnashing teeth in her voice. "Lian Xiao, I'm wondering how you're so familiar with the Zerg." Han Mimi hesitated. Thankfully, the Zerg present roughly separated them, and told them to walk faster. The floor of the entire church sloped downward, and the lowest flat ground was where the statue of the mother goddess was placed. At this point, the human slaves, who had fought their way through the beast battles with great difficulty, were finally told of their fate. Here, they would engage in a beast battle with the Zerg. The other party's status was so noble that they could not even begin to reach it. The Zerg spoke, bowing slightly, displaying the utmost humility. Lian Xiao understood the entire process of the so-called sacrifice and the mother goddess celebration. Fighting with the warriors, being killed by them in front of the mother goddess, they were offering sacrifices to her. Lian Xiao guessed that the high-ranking Zerg presiding over the celebration was either the Archon of Earth or a prominent member of the male Zerg faction. Lian Xiao waited for a few seconds. The group didn't even react with a sullen, lifeless gray. Everyone seemed to accept that resistance was futile. The surface beneath their feet, grooved with mysterious symbols, was about to be drenched in their blood. "I give you the reward, not a penny less," the Zerg said, as if giving alms. Just then, a Zerg arrived, carrying something. Waiting for these dumplings to slowly roll back to the entrance would be a waste of time, so the previous Zerg ordered them to immediately exit the platform and prostrate themselves on the ground. Besides the Zerg movement, there was another strange sound. Lian Xiao bravely raised his head and locked onto the source. An egg. Taller than an adult, its lustrous silvery white like an oval moon. The egg case was slightly transparent, and the hatched contents within were faintly visible, occasionally moving slightly, seemingly mature enough to hatch. An egg. Lian Xiao had no idea how to explain its role in the mother goddess's celebration. Could this be the offspring of some important figure? Lian Xiao wondered. After the egg was placed, the contents inside became more active, beginning to wriggle slightly. The Zerg pressed their heads against the egg, seemingly trying to soothe the creature within. But just at that moment, the sound of fabric tearing could be heard behind him. Before Lian Xiao could even react, a figure leaped over the kneeling slaves and rushed toward the platform. It was Han Mimi. Somehow, she tore through the heavy clothing wrapped around her and pounced on the egg in the blink of an eye. She was a completely different person from the clumsy and weak girl of yesterday. What the hell was Han Mimi doing? Chapter 232. Several Zongzi struggled to raise their heads, watching the thin human figure fly overhead, slipping through a gap between the Zerg and clinging to the egg. Lian Xiao couldn't see Han Mimi's expression, but he had an inexplicable feeling that she was laughing uncontrollably. As Han Mimi slid down from the top of the egg, A crack appeared. Transparent, glue-like tissue fluid gushed out, and the plump egg deflated, its contents sliding out through the opening along with the fluid. From Lian Xiao's angle, he could see that it was a larva. Although it hadn't yet hatched, it was nearly mature. The premature larva instinctively tried to turn over. But it would never be able to crawl normally. As Han Mimi split the egg case, she also nearly separated the left and right sides of its body, spilling its sticky internal tissue all over the floor. The more the larva struggled, the more its two halves became dislocated, like a toy with building blocks that couldn't be put back together. Han Mimi, soaking wet, lifted her foot and slowly crushed the larva's head, which hadn't even had time to harden, tilting her head back to listen to the crunching sound of her shoe. Everything happened so quickly, like a low-frame video. No one had time to react. One frame, Han Mimi landed on the eggs, and the next, the larva was completely dead. Oh my god! Oh my god! Albatross, in shock, couldn't control his mouth. Is she possessed by something? The Zerg screamed shrilly, sounding like crying. Lian Xiao's mind was dazed by the Zerg's intense emotions. But as the two Zerg were about to surround and kill Han Mimi, his emotions suddenly turned to fear. It wasn't just fear. It was submission. Why don't you kneel? Han Mimi said calmly, her archaic language flowing from her lips like music. It was Zerg language. It was impossible for the inhabitants of the Kingdom of God to speak Zerg language. All these aberrations pointed to one possibility. Lian Xiao froze in his place, watching the two male Zergs, unable to overcome the fear embedded in their genes, curl up and prostrate themselves on the ground in a sign of submission. What kind of identity could have caused these two high-ranking Zerg to instantly lose their desire to attack? Lian Xiao had repeatedly suspected Han Mimi, but this was the way her suspicions were finally confirmed. Han Mimi was the princess? Why did she have a completely human appearance? And why couldn't even the biological detection equipment detect her? Lian Xiao, the food system, performed a great service. Without the system mission, she might not have noticed Han Mimi so quickly. Han Mimi met her gaze from a distance, her human face distorted. What are you standing there for? Run! A few seconds ago, Lian Xiao and the others could have stood by and watched, but now Han Mimi simply ruled that option out for them. The Titmouse and Albatross frantically scrambled to free themselves from their clothing, pushing aside the trembling others and sprinting towards the church entrance. Before they were halfway there, the sound of Zerg footsteps could be heard from behind and above them. Titmouse took a moment to glance, his expression changing. The Zerg are chasing us. It wasn't just the two behind them. From the church roof, smaller Zerg continued to pour out of the once profound darkness, following the silvery waters towards them, only to be repelled one by the combined efforts of the men's weapons. Even if they could escape the church, the rustling sound of the Zerg crawling outside wouldn't be blocked even by the church walls. One could imagine how many Zerg were waiting for them. Albatross cried out in despair, "Didn't you just make them kneel? Why is it ineffective now? Who did you kill? They look like they want to tear us apart." The offspring of the Insect King, created by the male insect faction, Han Mimi said. Their intended male insect heir is dead. It's no wonder they don't want to kill me. So that's what happened. Lian Xiao instantly understood Han Mimi's actions. The male insect faction was clearly no fool. Regardless of whether they could find the princess or not, the conflict between them would make it impossible for them to allow her to ascend to the throne. The male insect faction wanted to directly cultivate an offspring of the Insect King, one who would be under their control. After all, the Insect King was under their control. The offspring of the Insect King hatched at the Mother Goddess Festival held special significance for the insect race. That's why the male insect faction sent the eggs to the Mother Goddess Church at this particular time. From Han Mimi's perspective, the threat posed by embryos or larvae to Han Mimi, the legitimate princess, was vastly different. Before the potential enemy for power could hatch, Han Mimi acted decisively, killing her half-brother. You can't. The male Zerg behind her caught up within striking range, its sharp legs piercing Lian Xiao's side. Lian Xiao's sweat dropped. If she hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been pierced through. Lian Xiao shouted out the interrupted second half in one breath. Can't you just return to your original form? Han Mimi shrugged. Too bad I can't right now. Otherwise, in its Zerg form, it wouldn't have needed to attack the larvae directly. It could have silently crushed them with its mental power. A flash of light flew past Lian Xiao, corroding the ground. The church entrances were limited in size, and the Zerg outside couldn't possibly rush it all at once, so it resorted to weaponry. There was no escape, no matter where they went. They were completely trapped in the church by the Zerg. Even in such a critical situation, Han Mimi managed to laugh out loud. Lian Xiao was finally certain that her previous, Normal appearance was just an illusion. Don't you think it's interesting? Han Mimi laughed intermittently. The future of both races will be decided in the next few minutes. Isn't it both hasty and dramatic? Whichever race survives will definitely write this day into history books. It's truly fascinating. Concluding that the Zerg's consistent behavior was a bit insane, Lian Xiao ignored Han Mimi's words and turned away. How many weapons do you have left? Lian Xiao asked the titmouse albatross. The two nervously called out numbers. Shantue barely paused, saying, "We cover your escape. Don't worry about us." Lian Xiao did a rough calculation and said, "That's enough." She then pulled Han Mimi to her side. Amidst the chaotic barrage of missile lasers and insect legs raining down from nowhere, Lian Xiao spoke calmly, each word clearly, "I can save you. You must agree to one condition. No obedience, no diplomatic relations." Han Mimi blurted out the answer like a jingle, her eyes gleaming with joy. "You want to negotiate terms with me? But aren't you the Alliance agent who came all the way here to find me?" Sure enough, Han Mimi's initial approach to them wasn't accidental. After she killed the larva and exposed her identity, she was utterly confident that Lian Xiao wouldn't abandon her. As time passed, the Zerg surrounded them in ever-increasing numbers, and the hail of bullets intensified. Even veterans like Shantue and Albatross were sweating with anxiety, yet they forced themselves to urge Lian Xiao to leave. Lian Xiao held Han Mimi down, as if to say, "We die together if you don't agree." "No," Lian Xiao said casually. "Whether we find you or not, it won't stop the war. The Zerg Alliance has already started. The mission is cancelled. The Alliance has not only abandoned me, but you as well. You're useless to the Alliance." Laser cannons briefly illuminated Lian Xiao's eyes. She said, rather shrewdly, "The difference is, I can escape on my own, but without me, you'd just be killed by your own kind. Now, don't you want to beg me?" Han Mimi, or rather the princess, had never been the type to be intimidated. She stared at the young human, less than a third her age, regretting she couldn't stab her to death. The human's mental strength was too weak, so Han Mimi could only rely on her thoughts to determine the truth of Lian Xiao's words. If the human alliance also gave up on joining forces with her, then Lian Xiao would be her only remaining hope. In the end, Lian Xiao's reckless attitude successfully persuaded her. Han Mimi's facial muscles twitched, but she forced herself into a sweet smile. "Okay. I promise. No disobedience, no diplomatic relations," it added quickly. Albatross threw its gun and darted towards Lian Xiao. Before he could react, he was several meters off the ground. They were contained within the mecha's interior, with only a single display screen to clearly see the outside. The reserve unit developed a wide variety of mecha models, but this was a rare manned one. Main attack Plagathos, this modified mecha also had another unique feature. After docking with the mecha, the massive Zerg and the enormous cathedral seemed dwarfed. Lian Xiao took a running step, and just as she was about to collide with the Zerg soldiers, she leaped into the air. Brushing past Zergs, smothering blinding laser beams, the mech, at a treacherous angle, flew out of the church in one breath. The Imperial mech's debut had a profound impact on the dedicated researchers at the Reserve Division. After months of intensive research, they had actually developed a method for enabling the mech to remain airborne. The mech Lian Xiao was piloting was one of the first batch of modifications from the Reserve Division, still in the testing phase. They were undoubtedly treating her like a guinea pig. Lian Xiao had only briefly piloted it a few hours before departure, and wasn't proficient, so she had no time for distractions. She had to maintain her balance in the air, and dodge the counterattacks of the Zerg. She was lucky to have managed to survive unscathed. The others inside the mech, Chickadee, were like being thrown into a tumbler, being tossed about like crazy. It had only been a few minutes since the incident. The full force of the Zerg wouldn't arrive in such a short time. Lian Xiao had escaped the pursuers inside the church. If she could break free with a single push, she might still be able to escape. It was bad. Even though she had been mentally prepared, Lian Xiao couldn't help but wipe her sweaty hands as she escaped the church and stepped outside. It was densely packed, full of Zerg. Seeing the enemies in the sky before her, Lian Xiao had the illusion that this emerging wave could crush her in an instant. She had no room to retreat. The Alliance would offer no support, and no one in the entire universe, except herself, believed the mission needed to continue. With her retreat cut off, Lian Xiao calmed down. At worst, if this mech was scrapped, she could just switch to another. She had brought 3 mechs with her, Lian Xiao thought with a smile. "Remember your promise," Lian Xiao said. And then, she charged into the overwhelming Zerg swarm. Chapter 233. A vast swarm of Zerg converged on the Mother Goddess Church like a tide, forming a ring around it more than 10 meters wide. As Lian Xiao had suspected, most of the Zerg arriving were unarmed. The incident had happened suddenly, and it would take time for the Yidu Zerg armed forces to fully mobilize. The real threat lay with the Zerg soldiers originally guarding the church. Lian Xiao felt their formidable power almost as soon as she entered the Zerg soldiers' attack range. Few of these Zerg soldiers were high-ranking, and in terms of combat power alone, they were no match for Lian Xiao. But their coordination was as precise as a machine, each Zerg a cog in the wheel. Rather than rushing to inflict heavy damage and kill her, as Lian Xiao had expected, the Zerg soldiers withstood the attack and then retreated from her attack range, allowing other Zerg to take over. Flying was now useless. No matter how Lian Xiao pulled the flight control stick, Zerg would flank her from the air, and she also had to dodge attacks from the ground. From a bird's-eye view, Lian Xiao seemed enveloped in a black wave. No matter which direction she tried to break out, she would be mercilessly driven back inside. After several rounds, Lian Xiao understood the Zerg's intentions. The Zerg's goal wasn't a quick victory, but to hold Lian Xiao back and drain her ammunition. She was the one anxious to break through the Zerg encirclement. The Zerg's greater hope was to keep her trapped until reinforcements arrived. Lian Xiao continuously hurled bombs to clear her path, her gun spitting flames without ceasing. She discarded her weapon when the magazine was empty. In such a fast-paced battle, she had no time to reload. The barrel of her mech burned hot. Lian Xiao had fired more shots than she could handle in such a short period of time, and she felt her entire body, like the barrel, heating up slightly. If heavy firepower can't break through, there must be another way to break out. Lian Xiao piloted the mech, scanning the surroundings. Such a precisely coordinated operation couldn't be commanded by all the Zerg warriors together. This group of Zerg soldiers must have a leader, whose will was being implemented through the group. Amid the swarm of Zerg, surrounding him, and overhead, Lian Xiao wanted to single it out. "I thought it would take a while for you to realize it," Han Mimi snorted. She pointed at a Zerg in the swarm. "The one giving the orders is right here. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Albatross rolled his eyes anxiously. Han Mimi crossed her arms and argued, "How can I be sure she's capable of getting me out without observing her for a while?" The situation was urgent. Han Mimi and she were on the same page, and they wouldn't risk their lives. Lian Xiao rushed towards the Zerg at top speed. As the distance closed, the Zerg soldiers that had been holding her back suddenly surged toward Lian Xiao, blocking her approach. Lian Xiao knew Han Mimi hadn't lied. The Zerg commander quickly adjusted his strategy, issuing a new order to the group: kill the invaders. Instantly, the surrounding Zerg soldiers transformed from a swamp restricting Lian Xiao's movements into sharp blades. Thankfully, in such a dense siege, to avoid accidentally injuring their teammates, the Zerg soldiers refrained from using their weapons. "Watch out!" As if foreseeing the blow, Lian Xiao ducked and dodged the blow before the titmouse Albatross cried out. A cold sweat broke out. She had been so focused on dealing with the Zerg to her right that they had exposed a flaw to lure her into an attack. The moment she severed the enemy's legs, the other Zerg would have the opportunity to attack her. If it weren't for the lingering fate buff that kicked in at the last moment, the mech's head might have been chopped off by the Zerg. Too many enemies. Lian Xiao had rarely fought alone before. At the very least, she always had one or two teammates by her side. Despair overwhelmed Lian Xiao's heart, and she recalled the first time she truly faced the Zerg, that despairing night on the snowy mountains. She would survive. Lian Xiao thought. The Zerg hadn't killed her, General Tachov hadn't killed her, and Yin Ningling hadn't killed her either. She wouldn't be the first to surrender to fate. Lian Xiao gathered her composure and whispered a series of coordinates. She said to the titmouse and the albatross, "If I don't survive after taking you out, please take me to this place." At that moment, the desire to survive overcame fear, unleashing an astonishing burst of strength and courage. Lian Xiao suddenly accelerated. She abandoned most of her defenses and swung her blade with both hands. Lian Xiao's mental sea surged, draining every ounce of her mental energy, extending it 360 degrees around her like tentacles. Her eyes locked onto the enemy, her mental energy sensing the location of every Zerg brain present, highlighted in red. Instantly, countless red dots surrounded her. Under such a massive use of mental energy, Lian Xiao could no longer think about anything else. The world before her was filled with only these abstract red dots. Her body instinctively ran, twisted, and swung her blade. Then, stepping on the brain-damaged Zerg, she reversed her grip and, with her mech and blade, slammed into another Zerg. One red dot extinguished, then another, then a third. Lian Xiao's heart remained calm. The red dots surrounding her, like waves, gradually extinguished, each signifying a step closer to her ultimate goal. Lian Xiao was like a robot commanded to kill without consequence. Nothing could stop her advance, and any Zerg standing in her way had their brains pierced with a single blow. The completely defensive attack momentarily disrupted the Zerg formation, but soon another Zerg pounced on the mech's back. The long, deep insect leg pierced the mech's left arm, and Lian Xiao felt an instant of pain, barely able to lift her arm. This was one of the drawbacks of the mech's mental connection. When the mech was damaged, the pilot would feel the pain. Unless the connection was disconnected, this pain, perceived by the nervous system as ongoing injury, could not be alleviated by any medication. In the worst case, if the pain from the mech's damage was enough to cause shock in the brain, the pilot would also go into shock. Lian Xiao severed the insect leg that had pierced her left arm with a single blow and pulled it out. She coldly activated the damaged mechanical arm to grab the Zerg on her back. As the enemy stared at her, Lian Xiao stabbed the knife into its brain, shoulders, limbs, even the head. The mech's surface was damaged and peeling, and the pain continued to surge. His body was repeatedly crushed by the pain, until Lian Xiao was left numb. Lian Xiao immediately turned off the damage alarm inside the mech. As the red mark on the mech continued to spread, Lian Xiao's attacks remained precise and steady, not even his hand holding the knife shook. From inside the mech, Shantiao and the others could only watch as Lian Xiao led them repeatedly into Zerg, and dark green blood continued to splash onto the screen. Bang! A Zerg dropped from a height, finally severing the mech's shaky left arm. The mechanical arm, with a knife in it, rolled down. However, Lian Xiao didn't even glance at it. The remaining mechanical arm folded out its muzzle, and, one shot after another, blasted the enemy's brain. Less than 3 meters. Lian Xiao glanced up at the commander's position, realizing he was in imminent danger. The Zerg attack intensified. Countless teeth-grinding clashes of metal ripping erupted across the mech's surface, leaving it dented and its wiring severed. With another thud, the mech's left shoulder snapped and flew away. But all the attacks failed to halt Lian Xiao's advance. The relentless pain pounded her brain like a tide, and her vision was practically blurring. Kill the commander. Break out of the encirclement. Save Chicade and the others. Lian Xiao repeated these 3 words to herself. With Zerg reinforcements arriving, this was her only chance to kill the commander. Lian Xiao lifted her half-dead leg and kicked the Zerg blocking the commander's path, using it to propel herself forward. A second later, countless Zerg legs and laser beams descended upon her path, instantly scorching the Zerg's shells. She reached out to grab the insect leg that stabbed her, enduring the pain of a broken right arm. She didn't resist the enemy's force, and the entire mech was thrown forward. In the fraction of a second after leaving the ground, Lian Xiao smiled faintly in the core module. She was thrown towards the commander. Insect legs, weapons, things that could kill her in an instant, pursued her, brushing past her. I got you, Lian Xiao whispered softly. She landed steadily on the commander and swung her blade. The swarm disintegrated in an instant. The Zerg soldiers, who had just been so closely coordinated, were briefly paralyzed. They had fulfilled their natural duty of obeying orders to the utmost, but once their brains ceased to think, they were at a loss. Lian Xiao couldn't even catch her breath as she leaped over the commander and bolted. She slaughtered the weakest points among the Zerg soldiers and broke free. Lian Xiao felt herself losing blood and hypothermia. Only after she broke free did she have time to touch herself. Her skin felt clammy and cold like ice, and there was a sharp, intermittent ringing in her ears. Everything around her was accelerating away. Warning! Warning! Please disconnect the mental connection within at least 10 minutes, otherwise. Lian Xiao closed her eyes and realized the system alarm wouldn't turn off. This meant it was a warning built into the underlying logic. When a mech triggered this alarm, the pain they could endure would soon reach its limit. But she hadn't escaped Yidu yet. Amidst a growing dizziness, Lian Xiao, guided by Han Mini, flew past the buildings at a rapid speed. The princess knew Yidu better than she did. Lian Xiao couldn't remember how many Zerg she had killed along the way, and she had no idea if the mech could hold out long enough to get the others out of Yidu. At first, there were still a few tourists eager to capture her and claim her merit, but after several of them perished, no more Zerg dared approach. Lian Xiao's mind was consumed only by the thought of killing. The scent of blood mixed with the strong odor of earth was overwhelming, and the world before him was a single hue of green. In an instant, or perhaps a century, Lian Xiao lost track of time. It wasn't until she heard Han Mimi's shrill voice that she realized she had left Yidu. Stop! Stop! You die if you don't stop! Lian Xiao hesitantly slowed her pace. She could no longer feel the pain, but then she realized her heart was frantically pumping blood to sustain her shaky body, and she was on the verge of collapse. Before she could regain consciousness, Lian Xiao moved her fingers and set a coordinate to the wings of freedom. Perhaps she was losing consciousness, perhaps near death, but Lian Xiao vaguely felt someone dragging her body. And then she fell into deeper darkness. Chapter 234. Drowsily, her body felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Someone was talking, seemingly far away from Lian Xiao. How the hell do I light this thing? Stop it, it's going to burn. Just eat it like this, save some for Lian Xiao. Sweet potatoes dipped in ketchup are quite delicious. Roasted sweet potatoes with ketchup, what a heavenly combination. Roasted sweet potatoes should be slowly roasted until sweet and tender, then peeled and, while still steaming, sprinkled with sugar inside the golden core. Lian Xiao, anxiously denouncing this wasteful combination, coughed violently and woke up. The tit and the albatross immediately came over, bending over to check on her. It seemed they were in a cave, using a fire for light and warmth. Lian Xiao weakly pointed to the SAP beside him. There's food in there. Don't mistreat her, a wounded person. Eat something good. 2 minutes later, Lian Xiao was carried to the best spot by the fire, devouring the spring roll in his hand. Why did you bring all that stuff with you? Albatross' mouth was full, and his praise sounded sarcastic. Lian Xiao glanced at Albatross and tossed him a nutritional supplement. Then take the nutritional supplement. This spring roll had been made as a late-night snack. The soft, thin wrapper soaked in the broth, but it remained intact, unaffected by the texture. It was filled with spring bamboo shoots, bean sprouts, and various mushrooms. Every bite was filled with the freshness of the ingredients and the aroma of the lard. Even when completely cold, the flavor remained intact. Lian Xiao devoured the spring roll in 2 or 3 bites, regretting not adding more pork belly or something. He was half full when the pain in his body finally came over him. After the mental connection with the Mecha was severed, the illusion of near-death caused by his brain was also lifted. But the effects of the intense battle strain lingered. Lian Xiao moved her left leg, where the muscle strain was particularly severe. The clothes she was wearing were those Shan Ke had changed for her. They were dry and comfortable. Lian Xiao opened her portable medical kit, injected herself with medicine, and then checked her weapons one by one. Shan Ke, rarely unable to resist, spoke, "We already escaped Yidu. Why are we still fighting?" In her opinion, the most important thing Lian Xiao needed now was rest. Shan Ke looked at Lian Xiao with concern. After a good meal, his face, illuminated by the firelight, had barely regained some color. She would never forget the moment she helped Lian Xiao change his sweat-soaked clothes, his heartbeat, so weak it was almost imperceptible. "We can't stay here." Lian Xiao shook her head. Since arriving on Earth, her body and mind had been like a clockwork machine, constantly filled with new problems, constantly urging her to move forward. Lian Xiao said, "Let's not talk about whether it's safe here, we must return to Yidu." "Yes, we must go to Yidu again," Han Mimi said. The tit albatross was completely focused on caring for Lian Xiao. Han Mimi, however, was not so compassionate. She ate gracefully and quickly, then paused to say, "How can I not attend the Mother Goddess's celebration?" The tit albatross pondered for a moment, then understood why Lian Xiao had made such a risky decision. Han Mimi's status as a princess was unfounded. The male Zerg faction wanted to leverage the Mother Goddess's faith to gain more support, and so did Han Mimi. Lian Xiao suddenly grasped a point. Not only the male Zerg faction, but Han Mimi also hoped that the Mother Goddess would respond to the Zerg. Perhaps the latter was even more pressing. If the Mother Goddess did not respond, Han Mimi's hopes of regaining power would be dashed. Lian Xiao thought absent-mindedly, what a coincidence. She was one of the few creatures in the world who had seen the Zerg Mother Goddess, and she had a reasonable chance of getting a response from her. Perhaps this was leverage she could use to blackmail Han Mimi? Han Mimi's gaze slid towards Lian Xiao. She was very sensitive to human gazes, and Lian Xiao sensed it after only a few seconds of staring. After her identity was exposed, Han Mimi no longer bothered to imitate human behavior. There was something creepy about staring at someone without blinking. Lian Xiao, not avoiding Han Mimi's gaze, analyzed, kill Erica first, then go to the Mother Goddess Church. Mountain Sparrow pursed her lips. Not really. She knew Lian Xiao's plan was for her and Albatross. Where they could feel their heartbeats against their ribs, Erica had planted a bomb. Killing Erica would put the lives of Mountain Sparrow and Albatross beyond threat, and Lian Xiao would be completely at ease. Han Mimi looked Lian Xiao up and down, sneering, "Are you sure? Humans are truly sentimental creatures. You were able to escape Yidu because it happened so suddenly. The male insects guessed I'd be attending the Mother Goddess festival, so they'd be closely monitoring Yidu. Getting back is a different level of difficulty than getting out. And you're actually trying to kill Erica first? I doubt your level of sobriety and ability to fulfill your promise. First, Lian Xiao, unperturbed by Han Mimi's attitude, raised a finger and said calmly, my agreement with you was to get you out of Edu, and I already done that. You also want me to bring you back to Edu for the Mother Goddess Festival. That's another agreement, with a different price. Second, you can't find anyone else to help you now except me, so beg for help. And, Lian Xiao said politely, your last sentence is wrong. You're not human. Han Mimi, It's a Zerg, but Lian Xiao's words sound like an insult to it. The albatross couldn't help but chuckle, and Han Mimi's expression darkened even further. Han Mimi finally realized that its identity didn't really matter to Lian Xiao, and tried to adjust her expression. You're right. Lian Xiao simply ignored Han Mimi's advances. She preferred Han Mimi's human nature to the princess's true nature. The princess possessed distinct superior traits, habitually issuing orders and ignoring the sacrifices and efforts of others. When dealing with such a person, giving in or reasoning was useless. One must firmly grasp their weak spot. Lian Xiao inexplicably came up with a metaphor, roughly like the proverbial carrot and stick. With Han Mimi, the stick must be used. It doesn't have to go this far. When Shantio took Lian Xiao out to check the location of the cave at his request, she said, we're heading to the Divine Kingdom on Earth with you. Albatross and I are prepared to die. Shantio was always a taciturn warrior, making it difficult to associate her with gentleness. She said softly, Albatross and I have seen many deaths. Of the enemy, of our comrades. We're not afraid of death, we just hope our deaths will be more meaningful. Lian Xiao was silent for a moment. I don't think death has any value. Once you die, there's no possibility of ever returning. Some people always seek to use the deaths of a few to gain other benefits. It was like this when General Tkachev killed Fu Mingwang, and it was also like this when Lieutenant General Lancaster killed her. Lian Xiao pressed Shank's shoulder. You said you were prepared to die before you left. When I set out, I was also determined to bring you back to Wings of Freedom alive. This was her responsibility. Live on. Your life is more valuable than your death. Shanke paused for a few seconds, her throat tight. She nodded slowly. Thank you. I'm glad I could help you. Before Lian Xiao could say anything, a continuous, clamorous electric current rang in her ears for several seconds. Lian Xiao, if you hear me, please answer. Repeat, if you hear me, please answer. Lian Xiao froze for a moment, his fingertips resting on the small raised spot behind his ear. Because the voice on the other end wasn't Frida, but another deep male voice. A change of leadership? Or something else? Questions raced through Lian Xiao's mind. He cautiously tapped his earphones, and walked further away from Han Mimi. Luckily, Han Mimi wasn't there. The gentle tapping put the other person's mind at ease. The person on the other end said, I'm Gu Mian. While Lian Xiao was unconscious, they tried to contact him at regular intervals via the one-way communicator. After receiving no response for the first 25 attempts, they nearly gave up. Are you okay? Are you injured? Gu Mian's tone was gentle and kind, not that of a commander addressing a soldier, but rather that of an elder addressing a junior. I'm fine. He didn't ask about the mission, but instead showed concern for her. Lian Xiao's eyes grew a little sore at the concern, but she quickly regained her composure and asked directly and pointedly, the war has broken out, and the Alliance has abandoned this mission. Why are you contacting me? Yes. The military has decided to terminate the mission, Gu Mian said openly, but Colonel Frida and I are working on a way to get you off Earth. Neither Gu Mian nor Frida could bear to watch the mission's implementers die on Earth, isolated and helpless, because of the military's decision. With the military determined to halt the mission, their private contact with the implementers was, at best, a violation of orders. Of course, Lian Xiao wasn't the only implementer involved in the infiltration mission to Earth. Frida had privately attempted to contact several others. Listen, Gu Mian quickly outlined the battle situation, focusing on the Curtis sector. The Alliance has appointed General Su as the commander-in-chief of the Curtis sector. You can take advantage of the chaos and leave Earth. General Su's fleet will have ships to pick you up. The ships were due to arrive before the Mother Goddess Festival. Lian Xiao said, I can't leave. Why? The mission hasn't failed yet. Lian Xiao raised his head slightly, uttering these words as if to release suppressed emotion. I found the princess. Alliance's main planet. After the war began, the main planet, the Alliance's central hub, remained largely unaffected, but panic spread like a tide among the people. It seemed as if the world had changed overnight, awakening the long-faded memories of war among the older Alliance citizens. The Zerg and the Empire were jointly attacking, and most people were not 100% confident that they could win the war. For a moment, everyone was focused on which alliance general would be dispatched to the front lines. Since the night of the league finals, Susera had not left her residence. It was called closed-door reflection, but in reality, it was imprisonment. The military sent 3 letters of appointment, one after the other, inviting her to embark. The officer saluted, sweat dripping from his temples. Susera's gaze seemed to pierce him. She slowly clapped her laptop. She had no idea what was happening on the front lines, and this wasn't a familiar fleet. Those in the military were truly hoping for her glorious death. The military should thank Gu Mian. His timely message had changed the tyrant's mind. Replace my adjutant, the tyrant ordered. Put Yin Mingling as my adjutant. Had him meet me before you depart. Chapter 235. Sudden personnel changes during wartime are common, but the choice is surprising. A few months ago, the names of Tyrant and Yin Mingling were linked, and no one would have imagined the possibility of their parting ways. The news spread like wildfire, and indeed, Susera was suspended from all duties, while Yin Mingling was safe and sound, lending further credibility to the rumors. If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of war, some would have speculated that the tyrant's seclusion was Yin Mingling's doing, and that the latter was trying to step over her to gain power. This wasn't an appointment of an adjutant, it was an opportunity to send an enemy to hell. The officer restrainedly replied, muttering inwardly as he retreated. The battle situation was urgent. The fleet would depart in a few hours. When the officer returned to report, Susera was halfway through a military report. He looked up, his face etched with annoyance. The tyrant was known for his bad temper. Feeling the angry gaze falling on him, and thinking about the content of the upcoming report, the officer broke into a sweat. Colonel Yin will gladly accept the order. But the colonel said he has important matters to attend to. If you must meet him before departure, please go to the UN. With that, the officer waited anxiously, bracing himself for his laptop to be slammed to the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds. The usually decisive tyrant was still taking a long time to make a decision. Then go to the UN. Yes. Then I arrange for it. The officer reflexively stood at attention and saluted. Before he could even utter the words go to the air defense port, he was a beat too late to realize that the tyrant had actually complied with Yin Mingling's request. The tyrant snorted impatiently, and the officer finally woke up. I arrange a car for you to the UN now. The car started, and Susera hadn't finished reading the thick stack of reports. Why did Yin Mingling agree to the appointment? This question flashed through Susera's mind like tiny flashes of lightning in a rainstorm, mingled with the swirling military intelligence. On the night of the finals, Lian Xiao's mental connection with her remained intact, and she heard the entire process of Yin Mingling killing Lian Xiao. She was subsequently suspended, but Yin Mingling remained unaffected, further probing one thing. Yin Mingling had betrayed her by defecting to Lieutenant General Lancaster. Susera set her laptop aside, and closed her eyes. Her face was reflected in the car window, her jawline tense, not at all relaxed. I was just clearing obstacles for one person. I always known what Earth's mecha life was. The words Yin Mingling and Lian Xiao had exchanged in the fire scene that night replayed in her mind. Knowing full well that mutual trust had completely eroded, Susera certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to appoint someone who posed a threat as his adjutant. Accidentally killing an adjutant on the front lines was surprisingly easy, and Yin Mingling wouldn't take his own life lightly. Susera had calculated that, given Yin Mingling's personality and tactics, he would evade the appointment at every turn. Then the tyrant could accuse Yin Mingling of disobedience and temporarily imprison him. Yet, he agreed so readily. Perhaps, Susera suddenly felt, she had never truly understood Yin Mingling. The UN University was deserted during the summer break, so to ensure the safety of Susera, the commander-in-chief, the Mecha Academy was completely cleared. Entering the Mecha Academy, Iko's voice followed him closely. Dean, the seal awaits you in Lingyi Woods. The tyrant nodded, and waved away the other NCO's escorts. The NCOs who were left behind exchanged glances. Many of them were graduates of the United Nations University. There was more than one Lingyi forest within the Mecha Academy, but the tyrant didn't ask Yin Mingling which one she had chosen. She and Yin Mingling still had a tacit understanding. In the Lingyi forest near the reserve headquarters, the tyrant saw Yin Mingling as promised. He was tall, and he effortlessly picked up and examined the Lingyi flowers that would have hovered overhead. Unfortunately, even buds were rare among the leaves of the Lingyi trees. They wouldn't bloom outside of their season. Yin Mingling loosened his grip, and the leaves swung back into place. He said in a relaxed tone, "You're here?" They were supposed to assemble at the air defense fleet in 2 hours, so Yin Mingling, naturally, wore her uniform, her hair uncut and tied in a ponytail. Yin Mingling stood straight, but his demeanor was naturally unfocused, giving the impression that he had to be disheveled, holding a cigarette in his mouth, to be in line with his true self. Such a person was the antithesis of seriousness and neatness. Su Xiaolu inexplicably recalled her student days, including her early military service, when Yin Mingling was the most disliked by her superiors, and everyone thought him unsuitable for military service. Yin Mingling had complained so often to her that Su Xiaolu grew tired of it. Furious, she did what countless instructors had failed to do in years. She grabbed Yin Mingling's pigtail and cut it off. To stop her nagging, she then, with heroic determination, cut her own hair. Yin Mingling didn't react at all. She dully touched her own hair and pinched the ends of her equally cheesy locks. Then she smiled, a rather provocative smile. That's good. I can't be the only one with this hairstyle. They shared the same messy hairstyle for a long time. There were so many trivial things like this, so many that Susara's memories shuffled through her mind with every step. Yin Mingling was like a living timeline to her. Seeing him, being with him, Susara could easily travel back to 15, 25, 35. They known each other too early, for too long, so long that they become entwined in each other's timelines. So far away? Yin Mingling's expression was resigned. Several meters between them, he had to raise his voice to speak. Such silence isn't your style. Let me guess why you agreed to see me. To find a random excuse to temporarily imprison me until the war stabilizes. Yin Mingling said, smiling. For a moment, Susara felt a sense of near embarrassment. Yin Mingling saw through her like skin and bone. Did she really understand the man before her? Susara didn't want to dwell on it any further, deciding to cut the Gordian knot. Now that you know, go and stay. Yin Mingling, maintaining a smile, said softly, because you can't make up your mind to kill me. You don't want to kill me. She was running away, with a tyrant's intense vengeance, faced with betrayal, the murder of his students, and the perpetrators, who might have caused Fu Mingwang's disappearance. He would personally kill them even if he had to chase them to the ends of the earth. But Yin Mingling made her hesitate. Even just a little. Temporarily imprison me, so you don't have to face me for now, Yin Mingling muttered to himself. Are you afraid of seeing me murderous? Or are you afraid that even if you actually saw me, you still wouldn't be able to bring yourself to do it? He was right. Yin Mingling paused, a fiery sense of satisfaction spreading. His lips trembled slightly, and he could barely speak fluently. He felt a hollow joy. Even if Lian Xiao and Fu Mingwang were combined, he alone could still cause the scales in Susara's heart to swing back and forth. Yin Mingling tucked his hands into his hair and chuckled softly, the wind carrying his laughter across the Lingyi woods. He had read that people only live for a few moments. For some reason, this saying suddenly came to his mind. Over 30 years had disintegrated in that moment. It turned out to be this moment he had been waiting for. Do you remember, we skipped class and came here? Yin Mingling muttered to Susara as she turned and left. He wearily supported his knees and stood up straight. A few minutes before you arrived, I sent a data package containing confidential information about some of the Alliance's mechas. The recipient was Cephas of the Empire. Susara stopped abruptly and stared at him in disbelief. What is Yin Mingling doing? This is treason against the Alliance. No, betrayal of humanity. Leaking this information would put the Alliance on the defensive, and countless lives would be lost. It's the SN channel encryption method. Calculating the time, the other party will receive it in 10 minutes. Yin Mingling said calmly, even relaxedly, you know this transmission method, right? Once you press send, no one can intercept the file unless you kill the sender. This was a hunting game Yin Mingling had initiated against him. As he had said, both sides were incredibly familiar with this patch of Linjua. Sala, are you sure you want to waste time verifying the truth of my words? Yin Mingling was not far from the tyrant. 8 minutes left. Yin Mingling was going to force her to kill him. The familiar feeling of embarrassment washed over the tyrant again. Today, she had been led around by Yin Mingling time and time again. Yin Mingling had perfectly predicted and counter-predicted her. He had orchestrated his own death. 7 minutes. Susara had already wasted a third of her time hesitating, and she dropped her hand, searching for the communicator. She had been enrolled in the Mecha Academy for less than a semester, and her classmates were already vying to team up with her, even engaging in fistfights. This phenomenon continued even after she joined the military, because Tyrant's opponents were bound to lose. The Lingyu forest offered only a few suitable locations for ambushes. Tyrant's powerful physique allowed her to move at high speed and silently. As she ran, she caught sight of a glimpse of an Alliance uniform. She drew her rifle, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. The bullet struck Yin Mingling's calf, shattering his tibia. Blood flowed. Such a serious injury would have incapacitated most men, but Yin Mingling drew his sword, parrying the tyrant's attack with swiftness. They were truly familiar with each other, their blades clashing, attacking, retreating, attacking again, the two figures seemingly dancing a harmonious ballroom dance. They brushed shoulders, drifted apart, then drew close again, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Bloodstains marked their winding dance, and the greenery overhead swirled like a dome. Yin Mingling hummed the final bars of Sound of Spring, and took the tyrant's hand. The music ended, and both parties bowed. The moment the blade pierced his skin and heart, Yin Mingling felt no pain. He grasped the tyrant's hand and pulled her closer, as if for a kiss, but instead, he quietly studied her face. Yin Mingling drew his blade, and all his blood poured from his heart, staining the uniforms of his and the tyrant's allies red. For the first and last time, he felt blood so hot. As consciousness faded, Yin Mingling struggled, but his blood-stained hands could not hold the tyrant. Before darkness enveloped him, he felt a scalding liquid dripping from his forehead. Perhaps it was a tear, perhaps dew on a leaf, or perhaps it was nothing at all, just an illusion. He would never know the answer again. Susera hated him, forgave him, anything was fine, no matter what. She would never forget him. The blood he had spilled on Susera today would seep into her skin, becoming an indelible mark, a part of her until the end of her days. Yin Mingling died contentedly. Outside the Lingyi woods, the non-commissioned officers, hearing the commotion, quickly approached. Susara's incessant calls fell on deaf ears. She felt a twitch somewhere in her soul, followed by the pain of a ripped-away wound. The tyrant wept silently. Chapter 236. 48 hours after the Zerd tore up the Atria peace agreement, the Yuyuan district temporarily held the front line. The Starlink district saw repeated back-and-forth fighting. As Vice Admiral Lancaster predicted, the enemy's main attack on the Starlink district was imminent. The Alliance reacted swiftly. At noon on the 18th, the fleet was assembled and departed from the Alliance's main star's air defense port as scheduled, rushing to the Curtis district overnight. Late at night on the 18th, Susera, who had worked almost without sleep, led the fleet to the Curtis district. Over the course of the day, the Zerg army leisurely tore a crescent-shaped breach through the Curtis district, resulting in the fall of dozens of important planets, including Haiyan. The position of adjutant was vacant, and Susera casually appointed the officer who had notified him. The officer gritted his teeth and relayed the military's orders. The commander-in-chief hopes you will first focus on the occupied planets in the Curtis sector and fully advance the recovery of the lost areas. He felt a pang of guilt at the end. After all, the tyrant had clearly circled Haiyan Star on the star map, clearly making it a key offensive priority. Susera didn't even glance at him. Send the battle plan back to military headquarters. It's been submitted according to procedures, the officer said truthfully. But it was rejected. According to the military's instructions, Susera was expected to achieve a swift victory, disperse the fleet, and simultaneously recapture the Curtis sector planets from multiple battlefields. Only a portion of the fleet would defend the front line, while the rest would support the Starlink sector. The acting adjutant found it baffling that the front's commander-in-chief didn't even have the power to decide tactics. Even he couldn't stop wondering why the military had both sent Susera to the front and stripped her of some of her authority. Understood. Unexpectedly, Susera's reaction was calm. She mercifully refrained from insulting the military headquarters or venting her anger at Commander-in-Chief General Lei. Instead, she instructed her adjutant, revise the battle plan, and send it back to the military headquarters. Huh? It's such a simple thing. Do I need to teach you? Susara's rare patience was exhausted. Just change a few words, tweak the order, and make it look different from the previous version. Yes. The tyrant simply didn't want to obey the military's orders. She was trying to fool them. The situation on the front lines was changing rapidly, and if a rail fight broke out, she could just blame it on the emergency. The adjutant didn't dare say anything more. As he saluted and retreated, he noticed the dried blood on the tyrant's gloves, and a chill ran down his spine. The tyrant wasn't just short-tempered. He also kept Yin Mingling's blood-stained gloves. The tyrant could even kill Yin Mingling, his sidekick for over a decade. It was best for him to keep his mouth shut. In reality, Susera had already figured out why the military had sent her. If Vice Admiral Lancaster's judgment was correct, the pro-war generals fighting in the Starlink sector could maximize their reputation. But if he was wrong, the Curtis sector would likely be lost, and the blame could be shifted to Susera, who was at odds with their faction. Susera had never worked with Gu Mian, but having spent years on the front lines with him, she trusted his instincts. If the military's plan extended the battle line and launched simultaneous counterattacks in multiple locations, if the Zerg and the Empire truly targeted the Kurdish sector, their thin, pancake-like lines would be easily broken. After some deception, and the issuance of a revamped battle plan, Suzera acted decisively and mobilized the fleet to head straight for Hyan Star. At almost the same time, midway between Earth and the Zerg starfield, a vast fleet glided silently through space. A single glance at the positioning signals displayed on these ships would have stunned any Alliance officer. The fleet's density and sheer size surpassed even those of the enemy forces currently conquering the Starlink region. The Zerg and the Empire had truly focused their attack on the Kurdish sector. However, the area between Earth and the Zerg starfield was a gray area long ignored by the Alliance. The approaching enemy forces were perfectly invisible, and these ships, shrouded in mist, waited for an opportunity to attack. Francois was praying before dinner when a sticky, solid nutrient solution suddenly flew off his plate, briefly free. Simultaneously, a warning sounded for the ship to accelerate. "What's going on? What's going on?" 3 or 4 different voices echoed in the minds of the Imperial twins. Next to them sat their teammates, their consciousnesses fused. After Lian Xiao established a mental barrier for them, the constant indoctrination and spying on their thoughts without any privacy had improved significantly. The Imperial twins had become adept at agreeing with their teammates while privately communicating with each other under their noses. There must be something going on the front lines in Kurdish district. Teresa spoke privately with Francois. Francois prayed for nothing to go wrong while habitually wiping the stain off his clothes. He was the most unlucky person at the table. The nutrient solution, which had been left unsecured, had been splattered with sticky goo. "Guards, assemble immediately and prepare for battle." Cephas's voice was cold and unsympathetic. "So sudden?" Francois and Teresa exchanged glances, each seeing shock and anxiety in the other's eyes. The Empire and the Zerg declared war on the Alliance, and the Imperial twins, pilots of Seraphs, were dispatched to the front lines. Cephas was in charge of the Imperial Mech Corps, and his orders were unbending. The Mechs filed out of the room. On their way, they encountered a low-level boatman assigned to cleaning duties. As they retreated to the side of the corridor, they accidentally bumped into Francois. The guards were busy preparing for battle, and no one noticed that the boatman had followed them after they left. He deftly dodged patrols along the way, and finally reached an empty room directly below Cephas's command room. He stepped over debris to reach the roof, and applied a thin film to it. After a few adjustments to his headphones, the electrical noise subsided slightly, allowing him to barely make out what Cephas was saying. Gu Changfeng had no idea how this eavesdropping device worked. Francois had just slipped it to him. While the Empire's technological prowess in other areas was difficult to assess, its eavesdropping technology was one of the few that far surpassed the Alliance's. After listening for a few seconds, Gu Changfeng's brow furrowed, his expression grim. There was only one reason the Imperial fleet was advancing at full speed into the battlefield. The Alliance had launched a preemptive counterattack on Hyan Star. When the war broke out on the 17th, Gu Changfeng's warnings were completely ineffective. He immediately realized the news had been deliberately suppressed. Then Gu Changfeng realized his communication channels with the military were no longer secure and reliable. To make matters worse, Gu Changfeng was in the heart of the enemy. No one would risk breaking through the front lines to rescue him, an insignificant cadet. He could only hope to return to the Alliance on his own. Under these circumstances, driven by a shared purpose, Gu Changfeng and the Imperial twins formed a temporary alliance, posing as low-level sailors and boarding the enemy ship. The fleet he and the Imperial twins were aboard was well aware of the Empire's plans. These fleets had been secretly built by the Empire over the years. The Empire's true main force was not in the Yuan or Starlink sectors. Before the 17th, it had secretly detoured through the Zerg starfield and, along with other Zerg fleets, attacked from the Earth Kurdish sector. The Zerg had only occupied a few seemingly insignificant planets in the Kurdish sector primarily to confuse the Alliance. The other planets served as cover for the occupation of Hyan Star. Gu Changfeng's mind raced quickly. The Zerg would use Hyan Star as a base for subsequent attacks, inevitably requiring a larger garrison. As soon as the Alliance forces engaged the garrison, they would undoubtedly detect something was amiss. Neither the Alliance nor the Zerg had anticipated the Tyrant's direct attack on Hyan Star. The Tyrant had caught the Zerg off guard. This forced the Zerg Imperial Coalition to arrive in the Kurdish sector ahead of schedule. Otherwise, if the Tyrant gave a warning, their surprise attack plan would be ruined. But Gu Changfeng clenched his fists and sighed inwardly. Judging from the intelligence the Empire had, the gap between the Tyrant fleet and the enemy was too great. A wave of tension surged over him. He and the Imperial twins, needing no further communication, had reached the same conclusion. After the battle, it would be the perfect time for them to defect. The attack is expected in 3 hours. You are the first advance party. Cephas's voice echoed overhead. Get ready. You have 15 minutes now. If you have any last words, say them now. Two sounds echoed, suggesting Cephas had left the meeting room, leaving the Imperial guards. Gu Chafeng was stunned. Technically, these people were his enemies, but the fact that they had recorded their last words beforehand always made him feel a bit complicated. But Gu Chafeng silently listened to the various last words, not disconnecting the eavesdropping device, trying to find any useful information. Until the mech soldiers left one by one, leaving only the Imperial twins. Francois whispered, Teresa, don't you want to say something? There's no need. Mother will watch us fight. Their biological mother had been brought to the palace before the twins departed, both as a gesture of favor and as a hostage to hold them hostage. The Emperor had already announced that he would host a banquet for important relatives of the Imperial Guard to witness the heroic battles of the Imperial Mechs. The mech soldiers fought not only for their own lives, but also for their families. Teresa insisted, and Francois remained bewildered and silent for several minutes. Perhaps feeling that it would be inappropriate for either of them to remain silent, he pressed the record button. Madam. Francois called out their 3 shared surnames. As illegitimate children, they were unworthy of the royal name. Therese and I are about to embark on the battlefield. Gu Chafeng listened quietly. The Imperial twins had never mentioned their biological mother. Gu Chafeng suddenly realized that the Imperial twins had resolved to flee during the chaos, but their mother would not be among them. Lady Adelaide had been abandoned in the Empire by the twins. This was truly their final recording of their mother. Francois took a breath and spoke slowly. I am very grateful for taking Therese and me in and caring for us. In your house, we learned what home is. I know you have always been proud of Therese and me, and we will not insult your name. And please, your majesty, take good care of madam. Therese remained silent. After a long silence, Francois suddenly whispered, I miss your cakes. The recording ended. Gu Chafeng slowly removed the communicator. He had a feeling Francois's last words were actually, Mom, I miss the cakes you made. In the dreary, suffocating darkness, Gu Chafeng dug out the audio recorder. In the impending war, no one could be guaranteed to survive even if luck favored them. Gu Chafeng huddled in an unnoticed storage room, his lips pressed to the recorder, and uttered his last words. Lian Xiao, it's me, Gu Chafeng. At 4 a.m. on the 19th, Susera commanded the fleet's counterattack on Haiyan Star, achieving initial success. At 5 a.m. on the 19th, the Imperial fleet, carrying Gu Chafeng and the Imperial twins, advanced at full speed, assaulting the Curtis district. At 5:15 a.m. on the 19th, Lian Xiao emerged from his hiding cave and gazed at the Mother Goddess Church through the morning mist. On July 19th, year 114 of the Xinghai calendar, the event known in history as the Battle of Haiyan Star was about to break out. Chapter 237. Killing Erica and returning to the Mother Goddess Church, easier said than done. The day before the Mother Goddess festival, Lian Xiao fell into a long period of contemplation. After the commotion at the Mother Goddess Church yesterday, Edu would surely have increased its security, making re-entry even more difficult. After carefully considering all the possibilities, Lian Xiao realized she truly had a helper. Got it. Leave it to me. Ananku said flatly upon receiving Lian Xiao's call. Before Lian Xiao could express his concern for her situation, Ananku hung up the call. Lian Xiao, swallowing his concern again, said, With Ananku around, Lian Xiao relaxed a little, feeling that his goal, which had originally had 0 probability, had soared to 10%. And then, they would truly be on their own. Lian Xiao rehearsed the next day's plan over and over in his mind, like a motionless statue. His legs went numb as he stood up, and he grimaced, holding onto the wall. Han Mimi scoffed, killing Erica won't be that easy. I suggest we go directly to the Mother Goddess Church. Lian Xiao turned. Erica is a member of the old royal faction. Before Han Mimi could even utter, so what? Lian Xiao repeated, Erica is on the side that supports you. In other words, your safety is extremely important to her. Lian Xiao's gaze gave Han Mimi an inexplicable chill. Are you so sure? Lian Xiao, yes. Erica's single-minded determination to assassinate the Earth Archon and her subtle dislike for male insects were all evidence of her favoritism towards the princess. But most importantly, what convinced Lian Xiao that Erica would even help the princess enter the Mother Goddess Church if given the chance, was the still unexploded bomb aboard the Tit Albatross. Given Erika's position within the Zerg, it's unlikely she wasn't aware of the inside story of yesterday's commotion at the Mother Goddess Church. The fact that the two criminals suspected of aiding the princess's escape, Tit and Albatross, were still alive and well was a testament to Erika's support for her. Lian Xiao tapped his head. The Zerg would probably suppress the news of the princess's appearance. The male Zerg wanted to kill or control Han Mimi before the news leaked, and the few Zerg who supported the princess didn't dare to publicly search for her. So Lian Xiao said, at the Mother Goddess Festival, where you're bound to appear, Erika will most likely appear near the Mother Goddess Church. If the princess she supports were to fall into danger at this time. Han Mimi was stunned. Her eyes were wide, as if she didn't recognize Lian Xiao. In contrast, Lian Xiao's expression across from her was calm, creating a rather comical scene. Lian Xiao actually wanted to use her as bait, to lure Erika into a trap. Impossible. Han Mimi sneered and refused. If Lian Xiao really used her name to kill Erika, would she still want the support of the other members of the Old King's faction? Lian Xiao shrugged. In that case, let's proceed as planned. I fight my way through the Zerg soldiers first. Once the mechs are worn out, I find Erika, kill her, and then destroy two mechs. Maybe half of one will still be functional, and I take you to the Mother Goddess Church. Why don't you pray first? Maybe your Mother Goddess will see your sincerity and bless us tomorrow. Lian Xiao smiled at her, as hateful as it could be. Han Mimi, Damn it! Damn it! Lian Xiao was threatening her. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. From what it could see, Lian Xiao didn't seem to be expecting to survive until the end of the day. Lian Xiao didn't intend to continue his conversation and prepared to go to bed, his whole body exuding a sense of despair. Okay. I agree. The words came out like gritted teeth. Han Mimi hadn't yet mastered the skill of controlling the rich facial nerves of a human, and her face was filled with uncontrollable rage. It was determined to kill Lian Xiao. Han Mimi, you are truly the most despicable human I have ever met. Same here. This comment was quite novel to Lian Xiao. She shrugged it off and retorted, you're quite good at killing your own brothers. There was also another question. When would Han Mimi regain her form? According to Han Mimi herself, this question would have to wait until the effects of the drug wore off. Calculating the time would be around the time of the Mother Goddess Festival. It seemed Han Mimi couldn't be relied upon for the battle. After a night's rest, the four of them were ready to go. Lian Xiao carefully checked his equipment, confirming it was correct. He then nodded to the three men and said, let's go. It was an overcast day. The forest was already humid, and the fog was even thicker, making visibility difficult. The damp vapor clung to Lian Xiao's exposed skin, and the others removed their disguises. It was their fake identities that were wanted. Their true identities might not be noticed as quickly. A heavy feeling settled over everyone's heart. Traveling through this thick fog, they had no idea what lay ahead, nor whether their chosen direction was the right one. But they could only keep moving forward, until they emerged from it. At the same time, all of humanity was trapped in the fog of history. We're here. Lian Xiao stopped advancing about 100 meters from Edu. According to Han Mimi, in the thick fog, this distance was the maximum distance the Zerg could avoid detection. Lian Xiao took a deep breath and waited patiently. Suddenly, the communicator vibrated wildly. This was an Enki signal to move. From the blurred buildings in the distance, flames and thick smoke pierced the fog. Thousands of Zerg minds were transmitting the same message. For a moment, all Zerg minds, whether dormant or awake, turned in one direction. The enemy has appeared. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions engulfed Edu. The flames spread rapidly from one building to the next, as if alive. The speed and intensity of the fire were so great that even the Zerg could not easily control it, and could not find the source of the fire. Thankfully, the humidity was high enough, so the flames did not ignite the trees in Edu for the time being. But a more difficult situation emerged. The enemy must have been well prepared. She had released the human slaves from several of Edu's largest human exchanges. Amidst the raging flames, which cast a crimson glow over the mist, the terrified human slaves fled in all directions. The Zerg soldiers dared not fire. Because not only these slaves, but also a growing number of sold humans escaped from the burning buildings, including many pets of high-ranking Zerg. The soldiers were afraid of offending the slaves' owners. This made it even more difficult for the Zerg to identify the attackers. But this did not include the defenders on the edge of Edu. Lian Xiao and his men had to pass through them before returning to Edu. Amid the chaos within Edu, the defenders sensed the humans' mental fluctuations. The human-wanted criminal had finally revealed his whereabouts. With a clear target in mind, the Zerg surged towards that direction like a tide. A Zerg guard had just relaxed when it suddenly sensed a faint human mental fluctuation. Nearby, a gun pressed against its shell. Question, vigilance, and the alarm still churning in its brain, all extinguished like a flame. Lian Xiao squeezed the trigger repeatedly. This was the most powerful weapon she could wield outside her mech form. Equipped with a silencer, the Zerg guard's death was silent. After firing continuously, Lian Xiao immediately dropped her gun and rolled. Had she been even a fraction slower, she would have been crushed to a pulp by the collapsed Zerg. Although it's unknown how Ananke managed it, after setting the fire, Ananke advanced from another location outside the city, effectively distracting the Zerg's attention. The thick fog provided Lian Xiao with perfect cover, allowing her to quickly close in and eliminate the Zerg guard. Even so, Lian Xiao inevitably paid the price of injury. Ordinary weapons struggled to blast through the Zerg's shell, and Lian Xiao emptied her magazine before shattering its shell and brain. During this time, the Zerg's corrosive blood drenched her, leaving several burns and corroded wounds. Lian Xiao gritted her teeth and tore off the clothing stuck to her wounds, then, with resigned pain, said to the three men who had followed, "Hurry up." Next, they had to blend into the crowd. By the time the other guards realized they had made a feint to the east and entered the city, it would be difficult to locate them quickly. Lian Xiao silently prayed that Ananke's chaos would last longer, allowing them to use the rioting slaves as cover to approach the Mother Goddess Church. Fortunately, they soon encountered a group of fleeing human slaves and successfully blended into the fleeing crowd. The slaves simply ducked their heads and fled, their faces covered in dust and dirt, so Lian Xiao and his men didn't need to disguise themselves. But the chaos wouldn't last forever. The slaves in front of Lian Xiao suddenly turned and ran in the opposite direction, making the few of them, still heading towards the Mother Goddess Church, stand out. In the air shrouded in ash, the Zerg indiscriminately shot down any human slaves who came within 500 meters of the Mother Goddess Church. Lian Xiao took a deep breath. The straight-line distance from here to the Mother Goddess Church was nearly a kilometer, far exceeding her expected combat range. Should she engage the Mechs in battle, or retreat with the crowd for the time being? Lian Xiao looked at the Mother Goddess Church, now fully exposed, feeling a deep dilemma. At this moment, the Titmouse and Albatross simultaneously raised their hands to their chests, their faces turning pale. A faint ticking sound pierced through their flesh, audible only to themselves amid the chaotic surroundings. The bombs within them had been activated. Albatross's first reaction was to move away from Lian Xiao and scan the area for any Zerg. He could blow himself up, but Lian Xiao couldn't be blown up with him. Small Sparrow grabbed him and quickly whispered to Lian Xiao. There were too many people, and they were struggling. Rather than leaving now, they should all come together to find a solution. Erica might have already discovered them, or even be nearby. Lian Xiao reacted immediately. Lian Xiao shoved Han Mimi into Small Sparrow's arms, only managed to say briefly, "Hold her," before he focused his gaze. The firelight and the faint morning light illuminated Lian Xiao's tense face. If Erica could see clearly that Han Mimi was being used as a sandbag tied to two humanoid explosives, she would definitely not detonate the explosives. Sure enough, the countdown within the Tit Albatross stopped, and at the same moment, Lian Xiao found Erica among the buildings. It was perched atop the Gothic church spire, requiring one to crane their heads to see it. The moment Compound Eyes and Lian Xiao locked eyes, Erica floated like a wisp of ash into the church's stained glass windows. It wanted the princess under Lian Xiao's control. Lian Xiao wanted to silence the explosives within the Tit Albatross. In tacit agreement, the two ran through the flames toward the prayer hall. The battle was imminent. Chapter 238. Pushing open the heavy church door, Lian Xiao and the others, along with the light, plunged into the church's gloomy interior. The door closed behind Lian Xiao, and the scene before her returned to darkness. The church, built of rock and metal, was high and empty. The pulpit and the seats for the faithful had been removed, leaving only the mysterious and magnificent dome. A chill lingered in the empty church like a ghost. The thick fog and the lack of interior lighting made the church's interior almost impossible to see. The only exception was the raging flames outside the stained glass windows, which occasionally flickered and illuminated the ground. A sudden sound of air flow could be heard above Lian Xiao's head. At some point, Erica had climbed to the statue above them, and was falling directly towards them. This was the effect Erica had intended. Darkness is the Zerg's home turf. Erica's body smashed the masonry, creating tiny cracks. Fortunately, Lian Xiao and the others dodged in time. But Erica didn't care about the others' lives at all, and rushed straight towards Han Mimi. Its target from the beginning had been the princess. The damning thing was that Lian Xiao held onto Han Mimi tightly, and then, In the next second, she activated her mech. The previous mech was so badly damaged it would fall apart in a fight. The remaining two were models Lian Xiao frequently used, a Zhulong and a Hecate. In the battle against Erica, Lian Xiao chose the more maneuverable Hecate. Erica caught Lian Xiao off guard, and her plan to recapture the princess was ruined. It stared grimly at the mech, larger than an average Zerg, standing in a faint red glow, trying to find another way. Human, let's make a deal. Tit Albatross and Han Nimi were both in the mech, so Erica couldn't press the detonation button. Leave the princess to me, and I can defuse the bomb. That way, we can all get what we want. I want more than that, Lian Xiao said. Then, without further ado, she charged at Erica. Erica had nearly killed them several times, and there was a bomb lurching inside the Tit Albatross, ready to explode at any moment. Lian Xiao remained calm, while anger swirled within him like a dormant volcano. Killing Erica would solve all of this. With a click, Lian Xiao pulled out Hecate's cold weapon. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp blade transformed into a long snake-like whip. This cold weapon, provided to Lian Xiao by the reserve unit, was an enlarged version of a dagger capable of switching weapon forms at will. Due to its high cost, the enlarged weapon could only switch between sword, knife, and whip forms. Apart from its size, Erica's most notable feature was the spike on its tail. Its appearance resembled a hybrid of a bee and a spider. It possessed multiple pairs of powerful legs and a long sting like a knight's lance, capable of easily piercing its enemies. Lian Xiao raised his hand, locking Erica's stinger with his long whip. He grasped the whip with both hands, tightening it, and dragged Erica towards him. The stones, trampled by countless believers over the centuries, scraped against the rock as Lian Xiao's mech moved at breakneck speed. The small hillock of Zerg was forcibly pulled forward, slamming into the sandstone pillar. The pillar, thick enough to be held by several men, trembled slightly. While it didn't break, the various components that made it up shifted. All this happened in a matter of seconds. Erica had no time to react. Lian Xiao swooped out from behind the pillar, circling it again and again, firmly binding her to it with his long whip. Lian Xiao grabbed the last section of the whip and swung it over Erica's head, aiming his gun at her head. At that moment, the pillar creaked under the weight, and the whip suddenly loosened, causing the bullet Lian Xiao had just fired to deflect slightly. Just as Lian Xiao nearly shot her compound eye, Erica broke the spikes and wriggled free from the rope that left a gap. Then she crashed into the pillar, completely freeing herself from Lian Xiao's control. Bang! The ancient pillars supporting the church collapsed. Erica had a good reason for choosing this spot to begin the fight. The thick stone wall blocked out the sounds of their battle. If you don't hand the princess over to me, you be the only ones to die. Erica spoke faster, sneering, do you think the male Zerg aren't monitoring my whereabouts? In 10 minutes at most, they discover I'm here. It sounds like even if the princess goes with you, you can't guarantee her safety. No wonder it didn't even try to contact you. It knows you're unreliable. Lian Xiao scoffed with sudden realization. The pressure of survival and his ever-increasing hatred of the Zerg had escalated Lian Xiao's caustic remarks. Erica was nearly beside herself with rage. Its massive body, its thin, transparent wings, soared upwards, swooping down towards Lian Xiao. Here it comes. From the moment she activated her mech, Lian Xiao was prepared for this to reveal her position and attract other Zerg soldiers. So she tried to kill Erica as quickly as possible, but she was unexpectedly able to sever her tail stinger, and Hecate couldn't take to the air to fight, putting Lian Xiao in a passive position. She took a deep breath and launched her grappling hook. The grappling hook dove into the pillar, and Hecate swung upwards on the rapidly tightening rope. Lian Xiao used the split second his mech remained on the pillar to fire another grappling hook in another direction. Lian Xiao's speed was so fast it almost seemed like he was flying between the pillars. Lian Xiao nimbly maneuvered with her grappling hook, dodging Erica's charge. In just over 10 seconds, she reached a height of more than 10 meters. But no matter what, there was no place to land on the pillar. Erica kept chasing her, and Lian Xiao's palms were covered in sweat. If she missed a step, she would either be caught by Erica or plummet to the ground. Lian Xiao looked up at where she wanted to go. Near the intersection of the cross vault and the pillar, there was a circular stained glass window. Lian Xiao knew that if she broke it, she would escape. There was a platform outside. The same platform she had seen when she entered Edu, where the Zerg used to play springboard games. The ground was getting farther and farther away from Lian Xiao, and the faces of the statues adorning the pillars were becoming blurred. Outside, the fire seemed to be burning more fiercely, spreading a red glow across the ground, like blood or the crimson surface of a lake rippling at sunset. But just as she was about to reach the top of the pillar, ready to leap towards the stained glass window, she heard a loud rumbling sound. Lian Xiao's heart skipped a beat. In the brief moment she'd been thrown off, Erica had actually toppled an entire pillar, sending it crashing down onto the one she was standing on like dominoes. Unable to leap to another pillar, Lian Xiao hastily kicked away, and within seconds, the one she'd been clinging to collapsed behind her. Lian Xiao forced herself to leap towards the stained glass window, but her body suddenly sank, and Erica grabbed her midair, dragging her toward the ground. She fired her grappling hook, the rope snapped, and Lian Xiao watched helplessly as she closed the distance between her and the stained glass window. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Erica's insect legs encircled Hecate, piercing the mech in multiple places, leaving Lian Xiao unable to move. Using her still-moving mechanical arms, she once again wrapped her whip around the shattered pillar, sending the rock careening straight towards the tightly entwined insect legs and mech. Erica had to let go, or get hit by the rocks along with her. Under Lian Xiao's desperate attack, Erica finally let go of her insect legs and dodged. A split second before being struck by the rock, Lian Xiao grabbed the windowsill with one hand. Cold sweat poured down her body, and a casual glance down was enough to make her dizzy. Lian Xiao had no time to feel nervous. The adrenaline surged, making her feel no pain. With one punch, she shattered the stained glass window and leaped out. A fresh, hot breeze, mixed with choking smoke, blew in Lian Xiao's face, and she saw a pale sun peeking through the thick fog. Erica could hardly believe her eyes. What was Lian Xiao doing? She had exposed herself to the entire city's Zerg. Lian Xiao turned to glance at Erica, then let go and landed on the springboard. A fight was inevitable. Lian Xiao stood on the transparent panel, gazing down at the Zerg below, forcing Erica to catch up. If Erica caught up, its inclination to side with the princess was obvious. Besides dealing with Lian Xiao, it would also have to fend off the attacks of the male insect faction. Watching Erica appear through the cracked window, Lian Xiao took a few steps back. Before the battle began, she said to Han Mimi, "Wow, Erica is truly willing to die for you. Then let Erica die." A cold glint flashed in Lian Xiao's eyes, and she was the first to close in on Erica. A powerful punch deflected Erica's head. Then she grabbed one of Erica's insect legs, bent her knees, and lowered herself, attempting to throw her. Erica avoided being flung away by Lian Xiao, but instead struck the springboard grid. The square slide flipped over, and with Erica's angry scream, a fountain of gold coins erupted. While Erica's attack power and combat prowess weren't exceptional, her size rivaled any Zerg Lian Xiao had fought. Using brute force, she wrestled with Lian Xiao across the springboard. Both struck and hurled each other with all their might. Across the crisscrossing panel, the springboard grids activated, and drinks, gold coins, blades, and poisons leaped out in the path of the desperate struggle. The system's cheerful mechanical tone seemed to celebrate the bloody battle. Erica's determination to save the princess was so strong that even after Lian Xiao blinded one of her compound eyes and tore off her wings, she continued to attack. Soon, a dark green trail of blood covered their wake. "We need the princess," Erica said haltingly, "so we can live like the Zerg. Once the male Zerg faction takes power, their dignity and status, the most prosperous era of Zerg civilization, will be gone forever." Lian Xiao pinned Erica down and smashed her face. "But you haven't allowed humans to live like humans either. Is peace between races so far-fetched, the only possibility left to be enslaved or enslaved?" Lian Xiao recalled the first time she met Erica, her life hanging on her whim. She remembered Erica casually piercing a chickadee's arm like a toy, stepping on her and threatening her with the chickadee albatross. Did Erica ever imagine, in those moments, that she would one day be crushed by tiny ants, easily crushed to death by them? Several lasers shot from different directions at the springboard grid, instantly obliterating it and the prizes within. As Lian Xiao had predicted, the Zerg soldiers arrived. She exerted force with both hands, breaking the last remaining insect leg on Erica's right side with brute force. Half of Erica's body was a bloody mess. Just as it had hurt the titmouse before, so it was suffering now. Lian Xiao leaned close to Erica, so that only she and Erica could hear him. "In fact, the princess knew from the beginning and agreed to my killing you." Erica twitched, and a crystalline liquid flowed from her shrunken compound eyes. Lian Xiao coldly pulled the trigger, ending Erica's life. Amid the choking smoke, Lian Xiao felt a long-lost sense of relief. Erica's name was crossed off her mental kill list, leaving only Lieutenant General Lancaster. Lian Xiao didn't even glance at the terrified crowd or the approaching Zerg soldiers. She jumped off the springboard and ran towards the Mother Goddess Church. A tough battle awaited her. Chapter 239. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The fog had dissipated, and the fire was visibly weakening, its raging flames transforming into rising black smoke. Lian Xiao locked onto the Mother Goddess Church in his system, landed, gathered his strength, and charged out, straight line distance to the Mother Goddess Church, 723 meters. The Hecate, renowned for its maneuverability, was swiftly leaving a trail of afterimages behind, quickly leaving all the buildings in its path behind. She had killed Erica. The tit albatross was safe. Lian Xiao told himself that all that remained was to get Han Mimi into the Mother Goddess Church and then escape Earth. Mission accomplished. Lian Xiao forced himself to ignore the war raging in the gloomy sky above. Even though he had felt a hint of nervousness at the start of his departure, Lian Xiao quickly focused on the task. Taking advantage of the Zerg's moment of distraction, the Hecate swept dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. But the Zerg soldiers were clearly prepared, quickly surging towards Hecate from all sides. The front Zerg soldier flashed the laser muzzle embedded in its shell. Suddenly, lasers blazed not only from behind but also to both sides of Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao ducked his head, dodging a laser beam that was grazing his head, which then shattered a corner of the building. It seemed the Zerg had upgraded these laser weapons, making them far more powerful than anything Lian Xiao had ever seen before. When the distance between Lian Xiao and the Mother Goddess Church closed to within 500 meters, Zerg soldiers appeared directly in front of her, completing their encirclement. This time, there was no choice but to take action. Lian Xiao caressed the burn wound and injected the entire vial of the reagent he had prepared long ago into his body. Instantly, the soreness in his muscles and the tingling in the back of his head disappeared, and a light warmth spread throughout his body. Under the effect of the reagent, Lian Xiao felt as if he had returned to peak strength. A single night's rest wasn't enough time to recover, and Lian Xiao and Erica weren't at their full potential in the battle. Even more severe than the fatigue from her physical injuries was the depletion of her mental energy. Her head ached whenever she tried to think. Without her mental energy, Lian Xiao couldn't sense the Zerg soldiers' movements or the location of their brains, which was why she took the risk of overdosing on the potion that temporarily restored her physical and mental strength. She considered the side effects of the potion once she survived. Whether the potion was deceiving her brain or not, Lian Xiao felt her strength returning. She stepped on the wall, seemingly trying to escape onto the rooftop. Between balance and loss of control, she leaped a second time at a tricky angle onto the back of a Zerg. The next second, she used this as a springboard and grabbed a mid-air tunnel. These tunnels, like snakes, dotted the air above Edu, serving as the roads for some Zerg species. At this moment, Lian Xiao swung her whip and hooked onto one of the tunnels, using its natural slope like a cable car to glide towards her destination. In a short time the night before her departure, Lian Xiao memorized the map around the Mother Goddess Church. To avoid the tidal wave of lasers, she had to constantly shift her position and adjust her route. "The Zerg are following us," Albatross shouted. The tunnel was swarming with Zerg. Their weight alone could collapse it. Not to mention the concentrated lasers, the intense heat melted the upper half of the tunnel. "Yes." Lian Xiao let go and simultaneously kicked the approaching Zerg away. "I leave it to you." It was unrealistic for her to both reach the Mother Goddess Church quickly and defend it on her own. Lian Xiao granted Tit Albatross access to some of their weapons. They were using the images transmitted back from their mech's visual system to target the approaching Zerg. The mech shoulder flaps slid open, and two gun ports spewed bullets. The mech's high-speed flight was almost blurry, but the Tit Albatrosses were among the wings of Liberty's best fighters, and their rapid fire on the move was no problem. As they pounced, they used cold weapons to hit the Zerg's vitals, sending them flying. If they stood in front, they would be blasted away by a volley of bullets. Fortunately, the Tit Albatrosses watched behind her and above her, constantly firing bullets to keep them at bay, helping to relieve some of the pressure. Bullets and lasers poured out from countless gun barrels like a stream, the explosions drowning out all sound, and even Xiao couldn't see anything in the white blur before her eyes. She was already a little numb, mechanically repeating the movements of shaking the Zerg off her and crushing their brains. After killing and shaking off a Zerg, 2 or 3 more would swarm her, and there was no way to kill them all. Hecate's outer protective shell peeled away from the Zerg attack, exposing its components and wiring. The pain Lian Xiao had suppressed with potion surged back. Lian Xiao broke off a second potion. Distance to the Mother Goddess Church, 320 meters. Lian Xiao. The chirping voice of the Tit was urgent, causing Lian Xiao to pause as he thrust the needle into her skin. Han Mimi is beginning to mutate. Han Mimi's pupils dilated, engulfing the whites of her eyes. As her pupils turned completely black, She grasped and peeled the entire layer of skin from her face cleanly to the ground. The gaps between the muscle fibers widened, and rows of eyes squeezed out from the flesh. This wasn't a mutation, it was about to shed this frail shell and return to its true form. Lian Xiao sensed Han Nini's mental power skyrocketing exponentially. His distraction caused a simultaneous pain of bone shattering in his shoulder blade. A Zerg seized the opportunity and slashed at Hecate's shoulder. The hard shell lodged inside the mech, like a nail nailing it to a wall. Seeing the other Zerg about to pounce, tyrannically using numbers and weight to control her, Lian Xiao briefly connected, or rather, invaded, Han Nini's mental channel. Connect to your swarm. Lian Xiao didn't know the principle of the interconnected Zerg swarm, but she guessed that Han Nini, in her half-human, half-Zerg state, had a way to send signals to the rest of her kind. As she spoke, Lian Xiao endured the pain and pushed forward against the Zerg's leg. The excessive pain turned to numbness, and she lost feeling in half her shoulder and arm. The sky was full of Zerg. If she didn't do anything, she would just wait for the other Zerg's limbs to tear her apart like a tin can. Half of her shoulder was severed, and one of her mechanical arms failed. At that moment, all the Zergs stood still for a moment. The princesses will resonated throughout the group. Although the soldiers were all supporters of the Zerg male faction, the deep-seated fear of the Zerg king compelled them to obey instinctively. Bullets buzzed, and the Zerg standing in front of Lian Xiao were riddled with blood. Lian Xiao wielded her blade with one hand, the blade lingering at the most vulnerable joints of the frozen Zerg. Wherever she passed, the Zerg shell shattered, sending black fragments flying. She advanced, stepping over the rolling bullet and shell casings. The world paused for a few seconds, and Lian Xiao charged in Hecate, distance to the Mother Goddess Church, 70 meters. Victory was within reach, and Lian Xiao opened the third potion. To have managed to maintain the performance of his mech and reach this point in such a short time amidst so many Zerg soldiers was an incredible miracle. Lian Xiao had been wounded along the way, and she felt a familiar dizziness. The medicine rushed into her bloodstream, partially restoring her overdrawn energy. She had no strength left, so she gritted her teeth and ran, pulling herself forward with her long whip. Obedience to the male Zerg faction still triumphed over the remaining power of the Zerg king. The Zerg tied behind Lian Xiao surged, a dense web of lasers, almost forming a net, but Lian Xiao had already reached her destination. She kicked a wooden door to pieces and tumbled into the Mother Goddess Church. The lasers stopped at the door, as if there was a dividing line there, and the Zerg soldiers outside dared not enter. Lian Xiao panted heavily and stumbled towards the central altar. Suddenly, Lian Xiao looked up sharply, feeling an extremely powerful mental force that threatened to crush her. Several pairs of eyes shone in the mineral rooms that dotted the dome. How could there be no spectators witnessing this celebration? These Zerg were all S-rank. 7 hours after Susera ordered the counterattack on Haiyan, the Alliance fleet landed on the planet and recaptured control of the planet and its air defense port. In the hours that the Zerg occupied Haiyan, order on the planet collapsed, and the city was reduced to near ruins. Citizens who had evacuated underground or into shelters in time escaped destruction, but their peaceful world was drastically altered. Only after hearing the Alliance broadcast and seeing the Alliance troops did they gradually begin to believe they were safe. Destruction is easy, restoring order and the city takes a long time. The adjutant reported the air defense port to Susera. Regaining control of the port revealed a record of it having been manually activated. And thanks to the activation command, the port was saved from complete destruction. Surprisingly, they discovered Christina was still alive, though her situation was grim. Susera was silent for a moment. Christina was also her student, and the war machine had already claimed the lives of young cadets once it was set in motion. One more thing, the adjutant stammered. Lieutenant General Lancaster will soon arrive in the Curtis district. What's he doing there? Susera immediately thought of a possibility and sneered. To steal the credit? The adjutant thought that was too blunt. The tyrant had disobeyed military orders and privately decided to launch the attack on Haiyan Star, angering the military brass. On his way to confront the tyrant on behalf of certain high-ranking officials, Lieutenant General Lancaster received news of the victory and, believing the enemy's strength in the Curtis district was limited, further confirmed his suspicions. Since this was the case, Lieutenant General Lancaster began to consider an excuse to relieve the tyrant of command and take over himself. Susera had no mood to deal with opportunists. He raised his chin and ordered, block the news of Lancaster's arrival. Once within capture range, seize his starship. The adjutant closed his eyes, indignant that he had been dragged into these conflicts, even though he only wanted to be a messenger. Yes, sir. The system suddenly sounded a continuous alarm, gradually increasing in intensity. Susara's expression changed, then he smiled sarcastically, emphasizing, "Bring them here." Lieutenant Admiral Lancaster was looking for credit, wasn't he? Then, grant his wish and send him to the front lines. A larger enemy fleet, larger than expected, has entered the vicinity of Hyan Star. Chapter 240. On the starship bound for Hyan Star. Officers sat at their operating systems, working frantically. The entire space was filled with the clacking of rapidly typing keyboards and the perfectly timed electronic prompts of the artificial intelligence. Everyone was completely focused, diligently fulfilling their roles as tiny cogs in the wheel. These sounds were based on Vice Admiral Lancaster's imagination. A completely transparent partition separated him from his subordinates, allowing him to enjoy a moment of solitude. On a wartime starship, such silence was even more precious and luxurious. Vice Admiral Lancaster admired the hard work of his colleagues and felt confident in his next plan. On entering the Curtis sector, Vice Admiral Lancaster received the good news from the military headquarters that he was replacing Susharad. Normally, he would have simply slapped the transfer order in Susharad's face, forcing the tyrant to leave in disgrace, leaving him to take over the tyrant's fleet. But out of caution, Vice Admiral Lancaster brought 2 combat starships in addition to his own. Whether it was the tyrant or her student, they were both too much of a nuisance. One had thwarted their plan to find the 4th prototype, and refused to surrender even in Samire prison, making him impossible to kill. How could another Susara disregard military orders, and win the battle so easily? With Susara as a comparison, the public image the pro-war faction had painstakingly cultivated would be severely undermined. Still, Lieutenant General Lancaster had to thank Susara for paving the way for him. Since the Curtis sector front was less dangerous, there was enough room for several decisive victories, making it the fastest to be liberated. The adjutant entered, reporting on the real-time polling data. As expected, once the war broke out, voices advocating a firm stance and refusing peace talks began to rise. Vice Admiral Lancaster flipped through the numbers with satisfaction, each one potentially translating into support for him. Suddenly, the starship shook violently, and Vice Admiral Lancaster's mental imagery spilled out like tea in a cup before him. "What's going on?" Vice Admiral Lancaster exclaimed angrily. Reporting through the ranks, the adjutant pressed the communicator, his face gradually turning pale. Feeling insecure, he forced himself to maintain composure. "They're sent by the tyrant, saying they're here to greet you." "What do you mean by greet?" Vice Admiral Lancaster slammed the table. "I think they're trying to hold me hostage. They're trying to put me under house arrest." Given the tyrant's character, he would never surrender command unceremoniously. Vice Admiral Lancaster sneered, feeling incredibly foresight. Those 2 battle starships hadn't been brought in vain. Speed up and distance yourself from those people. If the tyrants attempt to stop us again, have starships 1 and 2 open fire. The adjutant looked confused and terrified, his own words finding it unbelievable. Report, those people didn't stop us. They locked onto our starships and pulled us forward at high speed. What? They sent us a picture. The adjutant's voice trembled slightly. He and Vice Admiral Lancaster both saw the vast enemy fleet heading towards Hyan Star. It was Vice Admiral Lancaster's turn to be horrified. He was now the overall commander of the Curtis sector front, the responsibility of facing the combined forces of the Zerg Empire. A responsibility he had so proudly seized. The enemy fleet that had entered Hyan Star's surveillance range was just the tip of the iceberg. Gu Chanfeng peered out the narrow window, barely catching sight of a corner of the starship nearby. The ship they were on, along with Cephas, was guarded by a third-class battleship on each side, shifting position from time to time like birds circling low over the water. This configuration was due to Cephas's command of the Imperial Guard and other mechs, making him one of the most important figures on the battlefield. Gu Chanfeng recalled the comments of various experts and instructors on the combat methods of the Second Zerg invasion. The advent of mechs transformed the dynamics of space and near-surface warfare, as well as surface offensive and defensive warfare. Space was no longer simply a contest of starship numbers and artillery firepower. The starships themselves had become fortresses or strongholds to be captured, and the mechs, tasked with both attack and defense, became crucial. The Empire had devoted years of dedicated effort to the development of mechs, and this battle saw them deploy all their best weapons. Intelligence from the Alliance army continued to trickle in. The tyrant had swiftly captured Hyan Star, but the military hadn't yet responded to the request for reinforcements. Instead, Lieutenant General Lancaster was appointed commander. Both of these were encouraging news for the Empire. The war had precipitated irreconcilable conflict between factions within the military. The heavy weight of emotion weighed heavily on Gu Chongfeng's chest. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Different ideologies and a thirst for power kept the balance between the different factions constantly fluctuating. Perhaps the idea that all humanity would unite in the face of a formidable enemy was itself the greatest illusion. All he could do now was wait. Directly above him, a few meters, was Cephas's command room. Thanks to Cephas's habit of immersing himself in his own world, even on the battlefield, Cephas and his assistants issued orders through the command room's communication system. This meant that only Cephas and his assistant were in the core command room, making their elimination easy. The Imperial twins, Gu Chongfeng, and the others planned to take control of the starship and escape to the Alliance in 2 steps. Step 1. Gu Chongfeng would kill Cephas and his assistant and seize control of the command room. Step 2. The Imperial twins would kill the guards' mechs and thereby take control of the entire ship. The simpler the plan, the easier it was to execute. Gu Chongfeng had no objection, but he raised a question. The Imperial mech's combat footage will be transmitted back to the Empire in real time. What are you going to do? The Imperial twins were stunned. Teresa, unfazed by the embarrassment of having her recorded last words overheard, calmly explained, the footage will only be available when Cephas orders the guards to attack from the spacecraft. There's no need to worry about premature exposure. Gu Chongfeng silently observed them for 2 or 3 seconds before looking away. What he really wanted to ask was, with their mother held hostage by the Imperial family, what would the twins do? Were they truly going to abandon their biological mother? As a collaborator, Gu Chongfeng naturally hoped the Imperial twins would be more ruthless and avoid unnecessary complications. However, as a normal person, he wouldn't even consider abandoning his family from the outset. The starship slowed down, a prelude to the fleet adjusting its formation and preparing for an attack. Gu Chongfeng carefully removed a mesh panel, slowly stretched his limbs a few times, and then slipped into the narrow tunnel at the rear. His 2 days of work as a shipwright weren't in vain. He knew most of the starship's structure by heart. The Cephas command room was heavily guarded, and no one had even mentioned a frontal assault. With the Imperial twins' assistance, he was able to enter this core area. This passage led to the control room, used by robots to inspect components. The walls of the heat dissipation pipes practically touched Gu Chongfeng's face. In such a cramped and claustrophobic environment, it would be difficult for the average person to move, let alone maintain composure. Gu Chongfeng used his hands and feet, precisely controlling his body posture, to climb silently. Until he opened the door to the control room, the situation inside was unknown. Gu Chongfeng took a deep breath to regulate his heart rate. A muffled sound leaked through the gap. Gu Chongfeng listened for 2 seconds before bursting out. Instantly, he completed the movement from bending to rolling and then pushing himself up. The sound forcibly pulled Cephas back to reality from his own world. Cephas frowned unhappily and, along with his assistant, looked towards the source of the noise. Gu Chongfeng's powerful burst of energy closed the distance of several meters, like teleportation. The next second, Gu Chongfeng appeared behind the assistant, his arms locking around his head and neck. With a snap, the assistant's head was pulled 180 degrees, his cervical vertebrae shattered and his head drooped limply. Before the assistant could register what had happened, his eyes gradually lost their luster. Gu Chongfeng believed that a quick twist of the neck was the quietest and safest way to kill the enemy. As for Cephas, a thin, delicate blade slipped from Gu Chongfeng's sleeve, and he grasped it in his hand, pressing it against the back of Cephas's neck. Gu Chongfeng, are you Gu Chongfeng? Cephas didn't even have time to stand from his seat. He didn't care about his assistant's sudden death, instead flashing a wild, excited smile. Gu Chongfeng's disguise was instantly visible to him. He stared at him like a child catching a long-desired toy. Why are you on the starship? The timing of your Sumru prison information source's cessation coincided with the princess's disappearance. A secret mission for the Alliance military? Monitoring the Empire? Cephas's mind was so erratic, he managed to piece everything together from tiny details. Let me guess who brought you aboard, you bastards? Has the mind fusion been resolved? They already rebelled. Cephas' pupils dilated slightly with excitement. Even with the blade pressing against the back of his neck, he spoke fluently. Want to kill me? Why not? Why not stay and let me study you? Cephas didn't even think of calling for help or running away. His fingers tightly grasped Gu Chongfeng's arm, his heart filled with joy. This was the most suitable person in the world to pilot the Seraph. With Gu Chongfeng here, the Seraph, the product of his meticulous work, could unleash its full power. If only these pilots could carry Gu Chongfeng's genes. No, If only clones of Gu Chanfeng could be mass-produced. Goodbye. Gu Chanfeng plunged the knife into the back of Cefas's head. Cefas's body stiffened, and he slumped back into his seat with his eyes open. He was still alive, but his consciousness would never return. Gu Chanfeng severed Cefas's brain stem. For a scientific lunatic like Cefas, who defied common sense, Gu Chanfeng instinctively knew he would have a backup plan. The loss of vital signs might trigger an alarm. Even without such a mechanism, a vegetative state would likely be more painful than death for a scientific enthusiast who prided himself on his intelligence. Gu Chanfeng quickly took control of the system, briefly familiarizing himself with it, erasing the previous few minutes of surveillance footage and replacing it with a copy of the previous footage. The guards outside the gate were not alarmed, and the communication system functioned normally. The Empire's most brilliant mech pilot had perished, yet the outside world remained unaware. From that moment on, Gu Chanfeng controlled the starship and the Imperial Guards. Under his command, all restrictions on the starship were lifted, facilitating the Imperial Twins' ability to kill their teammates. The Imperial Guards were separated. Although suspicious, a mech soldier, fearing to defy Cefas authority, was ordered to the preparation bay along with the Imperial Twins. At that moment, a light flickered on the console, and Gu Chanfeng froze in his tracks as he issued the command, a call request from the Emperor. They anticipated the possibility of being exposed, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Chapter 241. Gu Chanfeng stared at the pop-up communication box, a fierce battle brewing in his mind. The monotonous, piercing notification tone continued, gradually fading. Worse still, there was a time limit for answering the call. We may not have been discovered yet. The notification tone abruptly stopped. Francois said, his voice slightly tense. Swallowing unconsciously, I observed that Cefas doesn't always answer the Emperor's calls. Will the Emperor become suspicious? 1 second, 2 seconds. Gu Chanfeng and the Imperial Twins waited as if facing a formidable enemy, losing all sense of the passage of time. The notification tone stopped, as if it had faded. The three of them regained their composure within their frozen bodies, but the icy palpitations persisted. Teresa, the Emperor won't just call on Cefas this time. We might not be so lucky next time. They had long been in contact with and understood the Emperor, and they knew perfectly well what a cruel and manipulative man he was. The Emperor would not tolerate the loss of control felt by anyone who might stray beyond his control. When will the next time be? Gu Chanfeng felt only a brief moment of fear before immediately returning to the controls of the starship. He calmly divided the guards into groups and dispatched them to different areas without leaving a trace. Francois, who had been in and out of the command room more frequently, whispered, "It may not follow the usual schedule, but the Emperor and Cefas will hold a tactical meeting at 9 o'clock at the latest. That means less than an hour and a half at most. According to the system's prediction, the Zerg Empire's combined fleet would enter the firing range with the Alliance in approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes. Gu Chanfeng took a deep breath and said nothing more. Let's kill quickly. The biggest obstacle to controlling a starship is the guards aboard. Taking full command of the guards and all other Imperial mechs is no easy task. The sheer volume of pending matters within the starship alone keeps piling up every few minutes. Cefas and his assistant are like efficient robots. Thankfully, under Cefas's rules, most of the less urgent matters are resolved during the reporting process. When issuing orders to the guards and other starships, Gu Chanfeng intentionally incorporated his own strategic plans, so that during the final engagement, the mechs wouldn't be suspicious of Cefas's sudden change of command. Gu Chanfeng flipped through a file in the system. Not killing Cefas was indeed the right decision. Many files and system functions related to the guards required Cefas's biometric information. To prevent defection, all members of the guards underwent mind fusion surgery. 15-person teams formed a mind fusion unit, represented in the system by a dot matrix of varying shades. The Imperial Twins, participating in the Mecha League, were an exception. Only 3 of their consciousnesses remained fused. Gu Chanfeng silently watched the points in the same matrix as the Imperial Twins. Suddenly, all 3 went dark simultaneously. He intercepted and deleted the warning about the death of the guards member and asked the Imperial Twins on the other end of the communicator, "Did the operation go smoothly?" "Yes." Francois and Teresa, in different dimensions, spoke in unison. Teresa, looking at her teammate, who had collapsed at her feet, felt something in her heart and added, "We can attack the other teams now." The teammates hadn't thought anything of their deaths, and hadn't had time to resist. Only when Teresa completely closed the backdoor connecting them in her mind, and the other party could no longer read her thoughts, did their eyes widen in shock, as if realizing for the first time that the Imperial twins had actually betrayed them. Would you realize that a part of your brain had always maintained its own consciousness, had been deceiving you, plotting your death? Teresa stared down at the teammate for a few seconds. She was the teammate who had been fond of Lian Xiao. Just before she was killed, she had been chattering nervously in Teresa's mind. No one could now penetrate the barriers of her consciousness and unscrupulously spy on and influence her thoughts, but the habits etched into her by those who had lived together with her would never fade. She had killed a part of herself. Teresa's mind had been freed, now it was her body's turn. Automatic doors swung open one by one, and everything on the starship made way for the Imperial twins' slaughter. They dispatched 15 members of the guards at once, first using potent anesthetic gas and hypothermia to render an entire unit of mechs unconscious, then dissecting each seraph open and pulling out the fragile bodies. The advantage of allowing these mechs, whose consciousnesses had been fused together, to die simultaneously was that they didn't have to endure multiple rounds of agony. Their blood quietly merged into a lake beneath them. The matrix gradually dimmed, and by the end, neither of the Imperial twins bothered to clean up the bloodstains, leaving the corridors strewn with bloody footprints. Excellent. The remaining ordinary officers and soldiers posed even less of a threat. The minute hand ticked, and Gu Chongfeng's heartbeat raced. He rested his hands on the control panel, his eyes fixed on the gradually overlapping red and blue fleets. We soon made contact with the Alliance starships. But just then, the communication chime rang out. The sharp tone echoed for a few seconds, barely giving time for the call to be answered or turned off. A screen suddenly appeared, revealing Emperor Lowenberg, his gaze piercing Cephas's command room. The Imperial twins were right. The Emperor's control urge was extreme, and he possessed the unilateral power to call at any time. The reason he hadn't forced the call earlier was to give Cephas some face. The Emperor frowned. The young mech pilot he relied on closed his eyes in his seat, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion. The Emperor, patiently calling Cephas's name twice, suddenly twitched the other person's eyelids, and he slumped forward, revealing the back of his neck stained with dried blood. Cephas slammed the console, terminating the call. Cephas is dead. Who else but the Imperials could possibly kill Cephas? Words like betrayal and treason flashed through the Emperor's mind. He abruptly stood up, stepped forward, and sternly ordered, "Inform the Imperial fleet. No orders from Cephas are to be carried out. I will personally command them." The two starships on the left and right immediately attack and seize control of the starship Laurel. The Laurel was Cephas's starship, but the Emperor's roar was still a step too slow. Across the light curtain that stretched across the lavish banquet hall, the focused Laurel suddenly tilted and accelerated to the right. Bright sparks erupted between the two starships. Facing the first-class starship Laurel, its escorting ships were like humans facing a giant, their reckless ram crushing them by a third. The Laurel then ran to the left, destroying both escort ships. Ships exploded and melted, their tiny components sucked away by space, drifting through the cosmos. The lucky few who survived were forced to abandon ship and flee, and several escape pods were hastily launched. The banquet hall fell into a hushed silence. The Emperor's carefully trimmed beard trembled violently, and the nobles retreated in fear, fearful of the rage pent up within him, ready to shatter them. Do these traitors think they can escape? The Emperor sneered, shattering the crystal goblet, which shattered at his feet. The Laurel, like a drunk, revealed the traitor piloting it to be a complete novice. It stumbled forward, accelerating, breaking Cephas's carefully orchestrated formation. But soon, the guns of the surrounding starships were trained on the Laurel, and the Emperor appeared on every screen on every starship. With battle with the Alliance imminent, the Emperor needed to quickly resolve the chaos on the Laurel, using this opportunity to make an example of someone else. My dear, esteemed warriors, the entire Empire is grateful for your bravery. I, Emperor Lowenberg, raise my glass to you. The Emperor gave a false smile. The faces of the nobles and ladies seated beside him were reflected in the wine glasses, twisting into pale, stiff smiles. The Emperor extended a hand over these distinguished individuals. Knights of the Imperial Guard, your families will also raise their glasses to you. Your Emperor has indeed resorted to this tactic. Gu Chongfeng, concentrating on driving the ship, spared a moment's glance. Teresa reached out to turn off the escape pod screen, but found it wouldn't. She calmly commented, if he didn't, he wouldn't be the Emperor we know. Gu Chongfeng and the Imperial twins were not aboard the Laurel. They created a time difference. Knowing from the outset that the Emperor would undoubtedly notice something unusual, Gu Chongfeng pre-entered the starship commands. After the Imperial twins had eliminated all the members of the guards, he quietly boarded the right frigate. With Cephas's orders, The frigate wouldn't question the identities of these 3 men. Then, the Laurel, on autopilot, rammed the frigate, and Gu Chanfeng and the Imperial twins conveniently ejected in their escape pods. All this happened silently. Who could have imagined that the unfortunate survivors of the traitors' attack were the very traitors they were seeking? Space in the escape pods was limited. Gu Chanfeng, Teresa, and Francois, in one, were taking advantage of the chaos to sail past the larger starships toward the Alliance starship. Teresa lowered her eyes, not looking at the hostages. Lady Adelaide, the biological mother of the Imperial twins, was at the Emperor's side. The hostages knew something was going on. The traitor was among their siblings or children. Lady Adelaide seemed terrified, leaning uncomfortably close to the Emperor's arm. This woman's beauty had nothing to do with age. Even with her 2 grown children, she still exuded an innocent fear, like a fragile, precious branch entangled in the gardener's fence. "Perhaps you wish to say something, madam?" the Emperor asked her gently. Lady Adelaide had never been so stared at before. She shuddered and retreated, then paused. She whispered, barely audible, "Francois, Therese." What followed was probably a show of persuading the enemy to surrender and show their loyalty. Therese thought calmly. But the next moment, she heard a crisp sound, heard by everyone on the starship. Lady Adelaide had accidentally smashed the glass, the largest fragment plunging into her neck. Weapons were not allowed in the banquet hall, and the attendants were horrified. They had been deceived by Madame Adelaide's weakness and cowardice. She could easily harm the Emperor, who was only an arm's length away. The guests screamed and fled, and the attendants shot Madame Adelaide. Teresa's mind went blank. A steady stream of blood stained the woman's white neck and chest. She clutched the shards of glass, tears streaming down her face in fear, mumbling, "Francois, Therese." She fell at the Emperor's feet like a lamb, her breath fading. No one except herself had anticipated her death. And the way she had chosen to die prevented her from ever looking up at the man she loved. Madame Adelaide was dead. Therese felt a sense of unreality. The twins' biological mother was dead. The shackles that the Emperor had believed he could control so suddenly collapsed. Why? Why commit suicide? Why die in front of us like this? Teresa stared blankly as the Emperor's attendants dragged the woman out like trash. The Emperor didn't even spare a glance at the woman he had loved his entire life. Unless she wanted to die herself. Teresa suddenly realized. From their recorded last words, from the events leading up to their departure, a mother couldn't be insensitive to her children's strangeness. She had known from the beginning that they would never return. And she seemed to be the Emperor's only threat to them. Teresa's face twitched, and a smile uglier than tears appeared. But Lady Adelaide didn't know that whether she was alive or dead was no longer a threat to her. Teresa's last memory of her was Lady Adelaide tearfully begging her to obey the Emperor's order and marry a dying nobleman. She might have loved her, but she loved the Emperor even more. She loved Lady Adelaide. No child could fail to love their mother. She hated Lady Adelaide. "Mother, why did you love me and yet cause me pain?" The line between love and hate was so blurred. In a way, she was Lady Adelaide's murderer. Did Lady Adelaide feel a moment of happiness when they cried at birth over 20 years ago? Did Lady Adelaide feel any regret when she died for them over 20 years later? Teresa finally sobbed. It turned out that it was just 2 cries, and her mother-daughter relationship with Lady Adelaide had come to an end. "The Empire has discovered us," Gu Chanfeng said, swerving sharply, the escape pods brushing past a starship. The 2 escape pods' erratic trajectory could no longer be concealed. Dozens of combat vehicles were released from neighboring starships, surrounding them, and at that moment, the Imperial advanced ships confronted the Alliance ships, and the battle began. Chapter 242. Gu Chanfeng felt his palms sweat. He had learned to fly aircraft in school, of course. But damn, the chances of a mecha soldier needing to fly aircraft in the future were practically zero. The academy only taught the basics. While he managed to get first place, who's to say a top scorer on the exam could outperform a professional pilot? Besides, the Imperial escape pod was designed solely for survival. Its controls even worse than those of some model toys. Countless beams of light streaked through the pod. Gu Chanfeng pulled the lever to the floor, causing it to tremble violently, shaking off the lasers behind it. Teresa was no longer to be counted on, and Francois and the other escape pod could only hope for the best. Gu Chanfeng felt like he was driving a nearly broken tractor, narrowly escaping a pursuit car. The starship ahead was suddenly attacked, a tiny crack in the previously tight formation. Gu Chanfeng's spirits flared, and he seized the opportunity to pivot his escape pod 180 degrees, flying into the narrow gap between the 2 starships. Even the slightest collision with the starship caused sparks to fly. With the exception of Francois, who was following closely behind them. The remaining combat aircraft were caught off guard by this sudden change, and most of them crashed directly into their own starships. His plan had worked. The Alliance fleet engaging the Imperial fleet also realized that while the Imperial fleet appeared to be tightly organized, it was actually easily defeated. After opening a gap, the Imperial fleet was slow to react, and was unable to organize an effective counterattack. It was Gu Chanfeng who, while impersonating Cephas and issuing orders, had unwittingly made subtle adjustments to the entire Imperial fleet's offensive structure. Although the Emperor later issued a timely order, forbidding the remaining starships from carrying out Cephas's orders, the Empire's preoccupation with ferreting out the traitor, coupled with a series of unexpected events, meant that the Imperial fleet was unable to return to its original formation until the battle began. A seemingly minor deviation proved fatal. Without a strong, unified command, the Imperial starships at the forefront were like headless flies. Some, under fire, even collided head-on with nearby friendly ships in their hasty attempts to evade the trajectory of the projectiles. The intersecting routes of several starships blocked the front's desperate attempts to maneuver, and the rear's eagerness to advance and attack. Susera, concentrate all firepower on the bombardment. The Emperor roared, disperse. Who ordered you to do this, you idiots? The humans aboard the starships couldn't hear the explosion, but for a moment, a bright ball of light shone across everyone's retinas. The huddled Imperial starships ignited like a fuse, scattering the densely packed ships around them one after another. It was as if this corner of the universe had been shaken, sending ripples of light and heat cascading rapidly into infinity. Gu Chanfeng released his grip, both hands clutching the wallet in his chest pocket. It was the only personal possession he had brought from the Alliance to the Empire, and then returned intact. In such a glare that could make one weep even with closing one's eyes, manually piloting the escape pod was impossible. Perhaps the next second the pod would collide with the tilting surface of the starship, or the next second the fragments of an exploding aircraft would be headed their way. They could only hope for luck. The glare faded, and Gu Chanfeng found he could clearly see the control panel. The self-driving escape pod had miraculously traversed the long gap and reached what should have been the front of the Imperial fleet, which had returned to normal. Several Imperial starships had been blasted to smithereens. A dead silence reigned, with metal fragments and human remains floating everywhere. A cosmic graveyard. Gu Chanfeng, the instigator of this scene, naturally felt no pleasure. But compared to his peers, and even to similarly aged military cadets, his family upbringing had given him a deeper understanding of the nature of war. Gu Chanfeng calmly reactivated the escape pod's drive, wasting no time in sentimentalizing. As he drove into this cosmic graveyard he had created, he thought, at least this way, his chances of returning alive to see his father and Lian Xiao were greater. No, we still haven't shaken off the fighter aircraft. Teresa pressed against the window, anxiously looking back. The Empire's fighter aircraft had surprisingly survived the firefight and escaped being shot down. By this point, they were visible, clinging closely to Francois's escape pod, which had lagged behind them. The pilots of these fighter aircraft were determined to die. The enraged Emperor issued a death order. The traitors must be killed, or they would have no reason to return. On the silent battlefield dotted with floating space debris, escape pods and combat aircraft scurried through the erratically shifting obstacles. But they were so tiny compared to the starships maneuvering on either side, any burst of fire would have annihilated them. Teresa's knuckles turned white as she gripped the window. They caught up with Francois. Gu Chanfeng had always been in control of the escape pod. Even if he hadn't turned back to rescue Francois, Therese couldn't have done anything. Before she could finish her words, Gu Chanfeng had already yanked the joystick. The escape pod, with a resounding, unbearable noise, turned around and slammed into the nearest combat aircraft at a sharp angle. The latter, unable to dodge, also collided with the space debris. The chain reaction of the collision allowed Francois to free himself from the tight squeeze between the two fighter craft. Neither of the Imperial twins' piloting skills matched Gu Chanfeng's, and Francois remained close behind them. At that moment, the Alliance adjusted their angle and launched a new attack. A barrage of laser fire erupted, and Francois couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was truly unlucky. A fragment propelled by the energy cannon sliced through his escape pod like a guillotine, damaging its most crucial power module. His pod's energy life was rapidly decreasing. Gu Chanfeng keenly sensed an abnormality in Francois's escape pod. Out of caution for the Imperial twins, he could also see the status of the other pod. One glance, and Gu Chanfeng knew the situation was critical. Teresa's face paled, and she briefly lost her mind. "What should we do?" she asked. "Two options. Go back, get Francois out of the ship, and transfer him to this escape pod. Gu Changfeng said quickly, or share some of this escape pod's energy with Francois. Both options were fraught with risk, and the likelihood of success was low. The combat aircraft were lingering again. If they turned back to rescue Francois at this moment, they might get both escape pods shot down. Sharing the energy with Francois, even though the Alliance starships were right in front of them, there was no guarantee the available energy would sustain both pods reaching their target. Furthermore, after the chaos, the Emperor had finally assumed command of the Imperial fleet and, with murderous intent, ordered the nearby starships to raise their guns and aim at them. Time was running out for them to rescue Francois. Gu Changfeng was about to turn back again when he was stopped. Teresa shook her head with difficulty, barely perceptibly. Gu Changfeng was stunned. He couldn't call himself Francois a friend, but having fled all the way from the Empire to this place, he didn't want to see him fall. The Alliance starship was clearly ahead. Go! Teresa's emotional control seemed to collapse with the word. She forcibly grabbed the controls, tears streaming down the lever she pulled to the floor. Go! The cry was faint, and the escape pod paused for a moment before leaping forward. Gu Changfeng was so stunned that he didn't react for a long time. The twins separated, Teresa abandoning Francois. Even though, rationally, this was the best way to ensure someone's escape. The pilots of the spacecraft chasing Francois were also amazed. They all knew the traitor's identity. Illegitimate twins never separated, practically one. In the fraction of a second they were stunned, Francois's escape pod made a new move. He's a very, very lucky guy, Francois thought. The moment Therese turned, he realized her decision faster than anyone else. They were always the ones in the world who understood and supported each other's decisions best. Francois smiled with relief, released the joystick, and crashed into the fighter craft. He wasn't trying to escape, but to hold him back with his own death. Don't feel guilty. I'm glad you achieved the freedom you desire. Let's go, take my luck with you, and don't look back. In his final seconds, Francois muttered to the universe outside the window. He was a lucky fellow. In his life, he had close comrades, he had experienced family, he had fought, he had pursued. He had lived a good life. The fire from the collision between the escape pod and the combat aircraft was obscured by the even greater flames of the battle between the Alliance Empire. It was like a bright star flaring behind them, then extinguishing. The escape pod glided, and they were almost reaching the Alliance starship. Teresa's hand, tightly gripping the joystick, finally loosened its grip. She felt tears wet her hand, and at the same time, a light, ethereal feeling came over her. It was something called freedom. The chains that had bound her were finally severed one by one. She was no longer a caged bird. It was like a climber finally reaching the summit, the cool air pouring unimpeded into her lungs. Teresa felt cold and clear. But she looked around and realized there was no one else in the universe to share her joy. At the moment of the Haiyan Star battle, a grueling battle unfolded simultaneously within the Mother Goddess Church. 1, 2, 3. 5. 5S class. Lian Xiao had never wished so badly that she couldn't count. Lian Xiao laboriously leaned against the artificial mineral tree and took a deep breath. The 5S class Zergs in the church waited patiently for her to prepare, not immediately attacking. 5S class Zergs, one Zerg per finger, could form a hand and swing at her. At this point, Lian Xiao's mind began to wander, and a strange thought occurred to her. Touching the fourth potion, Lian Xiao hesitated to inject it. Things doubled before her eyes, and the needle kept hitting the wrong vein. In the end, she had to rely on the system to help with the injection. She'd probably die here. Lian Xiao clenched his fists and took a step forward. But so what? Before she died, she had to send Han Mimi away, make her keep her promise, and end this war. Another overwhelming, passionate emotion dispelled her fear, and Lian Xiao, who had been taking a deep breath, gradually began to laugh. She was born on Earth, and she would die on Earth. That might not be a bad ending. She could finally go home. Lian Xiao repeated the same coordinates as before, solemnly instructing Han Mimi, if I die, bury me here. With that, she stepped onto the church pews and leaped upward, simultaneously wielding her long whip. A cold light flashed from her other mechanical hand. The potion's effects pushed her willpower, focus, and mental strength to their peak. Lian Xiao controlled the S-class Zerg while, with precise calculation, shattering the shell of another. Then she raised her hand again, dragging the Zerg towards the second, adjusting her body to kick the third in the face. In just a few seconds, Lian Xiao, with incredibly precise body control, attacked the Zergs with all her might, ensuring that not a single attack was ineffective. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outpace the fourth and fifth Zergs. Lian Xiao only heard the scraping sound of their takeoffs, and the next second, Hecate's head tumbled from the mech's shoulders. Chapter 243. If someone were to recreate this scene, it would likely be a scene of Xing Tian battling the Zerg. The insect leg that severed Hecate's head was like a spinning blade, tearing through the connection between the mech's head and shoulder in the blink of an eye. Lian Xiao flew out of the head, her visual system cut off, and she could no longer see the outside world. Relying solely on memory, she grasped the whip with one hand and swung beneath the first attacking Zerg, successfully avoiding the insect leg's continued slash. As she descended, Lian Xiao released the restrictions of her sea of consciousness. Although she narrowly avoided the attack, it also meant that she had to actively move away from the attacking Zerg's range. Lian Xiao was decisive when necessary and cautious when necessary. Hecate was still capable of combat, and Lian Xiao didn't want to use her last mech, the Zhulong. She wanted to track the enemy's position in real time by using the Zerg's mental energy fluctuations. An intense headache and dizziness followed, leaving Lian Xiao's stomach churning with indifference. Compared to the mental power of several S-rank Zergs, she was a tiny insect beneath a giant's feet. She let go and fell, landing near the altar. The energy ball she had seen through her mental power also fell, engulfing her. Less than a second into the actual battle, Lian Xiao realized how naive she had been. The speed and strength of the S-rank Zerg were unmatched by any other Zerg, even the A+ rank. She had only encountered an S-rank Zerg once before, and that was the first prototype Zerg in the Tiangita system. Aside from a red dragon in its berserk state, which could keep up with the prototype's attack, Lian Xiao had been left to wait for the slaughter. There's no doubt she's stronger now, but she's still not strong enough to fight the S-class Zerg. Lian Xiao piloted the Hecate, running, dodging, and leaping. Seats, decorations, and floor tiles shattered in her path. Cold sweat streamed down Lian Xiao's back, his nerves on edge. If she missed even a second, the entire mech would be shattered by the terrifying combined attack of 5 S-class Zerg. No, she couldn't keep running like this. Just 2 seconds after Lian Xiao leaped onto the altar, the Zerg were chasing her, forcing her to shift positions again. Lian Xiao's stamina was rapidly declining. Under the relentless onslaught, she could only run about, unable to land any effective blows. If she kept this up, it would only be a matter of time before she made a mistake and was killed by the Zerg. What could she possibly use to defeat the S-class Zerg? Weapons. The word popped into Lian Xiao's mind. The military was quite generous with their equipment. Lian Xiao had fought his way back from Edu, risking his life to get here. He only had 1/3 of his ammunition left, including some high-damage weapons. She needed to free her hands to attack while moving. Lian Xiao couldn't do it alone, but she had the Titmouse and the Albatross. The problem was, with her visual system damaged, Lian Xiao could no longer transmit external information to the Titmouse and the Albatross through her internal systems. Han Mimi! Lian Xiao shouted. Instantly, a new mental connection was formed. Han Mimi, twitching and returning to her original form, received the signal from Lian Xiao's consciousness and marked the target for the Titmouse and the Albatross to fire at. Lian Xiao miraculously became a half-human, half-insect arc, the 4 of them united through her. Hecate ran again, and this time the Mecha became a turret for the Titmouse and the Albatross to fire at. Most bullets and artillery fire had no effect on S-rank Zergs. Shell casings quickly obliterated the pattern on the ground, and the Zergs, caught in the concentrated fire, were shrouded in dense flames. At this moment, humanity's accumulated civilization gradually eroded the Zerg's inherently strong shell, leaving hundreds of scars. Swish, the Zerg screamed. The hail of bullets loosened the shell protecting its brain, and blood dripped. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Just prying open a corner of the hard shell had depleted half of the ammunition supply. Don't stop. High-ranking Zerg shells can repair themselves. Knowing that Lian Xiao couldn't see the details, Han Mimi shouted a warning. Hecate faced the wall, and the wounded Zerg fell to the back of the group. Lian Xiao not only had to survive between the oncoming Zerg and the crack in the wall, but also had to kill it before its shell could repair itself. Hecate, headless, pushed against the wall, brushing past the Zerg's legs that had penetrated the wall below, and flipped 360 degrees in the air. Bang, 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 the wall shook as Lian Xiao fired, and he used the recoil to propel Hecate backward, flinging her straight at the S-class at the end of the group. With a thud, Lian Xiao was the first to experience the excruciating pain. A limb stood between her and the target Zerg, but time was running out, and she had no time to dodge. Hecate's left limb collided with it, and vanished, leaving only a smooth cut. Half of Lian Xiao's body seemed numb, vanishing. She slid down into the Zerg's chassis, The wound where the shell had been lost nearly healed in an instant. With a backhand, she plunged the blade into the Zerg's exposed flesh. Again and again, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. She felt the pain nearly convulse. Lian Xiao thought indifferently, why shouldn't the enemy feel the same pain? The Zerg huddled up, attempting to crush the blade with its muscles. The blade shattered, its fragments pushed deeper as its muscles tensed, its fragile brain shattering unexpectedly. Lian Xiao's heart surged with ecstasy. She had taken down an S-class. The broken blade clattered back onto Hecate, and Lian Xiao, unable to retrieve it, tumbled back in dismay. The remaining S-class Zerg were furious, their comrade's death igniting their fury. Even Lian Xiao, at her peak power, couldn't outrun them. The core module Lian Xiao was in suddenly lost control and rushed outward. Lian Xiao was unable to control it, her vision blackening, and she nearly rolled over in agony. The S-class Zerg had severed Hecate, leaving only the last mech still operational. There were still 4 S-class Zerg. How could Lian Xiao possibly win? Even across the vast universe, the Alliance's situation was not optimistic. Gu Chanfeng and Teresa's escape pod was successfully captured by the Alliance starship. As individuals with questionable identities, they were temporarily detained. Gu Chanfeng noticed that no one paid them any attention as soldiers trotted by. Wasn't the Imperial fleet repelled? Gu Chanfeng couldn't help but ask. Even if it hadn't been repelled, at least half of the Imperial advanced fleet had been routed. Why are there so many questions? The officer guarding them said harshly. Teresa stayed and continued to escort Gu Chanfeng to another area. In the latter part of the conversation, perhaps because Gu Chanfeng's identity had been verified, his attitude softened considerably. He whispered to Gu Chanfeng, even if the Imperials retreat, there's still the Zerg. The Imperial invasion was still a struggle between humans. The remnants of the Imperial fleet regrouped in the rear, and the Zerg now held a sword pointed at the tiny Haiyan star and the Alliance fleet. The two fleets stared at each other from afar, separated by a star field strewn with space junk. The Imperial fleet was merely an appetizer. The real battle was about to begin. The entire army was on high alert, and Susera even moved his starship to the front lines. A Zerg starship lit up with a red light. The red light flashed briefly twice, as if waving to the endless darkness of the universe. And then, it vanished from its spot. The entire starship suddenly appeared before the Alliance fleet. The officer staring at the surveillance system couldn't believe his eyes. Enemy attack, enemy attack. As soon as the broken word enemy uttered, a tremendous amount of light and heat descended upon the starship. Hundreds of Zerg encased in oxygen capsules also burst forth through the light. In the starship's control room, no one reacted. As the alarm suddenly turned red, they watched in stunned silence as the Zerg scrambled through the capsules and entered the starship through the gap. A brazen Zerg invasion. A similar event occurred simultaneously on the front lines, turning the unprepared Alliance starship into a battlefield hell. The intelligence was quickly relayed to Susera, and the generals and colonels fell silent. The Zerg haven't been standing still in the past 30 years, a colonel said dryly. Cosmic jump technology. Faster than light travel, based on the theory of space folding, is like bending the sheet of paper of the universe, aligning the starting and destination points, achieving the effect of instantaneous jump. Humanity has made no breakthroughs in this technology, so much so that in recent years, the academic community had abandoned its illusions. Unexpectedly, in the hands of the enemy, on the battlefield, the feasibility of this technology was proven. This was definitely not good news for the Alliance. Everyone present also saw that the Zerg, despite having made significant innovations in navigation, had kept them secret and never used them on the Starlink and UUN fronts. What did this mean? It meant that the Zerg were risking everything to capture the Curtis sector. The Zerg's focus of attack was indeed the Curtis sector, but now it was too late. They were facing enemy starships capable of teleportation. Just over 10 minutes into the battle, 5 second-tier starships had already been destroyed, and a first-tier starship had rammed a Zerg starship, perishing alongside the enemy. For a moment, a heavy atmosphere of despair permeated the scene. The military was not taking the Curtis sector front seriously. The highest-ranking officer there was Susera, and there wasn't even a single general. The situation isn't that bad yet, Susera said. At this moment, facing her wavering colleagues, she rarely slowed her tone. Their energy or technology isn't sufficient to support long-distance or prolonged jumps. Jumping seemed quite impressive at first, and Susera wondered, what would she do if the Alliance mastered this technology, long-distance jumps, slaying enemy generals? But the Zerg didn't. Instead, they began to chip away at the fleet from the front lines. Susera keenly realized that perhaps it wasn't the Zerg's caution or unwillingness, but their inability. Given the Zerg's precarious energy crisis, this was a desperate battle for them. Susera announced, under everyone's expectant gaze, "We fight guerrilla warfare. Let's see who can outlast the other. Let's see who retreats first." The change of military leadership was tacitly ignored. It was unknown when Vice Admiral Lancaster would drift to the front lines, and even if he did, he would find no one would listen. From leading the fleet to recapture Hyan Star, to leading the fleet to repel the Imperial fleet, to personally spearheading the construction of the Tower of Babel and commanding the entire Mecha Corps, Susera's prestige within the Alliance was unshakable. Everyone had forgotten the tyrant's capriciousness and terrifying nature. They only knew that the Alliance's most powerful arc was fighting alongside them. "Can you handle your mental strength?" Before Susera entered the Mecha, his lieutenant asked worriedly, already addressing him as you. Until now, no human arc had been able to command the massive Tower of Babel, comprised of tens of thousands of Mecha Corps. Yet, it was the most efficient way to command highly mobile guerrilla warfare. Susera said calmly, already prepared for death. "What can we do? We can't really place the entire weight of our hopes on one child." With one final word to her lieutenant, she stepped into the Mecha. "Remember, no matter what, you must bring my students back from Earth." Lian Xiao clearly felt his life force slipping away. Even if she could escape the 4 S-class Zergs, she would likely become the first mech soldier in history to die from exhaustion. The 5th potion was probably her limit. The 10 minutes or so it took for the potion to take effect would be her last chance. Lian Xiao felt her consciousness slipping away. It seemed as if only a second passed as she thought about a solution, yet it also felt like an infinitely longer time. How else could she defeat the S-class Zergs and begin the ritual? Han Mimi suddenly fell out of the mech and was lifted up again. Lian Xiao deployed his last mech, the Zhulong. At that moment, Han Mimi heard Lian Xiao's voice. She asked, "Do you want to live?" Nonsense! Han Mimi's conversion rate had reached 70%, and the speed at which her mental energy waves were transmitted was even faster than speech. This was exactly what Lian Xiao needed. "Do you want to give up?" Lian Xiao remained non-committal. "Then, lend me your mental energy." She wasn't even asking for Han Mimi's opinion. Although Han Mimi's mental energy was already stronger than Lian Xiao's, she had the audacity to take the initiative and connect with Han Mimi's mind. Immediately, Han Mimi felt her mental energy draining away from Lian Xiao. Han Mimi was shocked and furious. "Are you crazy?" Lian Xiao was depriving her of her mental energy. If this continued, the level of mental energy, unbearable for a human, would only burst Lian Xiao's brain. Reverse connection. Countless mental energy converged on her brain, stretching and deforming every mental channel, unable to bear the weight. Lian Xiao's hands, covering her head, trembled. After many experiences, she was still unaccustomed to this kind of pain that penetrated her bones. The influx of mental energy began to take effect on her body, causing capillaries to rupture, and thin streams of blood flowed from Lian Xiao's mouth and nose. Ha ha ha. When faced with pain, laughter seems to offer some relief, but Lian Xiao's laughter sounded like tears. She truly had no other options, but her concern for Susera, the fighting force, Earth, and the fate of humanity forced her to move forward. Lian Xiao said, "I just suddenly realized why the Mother Goddess is so important to you, and why there are so many Mother Goddess altars." And perhaps she had thought of one last possible way to defeat the S-rank Zerg. Chapter 244. What is a god? Given the Zerg's powerful mental power, and the shared nature of their sea of consciousness, Lian Xiao speculated that the so-called Mother Goddess might be a subconscious mind buried deep within the sea of consciousness of all Zerg, or perhaps, the collective subconscious of the Zerg. Every civilized race has, at varying lengths, experienced a period of deity worship. Why is it that the Mother Goddess, even among the Zerg, who have reached such a high level of civilization, still holds such a profound influence, even swaying the next successor? Religion, the transcendent status of gods. Isn't that absurd? At first, Lian Xiao thought the Mother Goddess possessed some powers currently unexplained by science, but now he thinks there's more to it than that. After connecting with Zhulong, Lian Xiao, who had been blinded for over 10 minutes, finally regained his sight. By this point in the battle, the S-rank Zerg had realized that Lian Xiao was a spent force. After venting their anger by beheading Hecate, their anger had subsided somewhat. Instead of rushing to finish him off, they slowly approached the mech. Under extreme pressure, the brain's thinking speed in an emergency situation can double. When faced with a real danger, Lian Xiao's mind becomes strangely clear. When high-level Zerg experience a sharp fluctuation in their mental power due to emotional stress, humans who sense this fluctuation will also experience pain due to the pull of this mental power. Until now, She had always assumed that humans were affected by the Zerg because their mental power was too low. But she had always overlooked and assumed that there were also differences in mental power within the Zerg. In reality, other Zerg species should not be immune to this pain either. The higher the level of the Zerg, the greater the mental damage they cause, not to mention their unique connection as a swarm. Lian Xiao only realized this when Han Mimi's mental power was reversed and replenished her sea of consciousness. The princess would also suffer from the negative mental power fluctuations of her own kind. How did the Zerg resolve all this accumulated negativity, and where did it go? The interior of the Mother Goddess Church was in shambles. Precious and rare gold and gemstones shattered on the ground, crushed to dust by the Zerg's feet. Seeing 4 S-rank Zerg approaching in a cross formation, Lian Xiao spoke to Han Mimi, asking for confirmation. Hey, Han Mimi. What for? Han Mimi said unhappily. Fearing Lian Xiao's sea of consciousness couldn't hold so much mental energy, she had to carefully control the transmission speed herself, which was quite embarrassing. Besides physical pain and illness that plagued the Zerg, you're probably more afraid of illness in your sea of consciousness, right? Lian Xiao muttered to himself. If this disease could spread through the mass, you'd probably be in for a real headache. The next second, Lian Xiao knew she was right. Han Mimi explained in a mixture of shock and anger. It seemed like an eternity before Han Mimi said, "How did you know?" The Zerg and humans had long been enemies, but no human had ever known the Zerg's inner secrets. Simply because, apart from war, humans and Zerg have virtually no chance of contact. And because the Zerg consciousness disease is so subtle. Mental plague. As long as the Zerg have feelings and emotions, the source of mental plague cannot be eliminated. Furthermore, Zerg afflicted with mental plague are unaware of their infection at first, and once joined in a swarm, the disease quickly spreads. With the Zerg's technological level, there's no cure. Only the Mother Goddess's blessing and her altar can cure mental plague. It is precisely because of this that the Zerg Mother Goddess holds such a high status. At this moment, Han Mimi almost admired Lian Xiao. Murderous intent and regret alternated within it. At first, Lian Xiao was nothing more than cannon fodder sent by the humans, a pawn it had seen and used countless times before, and it felt no burden to discard him after using him. Subsequent developments were beyond Han Mimi's imagination. Besides Lian Xiao's strengths as a fighter and a delicious cook, his every move made her feel the need to be beholden to others and to rely on them, fueling her murderous intent. Lian Xiao was annoying. But she was also cold, resilient, and intelligent. Han Mimi had to admit that without Lian Xiao, it wouldn't have made it this far. Killing such a human would make the world less interesting. Its long, lonely life was already boring enough. Ding. I came, I saw, I conquered, mission accomplished. Mission reward. Startup capital for the restaurant chain. An S-rank Zerg suddenly charged, leaving Lian Xiao stunned. Why did the system always report something like this at such a critical moment? She didn't care to think about anything else. Her weapon ejected from its scabbard and collided head-on with the Zerg. The Zerg and Mech were charging at such speed that the air between them was rapidly compressed, sweeping up scattered gem dust. Even the floating dust paused for a moment amidst the thunderous collision, then fell like rain. In terms of speed and mass, these Zhulongs were no match for the S-rank Zergs. Lian Xiao was pushed backward by the Zerg, slammed into the wall like a bullet. Even the Mother Goddess Church seemed to shake slightly from the immense momentum, let alone Lian Xiao, who was bearing the brunt of the blow. The Zhulong breastplate deflated horribly. Lian Xiao felt a buzzing in her head, and a bloody smell in her throat. Yet, even in this situation, Lian Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and managed to laugh. Suddenly, the Zerg's visor shattered. In the instant, it was knocked back. Lian Xiao drew her sword and slashed through the enemy's armor, blinding one of its eyes. More importantly, Lian Xiao threw away the slicing knife, which had been broken by the Zerg's overly hard shell. She took advantage of the S-rank Zerg's intense focus on her, and secretly planted a seed in the enemy's mental pathways. Pain, depression, despair. Lian Xiao had endured these negative emotions for a long time. She had plenty of triggers to trigger the Zerg's mental plague. The method of creating a mental plague was feasible. She finally saw a glimmer of hope for defeating these S-rank Zerg. Needed to be stealthy and quick, Lian Xiao was completely focused. Although she fought alone in this battle, all the training Susera had given her in the attack/bow dual cultivation came in handy. He had to deal with the S-class Zerg while simultaneously planting the seeds of the mental plague within their mental pathways. With the ability to withstand Han Mimi's reverse connection, having penetrated familiar Zerg mental pathways more than once, possessing individual combat prowess, and possessing a flash of insight. All these factors combined meant that Lian Xiao was the only one who could stand a chance of success against the S-Class Zerg. No one could know that at this moment, the scales of fate had inadvertently shifted towards humanity. His mental power surged, and everything around him became both fresh and unfamiliar. The S-Class Zerg's movements and intentions became crystal clear to Lian Xiao, and the flow of time seemed to slow. Lian Xiao drew his sword, his ammunition running low, leaving only his slicing knife. She leaped lightly aloft on her Zhulong, slashing across with her two blades. A stream of blood gushed out, and the body beneath her feet heaved and undulated. Lian Xiao ran along the Zerg's hillock-like outer armor, yanking off the wings she chopped off. Then, using momentum, she stomped towards the second Zerg, nearly closing in on them. The same blood blossomed on its body. Before she could pluck the third Zerg's wings, Lian Xiao heard the rustling of the wind. The sky above her turned dark. The first Zerg was bounding towards her, intending to crush her from above and below. Lian Xiao struggled to move her crushed elbow. She tried her best to dodge, but she hadn't been able to completely avoid the Zerg's blow. She had already been relentlessly straining the mech in her own body, but she was only just barely matching their speed. So desperate. With the help of technology and the princess's strength, in the end, even a human body only managed to inch closer to the Zerg's innate power. Lian Xiao raised his head abruptly and charged forward fearlessly, his muscles aching as if they would break. Golden red sparks, like molten iron, burst forth again amidst the collision. For her, the worst outcome was death. Seeing a glimmer of hope, why wouldn't she be a moth drawn to the flame? The battleship burned, and the wounded groaned and writhed in the flames like moths to a flame. Another mecha ship's mental connection with Susera was severed. Surrounding them were starship debris and corpses, dense as waves. The starfield above Haiyan Star had become a purgatory. The Curtis sector front was suddenly attacked by a large number of enemy forces, and rapidly assembled reinforcements were on the way. The military issued several orders, urging the coalition forces to prioritize conserving their strength and, if necessary, to abandon Haiyan Star and retreat to the edge of the Curtis district to await reinforcements. The military finally realized something was amiss. The sheer number of enemy forces attacking the Curtis district was terrifying. They dared not think. What if the Starlink or Yuyuan regions also suffered attacks of similar magnitude? Where would they find enough troops to fill the maelstrom of war? Retreat? When the adjutant brought the news, Susara's eyes barely blinked. She curled the corners of her lips in a furious laugh. The citizens of Haiyan have only been safe for a few hours, and you're abandoning them once again? You dare to order a retreat to the troops on Haiyan? Do you have the nerve to do so? Even if we retreat, do you think the Zerg will give us time to breathe? Without reinforcements, our rear is empty. If we retreat, who knows how far the Zerg can advance? Susera said indifferently, we can't retreat. We rather die than let them trample over us. The Alliance's left flank was nearly completely devoured by the Zerg starships. Any other force would have retreated to a safe distance and regrouped to fight again. But Susara's maneuvering tactics slowed the Zerg's attack on the Alliance starships. More importantly, Susera, through high-speed movement and interweaving starships, tested the Zerg's potential warp limits. The battlefield on the left gradually became stalemated. Alliance starships desperately burned energy to increase their speed, separating the Zerg starships and denying them a chance to close in. The entire battlefield was a crisscrossed battlefield, with neither side able to sustain a sustained attack. In this situation, it was a pure test of both sides' fighting spirit and manpower. The Zerg held the advantage in numbers, while the Alliance of Fighting Will held a slight advantage. The Zerg seemed to realize the situation was stalling, and for a moment, they remained silent, refraining from sending more warp ships. But the longer they remained inactive, the more daunting they became. The adjutant's nose was dripping with sweat. The Zerg hadn't made any new moves in 10 minutes, and everyone had a hunch they were plotting something. The horn system suddenly began to blare with incessant alarms, cutting through the Alliance's nerves like a blunt knife. The adjutant rushed to the screen and witnessed a scene he would never forget. Countless red dots representing the enemy, advancing at the blink of an eye. Each Zerg warship had warped to its maximum range, completely disregarding the possibility of encountering Alliance ships ahead. Like drills, the mighty warships pierced the Alliance's interior. The adjutant suddenly understood. Each Zerg warship occupied a coordinate. If one ship came under attack, the next would warp to the next coordinate. Unless the Alliance launched multiple simultaneous attacks, they could break this artificially created Zerg front line. Otherwise, the direction pointed by the drill would face a constant barrage of attacks. A drop of sweat fell on the impact point predicted by the system. It was the starship Susera was on. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The adjutant roared. The entire starship's lights turned red, as enemy artillery fire and the attack alarm sounded simultaneously. A fire was also burning in the Mother Goddess Cathedral. A metal-filled and humid environment like the Mother Goddess Cathedral wouldn't have been prone to fire, but sparks from the ammunition ignited the soft fabric of the altar, and the mixed liquid leaked from the mechas during the battle served as an accelerant. Gold softened and glowed red in the flames, while the embellished gems charred and cracked. Trees fell, flowers crumbled, and the magnificent forest burned. All things returned to their origins. The Zhulong's paint peeled off in the high-speed collision. Lian Xiao severed the wings of the S-class Zerg, and they distanced themselves from him again. The two sides stared at each other across the sea of fire and smoke. The ground was stained with dark green blood. The S-class Zerg finally put aside their contempt. They destroyed Zhulong's parts, and Lian Xiao tore off their wings, demanding revenge from them, multiplying them. But the S-class Zerg's regenerative ability was terrifyingly strong, and wings had already grown back from the gaps. Everything humans did was in vain. After a brief respite, the two sides collided. The Zerg leaped into the air, and Lian Xiao also leaped, slashing at the Zerg's head with her sword. Taking advantage of the gap, she grabbed a wing and tried to strike again. The S-rank Zerg twisted its body, abruptly changing direction, its legs grasping Zhulong like claws. At the same moment, Lian Xiao's vision went dark as another wing enveloped her. The first attacking Zerg, seeking to distract her, had been followed by another S-rank Zerg, whose wings, layer upon layer, held Lian Xiao in check, like a white cocoon being pushed against a wall. Multiple wings tightened around Zhulong's surface, and a leg, like a spear, pierced through its wings and abdomen, pinning the mech to the high wall. Lian Xiao let out a short cry of pain and curled up. Before she could strike back, the excruciating pain struck again, this time in her left knee. Lian Xiao's face contorted, as she realized the Zerg were trying to pin her to the wall like a specimen. The pain struck for the third time, but this time, they wouldn't succeed. Lian Xiao roared, and within the limited space, she struck the insect's leg with her right knee. Light filtered through the incision, and she grabbed the insect's leg that had been kicked high by her knee. With a guillotine-like motion, she sliced through the cocoon of feathers from top to bottom. Lian Xiao didn't seize the opportunity to break free. Instead, he fiercely latched onto the Zerg, sending his mech tumbling down the limbs. The limbs in his abdomen and left knee pierced deeper, piercing through the mech. Lian Xiao chuckled drowsily, feeling his strength draining away like fluid. The S-class Zerg was horrified to discover that the limbs had firmly entwined it, and Lian Xiao. Now, Lian Xiao wasn't the only one unable to break free. The slicing knife unsheathed, buzzing with a clang. One blade, along with its compound eye, sank into the wall. A second and third slicing knife unsheathed, each secured by Lian Xiao to the top two wings of the S-class Zerg. Lian Xiao once again fiercely closed the distance between her and the Zerg, the pain swirling through her internal organs. With both hands, he drew his blade and stabbed again. The fourth and fifth blades pierced the Zerg's chest. The other two S-rank Zergs, who had rushed to help, seeing their bloody comrades nailed to the wall, felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. This time, it was the Zerg who bled to death and suffered the torture. Lian Xiao broke off and casually discarded the limb from his left knee, using the limb that had pierced his abdomen to lift himself off the ground. Behind Zhulong were two bloody marks shaped like wings. Lian Xiao lowered his head and calmly gazed at the enemy beneath him. Amidst the dancing flames, Lian Xiao softly snapped her fingers. The seeds of mental plague she had planted along the way, within the mental pathways of every Zerg, were detonated. Pain, despair, fear, these negative emotions swept through their consciousness like a hurricane. The sea of consciousness surged, the deep sea trembled, and the overlapping plague stirred a wave of ever-increasing frenzy among the four S-rank Zerg. The sudden outbreak of mental plague shattered their sanity. These powerful creatures tumbled onto the ground, their sharp legs and mouth parts, used to attack their enemies, slicing through their bodies. An S-rank Zerg's head exploded, rolling like a ball to Lian Xiao's feet. Their agonized screams echoed throughout the church. Another, madly, darted through the flames, its body ablaze, attempting to reach the altar and pray for the Mother Goddess's blessing. Lian Xiao raised his hand and, with his last few rounds, shot down the supposed statue of the Mother Goddess. The statue and its worshippers burned in the flames. Not only these Zerg, but the mental plague spread through the swarm, plunging the Zerg of Edu into an abyss of suffering. Lian Xiao, however, simply watched it all unfold with indifference, feeling an unprecedented sense of calm. The sea of fire burned endlessly beneath her feet, the enemies dead, and a silent silence reigned between heaven and earth. Lian Xiao hated fire. It reminded her of the fire in Avalon Gardens that night, of their original fate of death. But today, fire will sweep away everything. Edu will be gone, and she too will be reborn. Lian Xiao's fingers trembled, and after several attempts, he finally pulled out the severed leg from his abdomen. The entire mecha fell to the ground. The effects of the drug wore off, leaving Lian Xiao with no strength left. His consciousness rose and fell, torn between reality and unconsciousness. He opened his eyes again only to hear the system's piercing screams. No! This is a mistake. Wake up, user 1723. The mission target is going to kill you. The mission was clearly completed, and the user had conquered the target. What had gone wrong? The system hated itself for being a system, unable to help Lian Xiao kick Han Mimi away. Han Mimi, back to her original form, no, the princess, stood on Lian Xiao's chest, her sharp insect legs pressing against the core module. The defenseless albatross roared, tugging at Han Mimi in vain. Damn you, ungrateful bug. Lian Xiao gave a weak smile, slowly crawled over, and activated his external speaker. You kill me after all? Yes, what a shame. Han Mimi studied the candle dragon closely, as if trying to penetrate its shell to see Lian Xiao's face. It whispered, Who told you to know so much? Lian Xiao began to cough as she smiled. The princess wanted to kill her now, and she had no strength to resist. But if she were in Han Mimi's shoes, she would probably do the same. The mental plague was extremely destructive to the Zerg. Letting Lian Xiao return alive would expose the Zerg's weak spot to the enemy. Han Mimi listened quietly as Lian Xiao suppressed a cough. It was clear that if he only moved a few meters down, the Zerg would be eradicated forever. But it still waited for Lian Xiao to speak again, waiting for a reason that would convince it. A trade. What? You're not 100% sure of receiving the Mother Goddess's response, but I am. Lian Xiao closed his eyes wearily, his lips moving as he spoke. I can help you get the Mother Goddess's response. But we have to swear an oath before the Mother Goddess and make this deal. Han Mimi pondered deeply. Obtaining the Mother Goddess's response, and the oath witnessed by the Mother Goddess were one and the same. If Lian Xiao couldn't achieve the Mother Goddess's response, the latter wouldn't be possible either. In any case, it wouldn't suffer any loss. It slowly removed its insect legs. Lian Xiao felt a gentle spiritual force flowing through her spiritual pathways, repairing the damaged veins. Han Mimi's voice echoed in her mind. What oath do you want to make? Chapter 245. Port side under fire. Closing activity zones T3 to T10. 20 range units ahead detecting traces of starship energy. The starship was under attack from several locations, and reports echoed through the command hall. The Zerg launched their offensive, and subsequent starships arrived like a river. This was the Zerg's plan. Could Susara's starship withstand the attack of one starship? Could it withstand the second and third, arriving along the coordinate line? How had the command ship's position been exposed? The adjutant knew now was not the time to dwell on this question, but he was baffled. General Lancaster, the reporter said, stunned by the unusual insertion in the attack details, his voice suddenly trailing off. Request for additional frigates. Before the battle, following the tyrant's instructions, Vice Admiral Lancaster's starship had been brought into the Alliance forces. However, once the fighting began, no one paid any attention to him. It was unheard of for a newly appointed military commander to request troop protection from a deposed commander. But the adjutant and the officers present couldn't help but smile. Their faces were grim. The messages, all coming from General Lancaster's command, were sent at regular intervals, so it was a wonder they hadn't been noticed. The messages between the two commanders had probably been intercepted and deciphered by the Zerg long ago. Even a cadet wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, so how could such a clueless leader exist? This thought crossed everyone's mind. Idiot, Susara said coldly. Many of the military's high-ranking officials, with established families, were like this. Backed by the resources and connections accumulated by their ancestors, they usually focus on vying for power, but their true colors are revealed on the battlefield. Susara, send Colonel Lin to restrain him and bring him to these coordinates. It was obvious who he was referring to, and the coordinates the tyrant pointed to happened to be closer to Earth. Susara was going to lure the enemy over there. As the commander-in-chief, he had to make some contribution to the Alliance, right? The ship suddenly tilted, and the surviving personnel were thrown out by the huge shock, slamming into the wall. Some were unconscious, while others suffered severe head injuries. The Zerg missile finally tore a hole in the command ship's lower left hull, and the starship lost its balance like a sinking ship. The officer who immediately scrambled to check the ship's condition was horrified to see the long-awaited Zerg soldiers swarming into the breach. Amidst the chaos and groans, The adjutant looked for the figure. Fortunately, Susera was unharmed and was giving orders at a steady pace. Shanghai ship, advance 60 range units. After attracting the enemy's attention, retreat toward Earth to the target coordinates. She reorganized the entire Alliance fleet in one breath, meticulously mobilizing all forces. Her final order was to the Mecha soldiers on the command ship, except for the mobile team, everyone defend the T6 activity zone. I'm on board. With that, she was about to board the 9 phases diagram and head out. The adjutant stumbled anxiously and grabbed the tyrant. You can't go. I'm on board. The tyrant was including himself in this. Colonel Lin needs time. The command ship needs to hold on a little longer. Susera explained with rare patience, her eyes meeting the adjutant's reddened eyes. We will win. Will the Alliance win? Susera thought as she rushed to the front lines. Perhaps this is the fate of a warrior. She will die here today. The Zerg swarm was like an undercurrent, greedily devouring every inch of space. The command ship's mechs, all elite, were inevitably breached by this frenzied assault. The mechs at the forefront felt a wave of desolation, akin to the whistling wind and the cold waters of a river. The Zerg soldiers had a constant supply of reinforcements, but they did not. They were fighting alone. The Zerg displayed its mouthpieces, ready to rip into the main attacker's head, but with a whoosh, a bomb flew into the Zerg's mouthpieces, blasting it into a pulp. A cyan, misty figure swooped towards the enemy, the ferocious demons engraved on the mech surface illuminated for a moment by the light. It was the tyrant. As the mech's mental strength surged, 3 A-rank Zergs were reduced to ghosts by the 9-phase diagram blade. Susera, like a reef, forcibly split the enemy's path, slowing the tide of troops. Wherever the tyrant stands, there's an impenetrable line of defense. The Alliance mech slowly pushed back the front. But at that moment, an urgent warning from the command center echoed from the core module. Before they could even hear it, a bright light rose above them. The powerful shockwave pushed them back, even sweeping some Zerg out of the starship. Through the hole above their heads, they could see stars floating among the debris and corpses. It's over. Someone said this. The second opening, the second batch of Zerg soldiers. The starship tilted further and further, and capsules carrying Zerg soldiers drifted towards the second opening. At that moment, an incredible scene occurred. The Zerg soldiers in the fierce battle seemed to be frozen in time. Not only them, but also the soldiers who immediately floated into the command ship, the Zerg aboard the ship, the Zerg on Earth, and all the Zerg as far away as another galaxy, felt a shock deep in their souls at that moment. They fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. The Mother Goddess's call had descended upon the world once again. She had not abandoned them. It was because some of them had chosen the wrong ruler. The wounded frontline mechs, awaiting certain death, found that the Zerg legs had not yet moved, but had instead silently retreated. The same scene repeated itself over Haiyan Star. The Zerg fleet withdrew its minions and turned its starships around, but remained on the original front, not withdrawing completely. The Alliance forces, having survived the catastrophe, could hardly believe their eyes, filled with bewildered joy. At this moment, no one could understand why the Zerg had abandoned their dominant offensive momentum. Susera suddenly remembered something, and had his adjutant call a distant communication point. Twice. Watching the dedicated commander-in-chief, fresh from the front lines, the officers and commanders in the command room gradually put down their work and waited, bewildered, along with Susera. Finally, the one-way communication was established. Lian Xiao, is that Lian Xiao? Susera gathered his thoughts and spoke with a slight tremor. Teacher. It's me. I'm still alive. The other person spoke softly. He seemed injured, his breath running low. I can report to the military now. Susera, you mean? The young man's voice was weak and dry, but to everyone in the command room, it carried a hint of hope. She said, the princess has secured the support of the majority of the Zerg through the Zerg Mother Goddess. I have successfully led the princess away from Earth, and are heading towards the Alliance fleet. A small boat cruised the starry sea midway between Earth and Haiyan Star. No one would have guessed that this unremarkable little ship held a Zerg princess. After Lian Xiao finished his conversation with Susera, he looked at Ananke, who was shaking his legs in the cockpit, and asked, Are you really planning on delivering the Zerg and leaving? She still insisted on persuading Ananke to meet with Susera. After swearing a vow before the Mother Goddess, Lian Xiao fainted and woke up on this very ship. Han Mimi, Chickadee, and Albatross were there, with Ananke at the helm. Ananke smacked his lips and said coldly, If you keep nagging, I beat you up. Lian Xiao retreated obediently. A few seconds later, Ananke called her again, half smiled, In recognition of your kindness, I'm giving you a gift. She nodded, and the screen popped up with the coordinates of a certain starship, along with a deciphered message from that starship. Let's see who's on board this starship. Lian Xiao glanced at her, a smile slowly spreading across his pale face. After taking Ananke's miraculous medicine, her headache and arm pain subsided, and she felt full of energy again. Lian Xiao watched the small boat approach the starship, and couldn't help but hug Ananke. Fearing a beating, he immediately limped away. Heh. Ananke's eyes widened, and he twitched his lips, still uttering a harsh word. Be careful, don't get killed. What's going on? Shanke asked worriedly. What are you going to do again? Seeing Lian Xiao return with a beaming face, packing up her equipment, Shanke knew she was restless again. What if the child kept running around even though he was injured? It was quite urgent. Han Mimi folded her arms, and said coldly, of course, I'm going to fight. What else can Lian Xiao do? Lian Xiao ignored the sarcasm in Han Mimi's words. She would board the starship alone, and the task of escorting Han Mimi to a safe area for the handover fell to the others. With Ananke and Shantiu around, she felt reassured. Before leaving, she had something to say to Han Mimi. I know what you're going to say. Han Mimi interrupted Lian Xiao, saying, I keep my promise. But next time we meet, we'd probably be enemies again. Lian Xiao's smile faded slightly. No one could say for sure whether the Zerg could find alternative energy sources, or whether the next Zerg invasion would break out again. Han Mimi had said the Zerg wouldn't establish diplomatic relations with the Alliance, but the Zerg's lifespan was much longer than humans. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps one day humans and the Zerg would actually establish diplomatic relations? We still had to hold out hope for humanity's future. Man and Zerg stared at each other silently, their swords drawn, their desires for each other's death now peacefully coexisting in the same room. It was truly miraculous. Goodbye then? Han Mimi said. Goodbye, Lian Xiao said. Lian Xiao took a few steps, then turned back. She had a question she'd been wanting to ask for a while, and she couldn't wait to ask it. Is your real name also Han Mimi? Han Mimi said seriously, isn't that a popular name in the Alliance? It was chosen so she could blend seamlessly into the human race. Lian Xiao, She scoffed. Are you reading an English textbook? It's out of date. Change your name. The most popular name in the Alliance right now is... Lian Xiao paused, then said seriously, Zihan. The capsule floated toward the starship. Since the soldier held a military pass, the officers on the starship, though skeptical, accepted this Alliance soldier and watched the small ship that had brought her depart. After all, they were one of us. Seeing the wounded man, the Alliance soldiers couldn't bear it and carried him to the medical room. As they exited the elevator, the man craned his neck and looked upward. Why is it so noisy up there? No way, you have super hearing? The soldier laughed, then said, the upper floor is the command hall. Given this situation, it's hard not to be noisy. The man nodded sharply, not only sharply, but instantly choked the soldier beside him unconscious. Without batting an eyelid, he closed the door and pressed the up arrow. The command room was abuzz with noise. It was true that Susera had seized command, and it was also true that the Zerg were temporarily retreating. This posed a challenge for Lieutenant General Lancaster in reporting this to the military headquarters. Lieutenant General Lancaster didn't need to speak at all. A single glance from his adjutant served as his sounding board. He felt dizzy and prepared to retreat to the more comfortable private room for a cigar and some relaxation. Just as he was about to step out of the command room, before he could react, someone grabbed him by the throat and restrained him. The command hall erupted in a commotion. The cold muzzle of a gun pressed against Lieutenant General Lancaster's temple. He shuddered with fear, gesturing to those in the command room to hold back. Who are you? We can discuss what you want. Don't be impulsive. Don't you know me? Should I know you? Lieutenant General Lancaster was bewildered at the assassin's ordinary face. He held a high position, held an important position, and there was no way he would bother remembering an unknown individual. Then let me introduce myself. Lieutenant General Lancaster was pinned to the ground by her, motionless, like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. The more he looked at the face, the more familiar it seemed. Wait, you are? I'm Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao said, you used me to obtain the location of the protozoa in the Starlink zone, and together with Yen Mingling, you betrayed the Red Dragon data to the Empire. You set fire to me, set Yen Mingling to kill me, and even tried to kill me in Shumi prison. Unfortunately, you failed time and time again. So today I'm here to kill you. The command hall fell into a hushed silence. Betraying the Alliance, selling data, astonished eyes converged on Lieutenant General Lancaster, who was sweating profusely. This was treason. Lieutenant General Lancaster's face was trembling with panic. He tried to persuade him. "Little boy, you must have misunderstood. How could I possibly do such a thing?" Lian Xiao didn't bother to listen to his quibbles. He thrust his gun fiercely into Lieutenant General Lancaster's jaw. "Were you the one who wanted the prototype? Were you the one who sent Yin Mingling to kill me? Were you the one who sold the data? Were you the one who bribed Ark to kill me?" The words grew more and more demanding, the downward pressure of the gun barrel nearly choking Lieutenant General Lancaster. "It's me! It's me! It's me!" Lieutenant General Lancaster could no longer hold back, screaming, sweat pouring down. This madman's preferred large-caliber pistols. One pull of the trigger would blow his head off. Everyone in the hall froze. Even the soldiers rescuing Lieutenant General Lancaster silently halted their movements. Lieutenant General Lancaster paused, then changed his tone, saying, "But I'm doing all this for the Alliance. I have my reasons. Lian Xiao, you're S-rank, with a bright future. It's not worth sacrificing yourself just to kill me. I admit my mistakes. Everyone present is a witness. I should be given a fair trial according to Alliance law." Nervously watching Lian Xiao's gradually softening expression, Lieutenant General Lancaster felt a surge of joy. There's a chance. A young man like him. What does a fair trial matter most? Even if he confessed to all his crimes and was brought to justice, what would it matter? With the power of the Lancaster family, there's plenty of room for maneuver. Lian Xiao slowly stood up. "You're right. Your fate should be determined fairly." Lieutenant General Lancaster relaxed a little and struggled to pull himself up. "You?" But before he could finish his words, his head exploded. Blood splattered several meters away. The headless corpse tried to rise, then collapsed heavily. Lian Xiao raised the smoking muzzle of his gun. "But it's not the law that determines your fate. I am." Did he really think she was a fool? If he didn't kill them now, there would be endless trouble. The two people she wanted to kill the most had finally died at her hands. Lian Xiao stared at the bodies at her feet, feeling immense relief. She smiled briefly, then bent over and laughed heartily. She fought her way out of the most dangerous situation, accomplished the impossible, and killed the arrogant general who had always threatened her. From now on, nothing could control her. Surrounded by soldiers armed with live ammunition, Lian Xiao smiled, discarded his weapon, and pointed outside. "Before you arrest me, you should listen to the transmissions first." At this moment, the broadcast in the command hall blared, and all the broadcasts on the entire starship blared. Not just this starship, but also the Alliance fleet in the Curtis sector, the Zerg fleet, the Imperial fleet, and all the other sectors of the Alliance that could receive the signal in the Curtis sector, the Yuyuan sector, the Starlink sector, and the rest of the Alliance. At that moment, planets large and small across the universe, humans and Zerg alike, were listening intently, receiving this message. A voice echoed throughout the universe. "I, Eltalin, Zerg Princess, Zerg Regent, and the next Zerg King. My human friend Lian Xiao and I have sworn an oath in the presence of the Mother Goddess. I swear in the name of the Mother Goddess's most loyal and beloved believer to never break this promise. I hereby acknowledge the validity of the Atria peace agreement. On behalf of the Zerg, I will cease the war and coexist peacefully with the Alliance. Furthermore, return Earth." Chapter 246. The summer of the 115th year of the Starsea calendar was arguably the hottest in the Alliance's history. The summer heat soared to unbearable levels, but for these cadets, accustomed to the harsh weather, it wasn't too much of a struggle. At most, Cesare sighed, as he removed his sunglasses from his curly hair and perched them on his nose. So many people are desperate. It's like dumplings on the beach back home. Wedged in the crowded queue waiting to board the starship, the heat intensified. Xianyue hid in the shadows behind them, listlessly asking, "Are there so many Earth tour permits available?" The heat wasn't just from the scorching sun, but also from the Alliance citizens' enthusiasm for their newly returned homeworld. The Zerg Princess declared a ceasefire on the day of the Battle of Haiyan Star, but the aftermath of the war didn't subside so quickly. In August of the 114th year of the Starsea calendar, the Alliance and the Empire engaged in battle near the Yuyuan district. In September, a small force commanded by the Zerg male faction engaged in another fierce battle with the Alliance near Earth, resulting in a resounding victory for the Alliance. Zerg Princess Eltarin remained silent about the defeat, establishing a clear distinction between her and the male faction through her actions. Apart from these two major battles, the rest of the campaign was characterized by minor skirmishes. In March of the 115th year of the Starsea calendar, Emperor Lowenberg of the Empire signed the addendum to the Atria peace agreement with the Alliance, declaring a ceasefire between the Alliance and the Empire. The Empire retained its independence, but completely ceded the Starlink zone. After the haze of war dissipated, the alliance began gradually restructuring its internal structure. From the reshuffle of senior military officials to the careful deliberation of the government, for months later, a test route to the home planet Earth was opened. Lian Xiao and his group were among the first group of those selected to visit Earth. This sightseeing trip was incredibly popular. Curious, discerning, and intimate. Countless alliance eyes were fixed on Earth. Lian Xiao saw the guy in front of him, his eyes flashing as he live-streamed, and with a standard dodging maneuver, "Cover me." Zhao Liqing and Cesare understood his intention and immediately stood in front of Lian Xiao like gatekeepers. But that didn't stop the exclamations from the group behind him. "Wow, she really blew Lancaster's head off? That's a Lancaster." "Absolutely true. My senior's cousin's neighbor was there, and that head was cracked like a watermelon, giving the onlookers nightmares." Lian Xiao put on his sunglasses and silently shrunk an inch. She was also the third most furious. For publicly shooting an alliance general, and in such a brutal and bloody way, Lian Xiao expected her to be locked up for at least 2 days. But she thought nonchalantly, at worst, Frida would just swoop in and give her a life-or-death mission. Yet, less than a month later, after a formal court-martial, she was released unharmed. The princess's ceasefire broadcast went down in history, and everyone in the alliance knew Lian Xiao's name. It's no exaggeration to say she saved humanity by turning the tide. After Lian Xiao regained her freedom, she learned that during that period, the front pages of all alliance media outlets were dominated by the same question: those who saved millions of humans deserve death? Under immense pressure, and with Lieutenant General Lancaster's treason confirmed, the military took the rare initiative to make a clean break. Lian Xiao was exempted from punishment on the grounds that she had committed murder while on duty. Lian Xiao became a household name. Legend has it that she slaughtered Zerg with ease, blasting Lieutenant General Lancaster's head with a single blow, a skill she mastered while chopping bones in the kitchen of Lian's stir-fry house. What a mess! Lian Xiao was at a loss for words. She had grown her hair long over the past year, and if she was more discreet, few passers-by would recognize her. Yi Ying complained to Zhao Liqing and Cesare, "If Lian Xiao kills someone someday, one of you will undoubtedly hand over the knife without a word, while the other will offer to help bury the body while trying to persuade them." Cesare wasn't ashamed, but rather proud. So what? Helping a friend is only natural. Zhao Liqing, "You're right." Lian Xiao, "Wrong, I already killed someone." Yi Ying thought he had lost, especially after hearing Xiao Sa make faces and ask Lian Xiao to take him with him next time he kills. The team inched forward, and it was almost their turn. Lian Xiao glanced at Zhao Liqing, feeling a sense of surrealism. She remembered the promise she had made long ago to go to Earth for the winter break. The second Earth, their destination, had become her real hometown, but times had changed, and Gong Sun Hong and Su Xing, who were supposed to join them, were always absent. The pain the war had inflicted on her and Zhao Liqing might never be erased, only faded. The team moved a little further forward. Lian Xiao spotted a bestseller in the window, a recipe book she had drafted and Lin Yupan had compiled. This summer, Lin Yupan was hosting another Chinese culinary competition. With Lian Xiao and Earth's return, the excitement was sure to be high. The system mission rewards had been fulfilled, and preparations were underway for the opening of Lian's stir-fry in the city center. Lian Xiao had finally realized her dream of opening a restaurant in the city center before graduation. The seed she hoped to plant in the hearts of the Alliance citizens for a love and longing for Chinese food was slowly sprouting. As for the long-term mission the system had originally assigned her, to become an outstanding graduate of the Mecha Academy, it would be difficult to convince the public if she wasn't given a spot in this class. "Old Gu, you're finally here. The starship is almost leaving." Yi Ying breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Lian Xiao and said, "Are you worried that Gu Chanfeng won't make it to the starship?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ying saw the portable computer on Lian Xiao's wrist, and a look of dismay crossed his face. He's the one who's so nosy. These two had even linked up and shared their locations, keeping tabs on each other's movements. He couldn't understand it. Cesare was laughing to death. Don't ask about young lovers. The two beating hearts on the computer grew closer and closer, until they overlapped. "I'm late." It was their turn to board the starship. Gu Chanfeng naturally grabbed Lian Xiao's hand, and the two of them tacitly joined the group, walking side by side towards the entrance. Ahead, Zhao Liqing, Qianyue Yi Ying, Cesare Poincaré, all neatly arranged. Lian Xiao suddenly wondered, could they really be so lucky? Did everyone win the lottery? But the existence of a black box didn't seem plausible. After all, Even Niwa Ling himself hadn't been selected for the Earth route service contracted by Niwa Ling's family. There really is something shady going on, Gu Chanfeng said seriously, his eyes motioning Lian Xiao to come closer. Lian Xiao waited expectantly for the next words. Gu Chanfeng spoke close to her, his breath tickling her ear, making her shiver. Suddenly, warm kisses touched her earlobe and cheek. Lian Xiao looked up again. Gu Chanfeng had already taken a half step away, his expression calm and composed, but his eyes held a hint of smugness and a hint of shyness. Lian Xiao? ? Wow, so cunning. The starship lifted off, gliding into space. Lian Xiao heard the system erupt in cheers. Never before in her interstellar travel had she felt so peaceful and at peace. She knew that on her destination, the azure planet, Tang Shanling, who had arrived earlier, was waiting for her. The chickadee and the albatross were waiting for her. There was also Zhu Fa, who had always steadfastly defended Earth, and Gu Mian, stationed in the Curtis district. She no longer came or left alone. Unconsciously, in this unfamiliar time and space, Lian Xiao had taken root, bit by bit, with her lover, friends, teachers, honor, and wealth. But she still longed for Earth, yearning for it. And now, the wearied bird had returned home. Lian Xiao understood that she was but a drop in the ocean of time and the ancient universe. The time she had spent on Earth was but a fleeting moment in Earth's history. Perhaps one day humanity will eventually perish. Perhaps one day, Earth will cease to exist. But the joy, pain, blood, and lives shed by countless humans from the dawn of civilization to the recapture of their home planet were eternal in the moment they occurred. From this perspective, humanity is eternal. And Earth is eternal.